In the 30 minutes preceding the arrival of the apocalypse, Lin Ye is reborn. Confronted with the impending doom, Lin Ye wields his system, advancing step by step with caution. While others revel in the meager food they have obtained, the resources within Lin Ye's infinite space have already accumulated to mountains. As others navigate perilous situations for a fraction of power, Lin Ye has long since embarked on a journey towards a higher level. Chapter 1. Rebirth. In a parallel world, slap. The manager, Zhong Wanqing, forcefully tossed a thick proposal onto the head of the sleeping Lin Ye. Lin Ye, how dare you sleep during work? A deduction of 200 yuan. Go collect your fine from finance later. Lin Ye jolted awake, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from water. Gazing at the familiar surroundings of the office, Lin Ye was filled with disbelief. Could it be that I have been reborn? He swiftly took out his phone to check the time. June 11th, 2030, 11:30 a.m. Precisely 30 minutes before disaster was to strike. Indeed, he had been reborn. In his previous life, he had struggled for nearly a year in the apocalypse, ultimately meeting the same fate as most ordinary people, perishing in hunger and suffering. At that moment, the annoying voice rang in Lin Ye's ears once more. Lin Ye, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. What kind of rubbish proposal is this? Hurry up and revise it. If you can't finish, don't even think about leaving work today. Lin Ye looked up and saw a mature and alluring beauty, not yet 30, standing beside his desk. She wore a white silk blouse paired with impeccably tailored cigarette pants. Her exaggerated curves were breathtakingly accentuated. Her porcelain skin glowed under the reflection of pearl earrings. Beneath her willow leaf brows, a pair of phoenix eyes were veiled with a thin layer of frost. The vermilion mole at the corner of her eye resembled a drop of blood splattered in the snow, adding an unexpected allure. At that moment, she held the proposal Lin Ye had prepared in one hand while the other was crossed over her arm. Her anger caused her already ample bosom to appear even more pronounced. Zhong Wanqing, his immediate superior, the object of desire for all the men in the company. Seeing her frosty demeanor, Lin Ye let out a cold smile. He abruptly stood up and slammed his work ID onto the desk. I'm quitting. As these words escaped his lips, the office fell into a stunned silence. Zhong Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lin Ye would dare to resign so boldly. Considering the current global economic downturn, many were unemployed, making a good job hard to find. Zhong Wanqing had exploited this very situation, frequently squeezing her employees, especially the newly graduated intern, Lin Ye. He was often assigned the dirtiest and most laborious tasks. Just like this time, the proposal was the result of Lin Ye's arduous effort over 2 days and nights. It was disheartening to have his hard work dismissed with a mere flippant remark from Zhong Wanqing. Zhong Wanqing quickly regained her composure, her anger intensifying as she thought to herself. Lin Ye should consider his own position, a parentless orphan and a recent university graduate, lacking money and power, a poor wretch, and yet he dared to threaten her with his resignation. Very well. So he intends to threaten her. She would ensure he received nothing. Zhong Wanqing temporarily suppressed her fury and spoke in a low voice. Fine, Lin Ye, since you are voluntarily resigning, according to company policy. As soon as she opened her mouth, Lin Ye knew what she was about to say. Before she could finish, he interrupted her. I don't want a single cent of my salary. Consider it feeding the dogs. What do you think, Manager Zhong? Why not call out a couple of times for us to hear? At this moment, Lin Ye mocked Zhong Wanqing with his words, while his mind raced with thoughts. Just kidding, in less than 30 minutes, disaster will strike. By then, money will be nothing more than a pile of worthless paper, even unsuitable for wiping. Damn, the time is too tight. I haven't had the chance to hoard supplies or build a shelter. What to do, right? There's a supermarket on the first floor of this building, stocked with plenty of supplies. In my past life, the supermarket owner, Cao Peng, boasted greatly with those supplies for quite some time. Coincidentally, I have a grudge against that fat man, Cao Peng. Previously, I was severely tricked by him over a matter, and this time, it's the perfect opportunity for revenge. I must hurry and secure the place first. Upon hearing Lin Ye's taunts, Zhong Wanqing's face turned as red as a boiled lobster. She didn't expect Lin Ye, who usually cowered, to dare speak to her in such a manner. As Lin Ye looked at her with a gaze one reserved for the deceased, Zhong Wanqing became furious and shouted at him. Lin Ye you now, immediately, pack your things and get lost. With that, she slammed the document in her hand onto Lin Ye's desk and angrily swayed her ample hips back to her manager's office. Watching Zhong Wanqing's departing figure, Lin Ye chuckled coldly to himself. In my past life, Zhong Wanqing met a tragic end. Not long after the disaster struck, chaos erupted in this building. Now, with disaster looming, I wonder how long this arrogant demeanor of hers can endure. Grabbing his coat from the chair, he ignored the astonished and gloating gazes of his colleagues and stormed out of the office. He arrived at the fire safety cabinet on his floor, retrieving the fire axe inside, wrapped in his coat. It was noon, and the stairwell was crowded with people. Lin Ye decisively approached the stairwell, descending from the 8th floor to the 1st. Soon, he reached the ground floor, axe in hand, striding towards the supermarket. At this moment, the supermarket was devoid of customers, save for Cao Peng, who was staring at his phone at the front counter. Lin Ye pushed open the glass door of the supermarket and stepped inside, subsequently closing the door behind him. Hearing the noise, Cao Peng glanced up. Upon recognizing Lin Ye, he immediately mocked. "Oh, isn't this my brother Lin? What brings you here to deliver money to me again?" Lin Ye glanced at the tall, tattooed Cao Peng and remained silent. He then pressed a button to close the electric shutter at the entrance. Cao Peng, taken aback by the scene, quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Lin Ye, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Open the door." Just as Cao Peng was about to rise, a heavy axe was laid on his shoulder. With a thud, the shutter descended. Only then did Lin Ye smile at Cao Peng. "Cao Ji, it seems we have some accounts to settle, don't we?" Though Cao Peng felt a twinge of panic, he quickly calmed himself. Lin Ye was notorious for his cowardice. The incident where he lost 20,000 yuan to Cao Peng had long passed, and he hadn't dared confront him. Today, however, Lin Ye seemed to have gone mad, threatening him with an axe. But Cao Peng was certain this coward wouldn't dare act against him. After all, this was a society governed by law, and harming someone could lead to imprisonment. Moreover, he was someone who had a reputation on the streets. If he backed down now, how would he survive in the future? Thinking this, Cao Peng stubbornly replied, "Accounts? I have no debts with you." Lin Ye teased, "Oh, it seems brother Cao values money over his life and doesn't want to admit it." Cao Peng mustered his courage and barked at Lin Ye. "What? Are you trying to scare me with a rusty axe? My name, Cao, is well known on the streets." He pointed his neck, challenging Lin Ye. "Lin Ye, if you have the guts, swing that axe. I warn you, if you harm even a single hair on my body today, you'll regret ever being born." As Lin Ye observed Cao Peng growing increasingly arrogant, the smile on his face widened. Suddenly, he seized Cao Peng's flailing left wrist, forcefully pressing it onto the counter, and the axe in his right hand came crashing down. A spray of fresh blood erupted, splattering all over Cao Peng's face. Cao Peng let out a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, desperately trying to retract his left hand, but it was firmly pinned down by Lin Ye. Lin Ye gazed at Cao Peng's left hand, still tethered by sinews and skin, his brows knitting slightly, as the axe in his right hand came crashing down once more. This time, Cao Peng's palm was severed with a sharp crack. Only then did Lin Ye release his grip on Cao Peng's hand, smiling as he remarked, "Much tidier this way." Cao Peng could no longer withstand the pain, collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony. Lin Ye took out his phone to check the time. It was June 11th, 2030, at 11:47 a.m. His brow furrowed slightly. "There's still 13 minutes left. I wonder if it will be enough." Lin Ye approached Cao Peng, resting the axe once again on his shoulder, and said, "Stop howling. Help me with a little task, and I will release you immediately." Cao Peng sensed a chill creeping up his neck, momentarily disregarding the excruciating pain in his wrist, and hastily replied, "Brother, Lin Ge, I will return the money to you right away. Whatever you need, just say the word, and I will handle it." Lin Ye, however, handed Cao Peng his phone, chuckling as he said, "It's simple. I need you to call the police. Just tell them you've been kidnapped and the assailant has a gun. Request that the sheriff arrive with heavy firepower within 10 minutes. Otherwise, the assailant will execute you." Cao Peng stared blankly at Lin Ye, thinking he was joking, and murmured, "Call the police? Lin Ge, please don't jest. I wouldn't dare. Just name your price." Lin Ye's expression turned cold as he spoke to Cao Peng in a chilling tone. "It seems you don't want to keep your other hand either. I won't repeat myself. Remember, if the sheriff doesn't arrive, it won't just be about your other hand. Seeing Lin Ye's serious demeanor, which clearly indicated he was not joking, Cao Peng quickly extended his trembling right hand and dialed the emergency number. Chapter 2. The Arrival of the Apocalypse and the Awakening of the System. Hello. Hello. Is this the sheriff? I need to report a hostage situation at the supermarket on the first floor of Jinpeng Dasha on Wudong Avenue. Lin Ye casually picked up a bag of bread from the supermarket shelf, savoring each bite while watching Cao Peng put on a desperate performance. The bread tasted exceptionally sweet, and he could hardly remember the last time he had indulged in such delicious food in his previous life. At that moment, Cao Peng, having finished the call, looked up at Lin Ye with a face full of dread. "Lin Ge, it's done," he stammered, genuinely frightened. He recalled Lin Ye's expression when he had struck his hand. There was not a hint of emotion on Lin Ye's face, as though he were merely dispatching a chicken. Such a person was either a seasoned killer or a madman. Lin Ye poured the remaining crumbs from the bag into his palm and swallowed them in one gulp. He then grabbed a bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one go. Refreshing. He glanced at Cao Peng with a smile and said, "Don't worry, Brother Cao. I will let you go as soon as the sheriff arrives. But if the sheriff doesn't show up, I'm afraid I will have to apologize." Cao Peng hurriedly replied, "Brother Lin, don't worry, the sheriff will be here soon." As time ticked by, the atmosphere in the supermarket grew increasingly tense. Cao Peng kept glancing at the time on his phone, his complexion growing graver by the second. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, seated beside him, remained calm. His right hand absent-mindedly traced the handle of the axe against Cao Peng's shoulder, as if deep in thought. As the minutes passed, and no signs of movement were evident outside, Cao Peng dialed the emergency number again, angrily questioning the dispatcher about the sheriff's delay. The operator explained that, due to the lunchtime rush in the central location, traffic was particularly congested, causing a delay in their arrival. Seeing Lin Ye's smile widen, Cao Peng's attitude towards the dispatcher shifted from anger to desperation. Normally, he would avoid the sheriff at all costs, but never had he wished for their arrival as fervently as he did now. Finally, the clock struck noon on June 11th, 2030. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, and rain began to pour down. Initially, the people outside paid it no mind. However, just a few minutes later, those who had been exposed to the rain began to collapse in agony, struggling on the ground until silence fell upon them. It was then that others noticed the rain was red. Panic spread rapidly through the streets as vehicles collided, blocking the roads. People scattered in fear, seeking refuge wherever they could find it. The crowd outside Jinpeng Dasha surged toward the building. Once everyone was inside, the entrance was swiftly locked. Just as a collective sigh of relief was breathed, a piercing scream shattered the air. Everyone turned to see a young woman in office attire pointing at a man, her finger trembling with fear. The man scratched at his skin where the rainwater had touched, and on his face, neck, and arms, numerous pustules swelled, bursting open due to the incessant scratching. The horrific sight sent chills down the spines of those present, some even retching in response. Yet, this terrifying spectacle was far from over. Anyone who had been drenched by the rain exhibited similar symptoms, varying in severity depending on the extent of exposure. Those who remained unaffected immediately called for emergency assistance. Some bold individuals began recording the scene to share online, while many others, fearing contagion, rushed to higher floors, distancing themselves from the horror below. The entire city, no, the entire world, was engulfed in a wave of panic. Inside the supermarket, Lin Ye slowly rose to his feet. The screams and cries from outside fell on deaf ears. He knew instinctively what was happening outside. Cao Peng, witnessing Lin Ye stand, panicked and pleaded, "Brother, the sheriff will be here soon. Just wait a moment. Whatever you need, I will arrange it immediately." Cao Peng, pale from excessive blood loss, resembled a pitiful creature begging at Lin Ye's feet. It was hard to reconcile this with the Cao Peng of his previous life, who had exploited the supermarket's resources to gather lackeys, committing all sorts of misdeeds and seducing nearly every beautiful woman in the building. Lin Ye observed the kneeling and pleading Cao Peng, smiling faintly, and chose not to waste words. A glint of cold light flashed, and Cao Peng collapsed to the ground, his face frozen in a look of terror. Looking down at the lifeless Chow Peng, Lin Ye sighed softly. Indeed, time had been too tight, and his plan had not come to fruition. He had intended to use the impending disaster to lure the sheriff into a trap, taking Chow Peng hostage in the chaos to seize the sheriff as firearm. This way, he could secure resources and the means to protect them, enabling him to survive the bloodshed and prepare for the impending zombie outbreak. However, fate had other plans. Lin Ye slowly sat back down, contemplating his next move. Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Disaster detected. The apocalypse has commenced. The host is now bound to the Goddess Return System, unlocking infinite space. Goddess Return System. If the host provides resources rated above 90 points and bind a goddess, the system will return resources to the host according to the goddess's loyalty. Return multipliers are as follows. Loyalty below 60, 110 times. Loyalty between 60 to 79, 111 to 100 times. Loyalty between 80 to 89, 101, 1000 times. Loyalty between 90 to 100, 100, 11000 times. For a goddess with 100 loyalty, there is a chance for quality return, with a return multiplier of 10,100 times. Each type of resource can only be returned once daily to the same goddess. Loyalty opens after the host binds a goddess. Infinite space allows the host to store real items, accessible at any time. Living beings cannot be stored in infinite space, and returned resources will automatically be placed within it. To survive the apocalypse, the host must quickly gather goddesses. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned, pondering whether he was hallucinating. No, it was not a figment of his imagination. As he contemplated, his consciousness was transported to the infinite space. Lin Ye focused on the axe in his hand, silently commanding it to be stored. In that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The axe in his hand vanished, only to reappear, bloodied, within the infinite space. The smile on Lin Ye's face could no longer be concealed, and he burst into raucous laughter. He had not anticipated that his return to life would be accompanied by such divine favor, with the binding of such a remarkable system. Could it be that he was the fabled child of destiny? However, Lin Ye quickly regained his composure. Having survived in his previous life, he had witnessed and heard too many tales of the rise and fall of tyrants, most of whom became fleeting shadows, rapidly succumbing to decline and demise. Power, authority, interests, betrayal, bloodshed, and death were the true norms of the apocalypse. Even if he were a child of destiny, what difference would it make? A child of destiny who had not matured would still meet their end. Chow Peng before him was a prime example. Once haughty and domineering, he had been eliminated right at the outset of this new life. One must navigate with caution. Until he acquired extraordinary abilities, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. Lin Ye immediately began to contemplate his next course of action, in the absence of the deterrent power of firearms. Relying solely on the axe in hand makes it nearly impossible to defend this supermarket. Of course, one could emulate Chow Peng from past life, using ruthlessness and available resources to gather followers and reign supreme within this building. However, after 7 days, the blood rain will cease and the zombies will emerge. All those previously infected by the rain, whether alive or deceased, will transform into the undead, while the uninfected may randomly succumb to the same fate. By that time, these freshly recruited subordinates will become ticking time bombs. Moreover, I do not intend to remain in this building indefinitely. I will leave once the blood rain stops. The Jinpeng Dasha, situated in the city center, will inevitably become a disaster zone teeming with the undead, given the high population density. Even if I awaken special abilities by then, I will be unable to withstand the overwhelming tide of zombies. Therefore, it is imperative to vacate this supermarket and find a new refuge within the building. Chapter 3. The self-rescue group of the building. Lin Ye opened the back door of the supermarket, donned a hat, and surveyed his surroundings. Upon confirming the absence of others, he stepped outside. Inside the supermarket, all was desolate, save for the lifeless body of Chow Peng, which lay silently on the ground. Everything else had been stored within Lin Ye's space. After circling around, he arrived at the lobby in front of the supermarket. At that moment, numerous individuals drenched by the blood rain lay scattered across the lobby. A few had already succumbed, while the remaining ones moaned in agony. Lin Ye recognized that these individuals were beyond saving. Their deaths were merely a matter of time. He ascended the stairs, reaching the second floor, where he swiftly located an unoccupied office, entered, and locked the door behind him. Feeling peckish, Lin Ye retrieved a bucket of instant noodles, an electric kettle, and bottled water from his space, preparing to boil water for his meal. Just as he finished preparing the noodles, his phone buzzed with a text notification. Urgent notification to all citizens. The world is currently experiencing red rain, which contains an unknown virus. Contact with this rain will lead to infection and death. The known transmission method is direct contact. Other potential routes remain unknown. All citizens are urgently advised to seek shelter in nearby buildings, close all doors and windows, refrain from going outside, and await rescue. Due to the rain, rivers and other water sources have been contaminated, rendering tap water undrinkable. Please consume only uncontaminated bottled water or other safe sources. A great disaster is upon us, and we hope that all citizens will unite to withstand this calamity. Xia Country Disaster Relief and Prevention Center Lin Ye chuckled at the content of the notification. No one would come to their rescue during the previous zombie outbreak. No rescue personnel arrived at this building. It is essential to note that Jiangnan City, where Lin Ye resided, boasted a population of nearly 30 million. When the blood rain fell, countless individuals were likely drenched. At this juncture, hospitals were already overwhelmed, with no surplus personnel available for rescue. Furthermore, the roads outside were congested with vehicles, preventing rescue units from gaining access. Moreover, even the slightest contact with the rain posed a lethal threat. Without adequate protective measures, who would dare venture outside? At this moment, the internet was ablaze with activity. Numerous horrifying images of those infected by the virus circulated widely. Lin Ye's work group, community owner group, and school alumni group were all inundated with messages. In Lin Ye's work group, Fuxing Ruoming, have you seen the information online about the roads outside? Which is Black Cat? Yes, my goodness, it's terrifying. Elegant young master, the reality is even more horrifying. I just went downstairs to buy some food, and you won't believe what I saw. Gentle fairy, stop teasing us and just tell us. Elegant young master, photo JPG, photo JPG, photo JPG. Upon viewing, Lin Ye saw the gruesome scene in the first floor lobby. Gentle fairy, vomiting emoji, don't send anymore. I haven't eaten lunch yet. Fuxing Ruoming, I heard that anyone who gets drenched by the rain will end up like this. Thankfully, the manager had us stay for overtime. Otherwise, we would have been doomed if we went out for lunch. Wild handsome guy, it's all Lin Ye's fault for angering the manager. He quit and left us to be the scapegoats. Hand holding wind and cloud. I don't know what got into that guy to quit. Look at how furious the manager is. I wonder if he was outside when it rained. Wild handsome guy. If he got drenched, that would serve him right. Some young people just don't know their place. Gentle fairy. Exactly, he deserves it. Fuxing Ruoming. Yes, young people should face some hardships to learn their lessons. Gentle fairy. Elegant young master. By the way, what did you buy to eat? Share some, and I'll pay you back tomorrow. Elegant young master. Don't even mention it. The supermarket door was closed, so I couldn't buy anything. Gentle fairy. No way. When I came by this morning, the supermarket door was still open. What should I do? I didn't eat breakfast and am so hungry. Which is Black Cat? Gentle fairy, I have some bread left. You can take it to eat. Gentle fairy, thank you, sis. I'm so grateful. Lin Ye had not anticipated that. Due to his actions, his colleagues in the office had refrained from going outside and remained alive. However, this group of individuals did not express gratitude. Instead, they cursed him. Observing the messages in the group, a cold smile crept onto Lin Ye's face. Previously, when he was new at work, these former colleagues had not missed an opportunity to make his life difficult. Now, in a few days, once their food supplies were depleted, he would relish seeing how they fared. Lin Ye recalled the goddess reward system and picked up his phone, preparing to send out recruitment information. However, upon reflection, he set the phone down. The apocalypse had just begun, and people still harbored delusions, believing the blood rain would cease shortly and that official rescue would soon follow. Sending out recruitment information now would only invite scorn and insults. He decided to let the situation unfold for a while. The only source of supplies in this building was the supermarket on the first floor, which he had completely emptied. The office building was unlike a residential area, where families typically stockpiled some supplies to last a while. It was likely that, at most in 2 or 3 days, people in this building would begin to succumb to hunger. At that point, sending out recruitment information would yield better results. As he contemplated this, Lin Ye's mind drifted to the alluring figure of manager Zhong Wanqing. He muttered to himself, I wonder if Zhong Wanqing meets the system's criteria? But who cares? When disaster strikes, as long as there is power and resources, what kind of woman cannot be found? As for the reward system, he was not in a hurry. The food and water in his space would sustain him for quite some time. After finishing his instant noodles and resting for a while, Lin Ye began his exercise regimen. He aimed to enhance his physical fitness over the remaining days, while also utilizing some materials at hand to craft a rudimentary form of armor to prepare for the impending zombie threat. Meanwhile, individuals continued to arrive at the entrance of the supermarket, only to leave in disappointment upon finding the shuttered gate. Time swiftly advanced to the 3rd day. The blood rain outside continued to pour, and rescue teams had yet to arrive. A notification pinged on Lin Ye's phone. Upon opening it, he discovered, as in his previous life, that he had been added to a WeChat group called Jinpeng Dasha Self-Rescue Group. Upon entering, he observed a considerable number of people. It seemed that the remaining residents of this building were all present in the group. 2801 Li Shuiyong. Hello everyone. I am Li Shuiyong, the owner of Zhongtai Engineering Company, Limited on the 28th floor. The situation outside is dire, and official rescue numbers remain unreachable. I have created this group in hopes that we can work together to overcome this crisis. Please update your WeChat information to include your floor, office number, and name. 2802 Qin Keita, acknowledged. 2805 Lu Jinshi, acknowledged. Upon seeing this, Lin Ye smirked. It was evident that those responding were merely Li Shuiyong sycophants. Li Shuiyong is quite a formidable character, having risen from the underworld. Capitalizing on the booming real estate market a few years back, he invested a significant sum of money, leveraging both his connections in the criminal and legitimate worlds to amass wealth rapidly. Ultimately, he managed to cleanse his reputation, and the top 2 floors of this building belonged to him. In his previous life, this individual pretended to be a savior, gathering followers and plundering resources. Shortly after the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, he awakened supernatural abilities, making him one of the few capable of standing against Chao Pong. Observing the messages in the group, Lin Ye sensed that the time was ripe. Most individuals in this building must be running low on food and water. Therefore, Lin Ye switched to a secondary account and joined the group. He then retrieved a substantial quantity of instant noodles, bread, water, and other supplies from his storage space and placed them on the table. After taking several photos and crafting a suitable message, he promptly sent it to the group. Chapter 4. Job posting the supermarket was broken into. Integrity person. Everyone in times of natural disaster. Compassion prevails. In the spirit of saving lives, I sincerely invite all beautiful ladies to provide their unedited full-body photos. Those who meet the criteria will receive a bag of bread and a bottle of water free of charge. Supplies are limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Interested parties may contact me privately. Photo. Lin Ye's message detonated like a bomb, igniting a frenzy within the group. 1210 Son, who is this? How is there still so much food available? 0913 Li Weipeng. Brother, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Could you spare me a cup of instant noodles? Thank you. 0806 Su Jinjin. Ugh, how disgusting. What kind of society are we living in? How can there still be such repulsive men? 0502 Su Ye. Exactly. Everyone, let us expose him online and see if he dares to act so arrogantly afterward. 2801 Li Shuiyong. Integrity person, my friend, this is excessive. In this year of calamity, we should be united. I hope you can contribute your food and water, which I will distribute fairly to help everyone weather this crisis. Of course, you will not be a loss. Name your price. 2802 Qin Keita. Truly a boss. Your vision is unparalleled. 2805 Lu Jinshi. The boss is indeed generous. Lin Ye, observing the messages in the group, let out a cold laugh and refrained from responding. It appeared that some individuals had not yet reached their limits. They still had the energy to curse him. Just wait and see how long you can endure. Meanwhile, in Li Shuiyong's opulent office, he sat in a genuine leather executive chair, furrowing his brow as he stared at his phone screen. The integrity person had sent a job posting, but after such a long time, there was no further reply. As a CEO with connections in both the underworld and legitimate sectors, Li Shuiyong was not deluded like others who still held hope for official rescue. He understood that no help was coming. At the onset of the disaster, he had called countless friends, especially those in official positions, seeking assistance. Yet, without exception, all his attempts had failed. Even those with whom he had closer ties merely advised him to hoard supplies. From that point on, survival was solely up to him. Noticing that Lin Ye had not replied, Li Shuiyong turned his attention to the supermarket on the first floor. His subordinates reported that its doors were locked. Thus, he had repeatedly tried to contact that brat Chao Peng, hoping to bring him under his control. However, to his dismay, Chao Peng's phone had been switched off. He even dispatched his underlings to knock on the door, but there was no response. This piqued Li Shuiyong's suspicion. Where had Chao Peng vanished? Little did he know that Chao Peng had already been eliminated by Lin Ye, and his phone was now in Lin Ye's infinite storage space. Li Shuiyong thought he could wait no longer and instructed his subordinate Qin Keita. Qin, take your brothers downstairs and break open the supermarket doors. Bring all the supplies up. Anyone who dares to loot, make sure to deal with them severely. Understood, boss, Qin Keita replied, immediately gathering a dozen or so of his underlings, armed and ready. As they descended to the first floor, outside the supermarket, a throng had already gathered, all of whom had not eaten for 2 or 3 days. They had long been eager to pry open the supermarket's doors. However, knowing that the owner, Chao Peng, was involved in the underworld, they feared repercussions and hesitated to act. Merely observing from the outside, Qin Keita's subordinates quickly dispersed the crowd and approached the supermarket entrance, beginning to force the door open. Upon hearing that it was Li Boss's men, some of the crowd began to film and take pictures to share in the self-rescue group. The atmosphere in the group erupted with excitement. 1210 Sun Hao, Li Boss is amazing. 0715 Lu Mei, Li Boss is so generous. 0806 Su Jinjin, integrity person, Sai. As a man, why is there such a disparity in character? 0502 Su Ye. How can this even be compared? Do you not realize what caliber of man Li Boss is and what wealth he possesses? Li Boss, I suggest we expel this integrity person from the group immediately. 1511 Chinyan, a big company boss is indeed different. Li Boss, rest assured, even if the authorities pursue this later, everyone in this building will testify for you. 0502 Su Ye. 1511 Chinyan, are you joking? With Li Boss's connections, would he fear official scrutiny? Besides, Li Boss is doing a good deed. We should all present him with a banner of gratitude later. Various praises for Li Shuiyong flooded in, as if they were about to receive food and water themselves. As the supermarket's door was on the verge of being forced open, Qin Keita immediately whispered to his subordinates, once the door is opened, you and your brothers must guard it. Do not let anyone else in. Anyone who dares to rush and will face severe consequences. Understood, Qin, they replied. With a loud clang, the supermarket's roller door lock was broken. A cheer erupted from the crowd as they surged forward, ready to storm into the supermarket. However, Qin Keita's men quickly blocked the entrance, warning the crowd not to push in. Discontent erupted among the onlookers. Why can't we go in? The supplies in this supermarket belong to everyone. Exactly. Li Boss is being too tyrannical. He just said in the group that we should all help each other. At this moment, Qin Keita stepped forward and spoke loudly. Everyone, please be quiet. This supermarket was opened by our Li Boss's arrangement. All supplies inside will first be taken to Li Boss. Afterward, he will arrange for distribution to everyone. Please step aside and do not block the door. Anyone who pushes forward will face our wrath. Seeing that Li Boss's men were armed and looking unfriendly, the crowd quickly quieted down. With a loud clatter, the supermarket's roller door was lifted by several individuals. All onlookers outside were left dumbfounded. Inside the supermarket, there was nothing but emptiness, with a foul stench permeating the air. There lay a decaying corpse on the ground. Qin Keita was taken aback, disregarding the stench as he pinched his nose and entered the supermarket. He approached the corpse and, upon examining its shape and features, recognized it as Chow Peng. Gazing at the lifeless body of Chow Peng, Qin Keita noted the blood pooled around him, now dried up. Chow Peng's hand had been severed, lying beside him, and he had suffered a fatal wound to the neck, clearly indicating murder. Judging by the state of decay, he had been dead for at least 2 or 3 days. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. Without further thought, he rushed back upstairs with his subordinates. Seeing that the supermarket was empty, the other onlookers dispersed in a panic. Some snapped photos and videos of the supermarket's interior to share in the self-rescue group. Once again, the group erupted in chaos. 0715 Lu Mei. My goodness, this is terrifying. 0806 Su Jinjin. Who could have done this? In a society governed by law, how can someone dare to commit murder? Do they not fear the consequences of the law? 1210 Sun Hao. Could the murderer still be in this building? 1511 Chun Yan. The key point is that the supplies in the supermarket have been completely looted. Who did this? 0502 Su Ye. What should we do now? Without food and water, how can we survive? 0502 Su Ye. Trustworthy person, handsome. I was just joking with you. Do you still have food and water? Can you send some to office 502? I'll pay. The fact that there are no supplies left in the supermarket has become the last straw that broke the psychological defenses of many women. At this moment, Lin Ye's phone was ringing incessantly. He smiled slightly at the continuous friend requests flooding in. Thank you, Boss Lee, for your divine assistance. Let me see how many can meet the system's return standards. Chapter 5. Signs of Chaos. Zhong Wanqing takes the bait. What? Chow Peng has been killed. All the supplies in the supermarket are gone. Li Shuiyong looked at the breathless Qin Keita, his face filled with disbelief. Qin Keita hurriedly explained. Boss, it's absolutely true. All the brothers saw it, and some in the group even took photos. Judging by the state of Chow Peng's decaying body, he must have died at least 2 or 3 days ago. The murderer acted swiftly, severing one of Chow Peng's hands to incapacitate him, then delivering a fatal blow to his neck. Li Shuiyong stared at the photo of Chow Peng's body in the group, immediately falling into deep contemplation. Chow Peng was not an ordinary person. He was robust and had connections in the underworld. Ordinary individuals were no match for him. Moreover, what kind of deep-seated grudge would drive someone to take a life? Strangely, Chow Peng had died 2 or 3 days ago, just as the catastrophe was unfolding. Coupled with the mysterious disappearance of supplies from the supermarket, it was evident that the murderer was after the resources. This was rather alarming. After much inquiry, Li Shuiyong had confirmed over several days that official rescue would not arrive. So he instructed his subordinates to seize supplies, but he had not dared to kill anyone. He never expected someone to have the audacity to start killing and looting supplies right as the disaster struck. More critically, there were plenty of supplies in the supermarket, and not a sound had been made about their disappearance. Who could have done this? Was it one person or a group? Thinking of this, Li Shuiyong felt a headache coming on. One thing was certain. This individual or group was not to be trifled with. Unable to remain seated any longer, Li Shuiyong resolved that he could not afford to wait. Others had already taken the initiative. One must have provisions to remain unflustered. In chaotic times, food is fundamental. Since someone had begun killing, he would not hold back either. Li Shuiyong quickly composed a message and sent it to the self-rescue group. 2801 Li Shuiyong. I never expected such a heinous act of murder and looting to occur in our building. To ensure everyone's safety, our company will organize patrols to provide security. Of course, our services are not free. We will require food in exchange, and the specific standards will be sent to the group shortly. Those in need of protection services, please prepare your food and wait for our staff to collect it. 2802 Qin Keita. Support. 2805 Lu Jinshi. Support. After sending the message, Li Shuiyong immediately turned to Qin Keita and said, Qin, arrange for the brothers to collect the supplies. Qin Keita replied, Sure, boss, but what if someone refuses to hand over supplies? Li Shuiyong shot a cold glance at Qin Keita and replied darkly, Then make a note of the room numbers of those who do not comply. There are a group of ruthless murderers in this building. Who knows if they will break in at night to seize other supplies. Qin Keita immediately understood and said, "Understood, boss." As he watched Qin Keita leave, a WeChat name flashed in Li Shuiyong's mind. Trustworthy person. Could the one who killed Chao Ping be him? At that moment, Lin Ye's emotions were akin to a roller coaster. Initially, he felt elated as friend requests poured in, immediately clicking to accept them. He then resent the previous recruitment information to the newly added friends, awaiting their replies. After a while, Lin Ye opened the messages and blacklisted all accounts confirmed to be male. He then ignored the women requesting food in exchange for money, bags, and other items. Lin Ye opened the profiles of women whose full-body photos were sent for system review. Name: Liu Yin. Age: 36 figure, 66 appearance, 71 overall, 68 not meeting system standards. Name: Yuan Lily. Age: 28 figure, 75 appearance, 79 overall, 77 not meeting system standard for those women who did not meet the system requirements. Lin Ye casually blacklisted them. As time passed, his initial excitement gradually plummeted. Damn it, was there not a single one who met the system requirements? Among them, there were a few women who, in Lin Ye's eyes, were quite attractive, and their system scores were above 80. However, the system had stringent rules. Only those with scores of 90 and above were considered. Just as Lin Ye was about to give up, a familiar figure appeared on his phone. Name: Zhong Wanqing. Age: 28 figure, 95 appearance, 93 overall, 94 meeting system standards. Lin Ye instantly perked up, chuckling. Well, isn't this our office's aloof goddess, Manager Zhong? I didn't expect her to give in so quickly. Lin Ye promptly edited a message and sent it. Trustworthy person. Hello. Beautiful. Congratulations on being accepted. Queen, hello. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Could you spare me some food and water? Trustworthy person. Certainly. Beautiful. I'm a person of my word. Queen, could you please bring the food and water to me? I'm too hungry to move. Trustworthy person. I'm sorry, but I do not provide delivery services. It's up to you to come if you wish. After a moment of hesitation, the reply came. Queen, where are you? Lin Ye thought for a moment and sent his door number. Trustworthy person. I'm at 0215. Come over to collect it and message me when you arrive. Queen, all right. I'm on my way. Seeing Zhong Wanqing's reply and recalling her alluring figure, Lin Ye felt a surge of anticipation. In the manager's office at 0816, Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Ye's response with a frown. She graduated from a prestigious university, comes from a wealthy family, and, at a young age, she already earns $1 million a year. Moreover, she is strikingly beautiful and possesses an exceptional figure. Although she has devoted herself to work since graduation and has yet to have a formal boyfriend, she has never lacked high-quality male admirers. She never expected that today. In search of a meal, she would have to humble herself before a stranger. What is worse, this man displayed no gentlemanly manners. She had mentioned that she was on the verge of collapse from hunger and requested him to bring food, yet he had coldly refused. Normally, whenever she craved something to eat, she would simply post on social media, and men would flock to treat her. However, now, thinking of her 2 days without food and the dwindling water supply in the office, she felt too ashamed to ask her colleagues for food. They probably had little supply left as well. Furthermore, she noticed that over the past few days, whenever she went to the restroom, the male employees' gazes had grown increasingly brazen, which made her feel somewhat frightened. Considering all this, Zhong Wanqing mustered her frail body and opened the manager's office door. Under the astonished gazes of her colleagues, she walked toward the second floor. As soon as Zhong Wanqing stepped out, employee Zhang Lei quietly asked Chen Feng beside him, "Where is the manager going?" Chen Feng replied weakly, "Do you still care about that? For 2 days, we have gone without food. Why has no rescue arrived yet?" Zhang Lei remarked, "Don't you find it strange? The manager has only left her desk to use the restroom these past couple of days. Why did she suddenly step out today?" Chen Feng suddenly had a thought and said to Zhang Lei, "Do you think there might be food in the manager's office? Since she is out, shall we sneak in and take a look?" Zhang Lei's eyes lit up, but he hesitated, saying, "Isn't that inappropriate? If she catches us, we might get fired." Chen Feng, with an unconcerned expression, replied, "What does it matter at this point? The rescue hotline isn't working, and 3 days have passed with no sign of help. Did you see the messages in the group? People downstairs have started resorting to violence for supplies. We're just going into her office to find something to eat. What's the issue? If it comes to being fired, I'll make her regret it. He smirked knowingly at Zhang Lei, who returned a lewd grin. After making up their minds, the two swiftly entered Zhong Wanqing's office to scavenge. Other employees, upon witnessing this, exchanged glances and followed suit. With the news of Chao Peng's demise spreading, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened. In the hearts of the people within the building, the mountain of order known as Jishu was rapidly collapsing. Chapter 6. Zhong Wanqing's arrival. Zhong Wanqing, supporting her frail body, finally reached the door of 0215. She knocked softly, but after a lengthy pause with no response, her heart sank. Could this person of integrity be toying with her? She quickly retrieved her phone to message Lin Ye. Your Majesty, I've arrived at the door. Why is no one here? Are you playing games with me? Lin Ye, who was busy preparing instant noodles, saw Zhong Wanqing's message and approached the door. He gently opened a crack and peered outside. There, he saw a stunning figure at the entrance, with no one else in sight. Lin Ye fully opened the door and glanced around, noticing that the corridor was deserted. He called out to Zhong Wanqing, I'm here. Startled by the familiar voice from behind, Zhong Wanqing turned around, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. Lin Ye, how can it be you? Lin Ye ignored her, turned back into the room, and said, come in quickly, and closed the door. Zhong Wanqing, too astonished to respond, hurried inside. Upon entering, she was greeted by an enticing aroma. Lin Ye was preparing to indulge in his instant noodles. She swallowed hard and asked, you are the person of integrity? Lin Ye took a bite of his noodles and confirmed, indeed, looking at the former employee she had just dismissed 3 days prior. Zhong Wanqing felt a mix of anger and anxiety. She was furious that he had chatted with her under a false identity and that she had humiliated herself before him. Had she known it was Lin Ye, she would have never sent him her photo nor begged for food. Anxiety gripped her as she wondered if he would withhold the food and water he had promised due to her previous dismissal. The once commanding Zhong Wanqing now stood awkwardly before Lin Ye. After a while, noticing that Lin Ye was engrossed in his phone and ignoring her, her irritation grew. She was sure he was mocking her. Gritting her teeth, she regained her usual aloof demeanor and turned to leave. Lin Ye, catching her defiance, chuckled to himself. Oh, still stubborn. This makes it even more interesting. He called out to her retreating figure, what's wrong? You come down here and don't want anything? Zhong Wanqing paused, turning back with a look of surprise. Lin Ye continued, though I am not a good person and possess many flaws, I pride myself on one thing. I keep my word. Since you sent me your photo and met my criteria, take this bag of bread and this bottle of water. With that, he pushed the prepared water and bread toward her. Zhong Wanqing stared incredulously at Lin Ye. Was he genuinely this kind? Food and water were incredibly precious now, and he was offering it so freely despite her having dismissed him. Hesitant yet hopeful, she approached the table and quickly gathered the water and bread. Noticing that Lin Ye and team moved, she finally felt at ease. However, as she accepted the bread and water, there was no return message from the system. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. Indeed, without a binding, there could be no return. But a return required loyalty. He could force Zhong Wanqing now, but with her prideful nature, her loyalty would likely plummet into the negatives. He decided to wait. In a day or two, this building would descend into chaos, and when she was desperate, she would come seeking him. As Zhong Wanqing watched Lin Ye devour his noodles and munch on a sausage, she suddenly found her bread unappetizing. She swallowed hard again and said to Lin Ye, do you have any more instant noodles? I could buy some. Name your price. Lin Ye glanced at her and replied with a smile, you don't seriously think the authorities will come to the rescue, do you? We are already in an apocalypse. What do you think money is worth in such times? And besides, what do you have now aside from money? Zhong Wanqing knew deep down that Lin Ye spoke the truth. 3 days had passed, and she had reached out to nearly all her friends and family. Despair washed over her as she realized no one had received help. Yet, she stubbornly retorted, no, the authorities will come to rescue us. Lin Ye simply shrugged, smiling at her. Deflated, Zhong Wanqing looked at him and asked again, what must I do to receive more food and water from you? Lin Ye slowly set down his noodles and fixed his gaze on Zhong Wanqing, teasingly stating, it's quite simple. Become my maid. Once you are my maid, you will be my personal property. As long as you obey me, I will provide you food and ensure your safety, protecting you from harm. You must be loyal to me and never betray me. Anyone who betrays me will deeply regret their existence. Additionally, I will have other maids in the future. Zhong Wanqing, upon hearing Lin Ye's words, felt as though he had lost his mind. What kind of society were they in for him to utter such things? She shouted defiantly. Impossible. Lin Ye, I would rather die than agree to that. Lin Ye laughed. You don't have to be so absolute. Who knows? By the time you reach your end, you might not even have the chance to agree. Zhong Wanqing, feeling threatened by Lin Ye's mockery, warned, Aren't you afraid I'll share your personal information and room number in the group? Lin Ye calmly pulled out a blood-stained axe and placed it on the table, sneering. Do as you wish, but would you like to know how Chao Peng met his end downstairs? Zhong Wanqing was instantly terrified by this revelation. Trembling, she pointed a shaky finger at Lin Ye and stammered, Why you killed Chao Peng? Lin Ye did not respond and continued impassively. If any information about me appears in that group, I will make your demise quite unpleasant, because I keep my word. Of course, if you don't believe me, feel free to test it with your life. Gazing into Lin Ye's calm, yet intimidating eyes, Zhong Wanqing felt a chill race from her toes to her head. That look again, the same gaze as one would give to the dead. Lin Ye, observing her fear, smiled and said, All right, you may leave now. A gentle reminder, do not expose your food and water to others, especially when you lack the strength to protect yourself. Of course, should you come to your senses later, you may seek me out at any time under the same conditions. However, do hurry. I cannot remain here for long. Zhong Wanqing stumbled out of Lin Ye's room, her mind still in a haze. It was not until she reached the staircase that she began to regain her composure. She immediately tore open the bag of bread and devoured it eagerly. In her haste, she nearly choked. Flustered, she twisted off the cap of the mineral water bottle and gulped it down. After a considerable moment, she finally caught her breath. At that moment, Lin Ye's last piece of advice echoed in her mind. She carefully concealed the remaining bread and water, her heart heavy as she made her way to the office. Inside the office, Lin Ye observed Zhong Wanqing as she emerged from the room, looking lost and disoriented. He did not feel disappointment for failing to capture her immediately. Rather, a flicker of excitement coursed through him. He relished the sight of his prey ensnared, struggling in despair until resignation took hold. At that moment, Zhong Wanqing resembled a fish caught in a net. Her fate was already sealed. No amount of struggle would alter her course. Today marked a promising beginning, for time would gradually tighten the net. Lin Ye merely needed to bide his time patiently. Chapter 7. Chaos unfolds after finishing his instant noodles. Lin Ye perused the information in the group chat. Upon seeing the message from Li Shuiyong, a cold smile crept onto his face. Compared to his past life, Li Shuiyong's attempts to seize resources from others had commenced earlier this time. Yet, he audaciously claimed credit for eliminating Chao Peng while demanding protection fees. Lin Ye muttered to his phone screen, This flag of mine is not so easily unfurled. Let you bask in arrogance for a few days. Once the zombie outbreak occurs, I shall reclaim everything with interest. Inside room 2801, a voice echoed, Boss. The brothers went out to gather food today and returned empty-handed after a long effort. It's not that they refused to open the door. It's simply that there was no food. Worse still, some even had the audacity to ask us for food. Qin Keita said to Li Shuiyong, his face filled with helplessness. Hearing that they had returned with nothing, Li Shuiyong's expression darkened. How audacious! They are pushing me to take a firmer stance. It seems I must teach this group downstairs a lesson to ensure they remember, he replied. Did the brothers ascertain which floor in this building might have supplies? Qin Keita immediately responded, Yes, boss. The 24th floor houses an e-commerce live-streaming company that primarily handles food advertising. So they should have received a substantial amount of food from various merchants. Moreover, all the employees are female, with only the boss being male, making an opportune target. Li Shuiyong nodded thoughtfully and instructed, Prepare the tools, brothers. We will act tonight. During the operation, ensure everyone covers their faces, and if there is any resistance, deal with it severely. Remember, act swiftly and leave no traces. Qin Keita affirmed, Understood, boss. I will personally lead the team tonight. Before long, It was past 1 in the morning. At the entrance of Office 11 on the 24th floor, a group of 8 or 9 burly men gathered, their faces concealed and armed with various makeshift weapons. One of them crouched, fiddling with a tool to unlock the door. Soon, with a click, the door swung open, and the group surged inside. Shin Keita, at the rear, followed suit and closed the door behind him. After switching on the lights, he scanned the room, his eyes quickly landing on the food stacked in the corner. A wave of joy washed over him, and he urged his subordinates, "Quick, search for more. See if there are supplies in other rooms." The occupants of the room, previously deep in slumber, were startled awake by the bright lights. Upon seeing the unfamiliar intruders, panic ensued, and the timid screamed. Yuan Gang, the boss of the e-commerce live streaming company, was also roused by the commotion. Rushing out, he confronted the strangers, demanding, "Who are you? How did you get in? Get out immediately. If you don't leave, I will call the police." Shin Keita, upon hearing this, exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby subordinate. The subordinate, understanding the cue, swiftly struck Yuan Gang. The room erupted with cries of terror, as the other female employees screamed in fright. Shin Keita, observing the chaos, commanded, "Anyone who dares to scream again will be dealt with severely." Before long, Shin Keita's subordinates had thoroughly searched the room and piled the gathered supplies at the entrance. At that moment, Yuan Gang noticed the food and water had been taken and could no longer contain himself. Ignoring his pain, he pleaded, "Big brother, please spare some kindness. You've taken all the food and water. How will we survive with so many people in our company?" He continued, "I'll give you half of it." As a gesture of respect, seeing that Shin Keita remained unmoved, Yuan Gang crawled to his side, pleading on his knees, "Brother, just leave us 30%. Shin Keita shot him a disdainful glance before kicking him to the ground, scoffing internally. "How ridiculous. You claimed there were no supplies during the day, yet now you want to keep 30%? Pathetic." As Yuan Gang lay on the ground, a pack of cigarettes fell from his pocket. Shin Keita, noticing this, commanded the female employees of the live streaming company, "Everyone, stand up immediately." Once they complied, he instructed his subordinates, "Search them thoroughly. Take any useful supplies." After a while, once the search was complete, the subordinates moved all the gathered items outside the door. Shin Keita was the last to exit. Before leaving, he issued a stern warning to those inside, "Stay in the room and do not move. Anyone who steps out tonight will be killed." As soon as Shin Keita exited, the room erupted in cries of despair. He and his subordinates swiftly carried the supplies to the top floor, unaware that a phone had appeared behind them, following their ascent. Inside room 2801, Li Shuiyong had not slept, eagerly awaiting news from Shin Keita. Finally, when Shin Keita entered his office, excitement radiated from his face as he proclaimed, "Boss, tonight was a great success. The exact number of supplies is still being counted, but conservatively estimating, if we use them sparingly, they should last the brothers about 10 to 15 days. Subsequently, Shin Keita briefly recounted the details of the robbery to Li Shuiyong. Upon hearing this, Li Shuiyong's face lit up with joy, and he praised Shin Keita, "Excellent. Shin Zong, you have worked hard. This operation was executed splendidly. Have the brothers who are tallying the supplies work diligently tonight to finish the count. It is quite late now. Once the supplies are counted, let the brothers rest. Tomorrow, we shall distribute the supplies, and you, along with those who went out, will receive generous rewards." Shin Keita promptly replied, "Understood, boss. I will go arrange this immediately." Li Shuiyong nodded in satisfaction and added, "Good, Shin Zong. Ensure you also get some rest after making the arrangements." After a night passed, the time reached the 4th day since the disaster struck. The self-rescue group erupted once again into chaos. News of the robbery at Office 2411 spread like wildfire through the group. 0815 Lu Jiaoyi. How terrifying. Who did this? Do they not fear legal repercussions? 1210 Sun Hao. Legal repercussions? What time is it now? Help has yet to arrive. 2805 Lu Jinshi. Do you think it could be the group that killed Chao Peng? 0806 Su Jinjin. I say it was well-deserved. If they hoard so many supplies without sharing to help everyone through this crisis, they deserve to be robbed. 2411 Yuan Gang. 0806 Su Jinjin. How can you say something like that? Even if I had supplies, I would not share with someone like you. Su Jinjin, Yuan Gang. Am I wrong? Why were you the only one robbed? Isn't it because you hoarded supplies and didn't share? Why hasn't anyone targeted me? Li Shuiyong. I am deeply saddened by the incident involving Yuan Gang's robbery last night. Indeed, there exists a group of dangerously criminal elements in our building. I previously proposed that our company form a patrol team to ensure safety for everyone, but alas, no one responded. I did not anticipate that a robbery and assault would occur that very night. I hereby reiterate my proposal. Feel free to message me privately if you're in need. Qin Keita, I support this. Lu Jinshi, I support this. In the office, Li Shuiyong observed as numerous individuals messaged him privately, inquiring about the safety guarantee's price. A smirk of mockery played across his face. They are easily frightened. This lot is truly despicable and deserves to be dealt with. However, before he could revel in his own satisfaction for long, a video surfaced in the self-rescue group, instantly creating a tremendous uproar. Chapter 8. Zhong Wanqing's plea for help. A person of integrity. I accidentally recorded this last night. I wonder if it is related to the group that broke in and assaulted someone. Sending video. At this moment, everyone in the group immediately clicked on the video. The footage revealed a group of masked individuals carrying supplies, rushing down the corridor of the 24th floor. As the video progressed, the group ultimately reached the 28th floor, disappearing into the Zhongtai Engineering Company, Limited. Indeed, this video was sent by Lin Ye. Upon seeing Li Shuiyong's message from the previous day, Lin Ye realized he was not as clever as he thought. In his previous life, Li Shuiyong was meticulous and ruthless. On his first day, collecting protection fees, few would have willingly paid. Under the guise of authority, he needed to create some commotion at night to intimidate others into compliance. Thus, Lin Ye waited in the stairwell for Li Shuiyong to make his move. Li Shuiyong took his time, not acting until nearly 2 a.m., causing Lin Ye to think he was overthinking the situation and nearly prepared to return to sleep. However, he ultimately caught Li Shuiyong red-handed. This would serve as a prelude to collecting some interest. Just as Lin Ye was about to check the group's reactions, a private message flashed before his eyes. He promptly opened it, and his lips curled into a smile. Queen, Lin Ye, help. Please come save me. I will agree to any terms. Inside Lin Ye's former office, an eerie atmosphere lingered. For days had passed, and no rescue had arrived. Hunger and thirst had nearly exhausted the patience of everyone in the office. At this moment, all were observing the self-rescue group's updates regarding the robbery and assault that occurred above last night. A dark undercurrent surged within their hearts. Primitive desires were on the brink of shattering the chains of order. Zhang Lei nudged Chen Feng's arm and whispered, "Have you noticed?" "Noticed what?" Chen Feng replied irritably. "Yesterday, they took advantage of Zhong Wanqing's absence to secretly search her office. They thought they could find some food, but found nothing." Chen Feng, who hadn't eaten for 3 days, felt increasingly agitated. Zhang Lei continued, "Did you not notice that the manager appeared different when she returned yesterday compared to when she left?" Chen Feng furrowed his brow and asked, "Different? How so?" Zhang Lei quickly replied, "When a manager left yesterday, she looked utterly exhausted, barely able to walk. Yet when she returned, she clearly seemed to have regained her vitality and strength. Furthermore, did you not notice how she entered, hunching over as if concealing something?" Chen Feng frowned and murmured, "Are you suggesting that she ate something outside and returned? That can't be right. We searched her office thoroughly and found no food or water," he protested. Zhang Lei regarded Chen Feng with an expression of disbelief before saying, "What if the manager received food from someone outside and brought some back?" Upon hearing the mention of food, Chen Feng perked up. "Are you saying the manager still has food? Yet, what time is it now? Food is so precious. Who would readily share it with others?" Zhang Lei replied. "The other day in the group, someone offered 10,000 for a pack of instant noodles or a bottle of water, yet no one stepped forward to trade. In today's economy, money is nearly worthless. So, what do you think the manager could have exchanged for it?" With that, Zhang Lei revealed an understanding look that only a man could comprehend. Chen Feng, upon hearing this, immediately grasped the implication and muttered, "Damn, she usually acts so high and mighty, but it turns out she is willing to sell herself for a bit of food. If she hadn't made me work overtime that day, I would have been home by noon with plenty of supplies. Instead, I'm here starving. Chen Feng's agitation grew. No way. Why should she have food and not share it while I suffer here? Let's go confront her. As Chen Feng stood up, ready to drag Zhang Lei to find Zhong Wanqing, Zhang Lei felt a twinge of unease and quickly advised, "Is that really a good idea? What if the rescue arrives afterward? Won't we be held accountable?" Chen Feng scoffed at Zhang Lei's cowardice, but said on the surface, "What is there to fear? It has been 4 days with no sign of rescue. Just the other day, someone was killed downstairs, and last night there was a robbery. The world has changed. We should gather others. Even if we face repercussions later, we can claim we acted as a group." With that, Chen Feng immediately relayed the information about Zhong Wanqing bringing food back to the others in the office. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in chaos. With someone taking the lead, they quickly followed Chen Feng to Zhong Wanqing's office door. Chen Feng twisted the doorknob of the manager's office, but found it locked from the inside. Realizing the door was secured, his conviction that Zhong Wanqing had food only strengthened. He promptly knocked on the door, shouting, "Zhong Wanqing, open this door. Are you hoarding food in your office?" Inside, Zhong Wanqing was startled by the commotion outside while contemplating Lin Ye's proposal. Yet she quickly regained her composure. Recalling Lin Ye's warning, she sternly declared, "No, I have no food. If anyone is blocking the door, I will fire them immediately." However, outside, the hunger-driven crowd no longer cared about such threats. Chen Feng sneered, "Fired? Do I even care about that now? If you have no food, why keep the door shut? Are you guilty?" Seeing Zhong Wanqing still refusing to open the door, the crowd's conviction that she possessed food only deepened, and they clamored, "Manager Zhong, open the door and let us check. If there's no food, we will apologize. Manager Zhong, please, we haven't eaten in 2 or 3 days. Share some food with us." After a lengthy plea, when Zhong Wanqing remained resolute and refused to open the door, the crowd grew increasingly agitated. Chen Feng shouted, "Damn it, Zhong Wanqing, you shameless witch, we're breaking this door down. Zhong Wanqing, just wait. When this door opens, you'll have to answer for this." The others joined in cursing Zhong Wanqing. United, they began to ram the door. Bang, bang, bang. As the sound of their assault echoed, Zhong Wanqing was thoroughly alarmed. She had not anticipated that in just 4 days, the world would descend into such chaos. Those who once treated her with deference now dared to confront her in this manner. Watching the widening cracks in the door, she realized it would not hold for much longer, as the harrowing accounts of the woman who was assaulted last night echoed in her mind. Zhong Wanqing could not help but shiver involuntarily. What should she do? In that moment, a figure materialized in her thoughts. Lin Ye. Yes, he was the only one who could come to her rescue. Without hesitation, she seized her phone, composed a desperate plea for help, and sent it to Lin Ye. As she watched the message dispatched, her heart fervently prayed that he would see it immediately and rush to her aid. Before long, a loud crash resounded as the door was violently flung open. Chapter 9. Together We Rise. The employees outside stormed in. Upon seeing the half-eaten bread and half-full bottle of water clutched tightly in Zhong Wanqing's hands, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Chen Feng stepped forward, snatching the bread and water from her grasp, cursing vehemently. Well, Zhong Wanqing, you filthy wretch, hoarding food and water for yourself. Hand it over." Others, witnessing this, rushed forward to seize her meager provisions as well. Despite Zhong Wanqing's desperate attempts to protect her precious belongings, she was ultimately overwhelmed, and the bread and water were swiftly taken from her. The crowd immediately began to divide the spoils, but with so many participants, each person barely received a bite. Chen Feng immediately confronted Zhong Wanqing, demanding, "Where did this bread and water come from?" Faced with the ugly visages of those around her, Zhong Wanqing remained silent, her expression icy. Chen Feng, incensed by her reticence, spat, "Don't think I'm unaware. Did you trade your body for this? You pretended to be virtuous, but you're just a lowly creature." Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd as they were taken aback by the revelation that the typically aloof manager Zhong was capable of such deeds. Whispers of scandal filled the air, accompanied by a barrage of vile insults. Infuriated by Chen Feng's slander against her honor, Zhong Wanqing shouted, Chen Feng, you're talking nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. Chen Feng dismissed her protestations, pressing on with his interrogation. Who did you trade with? Where? How many people were there? What supplies did you acquire? Zhong Wanqing's thoughts turned to Lin Ye, her sole beacon of hope. She averted her gaze and fell silent, observing her disheveled state. Chen Feng turned to the other male employees. Not talking, huh? Fine. In this apocalypse, why should we share with outsiders? Several men, who had long coveted Zhong Wanqing's beauty, stepped forward, their intentions clear. That's right, Manager Zhong. You can't just benefit outsiders. Zhong Wanqing tightened her clothing and shouted, What do you want? I warn you, do not act recklessly. She glanced desperately at the other female employees for assistance. They've gone mad. Please help me. If you assist me now, I will find a way to get you food and water. Otherwise, you'll be next. Chen Feng interjected. Men handle this. All the other women, get out. Anyone who wants to stay and help her had better not blame us for being ruthless. The other women, hearing this, quickly fled the office, some muttering, Chun, this shameless creature deserves a lesson. Let us see if she can still act tough. As the last of the female employees exited, shutting the door behind them, Zhong Wanqing's heart sank. As Chen Feng approached menacingly, she fought back with all her might, scratching his face and drawing blood. Enraged, Chen Feng raised his hand and struck her hard, cursing, You dare to claw at me? I'll make you regret it. Zhong Wanqing was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng ripped her blouse open. Despair washed over her as she resigned herself to her fate. Just then, with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. A voice rang out from behind the gathered crowd. Oh, quite the commotion here. Turning to the sound, the crowd beheld a young man with a smile standing in the doorway. Chen Feng, his expression one of disbelief, exclaimed, Lin Ye, how are you here? I thought you were dead. As Zhong Wanqing gazed at the man in the doorway, it felt as though a hand had pulled her from the brink of darkness. Seizing the moment while Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, she broke free from his grasp and dashed to Lin Ye, collapsing into his arms. Overcome with terror, she could no longer contain herself and began to weep uncontrollably. You finally came. I thought you wouldn't come to save me. Lin Ye wrapped one arm around Zhong Wanqing's waist and gently stroked her hair, offering solace. Don't worry, I'm here. I will handle everything. Chen Feng watched in fury as Zhong Wanqing clung to Lin Ye. You better toss that wretched Zhong Wanqing over here, Lin Ye, and then get the hell out. Or don't blame us for being merciless. Nearby, Zhang Lei's suspicion grew as he observed the closeness between Zhong Wanqing and Lin Ye. Just 4 days prior, Lin Ye had been dismissed by Zhong Wanqing. Now, it appeared they had formed a bond. Listening to Zhong Wanqing's words, it was clear she had summoned Lin Ye for help. Zhang Lei ventured. Lin Ye, you were the one who provided Zhong Wanqing with food and water, weren't you? Lin Ye, taken aback by Zhang Lei's inquiry, did not deny it. Zhang Lei continued probing. No wonder Zhong Wanqing has been tight-lipped about who helped her. She was waiting for you to rescue her. Lin Ye, glancing at the still sobbing Zhong Wanqing, felt a surge of surprise. He had not anticipated that she would remain loyal and not betray him. Indeed, this woman was worthy of his protection. Gently, he caressed the marks left on her cheek and declared, Leave the rest to me. Hearing Lin Ye's comforting words, Zhong Wanqing gradually ceased her tears. She looked up at Lin Ye, her eyes filled with longing, tightening her embrace around him. Chen Feng, realizing Lin Ye had acknowledged being the one who supplied Zhong Wanqing with food and water, felt a surge of delight, quickly turning to Lin Ye with malice. Lin Ye, where are your supplies? Speak up now, or you won't be leaving this place. The others, upon hearing this, regarded Lin Ye with predatory glances, eager for a confrontation. Lin Ye, unperturbed by Chen Feng and his cohorts, gently patted Zhong Wanqing's back, instructing her, Stand behind me. I will take care of the rest. Zhong Wanqing complied, her face etched with worry as she cautioned, Lin Ye, be careful. Lin Ye offered her a reassuring smile before retrieving his weapon. Without any regard for Chen Feng and his group, he coolly stated, Enough chatter. Let us do this. I'm pressed for time. Chapter 10. The Fall of Chen Feng. The opposing group, witnessing Lin Ye wielding a watermelon knife in one hand and a bloodied axe in the other, hesitated. Chen Feng, sensing their hesitation, incited them. What if he has a weapon? There are so many of us. We have no reason to fear him. Take him down, and all his food and water will belong to us." Though the others felt a flicker of temptation, they hesitated to be the first to charge forward. Chun Feng, inwardly cursing their cowardice, knew Lin Ye would not let him off easily and resolved to charge forward. However, before he could make a move, Lin Ye, growing impatient, swung his axe at the nearest former colleague. Startled, the colleague instinctively recoiled. Yet, Lin Ye feigned a strike, swiftly redirecting his watermelon knife toward another individual. A flash of cold steel glinted as the knife cleanly sliced through the victim's carotid artery. Blood erupted like a fountain from the gaping wound, and they clutched their neck in a futile attempt to stem the flow, but it was too late. Blood pooled rapidly on the floor. He could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the ground with agonizing groans escaping his lips. The others were petrified by Lin Ye's brutality, unable to fathom that he would indeed resort to murder. In a mere exchange, they had already lost one of their own. Lin Ye chuckled coldly, his hands never ceasing their grim task. He swung his axe, severing a portion of the skull of another individual nearby, who immediately crumpled to the ground, brains and blood splattering in all directions. The remaining individuals were paralyzed with fear, retreating in terror. As Lin Ye showed no signs of relenting and prepared to advance, those in front fell to their knees, pleading with trepidation. "Lin Ge, spare me. You remember, I was the one who brought you into the company." Yes, Lin Ge. Recall the time I treated you to a meal. Lin Ge, have mercy. We had no idea that Manager Zhong was in your employ. Had we known, we would never have dared enter her office. It's all Chun Feng's fault. He misled us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared. Yes, it's all Chun Feng's fault. As the crowd pointed fingers at him, Chun Feng immediately shouted, "Nonsense! Didn't you all consume the food and water? I mentioned Manager Zhong, and weren't you all just waiting in the back?" The others erupted in outrage at Chun Feng's words. "You're talking nonsense, Chun Feng. You were the only one who laid hands on Manager Zhong, not us." "Yes, Lin Ge, it was only Chun Feng. We had nothing to do with it." Lin Ye observed the accusations flying among them, a cold smile gracing his lips. He approached Chun Feng, and the others quickly parted ways. Realizing Lin Ye was advancing towards him with intent, Chun Feng steeled himself for a desperate struggle. He lunged at Lin Ye, but having gone 3 days without food, he was no match for Lin Ye. With a single kick, Lin Ye sent him sprawling to the ground, then pressed his blade against Chun Feng's throat. Chun Feng instantly regained clarity, the courage he had barely mustered evaporating in an instant. "Lin Ge, spare me. I was just confused. It's all Zhang Lei's fault. He told me there was food with Manager Zhong, and that's why I barged in." Zhang Lei, taken aback, immediately pointed at Chun Feng, cursing, "You're slandering me." "Chun Feng, when did I ever say that? Lin Ge, do not listen to his lies. This guy is just a rabid dog, ready to bite anyone." Lin Ye glanced at Zhang Lei, discerning the situation. Ignoring Zhang Lei, he squatted down and smiled at Chun Feng. Which hand struck her? Chun Feng was momentarily bewildered. "Huh? What?" Lin Ye turned and pointed at Zhong Wanqing, his expression darkening as he ominously inquired, "I ask you, which hand hit her face?" Seeing Lin Ye's threatening demeanor, Chun Feng trembled as he stammered, right hand." Lin Ye promptly stepped on Chun Feng's right hand with his left foot. Then, with a powerful downward motion, the axe fell, severing Chun Feng's right hand, blood gushing forth from the stump. Chun Feng let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, writhing in agony on the ground. Lin Ye surveyed the neatly severed hand and muttered, "Not bad. At least he didn't suffer a second round like Chow Pong." He addressed those around him. "Two of you, restrain Chun Feng in the chair. Do not let him move." He then turned to Zhong Wanqing, saying, "Come here." At that moment, Zhong Wanqing stood at the door, staring blankly at Lin Ye. Though the blood and corpses on the ground made her uncomfortable, even nauseous, the memory of Lin Ye's valor during the slaughter of her tormentors captivated her more deeply. When she heard Lin Ye calling her, it took her a moment to snap back to reality. She approached Lin Ye, who handed her the watermelon knife, saying, "Come, kill him." Zhong Wanqing was immediately taken aback. She never expected Lin Ye would ask her to commit murder. She had never even killed a chicken, let alone a person. "Lin Ye, I can't." Lin Ye wrapped his arm around her waist from behind, firmly gripping her trembling right hand that held the knife. He whispered in her ear, "Do you know what would have happened if I hadn't appeared just now? We are in an apocalypse now. Starving people can do anything. You would become their plaything, ultimately even their food." Lin Ye's words relentlessly assaulted Zhong Wanqing's convictions. She could envision the horrifying scenes he described, the grim fate that awaited her. Yet fear compelled her to shake her head in desperation, gazing at Lin Ye with pleading eyes. Lin Ye, however, offered her no opportunity for refusal. This was the effect he sought. He aimed to gradually diminish Zhong Wanqing's pride, eroding her beliefs, imprinting his mark upon her mind. Once he released just a hint of affection, she would come to depend on him, to love him. Forcing her to kill Qin Feng was merely the beginning. Feeling her body tremble in fear before him, Lin Ye's voice echoed once more in Zhong Wanqing's ear. "Breathe deeply, do not be anxious, follow my rhythm." Lin Ye guided Zhong Wanqing's hand closer to Qin Feng. As she neared him with the knife, Qin Feng struggled violently, but several strong hands held him firmly in place. Watching former colleagues turn against him, Qin Feng cursed incessantly. Yet, the others remained indifferent. They understood that if Qin Feng lived, they would perish. If he died, they might still have a sliver of hope. As the blade pressed against Qin Feng's neck, Lin Ye softly instructed Zhong Wanqing, "Open your eyes, apply pressure, and slice slowly." With a decisive stroke from Lin Ye, Qin Feng's arteries and windpipe were severed, blood gushing forth immediately. Qin Feng's body convulsed violently, resembling a fish on the brink of death from dehydration. His breathing gradually diminished, his pupils dilated, and soon he lay completely still. Zhong Wanqing, witnessing the life she had just taken, could no longer contain herself and began to vomit. Lin Ye gently patted her back, offering comfort. "Relax. It's like this the first time. You'll get used to it." After a while, once Zhong Wanqing had calmed down, Lin Ye instructed her to wait for him outside. He then turned his attention to Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei felt the weight of Lin Ye's gaze and immediately knelt, pleading, "Lin Ge, I'm innocent." It was Qin Feng who was lashing out in his final moments. "I swear I never said anything about food with manager Zhong." Observing Zhang Lei's desperate swearing, Lin Ye did not believe a word. This fellow had always enjoyed sowing discord and reporting others during work. Just as Lin Ye was preparing to deal with Zhang Lei, he noticed something odd about Zhang Lei's neck and body. Approaching, he tugged at his collar and observed numerous tiny red spots appearing on Zhang Lei's skin. Lin Ye glanced at the others and found that two more shared the same symptoms. It was unmistakable. These are the signs of impending transformation into zombies. Unexpectedly, the change had already begun. Realizing this, Lin Ye abandoned his earlier intention to eliminate Zhang Lei. He smiled at Zhang Lei, saying, "Do not worry, Zhang Ge. I believe you." With that, Lin Ye retrieved several bags of bread and water from his pack and handed them to Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei was left bewildered and at a loss, not expecting Lin Ye to spare him and even provide him with sustenance. Lin Ye smiled, saying, "I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grievances. Since only Qin Feng bullied my woman, I shall only seek retribution against him, with no involvement from the others." Regardless of what everyone says, they were once colleagues. With the impending apocalypse, we should extend our hands in mutual support. I do not possess much, so please share these provisions of food and water among yourselves. The few individuals in the room immediately reacted, lavishing praises upon Lin Ye without restraint. "Brother Lin, I had sensed your extraordinary nature from the beginning. I did not expect even our aloof manager Zhong to be won over by you. That bastard Qin Feng deserves his fate. How dare he covet manager Zhong? He should take a good look in the mirror." Lin Ye chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, and turned to leave the office. Upon his departure, the others hastened to seize the food and water. The female employee who had just returned from outside rushed into the office, drawn by the commotion. The blood and corpses on the floor heightened everyone's anxiety. For a mere few rations of food and water, they were almost driven to madness. Lin Ye listened to the chaos unfolding in the office, a cold smile playing on his lips. Go ahead, fight for it. In a few days, when the zombie outbreak occurs, this office will surely become even more chaotic, especially those few who are infected. May they not perish from hunger first. Exiting the company, Lin Ye looked at the anxious Zhong Wanqing and said, "Let us return." They quickly ascended to the second floor. Just before entering, Lin Ye halted and regarded Zhong Wanqing with a serious expression. I offer you one final chance. If you have not thoroughly considered my conditions, you may leave now, and I will hold no grudge. However, should you step through this door today, you will henceforth be my maid. If you wish to renege later, I will ensure your demise is more tragic than Chun Feng's. Have you made your decision? The earlier encounter had shattered Zhong Wanqing's illusions. Reality made her acutely aware that order was rapidly disintegrating. In the days to come, to survive, she needed a powerful ally. Lin Ye was her best option at present. Summoning her courage, Zhong Wanqing stepped inside. Lin Ye, taken aback, had anticipated she would hesitate and negotiate. He did not expect this once proud superior to grasp reality so swiftly. After locking the door, Lin Ye seated himself, while Zhong Wanqing stood there, unsure of what to do. He beckoned her closer, and she complied, moving to his side. Observing her disheveled hair and the faint odor emanating from her, Lin Ye frowned. You should take a shower first. Zhong Wanqing's face flushed at his words. Realizing she had gone without bathing for 4 days, she felt an overwhelming discomfort. Yet, she stared at Lin Ye in astonishment. Shower? Surely. She must have misheard. Was there truly a way to bathe here? Where did he acquire such ample water? Before she could inquire, Lin Ye had already entered the bathroom. Following closely, she stepped inside to see him snap his fingers. Instantly, 2 large bottles of water appeared on the floor, accompanied by an assortment of toiletries that had seemed non-existent moments ago. Startled, Zhong Wanqing questioned, "Where did these items come from? Is this some kind of magic?" Without a word, Lin Ye handed her the toiletries. She accepted them, still incredulous. Gazing at the water on the floor, she hesitated, voicing her concern. "Isn't this too wasteful? Water is so precious now. This could last us a long time. Are you certain we should use it for bathing?" Lin Ye waved his hand dismissively. "Use it without concern. I have plenty more. If you require more, just call for me." With that, he exited the bathroom, casually shutting the door behind him. Holding the toiletries, she discovered they were all brand new. This man was shrouded in mystery, capable of conjuring items at will. How was he able to do this? Shaking her head, she resolved to stop questioning. Moments latte. The sound of running water filled the bathroom. Lin Ye settled outside, retrieving his phone, which had been vibrating incessantly since earlier. The self-rescue group chat had devolved into chaos. His previously sent video had landed like a bombshell, leaving countless individuals stunned. 1210 son, what is going on? Is this real? 2411 yuangong, 2801 li suyong. You bastard. Return the supplies you stole from me last night, or I will make you pay when help arrives. 0806 Sujinjin. No way. Could such a prominent figure as General Manager Li really do this? 1511 Chun Yen. 0806 Sujinjin. Can't you see the obvious? Kong dam kong shao su zhen mot ni nam jam mui mot zhan. See what? 1511 Chun Yen. Yesterday, this General Manager Li wanted to organize a patrol team to collect supplies. Now, who would comply at this time? Then trouble arose at midnight. What a coincidence. Lin Ye chucked it softly. They were not fools. With a little thought, they could discern the underlying complexities. Shortly after, a friend request notification chimed. Upon inspection, it was from Li Shuiyong. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Ye accepted the request. 2801 Li Shuiyong. You are a man of integrity. Huh? You have guts. Don't let me discover your whereabouts. Seeing Li Shuiyong dare to threaten him, Lin Ye immediately retorted. Integrity man. Oh, so you want to use my deeds as a pretext to extort protection money? Did you seek my permission? Li Shuiyong was taken aback, suddenly recalling Chao Peng. 2801 Li Shuiyong. Did you kill Chao Peng? Lin Ye did not answer directly, merely responding nonchalantly. Integrity man. Rest assured, you need not seek me out. I will come find you in a few days. After sending the last message, Lin Ye promptly blocked Li Shuiyong. A cold smile crossed his lips. Dare to threaten me? I shall let you bask in your arrogance for a few more days, and then I will make you regret it. Chapter 12. Securing Zhong Wanqing and unlocking loyalty at that moment. The bathroom door swung open, revealing a stunning figure in Lin Ye's line of sight. Zhong Wanqing had her long, dark hair loosely tied back, with a few damp strands cascading down, accentuating her graceful neck. Her delicate collarbone rose and fell gently with her breath, while her slender waist showcased a breathtaking silhouette. She stood there, visibly anxious, knowing what was about to unfold, yet feeling an overwhelming tension. Observing the once lofty beauty, now hesitantly positioned at the bathroom door, stirred an unusual emotion within Lin Ye. He beckoned her closer, commanding, "Come here." Almost an hour later, a voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully binding the goddess." "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the goddess's loyalty." Name: Zhong Wanqing. Age: 28. Figure: 95. Appearance: 93. Comprehensive: 94. Loyalty: 83. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the goddess's loyalty. Loyalty below 60. High probability of betrayal. Loyalty 60 to 79. Low probability of betrayal. Loyalty 80 to 89. Extremely low probability of betrayal. Loyalty 90 to 99. Will not betray the host. Loyalty 100. The host is everything to the goddess. She will unconditionally obey all of the host's arrangements. Every time a goddess's loyalty reaches 80 or 100, the host will receive additional rewards. Ding! Current goddess: Zhong Wanqing. Loyalty exceeds 80. System grants rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill Mastery of Vehicle Operation. Listening to the system's messages, Lin Ye's heart soared with joy. His efforts had not been in vain. His previous actions had borne fruit. Upon binding with Zhong Wanqing, her loyalty immediately surpassed the significant threshold of 80. Lin Ye hastily examined the newly acquired skill, Mastery of Vehicle Operation. The host can proficiently drive various vehicles, including cars, tanks, airplanes, submarines, and more. After reading the skill description, Lin Ye felt an influx of driving knowledge surge within his mind. He was elated. This skill would prove invaluable during the impending zombie apocalypse. At that moment, a rumble emanated from Zhong Wanqing's stomach, and she glanced at Lin Ye with a hint of embarrassment and a glimmer of desire in her eyes. Observing the sweat on both of them, Lin Ye suggested, "Let us freshen up first, then we shall dine." Zhong Wanqing nodded obediently. Noticing her limited mobility, Lin Ye displayed a tender demeanor. Amidst Zhong Wanqing's surprise, he gently lifted her and carried her into the bathroom. Reflecting on the loss of her innocence, the once proud Zhong Wanqing found her heart thoroughly conquered by Lin Ye. She looked up at him, her cheeks flushed, and said, "Thank you, Lin Ye." Noticing her bashful expression, Lin Ye feigned irritation and declared, "From this moment forth, you are my maid. What should you call me now?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanqing's face reddened further, and she softly replied, "Master, my master." Satisfied, Lin Ye responded, "That is more like it." At that moment, the system's voice echoed again. "Goddess Zhong Wanqing, Loyalty 1. Hearing this, Lin Ye paused in astonishment. How could uttering the word master result in a loyalty rating of 1? Could it be that beneath Zhong Wanqing's aloof demeanor lay a submissive nature? He handed her a bottle of purified water, and upon receiving it, the system chimed in. "Ding! The host has provided Goddess Zhong Wanqing with 1 bottle of purified water." Triggering system return. The system returns 460 bottles of purified water. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check. Lin Ye's heart soared with joy as he promptly checked his infinite space. There, in one area, 460 bottles of purified water were neatly arranged. At that moment, the weight lifted from his heart, and he felt a surge of confidence regarding the forthcoming survival in the apocalypse, even tinged with anticipation. Before long, the two finished cleaning up. Once dressed, Lin Ye carried Zhong Wanqing outside again. He retrieved a portion of every type of food from his infinite space and presented it to her. Soon, a mountain of food piled up before Zhong Wanqing: bread, potato chips, ham sausages, marinated eggs, self-heating hot pot, various beverages, and frozen dumplings. The system's voice echoed incessantly in Lin Ye's mind. "Ding! The host has provided Goddess Zhong Wanqing with 1 bag of bread." Triggering system return. The system returns 465 bags of bread. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check. Ding! The host has provided Goddess Zhong launching with 1 bag of potato chips, triggering system return. The system returns 458 bags of potato chips. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check. Gazing at the food before her, Zhong Wanqing was once again astonished. Lin Ye asked her, "What would you like to eat?" Zhong Wanqing appeared conflicted. She was very hungry but hesitant to choose, fearing there might not be enough food. Sensing her worry, Lin Ye chuckled, "As long as you behave and order freely." With those words, Zhong Wanqing felt relieved. After a moment of thought, she replied, "All right, master, then I would like the self-heating hot pot and dumplings." As she prepared to rise to fetch them, Lin Ye gently pressed her back down, saying, "You are not feeling well today. Let me handle it. Tomorrow, when you are better, I will leave it to you." He then handed her a bag of potato chips. "You must be famished. Have some chips to tide you over." Zhong Wanqing accepted the chips, warmth filling her heart as she obediently said, "Yes, master." At that moment, the system's voice sounded once more. "Goddess Zhong Wanqing, Loyalty 1." Before long, 2 large bowls of dumplings and 2 cups of instant noodles appeared before Zhong Wanqing. Each bowl contained ham sausage and marinated eggs, their aroma tantalizing her taste buds and causing her to salivate. However, seeing that Lin Ye remained still, she could only gaze at him with longing. Observing her pitiful expression, Lin Ye felt a wave of sentiment. Indeed, one cannot teach another through mere words. Experience teaches in an instant. The once aloof and haughty woman was now compelled to submit to the apocalypse. "Eat," he urged. "Thank you, master," she replied, and without hesitation. Zhong Wanqing devoured the food before her, which she would normally dismiss as unworthy. At this moment, it tasted exquisite. Chapter 13. Midnight Conversations. As night deepened, Zhong Wanqing lay in Lin Ye's embrace, unable to sleep. She glanced up at him, feeling an undeniable magnetic allure emanating from his being, piercing her heart deeply. Charismatic, commanding, mysterious, handsome, ruthless in action, and steady in demeanor. Yet, Zhong Wanqing was beset with numerous questions. In just 3 or 4 days, Lin Ye seemed to have transformed entirely. His personality drastically altered. It was as if he could foresee the future. After resigning, he swiftly eliminated Cao Peng and seized resources. Moreover, how did he conjure food from thin air? Sensing the stir in his arms, Lin Ye opened his eyes. He looked at Zhong Wanqing and asked, "What troubles you? Can't sleep? Do you have many questions?" Zhong Wanqing nodded. "Yes, master. Did you foresee this disaster?" Lin Ye affirmed, "Indeed. Do you recall that morning 4 days ago? It was akin to a scene from an apocalyptic novel. I dreamt of the future in my sleep. Initially, I thought I was having a nightmare. But upon your awakening me, I realized I had awakened my abilities." Zhong Wanqing recalled that it was her insistence that had roused him from his slumber. Embarrassed, she said, "I'm sorry, master. I was too impulsive." Lin Ye gently squeezed her cheek and reassured her, "No need to worry. It is all in the past." Zhong Wanqing continued, "Master, is the ability you awaken the one that allows you to conjure items from thin air?" Lin Ye nodded. "Yes, precisely. I discovered a space within my mind where I can store real-world items and retrieve them at will." Zhong Wanqing expressed her admiration. "That is truly remarkable, master." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ye turned serious. "Do you know why I instructed you to personally eliminate Qin Feng yesterday?" Zhong Wanqing, thinking he was reproaching her, quickly replied, "I apologize, master. I was too frightened to do it." Lin Ye caressed her face gently, saying, "I am not blaming you. I merely wanted you to adapt quickly to the true apocalypse that is coming." Zhong Wanqing looked at him in disbelief. "The true apocalypse? The blood rain outside has not ceased. Everyone here is starving, and rescue seems far away. Is this not the apocalypse?" Lin Ye's tone turned grave. "No, it is not. In 2 or 3 days, the real apocalypse will commence." Feeling the seriousness in Lin Ye's demeanor, Zhong Wanqing's heart tightened, and she asked, "Master, what will the true disaster be like?" Lin Ye pondered before responding, "In 2 or 3 days, the blood rain will cease." Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanqing's breath quickened with hope. However, Lin Ye's next words doused her excitement in chilling despair. "But the virus will fully erupt. Those who die due to the blood rain will immediately become zombies, attacking all living creatures around them. Some animals and plants will also mutate and attack humans. Even those who are currently alive will not be spared. Do you know why I kept Zhang Lei and his companions behind yesterday? As Lin Ye spoke, Zhong Wanqing was already horrified by the grim scenario he painted. She instinctively uttered, "Master, why?" Lin Ye responded, "Because some of them have already been infected, and in 2 or 3 days, they will transform into zombies." In truth, it is not just them. Nearly half of the remaining humans in this world have already succumbed to infection. Zhong Wanqing immediately became anxious and hurriedly inquired, "Then, Master, have I been infected?" Lin Ye embraced her delicate figure, caressing her back as he reassured her, "Do not worry, you have not been infected. The outbreak of zombies is indiscriminate and random. At that time, all nations will be unable to react in time or organize an effective defense." Even more despairing is the fact that zombies will continuously evolve and grow stronger over time. Initially, human firearms may be effective against zombies, but as the zombies become more formidable, they will ultimately render human weapons useless. The social order of humanity will collapse entirely, and the malevolent thoughts within people's hearts will be completely unleashed. This world will regress to a primitive state, or rather, it will become even more brutal than that. Lin Ye gazed at Zhong Wanqing's beautiful face and continued, "In this apocalypse, monsters and zombies are not the most terrifying. The most fearsome is the human heart. A woman as beautiful as you, lacking self-defense capabilities, may find herself reduced to a plaything in the best-case scenario, or tragically, to mere food." Zhong Wanqing was thoroughly frightened by Lin Ye's words, trembling uncontrollably. Sensing her fear, Lin Ye continued, "Without ruthlessness, one cannot stand firm. If you wish to survive in the apocalypse, you must become strong. And the woman I desire is not a mere ornamental vase devoid of utility. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Zhong Wanqing quickly replied, "Yes, Master, I will heed your advice and grow stronger." She was an astute woman, understanding that Lin Ye spoke these words because he genuinely regarded her as his own. If Lin Ye merely viewed her as an object, she could be discarded at any moment. After all, in the apocalypse, beautiful women would never be in short supply. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. "Goddess Zhong Wanqing, Loyalty One." Lin Ye looked at Zhong Wanqing, nodding with satisfaction, and softly said, "All right, my dear, go to sleep early." Zhong Wanqing immediately nestled in Lin Ye's embrace, murmuring, "Good night, Master." The next morning, Lin Ye was awakened by notifications on his phone. Upon checking, he found numerous requests from women wanting to befriend him and sharing pictures of food. After a lengthy perusal, he discovered none met the system's criteria. Lin Ye grumbled again, lamenting the stringent standards set by the system. Several women with scores around 85 were deemed unsuitable, forcing him to block them regretfully. At that moment, Zhong Wanqing approached with a plate of freshly made dumplings. Glancing at Lin Ye's phone screen, she couldn't help but frown. "You only received messages yesterday, and today you're already seeking other women, you fickle heartthrob." Lin Ye recalled Zhong Wanqing's information in his mind. Name, Zhong Wanqing. Age, 28. Figure, 95. Appearance, 93 overall, 94 loyalty, 86. Since her loyalty had not diminished, there was no cause for concern. Observing Zhong Wanqing's jealous demeanor, Lin Ye found it rather amusing. Thus, he drew her into his embrace and chuckled. "What's wrong? Feeling jealous? I would indeed consider looking for someone else. Yet after searching for so long, I discovered that not a single capable person resides in this building. I can only blame my maid for being so extraordinarily beautiful that she has elevated my standards." Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanqing instantly burst into laughter. She then looked at Lin Ye earnestly and said, "Master, since I have promised you, be prepared for the possibility of you having other women in the future. However, Master, please promise me that you will not forget about Wanqing." Observing Zhong Wanqing's solemnity, Lin Ye took her hand and kissed it, stating earnestly, "I promise you." At that moment, the system's voice echoed again. "Goddess Zhong Wanqing, Loyalty One." Zhong Wanqing picked up a dumpling and offered it to Lin Ye. "Master, try the dumplings I made and see if they are tasty." Lin Ye swallowed the dumpling in one bite. After chewing a few times, he sensed something was amiss, but maintained a composed demeanor and finished it. Zhong Wanqing immediately asked, "Master, is it delicious?" Lin Ye looked into Zhong Wanqing's expectant eyes and cheerfully replied, delicious. You should try it too. Zhong Wanqing quickly picked up a dumpling, placed it in her mouth, chewed a few times, and promptly spat out. It's not cooked. Master, you're so mean. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh mischievously, seeing Lin Ye's playful demeanor. Zhong Wanqing's face flushed crimson, and she softly murmured, Master, am I truly useless if I can't even cook dumplings? Lin Ye gazed at the tearful beauty, a wave of tenderness swelling in his heart. Chapter 14. The Zombie Outbreak. Eliminating Li Shuiyong while Lin Ye was training his little maid. The atmosphere in the building began to grow tense. On the top floor, Sun Shuiyong, realizing his scheme was exposed, tore off the facade. He sent a message in the self-rescue group, threatening others in the building to hand over their supplies immediately, or he would send his subordinates to seize them. However, the other residents of the building were no pushovers. All were intelligent individuals, and it was clear to them that rescue was unlikely. To survive, they could only rely on themselves. As in his previous life, in the following days, various floors established their own self-rescue groups and patrol teams for self-preservation. Notably, the leaders of the 9th, 17th, and 22nd floors were equally formidable as Li Shuiyong. Their companies were substantial, with numerous employees. Due to scarce resources, disputes quickly erupted. Several powerful floors began to raid their neighboring levels, plundering supplies and personnel. Casualties were inevitable during these raids. Once blood was shed, the inner malice within individuals became uncontrollable. In the midst of conflict, any man who dared to resist or did not surrender would be eliminated on the spot. Women with any semblance of attractiveness would be taken as rewards for their subordinates, while older or less appealing women would be imprisoned as reserve food. Panic swept through the building, with fatalities occurring daily due to these conflicts. Lin Ye, however, remained indifferent to the chaos unfolding outside. In his previous life, he had witnessed such events numerous times. As long as he was not directly involved, he had little interest in intervening. Moreover, he had many tasks to attend to over the next few days. During the day, he trained with Zhong Wanqing, crafting protective gear, familiarizing themselves with the surrounding area, and preparing for the impending zombie outbreak. At night, he took advantage of the absence of others to scavenge supplies from empty rooms on various floors. In these 2 days, Zhong Wanqing grew increasingly reliant on Lin Ye under his guidance. Time swiftly advanced to the 7th day following the blood rain outbreak. On that morning, around 8 a.m., the thick clouds outside began to dissipate. At last, a ray of sunlight pierced through the gaps, illuminating the long-forgotten earth. The blood rain that had persisted for 7 days and nights gradually diminished until it ceased entirely. Those who had sheltered within the building finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. With the first cheer echoing through the air, the noise quickly escalated to a deafening roar. The blood rain had finally ended. People rushed outside in a frenzy, embracing one another and weeping. However, their moments of joy were fleeting. The corpses of those who had perished on the streets due to the blood rain suddenly began to rise unsteadily. The crowd stood in shock, gazing at the scene before them in disbelief. They watched as the rotting corpses, exuding a foul odor, began to shuffle towards the living. Unprepared individuals were immediately pounced upon by the zombies. Cries of despair, sounds of gnashing teeth, and the gruesome act of consumption replaced the jubilant cheers. Only then did the others snap back to reality, screaming as they rushed back into the surrounding buildings. Meanwhile, within Lin Ye's former office, his former colleagues were also startled by the chaos unfolding outside. This scene, seemingly drawn from the realms of cinema, now unfolds before them in stark reality. What has become of this world? The blood rain has barely subsided when the zombie crisis erupts outside. Fortunately, they refrained from succumbing to the frenzy of going out. Otherwise, they would have met a dire fate. What they did not anticipate was that, as their attention was captivated by the horrific spectacle outside, Zhang Lei and 2 of his colleagues, seated at their workstations, suddenly shivered without warning, their bodies trembling slightly. Their faces turned ghostly pale, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads like winding streams. Merely 2 minutes passed before their necks began to twist unnaturally, their eyes bloodshot. As if veiled by a thin layer of grayish film, the spark of life extinguished. They opened their mouths in a silent plea for help, yet no sound emerged. 5 minutes elapsed, and their skin underwent a bizarre transformation. What was once a healthy complexion turned increasingly ashen, with veins resembling black worms visibly writhing beneath the skin. Their nails elongated and sharpened, resembling vicious claws. Their fingertips scratched uncontrollably against the desk, leaving deep marks. Breathing became frantic and labored, emitting a chilling rasp from their throats. At that moment, a colleague by the window finally noticed their alarming condition. While some brave souls prepared to investigate, many others opted to cower in the back and observe. 8 minutes later, the situation spiraled entirely out of control. They abruptly rose, overturning the desks before them, and lunged at the nearest colleagues. Their mouths emitted beastly roars, drooling thick saliva mixed with dark red blood. The remaining uninfected colleagues screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. However, it was already too late. As the clock struck 10 minutes, they had fully transformed into zombies. Their features twisted grotesquely, facial features misaligned, lips torn to reveal jagged teeth, smeared with bits of flesh and blood. The office plunged into chaos and despair. The entire building, no, the whole world, was thrown into disarray at that moment. The order of humanity collapsed utterly, heralding the true apocalypse. At the very instant the blood rain ceased, Lin Ye, clad in makeshift armor, had already reached the stairwell on the 28th floor of the building. With the cries of terror echoing within, Lin Ye resolutely donned his helmet and prepared to charge into Li Shuiyong's company. Chaos reigned within the confines of Li Shuiyong's establishment. Just days prior, he had seized all personnel and supplies from the lower floors, subsequently consolidating everything on the 28th floor for the sake of management convenience, resulting in an overcrowded space. In that instant, the zombie virus erupted, transforming nearly half of the occupants into zombies, while the remaining individuals found no refuge, one after another succumbing to the onslaught. As Lin Ye reached the entrance of Li Shuiyong's company, he spotted Li Shuiyong being escorted by his underlings, carving a bloody path through the office as he prepared to escape. He intended to retreat to an empty office on a lower floor for temporary shelter. Just as Li Shuiyong finally burst through the company doors, ready to exhale a sigh of relief, a peculiar figure appeared before him, clad in strange armor and donning a helmet, with a watermelon knife in his left hand and a fire axe in his right. The newcomer regarded him with a mocking expression. Li Shuiyong sensed danger and was about to rally his nearby subordinates to subdue Lin Ye. Yet, Lin Ye denied him the chance to utter a word. Seizing the moment when Li Shuiyong's subordinates were preoccupied with the approaching zombies, Lin Ye sprang forth, confronting Li Shuiyong directly. With a swift motion, Lin Ye raised the axe, aiming for Li Shuiyong's neck. In a life-or-death moment, the unarmed Li Shuiyong instinctively raised his left arm to block the descending axe. Lin Ye chuckled, and with his left hand, the watermelon knife plunged into Li Shuiyong's abdomen. Despite the dire situation, Li Shuiyong exhibited resilience. He gripped the knife's blade with his right hand, preventing Lin Ye from withdrawing it. Observing this, Lin Ye made a decisive move, relinquishing his hold on the knife. In the astonished gaze of Li Shuiyong, a brand new watermelon knife materialized in Lin Ye's left hand. A flash of cold light glinted as the blade sliced across Li Shuiyong's throat. Instantly, Li Shuiyong released his grip on the knife, desperately clutching his neck. Yet, blood gushed forth between his fingers, rapidly pooling on the ground. Lin Ye leaned closer, whispering in Li Shuiyong's ear, "I told you I would come for you." Chapter 15. The first zombie crystal core. Li Shuiyong's eyes widened as he pointed at Lin Ye, attempting to reveal his identity. However, blood had already filled his mouth, rendering him speechless. After speaking, Lin Ye turned and dashed into the stairwell, heading towards the second floor. The entire exchange transpired in the span of mere seconds. It was only after Lin Ye vanished from the stairwell that Li Shuiyong's subordinates noticed their leader had collapsed. The zombies, incited by the blood before them, became even more frenzied, lunging at Li Shuiyong's subordinates. Witnessing their leader's imminent demise, they abandoned him, frantically fleeing for their lives. Li Shuiyong, now on the ground, found himself encircled by the ravenous zombies, helplessly watching as they tore him apart. Before long, Lin Ye arrived on the second floor. He knocked on the door, announcing, "It's me, I'm back." Upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, Zhong Wanqing, who had been anxiously awaiting his return, immediately opened the door. Lin Ye stepped inside and locked the door behind him. Seeing Lin Ye covered in blood, Zhong Wanqing disregarded the mess and threw herself into his embrace. Her voice tinged with tears. "Where you been? Master, I thought you had abandoned me." Sensing the tremors of fear in her delicate form, Lin Ye gently stroked her back, reassuring her, "It's all right, dear. I'm back." As Lin Ye had left, Zhong Wanqing had been terrified by the grisly scenes outside the building, the horrors visible as she peered from the window. The building echoed with anguished cries. Following Lin Ye's earlier instructions, she dared not open the door, yet the constant wails tormented her spirit. The axe Lin Ye had given her offered no semblance of security, and she longed for his return. As she gradually calmed in his embrace, Lin Ye tightened the makeshift armor around Zhong Wanqing and softly asked, "Are you ready to leave this place?" A wave of anxiety surged within her, but upon seeing Lin Ye's composed demeanor, she swallowed hard, inhaling deeply before responding, "Yes, master. I'm ready." Lin Ye opened the door, revealing a horde of zombies wandering in the corridor. Upon hearing the door creak open, they immediately turned towards him. Lin Ye gripped the fire axe tightly, advancing towards them. Zhong Wanqing, trailing closely behind, nearly screamed at the sight of the grotesque creatures. However, recalling Lin Ye's earlier admonition, she swiftly covered her mouth. The foremost zombie exhibited a face grotesquely mangled from gnawing, its left eye nearly dislodged, dangling by a slimy nerve, producing a horrifying ticking sound as it moved. The uneven teeth were stained with remnants of flesh and blood. Witnessing the zombies up close made Zhong Wanqing's previously summoned courage dissipate entirely. Her feet felt as though weighed down by lead, rendering her immobile. An urgent need to relieve herself crashed against her nerves. Yet Lin Ye, in contrast, appeared as a seasoned veteran returning to a novice's realm. The terrifying zombies, in his eyes, seemed almost endearing, for the zombies that emerged in the wake of the virus outbreak were the weakest. Aside from their somewhat fearsome appearance and their abundance, they are otherwise utterly deficient. Their speed is lacking, strength is minimal, they possess no extraordinary abilities, and their weaknesses are glaringly apparent. In fact, an ordinary person can easily slay a zombie, provided they conquer their inner fears, don appropriate protection, and avoid being surrounded. In Lin Ye's perspective, dispatching such zombies is far easier than taking a human life. However, as time passes, ordinary zombies grow increasingly formidable. Ultimately, among them levels 2, 3, and even 4 will emerge. Lin Ye charged forward, akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Within mere minutes, every zombie in the corridor lay defeated, their heads scattered across the floor. Lin Ye meticulously severed the heads of all the zombies. After a brief search, he regrettably found no zombie cores. Just as in his previous life, the probability of ordinary zombies generating cores during the initial outbreak was exceedingly low, estimated at merely a fraction of a percent. It is only later, as ordinary zombies gradually strengthen, that the chances of them producing cores significantly increase. As Lin Ye approached the stairwell, he suddenly spotted a zombie head that he had overlooked earlier. After a moment's contemplation, he turned and beckoned to Zhong Wanqing. Upon seeing this, Zhong Wanqing mustered her courage and approached Lin Ye through the sea of corpses. Lin Ye regarded Zhong Wanqing with a serious expression and instructed her, "Split this head open." Zhong Wanqing hesitated, gazing at the gruesome head with trepidation, her eyes pleading with Lin Ye. The tenderness Lin Ye had shown her over the past few days had led her to forget the harsh realities outside. However, Lin Ye's demeanor was grim as he whispered, "Do you recall what I said before? I desire a woman who can be my ally, not a mere decorative vase. While I may overlook your occasional whims, in critical moments, you must obey my commands. If you cannot do it now, then get back." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Zhong Wanqing panicked. She was intelligent enough to understand that Lin Ye's insistence was for her own good. This world operates on the principle of adaptation. It is not society that bends to you, but rather the individual who must adapt to the society. In the previous world, failure to adapt merely resulted in job loss. But in this apocalyptic reality, failure to adapt could cost one their life. Having been sheltered by Lin Ye's protection, She had momentarily forgotten the brutality that lay outside. Eventually, summoning her courage, Zhong Wanqing closed her eyes and, with all her might, swung the axe at the grotesque zombie head. With a sharp crack, the head was cleaved open. As Zhong Wanqing opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of the zombie's brain matter oozing out, mingled with blood. Her stomach churned violently, threatening to expel its contents, yet she suppressed the urge, bolstered by Lin Ye's gaze. Lin Ye observed Zhong Wanqing's reaction with a sense of general satisfaction. He stepped forward, embraced her, and rewarded her with a sweet kiss. At that moment, as the zombie's brain matter spilled forth, something crystalline emerged. Lin Ye immediately crouched down to retrieve it. Indeed, it was the zombie core. Elated, he planted a fervent kiss on Zhong Wanqing. "Wanqing, you are truly my lucky star." Zhong Wanqing gasped from a kiss. Feeling her nausea dissipate, she inquired, "Master, what is this?" Lin Ye produced a bottle of water, rinsed the core, and stored it in his spatial compartment. "Now is not the time to discuss this. I will explain when we reach a safer place." Zhong Wanqing, understanding the gravity of the situation, followed closely behind Lin Ye as they made their way to the underground parking lot. Together, they dispatched several zombies along the way. Yet regrettably, no cores were found. With Lin Ye's assistance, Zhong Wanqing even managed to slay a zombie on her own. At the moment the zombie fell, she felt a surge of growth within herself. Confronting zombies no longer instilled the same fear as before. Soon, they arrived at Zhong Wanqing's vehicle, a luxurious Land Rover. Instead of driving it out, Lin Ye stored the vehicle within his spatial compartment. Zhong Wanqing, perplexed, asked, "Master, are we driving out?" Lin Ye clarified, "This is the city center. The streets are choked with traffic. A car cannot escape. Follow me." Chapter 16. Escape from the city center. Zhong Wanqing's request. Lin Ye swiftly led Zhong Wanqing to his motorcycle. He mounted the bike and handed her a spare helmet. After she donned the helmet and settled in, Lin Ye instructed, "Hold on tight." Without hesitation, Zhong Wanqing wrapped her arms around Lin Ye's waist. With the skill of proficient vehicle operation enhancing his abilities, Lin Ye transformed into a masterful rider. With a thunderous roar, he propelled the motorcycle out of the building. The sounds attracted the nearby zombies, who immediately pursued him. Just days prior, Lin Ye had memorized the surrounding roads using his phone's map. He weaved left and right, maneuvering expertly. Although the journey was fraught with danger, he quickly found an escape route, leaving the zombies far behind. Fortunately, as the outbreak was still in its infancy, the zombies were relatively weak and slow. As time went on and the zombies evolved, Lin Ye would not dare to be so reckless. Meanwhile, the remaining survivors within the buildings, alerted by the noise, peered outside in disbelief. They had not anticipated that anyone would dare to ride a motorcycle through the chaos. Many cursed Lin Ye's recklessness in their minds. With zombies surrounding the area, they believed he was courting death. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Ye successfully sped away, pursued by a horde of zombies. Observing Lin Ye's audacity, some clever survivors began to reconsider their options. During the earlier reign of blood, they had seen no official rescue. Now, with the zombie outbreak, they knew help would not come. Remaining meant certain death, whether by zombie bites or starvation. Opportunity had arisen. Many of the zombies had been drawn away by Lin Ye. It was the perfect moment to flee the city center. Inspired by Lin Ye's actions, several bold survivors sprang into action, preparing to escape by vehicle. Yet, their aspirations soon collided with harsh reality. Lacking Lin Ye's prior knowledge of the roads and his exceptional driving prowess, most found themselves quickly ensnared in traffic, ultimately surrounded by zombies. Only a fortunate few managed to escape the city center. The remaining survivors, who had opted to stay hidden, watched the grim scene unfold outside, extinguishing any remaining desire to flee. Little did they realize, such complacency would seal their fates. Lin Ye swiftly distanced himself from the zombies, leaving the bustling city center behind. As he observed the thinning traffic and the unclogged roads, he sensed Zhong Wanqing's unusual demeanor behind him, finding a stretch devoid of zombies. Lin Ye stowed the motorcycle away and retrieved Zhong Wanqing's Land Rover. As she dismounted the motorcycle, Zhong Wanqing, who had never experienced motion sickness, felt her legs weaken. Their narrow escape from the zombies had left her dizzy from the harrowing ride, compounded by the motorcycle's jarring movements. Once the vehicle came to a halt, she could no longer contain herself and vomited. Lin Ye approached, gently patting her back and offering her a bottle of water. After a while, Zhong Wanqing regained her composure and climbed into the car. As they drove for some time, Zhong Wanqing, seated in the passenger seat, grew increasingly anxious, her gaze fixed on her phone screen. She occasionally glanced at Lin Ye, hesitating to voice her concerns. Noticing her distress, Lin Ye promptly inquired, "What is it? Are you still feeling unwell?" Zhong Wanqing's expression was fraught with anxiety as she gazed longingly at Lin Ye. No, master. Could you please first check on my parents?" Lin Ye inquired further, "What's wrong? What has happened?" The urgency on Zhong Wanqing's face intensified. "I was able to contact my parents yesterday, but since this morning, I haven't been able to reach them. I'm afraid something has happened to them." Upon hearing this, Lin Ye promptly replied, "Where do they live? Let us go there at once." Upon receiving his words, Zhong Wanqing's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, master. They reside at Jiahe Yiyuan." Lin Ye immediately turned the car towards Jiahe Yiyuan. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. "God is Zhong Wanqing, loyalty Wu." Lin Ye felt a surge of joy upon receiving this news. After leaving the city center, he initially intended to visit the supermarket or cold storage to gather supplies. However, noticing the desperate look in Zhong Wanqing's eyes, he realized that this was a prime opportunity to bolster her loyalty. As anticipated, Zhong Wanqing's loyalty increased by 5 points, surpassing the threshold of 90, ensuring her unwavering allegiance to him. Zhong Wanqing was taken aback by Lin Ye's swift agreement, which deeply moved her. She gazed at him with adoration, convinced that he was a man worthy of her lifelong devotion. Although Lin Ye had always regarded himself as her master, and she merely as his maid, their time together had allowed her to sense his affection towards her. Zhong Wanqing yearned to be a partner who shares both joy and hardship with him, rather than merely a plaything. This realization made her feel an inseparable bond with Lin Ye. Perhaps previously, there had been a flicker of other thoughts in her mind, but now, those fleeting notions had dissipated. Half an hour later, Lin Ye finally parked the car in the underground garage of Jiahe Yiyuan, stopping beneath Building 8, where Zhong Wanqing's parents lived. Ignoring the sounds of zombies echoing in the garage, Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing rushed up the stairs to the 16th floor. Driven by the urgency to rescue her parents, Zhong Wanqing single-handedly dispatched several zombies they encountered along the way. Soon, they arrived at the door of room 1602. Seeing the door tightly shut, Zhong Wanqing temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly retrieved her keys and unlocked the door. However, as they rushed inside, the scene that unfolded sent her into an icy abyss. Zhong Wanqing's parents lay motionless on the floor, blood pooling around them. In the room were 3 strangers, 2 men and 1 woman, who were currently indulging in food in the living room. They were startled by the sudden intrusion of Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing. The leader of the men immediately rose, exclaiming, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Zhong Wanqing, upon seeing her parents on the ground, rushed towards them, shaking their bodies and calling out, "Dad, Mom, it's me, Wanqing. I'm back. What happened to you?" Upon hearing her voice, the leader recognized her. He took in Zhong Wanqing's appearance, astonished by her beauty, which rivaled that of television stars. He then glanced at Lin Ye, noticing his solitary presence and lack of physical prowess, which alleviated his concerns. He stepped forward, threatening Lin Ye. "I didn't expect the daughters of these old folks to be so stunning. Kid, I'll take care of your girlfriend. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here now, or I'll take your life." Chapter 17. He Chao's provocation and Lin Ye's response to the lackeys behind him were equally entranced by Zhong Wanqing's beauty. One of them stood up and ingratiatingly remarked to the leader, "Chao, go, after you finish the meat, save some soup for your little brothers." The woman beside them felt threatened by Zhong Wanqing's appearance as well. She quickly stood up, clinging to the leader, and said in a sultry tone, "Chao, go, what makes her better than me?" However, the leader dismissed her entirely. From the moment he laid eyes on Zhong Wanqing, he regarded the woman beside him as insignificant. Grabbing the woman's hair, he tossed her towards his subordinate, saying, "Xiao Lu, don't say I'm not taking care of you." "She is yours now." Xiao Lu, accepting the woman, lamented internally that he might miss out on Dong Wenqing due to his leader's actions. At this moment, Xiao Lu noticed Lin Ye standing still, which irked him, and he shouted, "Kid, didn't you hear what my brother said? Get lost." Lin Ye, observing the devastated Dong Wenqing on the ground, sighed softly. He had sensed on the way that Dong Wenqing's parents were likely no longer alive. Initially, he thought they might have turned into zombies, but to his dismay, they had been murdered instead. Faced with the arrogance of Xiao Gu and Xiao Lu, Lin Ye chose not to waste words. He charged forward, brandishing a watermelon knife. Caught off guard, Xiao Gu barely had time to raise a wooden stick in defense before he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Lin Ye had already reached him, plunging the knife deep into his belly. Staring blankly at Lin Ye, Xiao Gu was astonished by his unexpected ferocity and decisiveness. Without warning, Lin Ye withdrew the knife and began to strike rapidly. Xiao Gu's abdomen was soon riddled with multiple wounds, blood gushing forth. It was only then that Xiao Gu let out a piercing scream. Seeing this, Xiao Lu hastily grabbed a nearby wooden stick, ready to assist. Lin Ye's eyes glinted with coldness as he grinned menacingly at him. Xiao Lu felt a chill sweep over him under Lin Ye's terrifying gaze, hesitating to approach. Nevertheless, Lin Ye's assault did not cease. With a swift motion, he sliced open Xiao Gu's abdomen and kicked him over. Xiao Ji's intestines spilled out as he lay on the ground, howling in agony. Witnessing the hellish scene before him, Xiao Lu felt his scalp tingle and feared he might lose control. Terrified by Lin Ye's ruthless methods, he was about to plead for mercy when Lin Ye summoned a fire axe from his space, rushing forward to sever Xiao Lu's arm that held the wooden stick. Afterward, Lin Ye extracted the watermelon knife and severed the remaining tendons in Xiao Lu's hands and feet. The remaining woman, shocked by the sudden turn of events, knelt and begged for her life. "Be brother, please don't kill me. I was forced to do this, it's not my fault." Lin Ye pointed the axe at her, coldly commanding silence. Whoever speaks will meet their end immediately. Upon hearing Lin Ye's deadly threat, the three immediately fell silent. Lin Ye approached the woman, casting her a glance. She possessed some beauty, perhaps scoring around 80 points. However, at that moment, Lin Ye felt no compassion. He seized her hair, dragging her to the coffee table. He pressed her right hand firmly against it, positioning the axe beside her pinky finger. Lin Ye spoke slowly and deliberately. "Now, I will ask, and you will answer. Misstep a single word, and I will chop off one of your fingers." Before long, the woman named Zhang Yuanyuan divulged everything. The leader's name was He Chao, a small-time thug with several underlings. The other was Lu Jin, who was indeed one of He Chao's subordinates. They were residents of the upper floors, while Zhang Yuanyuan lived across from He Chao. The night before the blood rain erupted, He Chao and his underlings had spent the night playing cards. When the blood rain commenced the next day, they found themselves trapped in the building. On the fourth day of the blood rain, their food supplies ran low. As rescue efforts were delayed, He Chao grew bolder. Consequently, he and his underlings forcefully broke into Zhang Yuanyuan's home. Knowing she was a streamer who kept a stock of food, fearing retribution from He Chao and his men, she had complied. Zhang Yuanyuan immediately threw herself into He Chao's arms, becoming his personal possession. Due to the increasing number of people, the food supply at Zhang Yuanyuan's home was exhausted yesterday. With newfound audacity, He Chao prepared to target other neighbors today. Unexpectedly, a zombie outbreak occurred. Two of He Chao's subordinates were infected and swiftly transformed into zombies. The three of them, keenly aware of the dire situation, promptly fled from the premises. As they exited, they disregarded the others inside and locked the door from the outside. Once outside, they began knocking on doors, seeking help while plotting to seize the opportunity. However, after a prolonged attempt, no one answered. In their haste to escape, they had neglected to bring tools to force entry, leaving them with no choice but to resort to a cunning plan. They decided to have Zhang Yuanyuan feign distress and knock on doors, while the two of them hid nearby. When Zhang Yuanyuan successfully tricked someone into opening the door, they would rush in. By chance, they arrived at the doorstep of Zhong Wanqing's parents' home. Hearing the commotion, Zhong Wanqing's parents, upon seeing a young woman in distress outside, softened and opened the door. Seizing the opportunity, He Chao and his accomplice stormed in. Once inside, they began ransacking for food. Zhong Wanqing's father fought fiercely, but was struck down by He Chao's club. Witnessing her father collapse, Zhong Wanqing's mother wailed uncontrollably, hurling insults at He Chao and his men. As He Chao listened, his irritation mounted. He thought to himself that the calamity seemed endless. Leaving these two elderly individuals behind was merely a waste of resources. Thus, alongside Lu Jin, he decided to take drastic action and kill Zhong Wanqing's parents. After giving her account, Zhang Yuan immediately pleaded with Lin Ye, "Brother, it was He Chao and Lu Jin who did this. I had no part in it. I was forced. Please let me go. I can serve you. I am very attractive, and I will do anything you ask." As she spoke, Zhang Yuan pushed her chest against Lin Ye's thigh. Lin Ye glanced at her and swung down an axe. Zhang Yuan's pinky finger fell with a thud. Following that, Lin Ye kicked her away. At this moment, Zhong Wanqing had ceased her weeping. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan being kicked aside, she immediately picked up the axe from the ground. Chapter 18. Zhong Wanqing's Revenge, Loyalty Soars. Zhong Wanqing first approached He Chao. Lying on the ground, He Chao was in a pool of his own innards. As he gazed at Zhong Wanqing, whose face was filled with rage, he attempted to plead for mercy, but blood poured from his mouth. Zhong Wanqing approached and struck him with the axe, landing a blow on his shoulder before continuing to hack at him indiscriminately. With his mouth blocked by blood, He Chao emitted muffled sounds, but soon fell silent. Seeing He Chao lifeless on the ground, Zhong Wanqing turned her attention to Lu Jin. At that moment, Lu Jin, horrified by He Chao's fate, lost control of his bladder. As Zhong Wanqing drew closer, he begged for mercy while inching backward. However, Zhong Wanqing, her eyes bloodshot, advanced step by step towards him. Eventually, Lu Jin found himself cornered against the wall. At this point, some blood smeared Zhong Wanqing's fair face, giving her an eerie beauty. Yet in Lu Jin's eyes, she appeared as a harbinger of death. Zhong Wanqing did not utter a word, but relentlessly swung the axe at Lu Jin. Before long, Lu Jin followed his brother He Chao into death, proving himself to be a loyal subordinate. Finally, Zhong Wanqing stood before Zhang Yuan. Gazing at Zhong Wanqing, whose face was covered in blood and exuded a terrifying ferocity, Zhang Yuan hastily pleaded for mercy. "Sister, I was wrong. I truly didn't do it. As a fellow woman, please let me go." Zhong Wanqing swung the axe down directly onto Zhang Yuan's face. Zhang Yuan immediately covered her face and screamed in agony. Zhong Wanqing, her expression frenzied, gritted her teeth and declared, "It was you. You deceived me into opening my parents' door. Without you, my parents would still be alive. And now you dare to seduce my master. You wretched woman, you deserve to die." Before long, the struggling Zhang Yuan lay still. The room fell eerily silent, interrupted only by the sound of the axe striking flesh. Lin Ye observed Zhong Wanqing, who mechanically swung the axe like a soulless automaton, and sighed inwardly. He stepped forward, grasped Zhong Wanqing's right hand that held the axe, and gently lifted her up from where she knelt. Looking into her blood-stained face, he spoke softly, "Dear, you still have me." The axe slipped from Zhong Wanqing's grasp and clattered to the ground. She collapsed against Lin Ye's chest, sobbing once more. At that moment, the system notification sounded. "Goddess Zhong Wanqing, loyalty level 2. Lin Ye chose not to check the system's message this time. He held Zhong Wanqing close as he settled onto the sofa, softly stroking her hair. Time passed, and eventually, her sobs subsided into gentle snores. Lin Ye looked down to find that Zhong Wanqing had fallen asleep. He prepared to lay her down in the guest room, but she clung tightly to him in her slumber. Observing her pitiful appearance stirred a wave of affection within Lin Ye. Subsequently, he fetched water and a towel, gently cleaning the blood from her face. Afterward, he headed to the living room, where he wrapped Zhong Wanqing's parents' bodies and placed them in the space, where time stood still and decay was halted, allowing them to rest there for the time being. He then disposed of He Chao and his companions' bodies by tossing them out the window. Finally, he tidied up the disheveled living room. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ye returned to the guest room. Noticing that Zhong Wanqing was still asleep, he felt a bit weary himself. He lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her. As if sensing his presence, Zhong Wanqing immediately held him tightly. Evening fell swiftly, darkness enveloping the sky. Zhong Wanqing opened her beautiful eyes, only for the pain of losing her parents to wash over her once again, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, gazing at the man before her and recalling his previous words, she held back her grief. This was the apocalypse. To survive, one must learn to be strong. At this moment, she had lost everything, and the man before her was her entirety, her only support for survival. With this thought, Zhong Wanqing embraced Lin Ye once more. Just then, the system notification echoed. Goddess Zhong Wanqing, loyalty level 2. The sound startled Lin Ye awake. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Zhong Wanqing's tear-streaked face. Unable to resist, he leaned in and kissed her. At that moment, Zhong Wanqing's stomach let out a rumble. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye stood up and said, "Let's go eat first." As Zhong Wanqing exited the guest room and saw the tidied floor, she gazed at Lin Ye with ardent eyes. Lin Ye casually remarked, "I tidied up a bit while you were sleeping. Your parents' bodies are in the space, so they won't decay for now. We'll find a suitable place for burial later." Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanqing's eyes reddened again. She solemnly addressed Lin Ye, "Thank you, master." Lin Ye caressed her face and gently replied, "Remember, you are mine. Enough talking, let's cook." Zhong Wanqing quickly responded, "Yes, master." Lin Ye opened the refrigerator, discovering only a few scraps of food remaining. In the rice cabinet, half a bag of rice still lingered. He promptly stored all the food in the space and handed it to Zhong Wanqing. As she received it, the system's voice sounded. Ding. The host provides Goddess Zhong Wanqing with 1 onion, triggering system rewards. The system returns 6,100 onions. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check. Ding. The host provides Goddess Zhong Wanqing with half a bag of rice, 5 kilograms, triggering system rewards. The system returns 3,050 bags of rice, 5 kilograms. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check. Shortly thereafter, under Lin Ye's guidance, a simple meal of 4 dishes and a soup was presented on the dining table. As they gazed at the steaming food, both Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing felt their appetites awaken. Previously, in the building without ingredients and conditions to cook, they could only subsist on instant noodles, dumplings, and sausages. Looking at the white rice in his hands, Lin Ye was filled with nostalgia. Including his past life, it had been nearly a year since he had tasted warm rice. The two devoured the meal with great enthusiasm, quickly finishing everything. While Zhong Wanqing was tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, Lin Ye took out the crystal core dropped by the zombie in the morning. Through the system, Lin Ye checked the information on the zombie crystal core. It detected a level 1 zombie crystal core. Upon first consumption, there's an extremely low probability of randomly awakening a special ability, which can enhance physical strength. Holding the transparent crystal core, Lin Ye's gaze grew increasingly fervent. At that moment, Zhong Wanqing, having finished cleaning the kitchen, approached Lin Ye and curiously asked, "Master, what is this? What is it for?" Lin Ye replied with a smile, "This is a level 1 zombie crystal core. Upon first consumption, not only can it enhance physical strength, but there is also a chance to randomly awaken a special ability." Zhong Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Awakening a special ability? Is it like your space?" Lin Ye nodded, "Yes, you could say that. Unfortunately, the probability of awakening is exceedingly low, making it difficult for an ordinary person to awaken. However, even without awakening a special ability, consuming it will still strengthen various aspects of the body, providing one with the means to survive in the apocalypse." There was one thing Lin Ye did not voice. If one awakened a powerful ability in his past life, they would undoubtedly become a formidable ruler. After hearing Lin Ye's explanation, Zhong Wanqing's gaze towards the crystal core intensified. The death of her parents today had profoundly altered her mindset. In the apocalypse, only those with power could protect themselves and their loved ones. She yearned for strength and wished to grow stronger. With her parents gone, her only reliance now was Lin Ye. She did not want to be a burden to him. However, at present, she felt she had nothing to offer except for her appearance and figure. She longed to prove her worth and become an asset to Lin Ye. Yet, seeing there was only 1 crystal core, she urged Lin Ye, "Master, you should consume it quickly to see if you can awaken a special ability." Despite Zhong Wanqing's urging, Lin Ye handed the crystal core to her with a smile. saying, "Here, it's for you." Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Ye in disbelief, saying hastily, "No, master. You should take it. The effect would be greater for you." Lin Ye shook his head, observing Zhong Wanqing's flustered expression. "Listen to me." The firmness in Lin Ye's tone brought tears to Zhong Wanqing's eyes once more. She trembled as she accepted the crystal core and asked, "Master, what about you?" Just then, the system's voice rang out. "Goddess Zhong Wanqing, loyalty level 2. Ding. The host has given Goddess Zhong Wanqing 1 level 1 zombie crystal core. Triggering system return. The system returns 100 level 1 zombie crystal cores. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check." Lin Ye felt a surge of joy and relief. Fortunately, the zombie crystal cores could be returned. He smiled at Zhong Wanqing, saying, "Do not worry, I have my ways." Saying this, Lin Ye took out another zombie crystal core. Upon seeing this, Zhong Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Although she did not understand how Lin Ye had obtained another one, her intelligence prevented her from asking. Lin Ye advised her, "When you consume the crystal core, the process of body enhancement will be painful. You must endure." Zhong Wanqing nodded resolutely. With that, they both placed the crystal cores into their mouths simultaneously. As soon as the crystal cores touched their tongues, they transformed into liquid and were swiftly absorbed by their bodies. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Detected host consuming level 1 zombie crystal core. Special ability, awakening in progress." Lin Ye was elated. Indeed, the system was remarkable, awakening a special ability without any probability. As the crystal core was absorbed, Zhong Wanqing immediately felt a surge of energy within her. Initially, this energy wandered freely through her body, bringing a tingling sensation wherever it went, as if a gentle spring rain were nurturing her. The comfort made her close her eyes. However, as time passed, the tingling sensation gradually faded. Then, the energy surged like a flood breaking through a dam, violently battering her body. It felt as though she was being relentlessly hammered by a heavy weight. Zhong Wanqing let out a pained groan, just as she was on the verge of giving up. She opened her eyes and looked at Lin Ye across from her. Though beads of sweat covered his forehead, his expression remained stoic. So, Zhong Wanqing closed her eyes again, gritted her teeth, and persevered. She lost track of time, but eventually, she felt the agonizing pain in her body begin to subside, replaced by an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. At this moment, the scene in the living room became rather eerie. Frost enveloped Zhong Wanqing, causing the indoor temperature to drop several degrees, while small objects on the coffee table began to float around Lin Ye. Finally, they both opened their eyes simultaneously. The floating objects around Lin Ye plummeted to the ground. They gazed at each other with expressions of astonishment. Just then, the system's voice echoed again. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening the special ability, telekinesis. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the personal ability template." Lin Ye immediately checked the information. Host, Lin Ye. Constitution, 20. Normal humans are at 10, encompassing strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and overall capabilities. Special ability, telekinesis, level 1. Energy, 10 ability energy. Lin Ye was overjoyed to discover he had awakened the special ability of telekinesis. This ability was exceptionally versatile, capable of offense, defense, and control. Just as Lin Ye was reveling in his good fortune, Zhong Wanqing exclaimed, Master, look, have I awakened a special ability too?" Before her, an ice blade gradually materialized under Zhong Wanqing's manipulation. Lin Ye quickly checked Zhong Wanqing's information through the system. Goddess, Zhong Wanqing. Constitution, 18. Normal humans are at 10, encompassing strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and overall capabilities. Special ability, Ice, level 1. Energy, 10 ability energy. Seeing Zhong Wanqing's awakened ability, Lin Ye couldn't help but marvel at her extraordinary luck. Not only had she awakened a special ability, but it was also a powerful one. He smiled at Zhong Wanqing, saying, "Indeed, you have awakened a special ability, an ice ability, which is quite formidable." Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanqing immediately embraced Lin Ye, tears brimming in her eyes. "Thank you, Master." I'm no longer a burden to you. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Goddess Zhong Wanqing, loyalty level 2. Ding. Current goddess. Zhong Wanqing's loyalty reaches 100, and the system grants a reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an ability slot. Number of abilities unlocked 1. Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement, which was swiftly followed by overwhelming joy. In his past life, he had never heard of anyone awakening 2 special abilities before. It was a widely accepted belief that a person could only awaken a single special ability, and the probability of others awakening one was exceedingly slim. Now, the possibility of awakening another new special ability was truly astonishing. Lin Ye's heart overflowed with gratitude towards the system. In the past life, I wandered aimlessly, never encountering a worthy leader. In this life, I have found the system. Should you not abandon me, I pledge my loyalty as a son. However, the system remained unresponsive to Lin Ye's flattery, utterly disregarding him. At that moment, a bold idea emerged in Lin Ye's mind. If Zhong Wanqing's loyalty reached a total of 100 points, a new ability slot would be rewarded. If he were to bind another beautiful woman and elevate her loyalty to 100 points, would the system bestow upon him yet another ability slot? With this thought, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled and his heart raced. Yet, the realization that raising loyalty was indeed a formidable challenge, especially beyond the 90-point threshold, dampened his spirits. He had invested considerable effort in nurturing Zhong Wanqing's loyalty, saving her from peril, assisting her in locating her parents, avenging them, and ultimately helping her awaken her powers. It was only through such dedication that her loyalty had finally reached 100 points. This endeavor required not only strategy, but also sincerity. He decided to take things slowly. Regrettably, the zombie crystal cores could only be consumed once per day per person. Thus, he could not unlock any new abilities today, and would have to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 20. Zhong Wanqing's voluntary sacrifice. Current state of the community at this moment. Zhong Wanqing covered her nose and exclaimed, "Master, what is that smell? It is utterly foul." Gradually regaining his composure, Lin Ye sniffed the air and realized that the odor emanated from their own bodies. Both of them were covered in large patches of black filth. Lin Ye reassured Zhong Wanqing, "This is the result of consuming the zombie crystal core for the first time. It is akin to a cleansing of the body, expelling all waste. Do not worry, Wanqing, we shall wash it off." They made their way to the bathroom, where Lin Ye retrieved a barrel of water from his space and filled the water heater and bathtub. They quickly began to cleanse themselves. As the grime was washed away, Zhong Wanqing gazed at Lin Ye in astonishment. "Master, look at your body." The once 1.8-meter tall Lin Ye now possessed a more harmonious and proportionate physique, resembling a statue of exquisite beauty. His previously handsome face was now defined with sharp angles. After a considerable time, Lin Ye cradled Zhong Wanqing and returned to the guest room. The following morning, Lin Ye commenced his morning routine while Zhong Wanqing busied herself in the kitchen preparing breakfast. In no time, a sumptuous breakfast was presented on the table. Lin Ye snapped a few photos of the meal before he and Zhong Wanqing began to eat. While dining, Lin Ye inquired, "Wanqing, are you part of the community management group?" Zhong Wanqing replied, "Yes, master, what is it?" Lin Ye requested, "Please add me." Zhong Wanqing promptly included Lin Ye in the group. Upon entering the community management group, Lin Ye was greeted with a flurry of activity. Many survivors remained. Due to the onset of blood rain, the residents dared not venture outside, preferring to remain sheltered within their homes. Aside from a few families, most had stored at least some provisions, resulting in a relatively harmonious atmosphere as they awaited official rescue. Unlike the chaos that had erupted in Lin Ye's previous office building after just 3 or 4 days. As time passed, however, the anticipated rescue failed to materialize. Most residents had depleted their supplies and began to feel a sense of panic. The outbreak of the zombie virus the previous day extinguished any remaining hope among the survivors. The true apocalypse had arrived, and official aid was no longer forthcoming. In a desperate bid for survival, people resorted to unscrupulous means. Lin Ye observed the messages in the management group, which were quite explosive. Resident 1001 from Building 9. Help. Someone was killed downstairs last night. Resident 0802 from Building 6. What happened? What's going on? Resident 1001 from Building 9. Last night, 2 or 3 men from across my door broke into the apartment of a young couple downstairs and stole their food. The man downstairs was killed in the struggle, and the woman was violated. What should I do? They won't come for others, will they? Resident 1201 from Building 7. Surely not. Don't they fear getting reported and caught by the authorities? Resident 0702 from Building 5. The person upstairs must be a fool. The zombies are already out, and you're still considering calling the police. The apocalypse has arrived. Resident 0802 from Building 6. Last night, there was also a burglary in my apartment, but fortunately, no one was killed. Resident 0902 from Building 9. Everyone, I am the one who mentioned the murder. From now on, Building 9 is under my control. Everyone is to bring out their remaining food for me to collect. It will be managed collectively. Resident 1801 from Building 9. Hey, who do you think you are? I want to comply. There's zombies in the corridor. Let us see how you can come up here. Resident 0902 from Building 9. I've noted your name. You better watch out. The zombies in the corridor have already been dealt with by me and my brothers. The few remaining in the upper corridor are no threat to me. You think you're tough? After I finish with the zombies, I will come to settle the score with you. And to everyone in Building 9, keep your eyes peeled. Anyone who dares to resist or fail to comply will meet the same fate as the occupants of room 0901. Of course, those who voluntarily join us will only need to surrender half of their supplies. At this moment, several photos appeared in the group. Lin Ye clicked to view them. The first few images depicted zombies being killed, followed by a man with a gunshot wound to the head, and finally, a photo of a naked woman. After viewing the images, Lin Ye sighed. Indeed, in this apocalypse, the bold would thrive while the timid would perish. Upon seeing the photos, the resident known as Fitness King immediately backed down. Resident 1801 from Building 9. Brother, I was just joking earlier. I still have some supplies at home. I'll give it all to you. Please, spare me. Provoked by the audacity of Resident 0902 from Building 9. Several other buildings soon had residents stepping forward to declare their control over their respective floors. The remaining buildings quickly established their own groups for mutual protection. Originally, He Chao from Building 8 was the most likely candidate to become the leader. Unfortunately, he had been eliminated by Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing the previous night. Currently, no one had come forward to claim governance over Building 8, leaving Lin Ye feeling somewhat disappointed. After observing the messages for a while, Lin Ye composed a recruitment message and sent it to the community management group along with the breakfast photos he had just taken. Chapter 21. Recruitment Announcement. Honest person. To all, the natural disaster spares no one, yet humanity endures. In the spirit of saving lives, I am currently recruiting maids. I cordially invite all beautiful women to provide unedited full-body photos. If you meet the requirements, I will offer food, water, and security. Limited spots are available. First come, first served. Interested parties may message me privately. Photo. Upon seeing Lin Ye's message, Zhong Wanqing immediately rolled her eyes. However, recalling her unsatisfactory performance last night and earlier, she felt a twinge of guilt. She began to speculate that her master might be concerned about her ability to cope and was seeking another partner to share the burden. With a smile, she suggested to Lin Ye, "Master, would you like me to help screen the candidates to see if there are any beauties worthy of you?" Lin Ye, touched by her loyalty, thought to himself that indeed, reaching 100 points in loyalty had its perks. He responded, "Yes, please help me filter through them." With that, Lin Ye handed his phone to Zhong Wanqing. At that moment, the survivors in the Jia Yuan property group erupted in reaction to Lin Ye's message. Resident 0802 from Building 6. Is this honest person insane? Even now, he is looking for beauties? Isn't he afraid someone will steal his food? Resident 0702 from Building 5. This individual seems to have just been added by the people from Building 8. Was he not a resident of our community before? In Building 2, room 1301, Fei Xiang remarked upon witnessing the horrific murder that had transpired in Building 9. He could hardly fathom how anyone could still dare to expose their provisions. After all, Building 8 was situated perilously close to Building 9. One could only assume a reckless disregard for life. Meanwhile, within the confines of room 0902 in Building 9, Chun-Hu's subordinate, Wang Peng, licked his lips as he gazed at the lavish breakfast photo posted by Lin Ye. "Brother," he said, "the honest person from Building 8 seems to have quite an abundance of supplies. Just look at that extravagant breakfast, and it's all freshly prepared. Should we not seize the opportunity and rob him now?" Chun-Hu contemplated the idea, but ultimately shook his head. Alas, he is not one of us from Building 9. To reach Building 8, we would have to traverse the outside or navigate the garage. The hordes of zombies outside are overwhelming, and the conditions in the underground garage remain uncertain. With just the three of us, we could handle a few zombies, but more than that would be perilous. We should first secure Building 9, then utilize our resources to recruit more brothers. Once we have sufficient numbers, we can confront him. By then, not only will we seize that lad, but we will also claim Building 9 for ourselves. We will amass our strength and strive to dominate the entire community. When that time comes, the entire complex will be at our command. We will have food at our disposal, and the women will be at our leisure. Life will be exceedingly comfortable. Wang Peng and Zhou Tao, listening intently to Chun-Hu's grand vision, had their eyes gleaming with excitement and nodded eagerly. They immediately began to shower him with praise. How could Tiger Brother not become our leader? Decision-making and leadership are clearly in his hands. Indeed, Tiger Brother, we are entirely at your command. Whatever you decide, we shall follow. At that moment, Chun-Hu felt a surge of pride, likening himself to the legendary strategist Zhuge Liang. However, he soon reconsidered and sensed something amiss with this so-called honest individual. After all, he had just showcased images of killing zombies. Yet this person boldly flaunted his supplies and sought companionship from beautiful women. This man must possess either remarkable strength or formidable backing to be so unafraid of theft. Thus, Chun-Hu altered his approach and messaged Lin Ye in the group chat. "Building 9, room 0902, social Tiger Brother. Honest man, little brother. If you surrender half of your supplies, I shall permit you to join my ranks. I can appoint you as the leader of Building 8. Anyone in Building 8 who dares to defy you will be opposing me. Once I secure Building 9, I will lead my men to annihilate him." Upon reading Chun-Hu's message, Zhong Wanqing handed her phone to Lin Ye, speaking, "Master, this Tiger Brother from Building 9. Lin Ye took the phone, scanned the message, and inwardly scoffed. It was only the second day since the zombie outbreak, and some were already hastening to make their presence known. Chun-Hu's ambition was evident, yet he seemed to lack the necessary acumen. Without hesitation, Lin Ye typed a response and sent it forth. "Honest man, Building 9, room 0902. Social Tiger Brother, get lost." Chun-Hu, upon receiving Lin Ye's retort, was instantly incensed. "Building 9, room 0902. Social Tiger Brother. Honest man, how dare you? You will regret this. In a few days, I will come for you." Lin Ye, upon reading the threat, dismissed it with a few indifferent words before returning the phone to Zhong Wanqing. "Honest man, Building 9, room 0902. Social Tiger Brother. I will be waiting for you in room 1602. Lin Ye simirkit inyardli." There was no reason to fear. Even before awakening, he had been unafraid, let alone now that he had developed extraordinary abilities. Zhong Wanqing, upon seeing Chun-Hu's threat, immediately displayed a fierce expression and inquired, "Master, should we go and eliminate this man now?" Taken aback by her eagerness, Lin Ye noted the transformation undergone by Zhong Wanqing after the loss of her parents and her awakening. "Do not concern yourself with such trifles. First, assist me in screening the potential female recruits. After breakfast, we have other important matters to attend to." She nodded promptly, understood, "Master." Soon after, they completed breakfast. While Zhong Wanqing tidied up, Lin Ye decided to test his newfound abilities. He discovered that he could manipulate objects weighing up to approximately 100 kilograms within a 10-meter range, expending 1 point of energy for each use. He could hurl sharp implements like watermelon knives and axes as weapons or envelop himself with objects for defense. His energy would gradually replenish over time. After a short while, once Zhong Wanqing had finished cleaning the kitchen, she approached him. Lin Ye beckoned her to sit on his lap. He then produced a zombie crystal core and handed it to her. Zhong Wanqing, surprised, gazed at Lin Ye, wondering how he possessed such a core. However, being astute, she refrained from asking, instead graciously accepting the core. She then embraced Lin Ye's neck, planting a kiss on him, saying, "Thank you, master." Lin Ye smiled and explained, "The zombie crystal core can be consumed once daily to enhance your abilities and strengthen your body. The first consumption may induce intense reactions, but subsequent uses will not." Hearing that both her body and abilities could be augmented brought joy to Zhong Wanqing. She then asked, "Master, does that mean if we continuously consume the crystal cores, our powers will keep increasing without limit?" "Not quite," Lin Ye clarified. "What we're consuming now is a level 1 core. After about 10 uses, your abilities will ascend to level 2. At that point, the level 1 core will lose its efficacy. To continue growing stronger, we must defeat level 2 zombies and obtain level 2 cores." Zhong Wanqing continued, "Master, are level 2 zombies formidable?" Lin Ye replied, "The zombies outside are merely the weakest among level 1 zombies. Over time, their overall strength will increase. Presently, regular humans can still defeat them with cold weapons. Against stronger level 1 zombies, ordinary humans can manage with basic firearms. However, facing level 2 zombies will demand a significant toll on human lives, even with firearms. Moreover, zombies will continue to evolve, eventually presenting level 3, level 4, and even higher tiers." Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanqing's face turned pale with fear. "Master, if this continues, will humanity not face extinction?" Lin Ye pointed to the crystal core in her hand and responded, "That will not happen. This is our means of survival, enabling us to contend with zombies and monsters. In the future, societal structures will revert to a pyramid-like hierarchy. Those who do not consume crystal cores will be deemed slaves and commodities, relegated to the lowest echelons of society. Those who consume cores but lack awakened abilities will occupy the middle tier, while those with awakened powers will rise to the upper echelons, with the most powerful among them at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Of course, this structure is not absolute. Even those with awakened abilities may perish before truly developing their potential." After hearing Lin Ye's elucidation, Zhong Wanqing was profoundly shaken, feeling immensely fortunate to be aligned with him. Not only was she free from worries about food and drink, but she also awakened her powers right as the zombie outbreak began. Lin Ye then produced another crystal core and consumed it. Observing this, Zhong Wanqing followed suit and swallowed her own core. At that moment, the system's voice resonated, announcing "Ding, detection of host consuming a level 1 zombie crystal core. Would you like to awaken a new ability?" Lin Ye promptly selected yes. After a brief interval, the system's voice chimed again, "Ding, congratulations, host, on awakening a new ability, perception." Lin Ye immediately checked his status. Host, Lin Ye physique, 30. The normal human baseline is 10, encompassing strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other composite abilities. Superpower, telekinesis, level 1, perception, level 1. Energy, 20, superpower energy. Lin Ye was overjoyed. After awakening a new superpower, not only did his physique increase once more, but his energy also doubled. This was akin to having twice the mana compared to others in the game. Subsequently, Lin Ye decided to test his newfound abilities. Upon activating his perception superpower, he could discern all living beings within a 5-meter radius of himself, disregarding walls. Before him, Zhong Wanqing radiated a faint glow of deep green, while 3 white figures appeared downstairs, devoid of luminescence. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ye realized that this was an auxiliary superpower capable of distinguishing friend from foe and gauging their power levels. Awakened individuals emitted light, while ordinary people did not. Those who were friendly were marked in green, while neutral parties appeared white. However, he remained uncertain about the colors representing zombies or those hostile toward him. This superpower was of immense significance. In a certain sense, it was even more vital than his first ability. In the apocalyptic world, the most terrifying element was not the zombies or monsters, but the human heart. In his previous life, he witnessed countless individuals turn against one another over food, crystal cores, and power, leading to familial strife. If kin could betray one another, what hope was there for strangers? Previously, Lin Ye had scarcely contemplated establishing his own faction. The endeavor required not only considerable effort for management, but also the assurance of loyalty from subordinates. Even if he could suppress everything with his formidable strength, the allure of greater interests made human hearts unpredictable. He could not guarantee the unwavering loyalty of each subordinate. Human nature is fragile under duress. In an apocalyptic setting, betrayal was commonplace. In his former life, numerous factions, large and small, were torn apart due to various betrayals, ultimately leading to disintegration. Much like in ancient times of chaos, those with even a modicum of power aspired to unite the world and claim the throne. Yet, the benefits of establishing a faction were equally tempting. Firstly, the task of finding suitable women that met the system's criteria would not necessitate his direct involvement. With a mere command, there would be many to assist him. Furthermore, contending with the large factions from his past life would bolster his confidence. It would not be long before the matter of zombie crystal cores became public knowledge. The leaders of those large factions would exploit their numerical advantage, quickly rising by relentlessly oppressing the lower strata. More importantly, with power comes the insatiable desire for absolute authority. The temptation to indulge in beauty and wield power over the world is irresistible to any man. Now, with this superpower, he could contemplate establishing his own faction in the apocalypse. At that moment, Zhong Wanqing had finished absorbing the crystal core. Lin Ye inquired, "How do you feel, Wanqing?" Zhong Wanqing replied with delight, "Master, I feel stronger than yesterday." Lin Ye immediately checked Zhong Wanqing's information through the system. Goddess, Zhong Wanqing physique, 23. Normal humans have a score of 10, encompassing strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Superpower, ice, level 1. Energy, 15. Superpower energy. Lin Ye nodded, pleased. Both physique and energy had increased by 5 points. He then reflected in his mind that since he had resolved to establish a faction, the resources at his disposal were insufficient, even with the system's returns, as the variety of supplies was too limited. Moreover, in a few days, water and electricity would be cut off. Although he had previously procured a diesel generator at Jinpeng Building, he lacked diesel fuel. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies were generally weak, he resolved to venture out and stockpile supplies. It would be ideal to acquire some firearms as well, effective against both zombies and other survivors in the early stages. Lin Ye declared, "Wanqing, let us venture out to search for supplies." Zhong Wanqing nodded eagerly, "Yes, master." They donned the makeshift armor they had crafted earlier and proceeded to the underground parking garage. Upon hearing noise, the zombies within the garage immediately converged. Lin Ye activated his perception superpower and observed the zombies appearing in a faint gray hue. He then retrieved a watermelon knife from his space and activated his telekinesis. The knife began to levitate gently in the air, and with a subtle flick of his finger, it shot forth, slicing through the air with a cold gleam. With a swift sound, it embedded itself into the head of the foremost zombie. Lin Ye inwardly lamented, due to the current low level of his abilities. The knife lacked the power to penetrate the zombie's skull. Under Lin Ye's control, the knife was extracted from the zombie's head and returned to his side. Zhong Wanqing watched in awe, her eyes sparkling. "Master, you are so impressive, like a sword immortal from a cultivation novel." Lin Ye beamed with delight. This superpower was remarkable, powerful, and even allowed for a display of flair, seemingly tailor-made for him. He then smiled at Zhong Wanqing. "Wanqing, why don't you try your superpower? Practice on these zombies." "All right, master." With enthusiasm, Zhong Wanqing activated her ice superpower, causing the temperature around them to drop several degrees. Instantly, moisture in the air crystallized into several ice daggers, which she hurled at the zombies. Blood holes appeared on the bodies of the first few zombies. Yet her aim was imprecise, failing to strike vital points. Upon seeing this, Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Ye with embarrassment. Lin Ye gently patted her head, offering encouragement. "It's all right. With more practice, you'll improve. As your level rises, the power of your superpower will significantly enhance. This ability is highly versatile. It can be used for single-target attacks, area damage, defense, and control. However, it will require your personal exploration and study." Hearing Lin Ye's high praise for her superpower filled Zhong Wanqing with excitement. Yes, Master, I will not disappoint your expectations. Given that she had just awakened her superpower and her level was still low, their energy was soon depleted. At this point, Lin Ye retrieved a fire axe from his space and handed it to Zhong Wanqing. Together, they charged at the remaining zombies. Chapter 23. Journey to the gas station utilizing their enhanced physiques, which were 23 times that of an ordinary person. Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing effortlessly dispatched the remaining zombies. Following the skirmish, Zhong Wanqing took the initiative to clean the battlefield, splitting open the zombies' heads in search of crystal cores. Unfortunately, despite searching for some time, she found none. Meanwhile, Lin Ye reflected on the recent battle. Indeed, today's zombies were stronger than those of yesterday. At this rate of evolution, it was likely that in a few days, level 2 zombies would emerge. In the heart of the city, in areas heavily afflicted by the zombie outbreak, the evolution of level 2 zombies would occur at a much faster pace than in the outskirts. Once Zhong Wanqing finished cleaning up, Lin Ye summoned the Land Rover from space. They got into the vehicle and drove out of the Jia Yuan community. Shortly after they departed, 4 or 5 individuals armed with rudimentary weapons appeared at the stairwell of Building 7's underground garage. One man cautiously peered into the garage, then quickly withdrew his head. With disbelief etched on his face, he quietly informed the leading man, "Brother Yuan, it's unbelievable. All the zombies in the garage are gone." The others erupted in disbelief. "How is that possible, Zhang Yang? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "Exactly. Yesterday, Li Jie and I personally checked. There were at least 20 zombies inside." "Zhang Yang, are you implying that we are lying?" "Brother Yuan, when we checked yesterday, we barely poked our heads out before the zombies spotted us. Luckily, we ran fast. Otherwise, we would have been surrounded." Zhang Yang grew anxious as others questioned him. "Damn it. How could I mistake the presence of zombies? If you don't believe me, go see for yourselves." The others cautiously leaned forward to take a look. The garage was eerily silent, aside from the vehicles. There was not a single trace of a zombie. A few individuals exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting their surprise. At that moment, Lu Yuan stepped outside, prompting the others to hastily follow suit. In a short while, they arrived near the stairwell of Building 8, where they stumbled upon a heap of zombie corpses. A cursory glance revealed nearly 40 of them. Most of the cadavers were decapitated, their heads split open, exuding a foul stench. Lu Yuan and his companions were left speechless in shock. After a moment, one of them spoke up. "Who could have done this? Such ferocity. Are there really people like this in our community?" Another, uncertain, suggested, "Could it be that social figure, Hu Ge, from Building 9? Lu Yuan shook his head, outright dismissing the idea. Impossible. If he were responsible, he would have flaunted it in the group chat by now. Besides, Haven T, you notice that the zombie bodies are all clustered outside the stairwell of Building 8? Clearly, it was someone inside that building." Upon hearing this, the others found his reasoning convincing. If it were indeed Hu Ji's doing, with his brash demeanor, the entire community would have been aware by now, and he would have seized the opportunity to intimidate everyone. They were astounded. Was there truly someone so formidable in Building 8? They had never perceived it. At this juncture, Zhang Yang inquired, "Yuan Ge, should we still venture out to gather supplies?" Li Jie immediately scoffed. "Of course we should go out. It's perfect timing since someone has already cleared the zombies from the garage." "What do you say, Yuan Ge?" Zhang Yang retorted, "If you're scared, you can go back, but don't expect to share any supplies we find." In response to Li Jie's taunt, Zhang Yang shot back, "Damn it. Who said I'm scared? The group that killed those zombies clearly went out to scavenge as well. There is only one supermarket outside the community, and I'm worried we might run into them." "What then?" Li Jie was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, what would they do if they encountered that intimidating group at the supermarket? In this world, might makes right. During the apocalypse, who would ever complain about having excess supplies? If the opposing group had the capability to seize the supermarket's resources alone, they surely wouldn't share with others. If they attempted to rob those supplies, wouldn't they be putting themselves in peril? There was no way the other side would simply let them be. If a conflict arose, their side would clearly be at a disadvantage. The thought of being injured or even killed was a considerable loss. Li Jie, his face flushed, stubbornly asserted, "Stop talking nonsense. Let us follow Yuan Ji's lead. Whatever Yuan Ge decides, we do." The others immediately echoed, "Yes, yes, yes, we'll listen to Yuan Ge," with all eyes upon him. Lu Yuan contemplated briefly before speaking earnestly. "Since you all have faith in me, Lu Yuan, I shall take charge. It has been several days since the disaster struck, and I trust that everyone's food supplies at home are running low. Those of us who can come out today likely have family members at home. Now that we've come this far, we cannot return empty-handed. We must think not just for ourselves, but also for our loved ones back home. Once we reach the supermarket, if they are reasonable, we can negotiate. But if they are unreasonable, we shall confront them directly. After all, we are all human beings, and no one should be afraid of the other. I, Lu Yuan, will lead the charge." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, the group felt emboldened, affirming, "Yes. If they are unreasonable, we will fight back. Damn it, if it comes to that, we shall see who is truly afraid." With that, the group, under Lu Yuan's leadership, cautiously made their way towards the supermarket not far from the community's exit. Little did they know, Lin Ye had no interest in the meager supplies of the supermarket outside the community. His target was Yida Plaza, located several kilometers away. It housed not only a supersized supermarket, but also numerous other shops. Before heading to Yida Plaza, Lin Ye first drove to the nearest gas station. He intended to procure some diesel and gasoline in preparation for the impending power outages. Upon hearing the sound of the vehicle, the zombies near the gas station quickly surrounded it. Lin Ye estimated there were about 30 to 40 zombies. He boldly drove into the fray, parking the vehicle at the entrance of the gas station's convenience store. Subsequently, he and Zhong Wanqing exited the car and commenced a ruthless assault on the encroaching zombies. Soon, the surrounding undead were largely eliminated, with only a few straggling zombies lingering outside the gas station. Lin Ye instructed Zong Wanming. "I'll go inside the supermarket to find some fuel drums. You stay outside and clean up the battlefield, keeping an eye out for any wandering zombies. If you encounter any danger, call for me immediately and retreat into the convenience store." Zhong Wanqing nodded eagerly. "All right, master, please be careful." Lin Ye offered her a reassuring smile before stepping into the convenience store. The few zombies inside the supermarket, upon hearing the noise, lunged at him. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be former employees of the gas station. Lin Ye couldn't help but reflect on how these individuals, supported by the resources of the gas station supermarket, had managed to survive the initial chaos, yet tragically could not withstand the zombie outbreak. He wielded his axe with effortless grace, dispatching zombies with each step. Lin Ye made his way to the warehouse at the back of the supermarket, where after a thorough search, he finally located several 200L gasoline drums. Chapter 24, Fuel Acquired. Discovery of a new goddess. Lin Ye first stored the gasoline drums in his spatial pocket and then returned to the convenience store. Noticing that there were still plenty of uneaten food items within the store, he made a quick selection, collecting all the well-packaged supplies into his space. At the counter, Lin Ye discovered numerous valuable items, including cigarettes, chewing gum, and small umbrellas. After exiting the convenience store, he went to the fueling area, retrieving the oil drums from his spatial pocket. He then opened the fuel nozzle and began filling the drums. At that moment, Zhong Wanqing completed her tidying up of the battlefield and, fortuitously, found a level 1 zombie crystal core. She presented the crystal core to Lin Ye with a sense of pride. "Master, look, I found a zombie crystal core." Lin Ye accepted the core, took out a bottle of mineral water to clean it, and stored it in his spatial pocket. He then embraced Zhong Wanqing, praising her. "Wanqing, you did wonderfully. We'll hold on to the crystal core for now, and you can consume it tomorrow." He rewarded her with a tender kiss. Unexpectedly, Zhong Wanqing took the initiative, wrapping her arms around Lin Ye and nearly leaving him breathless. Lin Ye quickly patted her back, gently pulling her head away. Wanqing obediently responded, "Let us take care of business first, and I'll fill the other drums with fuel." Hearing Lin Ye's words, she finally released him but still shot him a flirtatious glance. "All right, master, I'll get right on it." Observing Zong Wanming se seemingly insatiable demanor, Lin Ye ignored the chocolate. It appeared that raising her loyalty to 100 points wasn't necessarily a blessing. Ever since Zhong Wanqing's loyalty reached that pinnacle, she had become increasingly dependent on him. After nearly half an hour, Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing finally filled all the fuel drums. Lin Ye handed the drums to Zhong Wanqing one by one. As she received them, the system immediately chimed. Ding! The host has given Goddess Zhong Wanqing 1 barrel of zero diesel, 200L, triggering system return. The system returns 10,000 barrels, 200L, of zero diesel. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check. Ding! The host has given Goddess Zhong Wanqing 1 barrel of 10 diesel, 200L, triggering system return. The system returns 10,000 barrels, 200L, of 10 diesel. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check. Ding! The host has given Goddess Zhong Wanqing 1 barrel of 95 gasoline, 200L, triggering system quality return. The system returned 90 barrels, 200L, of number 95 aviation gasoline. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please take note of the receipt. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned upon hearing the information about the system's quality return. After a while, he recalled the previous system prompt indicating that when the loyalty of the goddess reached 100 points, providing resources would trigger a probability of quality return. However, the likelihood of such a quality return seemed rather low. This morning, Lin Ye had given Zhong Wanqing a considerable amount of resources, yet there was no quality return triggered. Moreover, the returned aviation gasoline was typically used for aircraft, which was of no use to him at the moment. He decided to store it for now, as it might prove useful in the future. Lin Ye collected all the oil barrels into the space and, along with Zhong Wanqing, got back into the Land Rover, preparing to head to Yida Plaza. Not long after they left the gas station, Zhong Wanqing, who had been scrolling through her phone in the passenger seat, suddenly said to Lin Ye, "Master, look at this girl. What do you think?" Lin Ye took the phone she handed him and glanced at the photo. He found the woman in the picture undeniably beautiful, though it was merely a half-body shot. Name, Song Xinyan. Age, 20. Figure, 88. Appearance, 94. Overall, 91. Shitong Baojun. Lin Ye nodded and said, "Wanqing, this woman is acceptable. You should talk to her and clarify my requirements to see her reaction." Zhong Wanqing obediently took back the phone. "All right, master, I'll talk to her right away." Meanwhile, in room 1601 of Building 9, Jia Yuan Community, Song Xinyan carefully read the message sent by the honest person, feeling a deep sense of conflict within her. The demands were exceedingly harsh, reminiscent of an ancient contract of servitude. Yet the promises were equally enticing, not only guaranteeing food and water, but also providing security. In a post-apocalyptic world, nothing could rival the value of these two essentials. Nevertheless, glancing at the wheelchair beneath her, she felt an overwhelming anxiety. She feared that even if she agreed to Lin Ye's terms, the moment he saw her disability, he would unceremoniously reject her. After all, in this world, no one wished to carry a burden, regardless of how beautiful the woman might be. Furthermore, she was concerned about deceiving Lin Ye and whether such deception would provoke his wrath upon their meeting. However, Song Xinyan found herself at a desperate crossroads, compelled to resort to such a means. Her backstory was quite tragic. In her childhood, she had a warm home, loving parents, and an adorable twin sister. Yet, at the age of 10, misfortune struck. During a family outing, a tragic car accident claimed her parents' lives, and she suffered severe injuries to her legs. Although she managed to retain her legs through medical treatment, she could never stand again. The only solace was that her sister remained unscathed. In the years that followed, their grandmother took on the responsibility of raising the sisters. Unfortunately, just 2 years ago, upon turning 18, her grandmother fell ill and passed away, leaving her world shattered. Yet, witnessing her sister's profound grief, she was compelled to be strong. As the elder sister, she took on the role of a mother. Excelling academically, she dropped out of school to ensure her sister's future, becoming a streamer to earn money for her sister's college tuition and living expenses. Her sister, living up to expectations, was admitted to a prestigious university in Jiangnan City. With her extraordinary beauty and emotional intelligence, she made a name for herself in the streaming world. Just as life began to take a turn for the better, disaster struck. Due to her limited mobility, Every weekend her sister would prepare a week's worth of food for her, allowing Song Xinyan to survive the bloody turmoil. However, the outbreak of zombies shattered her hope for the future. The food supply dwindled alarmingly, forcing her to ration her remaining provisions. What terrified her was that chaos had begun to engulf the community. As a disabled person, she lacked the ability to protect herself. The photos and messages from Chun Hu and their group only heightened her anxiety. Given Chun Hu's ruthlessness, it was only a matter of time before he would come for her, and she knew she would face a grim fate. More importantly, her sister, now in university, was also in a precarious situation. At this moment, Lin Ye's job offer became her only glimmer of hope. Ultimately, Song Xinyan composed her response and sent it. Chapter 25. Entering Yida Plaza. Clearing the supermarket of zombies upon receiving Song Xinyan's message, Zhong Wanqing immediately smiled at Lin Ye and said, "Master, she has agreed. But she hopes we can pick her up." Lin Ye pondered briefly and replied, "We can agree to pick her up later. But make it clear to her that if I arrive and she dares to back out, I will make her regret it." Zhong Wanqing promptly responded, "Understood, Master. I will reply to her. If she dares to play tricks, I will personally deal with her." Observing Zhong Wanqing's protective demeanor, Lin Ye contemplated and said from now on, "You are truly my woman. You need not call me master anymore." Zhong Wanqing gazed at Lin Ye in disbelief and then hesitantly asked, "Then master, what should I call you?" Lin Ye smiled at her and said, "Sweetheart, what do you think?" Looking into Lin Ye's encouraging eyes, Zhong Wanqing tentatively suggested, "Husband?" Lin Ye nodded with a smile. The decision for Zhong Wanqing to call him husband was not a whimsical notion. She was the first maid to follow him, and her loyalty had reached 100 points, ensuring her unwavering fidelity. Now, she was exceptionally obedient, always clinging to him. This granted her the right to be his woman. As more women joined later, it was essential to distinguish their treatment based on loyalty. The higher the loyalty, the greater their status and benefits, which would facilitate future management. Shortly thereafter, Lin Ye arrived at Yida Plaza. He parked the car in the underground garage and stopped near the supermarket on the first basement level. As soon as they parked, zombies began to swarm around them. After Lin Ye exited the vehicle and stored in the space, he surveyed the surroundings. There were not many zombies in the garage, perhaps around a few dozen. He and Zhong Wanqing then dashed toward the supermarket entrance, eliminating the zombies that obstructed their path one by one. Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Ye locked the main entrance. At that moment, the zombies within the supermarket, alerted by the commotion, immediately lunged toward him. Lin Ye looked up and noticed that there were slightly more zombies inside the supermarket than outside, totaling around 100. To an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly be a terrifying sight. However, with Zhong Wanqing's assistance, and given that the overall strength of the zombies was not particularly formidable, this was still within Lin Ye's manageable range. If there had been more zombies, or if he had lacked Zhong Wanqing's support, such a number of zombies would likely have posed a significant challenge for Lin Ye. Fortunately, in such a vast supermarket, only about 100 zombies were present. Since the day of the blood rain was not a weekend and occurred at noon, many supermarket employees had gone for lunch, resulting in fewer customers during that time. Lin Ye said to Zhong Wanqing, "Wanqing, I will charge ahead. You cover my back and be cautious." Zhong Wanqing adjusted Lin Ye's clothing and gently replied, "All right, husband. You be careful." Lin Ye retrieved 10 watermelon knives from the space, which was the limit of his current operational capacity. He then activated his telekinetic ability, causing the knives to float around him. With a pointed gesture, the knives flew forth with lightning speed. With precision, Lin Ye struck the heads of the first 10 zombies, causing them to collapse instantly. This time, he did not waste energy retrieving the watermelon knife, but instead drew a new one. After 3 consecutive strikes, his strength was nearly depleted. Meanwhile, Zhong Wanqing relentlessly unleashed her ice abilities, conjuring ice blades to hurl at the zombies. As her technique improved, her accuracy in targeting the zombies' vital points increased remarkably. Observing this, Lin Ye advised her, "Wanqing, conserve your energy, assist me in holding the line." He then brandished 2 fire axes, charging into the throng of corpses like a hungry tiger, pouncing on its prey. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Zhong Wanqing also took up her axe, turning her back to him, and unleashed a flurry of strikes against the approaching zombies. The two axes in Lin Ye's hands danced through the air, glinting with lethal intent as zombies fell one after another. After more than 10 minutes, the zombies within the supermarket were nearly annihilated by the two of them. At this point, even Lin Ye, whose body had been enhanced, felt the toll it had taken. Surveying the ground littered with severed limbs and the stench of black blood staining the floor, he and Zhong Wanqing hurriedly sought a new location to rest. He took out water to cleanse their bloodied hands and faces. Upon inspecting his rudimentary armor, he noted several clear signs of scratches and bites from zombies. Fortunately, it had withstood the assault. Lin Ye then checked Zhong Wanqing thoroughly, relieved to find her unscathed. Individual zombies were not terrifying, but a horde could indeed be quite fearsome. In the early stages without firearms, relying solely on cold weapons posed a significant risk. Initially, Lin Ye had fought with ease, but as his stamina waned, the struggle became more pronounced. Alas, his energy reserves were still too meager. If only he possessed boundless strength, these lowly zombies would be effortlessly dispatched in droves. After a brief respite, Lin Ye began to gather supplies. Zhong Wanqing fell into her routine, collecting crystal cores, retrieving the watermelon knife, and delivering finishing blows to any surviving zombies. He first ventured to the food section, discovering that most of the provisions were relatively intact. During the blood rain phase, the abundance of food had allowed the people hiding here to maintain order. Most were subsisting on instant noodles, ham sausages, and self-heating hot pots. Today marked the second day since the zombie outbreak, and power had yet to be cut. The supermarket's freezers, refrigerators, and cold storage units were still operational. The packaged pork, beef, steaks, chicken legs, and other fresh meats appeared quite fresh. It was estimated that within a few more days, once the power was lost, these provisions would quickly spoil. For now, they were all a boon for Lin Ye. Like a diligent little bee, he collected every resource he could find into his space. Fresh meat, rice, beverages, fruits, seafood, snacks, alcohol, clothing, electronics, and daily necessities. All items with intact packaging were bundled away. It took him over an hour to complete his gathering. At that moment, Zhong Wanqing had also finished clearing the battlefield. She had collected 2 zombie crystal cores, which she cleaned and handed to Lin Ye. He stored the cores in his space and noticed that it was almost noon. He planned to have lunch with Zhong Wanqing before continuing to scavenge for supplies upstairs. Chapter 26. Survivors in the supermarket. Lin Ye retrieved a portion of the food he had just gathered from his space and presented it to Zhong Wanqing. Self-eating hot pot, luncheon meat, instant noodles, marinated eggs, beverages, and yogurt were soon spread across the ground. At that moment, the system's return notification sounded incessantly. Lin Ye remarked, "The conditions here are limited. Let us make do with this for lunch, and we shall enjoy a feast later when we return home." Was this even a reasonable statement? Did he not realize that many were currently starving? If those trapped inside their rooms heard such words, Lin Ye feared he might be met with hostility. Zhong Wanqing obediently nodded, her expression one of entitlement. "All right, husband." Having followed Lin Ye for just a few days, she seemed to have forgotten the pangs of hunger she had previously endured. Soon, Zhong Wanqing had prepared the food, and they began to eat together. As they dined, Lin Ye engaged in light conversation with Zhong Wanqing, the aroma of the food wafting through the air. At that moment, the door to the supermarket manager's office creaked open slightly. A head peeked out, astonished to find that several zombies which had been lurking at the office door were now absent. Shortly after, he heard the sound of Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing laughing and chatting in the distance. He hastily withdrew his head and immediately locked the door. Inside the manager's office, nearly 20 people were crammed together. Some were supermarket employees, while others were customers who had sought refuge there. The confined space was now overcrowded, and given the June heat, the temperature was rising. Fearing the noise might attract zombies, they dared not turn on the air conditioning. As a result, the air quality in the office was abysmal. After being cooped up for a day and night, everyone was drenched in sweat and in disarray. A few had faces flushed from holding their breath. The group turned to Li Ping, clamoring to know, "Xiao Li, what is the situation outside? What is happening now?" Li Ping looked at the crowd and quickly replied, "The zombies at the door have vanished. I heard laughter outside and caught a whiff of something delicious, as if someone were eating." At this revelation, The room erupted in chaos. Some expressed skepticism, others pondered, while many were filled with excitement. Could it be that rescue has arrived? I knew the government wouldn't abandon us. Shaoli, are you sure you heard correctly? With so many zombies outside, who would dare venture out, let alone laugh? Upon hearing such doubts, Li Ping felt a surge of discomfort. Damn it, just moments ago, I asked you to look outside, yet not one of you was willing to move. All of you cowered back, and now you question me? His expression turned cold as he scoffed. If you don't believe me, why don't you open the door and see for yourselves? The crowd exchanged glances, falling silent. Just then, one person gritted his teeth and opened the door, rushing out. He quickly found a corner where he was hidden from view and relieved himself. The sound echoed like a starting gun, prompting several others to follow suit, each finding their own suitable spots. The remaining individuals, witnessing this, hurriedly rushed outside. Once they emerged, they were stunned by the scene in the supermarket. Not only were there no zombies, but a significant portion of the goods on the shelves had also vanished. They quickly made their way towards the voices of Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing. At that moment, Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing had finished their lunch and were taking a brief respite. Spotting the survivors rushing towards them, Lin Ye conducted a cursory scan of the group. Noticing the absence of any individuals who met the system's criteria for beauty, he lost interest. The survivors gazed at Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing, as well as the remaining food beside them, their expressions filled with astonishment. A man at the forefront spoke up. Hello, I am Wu Jun, the manager of the supermarket. Who are you? What has transpired outside? Why have the zombies and the supermarket's supplies disappeared? Lin Ye closed his eyes in repose, uninterested in responding. Zhong Wanqing, too, had reverted to her usual aloof demeanor, not even glancing at Wu Jun, sensing their disregard, felt awkward. Yet, upon noticing Zhong Wanqing's stunning figure and beauty, he was instantly captivated, his mind wandering to inappropriate thoughts. The others, feeling slighted by Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing's haughty attitudes, could hardly contain their displeasure. Hey, we're talking to you too. Are you deaf? The impatience in Wu Jun's voice was palpable as he signaled to a few of his employees and stepped forward, clearing his throat. As the managers of the supermarket, I now have reason to suspect that the missing goods have been stolen by the two of you. Please accompany me to the office for a search. I hope you will cooperate. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to call the police. With that, Wu Jun's subordinates spread out, surrounding Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing. The other customers, upon witnessing the scene, quickly retreated to the sidelines, watching Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing with a sense of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye immediately opened his eyes. He activated his perception ability and saw that Wu Jun was surrounded by a red aura, while his lackeys appeared in a pale red hue. A glance at Wu Jun revealed his intentions, and Lin Ye calmly remarked, Manager Wu, is it such a clumsy excuse, and you dare utter it? What if I refuse to cooperate? Wu Jun coldly snorted in reply, that is not up to you. Grab these two and take them to the office for a thorough search. His subordinates, realizing they might benefit from this, grinned lewdly at Zhong Wanqing and lunged toward Lin Ye and her. Faced with the three assailants, Lin Ye swiftly drew a watermelon knife. 3 glimmers of cold light flashed, and the trio immediately sprayed blood as they collapsed to the ground, struggling in their final moments. The two who had aimed for Zhong Wanqing thought they were confronting an easy target, only to find her far more ruthless. She drew a fire axe and cleaved the head of the first attacker in half, then swiftly turned to sever the neck of the second, whose head fell to the ground with a thud. The supermarket fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was in disbelief at the brutality unfolding before them. Were these two madmen? In broad daylight, they dared to commit murder. Moreover, Wu Jun's 5 subordinates were utterly useless, being dispatched so easily. As the 3 who had been slashed by Lin Ye lost their vitality, chaos erupted among the crowd as someone screamed, Murder! Help! Call the police. There are 2 madmen killing people. It seemed the abundance of food in the supermarket had shielded the survivors from the grim realities outside. Lin Ye shouted, Who is screaming? This is your fate if you don't behave. The crowd quieted, fearing Lin Ye's gaze might fall upon them. Seizing the moment of confusion, Wu Jun attempted to flee, but Lin Ye swiftly stepped forward, pressing the knife against his throat. Manager Wu, do you still wish to conduct a search? Wu Yun immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. I did not recognize your greatness. I deserve to die. Lin Ye pondered for a moment and asked, where is the warehouse of this supermarket? Where's the key? Wu Jun's eyes darted, and he replied, Big brother, I know, but could you please spare my life? Lin Ye chuckled. Oh, you dare negotiate with me? Before Wu Jun could react, Zhong Wanqing stepped forward, stomping on his right hand and cleaving off his pinky with a single swing of her axe. Screaming in pain, Wu Jun's right hand remained pinned under Zhong Wanqing's foot. Lin Ye continued, do you know where it is now? Wu Yun nodded vigorously. Big brother, I was wrong. I know where the warehouse is, and the key is on me. I'll take you there now. With Lin Ye's nod, Zhong Wanqing finally released her hold. Lin Ye seized Wu Jun and coldly commanded, lead the way. If you try any tricks, I won't be gentle. Wu Jun, sensing Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing's ferocity, dared not scheme further. Big brother, of course. This way. Hearing about the warehouse, the remaining customers prepared to follow. They had not eaten for over a day, and the supermarket supplies had been nearly depleted by Lin Ye. Although there were some remnants, they had been unsealed and exposed for quite some time. Who wouldn't desire fresh, clean food? Noticing the crowd's intent, Lin Ye pointed the knife at them, warning, whoever follows will meet their end. The crowd immediately reacted unfavorably, completely forgetting that Lin Ye had just killed. Hey, you're being too domineering. Exactly. There's so much in the warehouse. Can you two take it all? Come on, leave some for us. We'll pretend we didn't see the murder. Observing their hypocrisy, Lin Ye felt a cold sneer rise within him. Just moments ago, when he and Zhong Wanqing were surrounded, these very people had stood by, watching without intervening. Now they wish to divide the spoils. I cleared out the supermarket of zombies for you, and not killing you already counts as a great mercy. As the crowd closed in, Lin Ye exchanged glances with Zhong Wanqing. Understanding his intent, she dashed into the throng, swiftly dispatching the most boisterous individual. Witnessing this, the crowd scattered in panic. Lin Ye shouted, Wölfe follows, Schaldi. If you want to know how the zombies perished, just take a look at the supermarket entrance. With that, he and Zhong Wanqing followed Wu Jun toward the warehouse. After a while, the remaining crowd, seeing Lin Ye had departed, gathered together. As they approached the entrance, a foul stench wafted toward them. Soon, a gruesome sight unfolded. A multitude of zombie corpses littered the ground, numbering at least 100. Limbs and severed body parts were strewn about, black blood pooling everywhere, the putrid odor assaulting their senses. Some immediately retched. In awe, the crowd pondered if these two were responsible for the carnage. An air of reverence began to envelop Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing. At the very least, there were no remaining zombies in the supermarket, and while the quality of the leftover food was questionable, it would suffice for some time. Moreover, once that powerful figure departed, there would likely still be ample supplies in the warehouse. With this in mind, the crowd hastened to gather the scattered goods within the supermarket. In the ensuing chaos over the food, fights broke out among them. Meanwhile, Lin Ye reached the back of the supermarket where the warehouse door stood. The few zombies encountered along the way were swiftly dealt with by Zhong Wanqing. Wu Jun hurriedly opened the warehouse door, revealing a substantial stockpile of goods inside. Lin Ye inquired, is this the only warehouse? Wu Jun quickly knelt, pleading, Big brother, this is the only warehouse. Please spare my life. Lin Ye cast a glance at Wu Jun, who still bore a red aura, and turned to Zhong Wanqing, saying, Wanqing, I leave him to you. Zhong Wanqing promptly replied, Understood, dear. With a cold demeanor, she dragged Wu Jun aside. Since the moment he laid eyes on her, she had felt a profound discomfort, reminiscent of memories of Chun Feng, He Chao, and Lu Jin. As Wu Jun continued to plead for mercy, a cruel smile crept upon Zhong Wanqing's lips. Entering the warehouse, Lin Ye discovered a considerable amount of unopened supplies. Transforming into a diligent worker, he collected everything into his space. After several minutes, he emerged from the warehouse to find Zhong Wanqing waiting at the entrance, while not far behind her lay the remnants of Wu Jun's broken body. Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing descended to the first floor. From their vantage point, the number of zombies in the corridor appeared minimal. They swiftly cleared the first floor of any remaining threats. Next, Lin Ye dashed into the luxury goods store, gathering an array of items: clothes, shoes, perfumes, bags. and undergarments from brands like Ima, Xiangnair, Gucci, Pulada, and London House, all of which he swiftly collected. Following that, he raided the electronic section, taking every phone, tablet, computer, console, and power bank available. Lin Ye thoroughly searched the first floor, yet curiously, he found no living souls. Could it be that everyone had fled to the upper floors? Subsequently, Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing ascended to the second floor and cleared out the zombies. Lin Ye continued scavenging for supplies. Upon reaching the innermost shop, he discovered the door was locked from the inside. Activating his perception abilities, he sensed around a dozen survivors within. He knocked on the door and inquired, "Is anyone there?" Hearing his voice, the individuals inside became immediately agitated. Mistaking him for official rescue personnel, they hurried to the door and opened it, only to be taken aback upon seeing Lin Ye alone. Lin Ye glanced around but found no beautiful women that matched the system's criteria. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Furthermore, the upper floors house an amusement park, a restaurant, and a cinema, rendering the search rather futile. He thus prepared to return to the residential area with Zhong Wanqing. As Lin Ye turned to leave, someone called out, "Excuse me, are you part of the official rescue team?" Lin Ye cast a glance at them, but remained silent. The group followed him outside, and upon witnessing the corpses of zombies on the first and second floors, they gazed at Lin Ye in shock. "Did you kill all these zombies?" they asked. Lin Ye nodded. Though they found it hard to believe, they expressed their gratitude towards him. Observing the relatively polite survivors, Lin Ye remarked, "I have cleared the supermarket on the basement level, along with the zombies on the first and second floors. You may head to the basement supermarket. There's still plenty of food and water." At this moment, someone asked, "Could you accompany us there?" Lin Ye brandished his bloodied axe and replied sternly, "Don't push your luck. If you want to go, go." This axe isn't solely for slaying zombies. Realizing that the man before them was not to be trifled with, the group quickly fell silent and cautiously made their way towards the supermarket. Just as Lin Ye turned away, a voice from behind exclaimed, Lin Ye, is that you?" Chapter 28. The elegant Lu Rumai. Lin Ye turned in surprise. Was there someone here who recognized him? How had he missed him earlier? Perhaps they had been obscured by others. Before him stood a stunning woman, her figure and beauty rivaling that of Zhong Wanqing, gazing at him with delight. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Name, Lu Rumai. Age, 22 build, 92 appearance, 94 overall, 93 meets system standards. Noticing Lin Ye's puzzled expression, Lu Rumai quickly explained. "Lin Ye, it's me, Lu Rumai, your classmate from university." Upon hearing that she was a university classmate, Lin Ye finally recalled who she was. Lu Rumai, one of the 4 campus beauties from Jiangnan University, had once been his cherished ideal. Memories from their university days flooded Lin Ye's mind. Gazing at the matured beauty before him, he teased, "Ah, is this not the former campus beauty of Jiangnan University, Lu Rumai? You have become even more stunning. I nearly failed to recognize you." However, Lu Rumai seemed oblivious to the jest in Lin Ye's words and bashfully replied, "You flatter me, Lin Ye. Your transformation is far more remarkable. You're even more handsome than during university. I almost didn't recognize you. Can you believe it? It's been so long since we graduated, yet you haven't kept in touch. Moreover, Lin Ye, did you truly kill all those zombies outside? You are incredible." Lu Rumai gazed at Lin Ye with admiration. Lin Ye observed her and rolled his eyes internally. This woman was far from simple. She was the epitome of a schemer, a master of manipulation. During their university days, she had effortlessly captivated the attention of the surrounding male students, regardless of their backgrounds. Those who fell under her charm were often oblivious to her true intentions, willingly aiding her while she pulled the strings. In her third year, Lu Rumai had suddenly shown a keen interest in him, which he had naively interpreted as affection. He had been utterly infatuated, doing whatever she asked. Yet in the end, they had never even held hands. Abruptly, she had issued him a good person card, stating she felt unworthy and wishing him well in finding someone better. At the time, he had been deeply moved, only later to realize that her intentions had been self-serving. Lu Rumai, with her adept manipulative skills, had managed to maintain a delicate balance among her admirers, each fulfilling a specific role, Some provided financial support, others offered protection, while some merely provided emotional validation. Lin Ye, lacking wealth or influence, had been relegated to the status of a mere tool, disposable after use. Seeing Lin Ye lost in thought, Lu Rumai gently asked Lin Ye, "Are you trapped here as well?" Lin Ye smiled and replied, "No, I live nearby. I came here to gather supplies. I've finished my search and am about to head back." "How did you end up trapped here?" Lu Rumai's eyes lit up at his words. Her time spent in Yida Plaza had been stifling. After enduring the blood rain, she had hoped to return home, only for a sudden outbreak of zombies to occur yesterday. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she might have been bitten. While trapped in the store, she had seen various information online indicating that the authorities had nearly collapsed and chaos reigned outside with rampant violence. During her confinement, she had sensed the unfriendly gazes of several men around her. Just as despair began to settle in, Lin Ye appeared and saved her. Observing the zombies he had slain outside, she quickly realized that he was a valuable asset in this new world, where power and resources had become the only means of survival. Moreover, as a former classmate, she believed she could easily manipulate him to her advantage. Lu Rumai adopted a pitiful expression and lamented, "I came to the mall with my friend, but who would have thought that blood rain would trap us here? Then yesterday, zombies suddenly appeared. My friend was bitten to death, and I nearly met the same fate, finding refuge in this store amidst the chaos. I wish desperately for a man like you by my side." She gestured to her ample bosom, feigning distress. However, Lin Ye, unfazed, replied, "It's getting late. I should return now. Let us catch up another time." Hearing this, Lu Rumai's heart raced with urgency. What was wrong with Lin Ye? Why was he deviating from the expected script? Shouldn't he be concerned for her well-being at this moment? She quickly responded, "Lin Ye, if you're going back, could you accompany me? My home is just—" But before she could finish, Lin Ye interrupted, "Sorry, Luda Mei, that's not on my way. Perhaps another time." Lu Rumai felt her temper flare. How dare he dismiss her without even knowing where her home was? His dismissive tone was painfully obvious. Yet, she maintained her soft demeanor, showing no hint of anger. "Lin Ye, you're not still upset about me initiating the breakup back in university, are you? I genuinely thought it was for your own good. You were so exceptional, and I felt unworthy at the time. However, little did I expect that fate would once again bring us together. Lin Ye, this time I do not wish to miss you again. If you do not mind, may I become your girlfriend now?" Observing Lu Rubai's heartfelt confession, one might surmise that any other man would have eagerly succumbed to her charm. Yet, Lin Ye is no longer the Lin Ye of yore. He is acutely aware of the true nature of this woman. Just as he prepared to decline her advances, Zhong Wanqing, having finished tidying up the battlefield, approached Lin Ye. Upon seeing a woman of equal beauty conversing with Lin Ye for an extended period, alarm bells rang in her mind. She promptly threw herself into Lin Ye's embrace, playfully asking, "Darling, I've tidied up, and who might this lady be?" Lin Ye replied coolly, "Lu Rubai, a former university classmate." Lu Rubai was taken aback by Zhong Wanqing's affectionate address of darling. "Lin Ye is married? How could that be? It hasn't been long since graduation." More crucially, the woman before her, both in figure and beauty, seemed to overshadow her. She endeavored to maintain a smile, though her voice quivered slightly. "Lin Ye, who is this?" Chapter 29. A play between two women as they prepared to return to the community. Lin Ye reveled in Lu Rubai's flustered demeanor. He decided to tease her, offering a glimmer of hope before deliberately stating, "Oh, this is Zhong Wanqing, my former superior at the company. When the apocalypse began, she joined me and is now my woman." Lu Rubai felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing this. As long as she was not Lin Ye's legitimate wife, there remained a chance for her. But even if she were the legitimate wife, what of it? She is Lu Rubai, after all, and possesses ample means to claim Lin Ye for herself. She regarded Zhong Wanqing with a hint of disdain, realizing that she too was merely a woman attracted to Lin Ye's power and resources. Moreover, judging by appearances, she seemed significantly older, granting Lu Rubai a perceived advantage. With a bright smile, Lu Rubai greeted Zhong Wanqing. "Ah, Sister Zhong, I am grateful for the care you have provided to my Lin Ye these past few days. You've worked hard." Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanqing's expression soured. Who is this little vixen that dares to compete for my man right after appearing? She shot a glance at Lin Ye, recalling his indifferent demeanor when introducing Lu Rubai, clearly showing disinterest in the woman before him. Zhong Wanqing regarded Lu Rubai with a haughty demeanor. Oh, so it's Lu Mei? I never expected to meet you here. You are truly beautiful. Darling, why haven't you mentioned such a stunning beauty before? Subsequently, she pinched her nose, her eyes darting toward Lu Rubai. Darling, is there a foul odor? Can you smell it? Noticing Lin Ye involuntarily wrinkle his nose, Lu Rubai's face flushed crimson. In that moment, she wished to tear Zhong Wanqing to shreds. This wretch, why bring up such an embarrassing topic? She hadn't tea-bathed in nearly 10 days, of course. There would be an odor. Before she could retort, Lin Ye interjected, Old classmate, we should head back. There are plenty of supplies in the supermarket on the first basement level. You can wait there for official rescue. With that, Lin Ye turned to leave, linking arms with Zhong Wanqing. Lu Rubai panicked. Rescue? Who still believes in rescue? Only a fool would. If she went to the basement supermarket, what good would it do? Lin Ye is her only hope of escape. If she let him go, there would be no second chance. Realizing that her usual tactics would not work on Lin Ye, Lu Rubai hurriedly stepped in front of him, pleading, Lin Ye, considering I was once your girlfriend, please take me with you. From now on, you will be my man. She was determined to do what was necessary. As long as he took her out, she would comply with all his demands. With that, she provocatively glanced at Zhong Wanqing. Lin Ye regarded Lu Rubai thoughtfully. He did not trust a single word she uttered. The moment a stronger, better individual appeared, she would undoubtedly abandon him without hesitation. Nevertheless, this woman did indeed meet the system's requirements. Moreover, having awakened his abilities, he was not worried about her turning against him. As long as he brought her back, he could devise ways to manage her. Crucially, conquering such a woman would provide immense satisfaction to any man. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Ye felt a flicker of anticipation, eager to witness Lu Rubai's loyalty reach 100 points. With a smile, Lin Ye addressed Lu Rubai. I can take you back, but you must become my maid. Everything about you will belong to me, and you must obey my commands unconditionally. Should I discover any betrayal on your part, I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant. However, I will provide you with ample food and security. Although Lu Rubai had prepared herself mentally, she was still taken aback by Lin Ye's stringent conditions. She glanced at Zhong Wanqing, begrudgingly asking, Is it the same as her? Lin Ye shook his head. No, you are not like her. Wanqing was my maid before, but now she is my woman. Lu Rubai, puzzled, inquired why. Lin Ye genti graspet zonk vaning smuchin. Gazing at her with pride, as he stated, because Wanqing is 100% loyal to me. Even if I commanded her to die for me, she would do so without hesitation. As for you, when will you reach that level? Only then will you be my woman. With that, Zhong Wanqing regarded Lu Rubai with a triumphant expression. Lu Rubai looked incredulously at Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing. These two must be mad. She could not fathom that a woman would willingly die for a man. Yet, recalling Lin Ye's promise, she gritted her teeth and declared, All right, Lin Ye, I agree. But please do not go back on your word. Within her heart, Lu Rubai resolved that as long as she could leave this place, she would agree first. Should Lin Ye keep his word, at least food and security would be assured. Later, if the right opportunity presented itself, she could consider switching allegiances. Lin Ye observed Lu Rubai's swift agreement, knowing well the calculations she was making. However, he remained indifferent, viewing it merely as a seasoning for the days ahead. If he could conquer her, all the better. If he failed, then he would have no qualms about eliminating her. In this apocalyptic world, would there be a shortage of beautiful women? There is already another waiting for him in the community. Lin Ye led Zhong Wanqing and Lu Rubai to the entrance on the first floor. Lu Rubai appeared perplexed. Shouldn't the vehicle be parked in the basement? Where did this come from? Moreover, didn't Lin Ye say he was coming for supplies? Where were they? Just then, Lin Ye waved his hand, and a Land Rover materialized before them. Witnessing this astonishing sight, Lu Rubai felt her mind falter, standing frozen in disbelief. At that moment, Lin Ye thought for a moment before handing the car keys to Zhong Wanqing. Upon receiving them, the system immediately chimed in. Ding! The host grants the goddess Zhong Wanqing one Land Rover, triggering system quality return. The system returns 85 warrior armored vehicles. Supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Ye was overjoyed. Earlier, he had noticed that the Land Rover had suffered some wear and tear from his driving and had intended to return some supplies through the system. He never anticipated triggering a quality return that yielded armored vehicles. Lin Ye promptly checked his space, finding 85 warrior armored vehicles lined up neatly. The heavy armor and imposing design would captivate any car enthusiast. Meanwhile, the zombies outside began to encircle them, preventing Lin Ye from refueling the armored vehicles. Reluctantly, he reclaimed the keys to the Land Rover from Zhong Wanqing and climbed into the vehicle. As Lu Rumei stood dazed in place, Lin Ye furrowed his brows and remarked, "Hey, are you coming or not?" It was only then that Lu Rumei snapped back to reality, hurriedly climbing into the vehicle, exclaiming, "Let us go, let us go. I'm right behind you." Chapter 30. Returning to the community, Song Xinyan's plea for help. Lin Ye started the car, heading towards the community. Lu Rumei, who had just entered the vehicle, found it difficult to regain her composure. The earlier actions of Lin Ye had completely shattered her understanding. How had he accomplished that? After a moment, she could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Lin Ye, was that magic? How did a car suddenly appear?" Lin Ye frowned slightly, snorting coldly. "What did you just call me? Do you believe I'll throw you out right now?" Lu Rumei felt a surge of anger. But upon seeing the zombies flashing by outside the window, she quickly corrected herself, saying, "Master, I apologize. I was wrong." At that moment, she sensed that Lin Ye had transformed into a completely different person, not just in appearance, but also in character. Back in college, he had been a quintessential warm-hearted gentleman, almost to the point of being timid. He was nothing like the domineering and decisive figure he had become now. She genuinely feared that he might act on his words and kick her out of the car. Seeing her reaction, Lin Ye nodded and then addressed Zhong Wanqing. "Wanqing, why don't you explain things to her?" Upon receiving Lin Ye's instructions, Zhong Wanqing shared the details about Lin Ye's spatial abilities, omitting any mention of the zombie cores or the awakening of powers. With each word she heard, Lu Rumei's eyes sparkled brighter. The anger she had felt earlier dissipated, replaced by an increasingly fervent gaze directed at Lin Ye. Especially when she learned that Lin Ye had stored the majority of useful supplies from Ida Plaza, including food from supermarkets. Her heart raced with excitement. Her earlier decision had proven exceptionally wise. In her eyes, Lin Ye had transformed into a veritable ATM in this apocalyptic landscape. The abundance of food would likely sustain her for half a lifetime. Coupled with Lin Ye's impressive skills in dispatching zombies and his striking looks, he had become the epitome of an ideal partner amid the apocalypse. Few men could rival Lin Ye now. She resolved to alter her strategy and firmly secure Lin Ye's affections. At that moment, Lu Rumei regarded Zhong Wanqing with palpable disdain. No woman desires to share a man, especially one as exceptional as Lin Ye. This insufferable woman had only recently attached herself to Lin Ye and now dared to position herself as the legitimate wife. A nearly 30-year-old woman could hardly compare to someone barely in her 20s. However, she recognized that this woman still held some sway in Lin Ye's heart, a fact that Lu Rumei could not challenge at this moment. She decided to bide her time, earn the other's trust, and once she had Lin Ye's exclusive affection, she would find a way to remove Zhong Wanqing from the picture. Ultimately, everything Lin Ye possessed would belong to her. With this thought in mind, Lu Rumei abandoned her earlier confrontational demeanor, adopting an overly sweet tone as she lavished praise upon Zhong Wanqing. "Thank you, Sister Zhong. I was so overwhelmed with excitement at seeing my master that I lost my composure and inadvertently spoke out of turn. I sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive my rashness. As a newcomer, I hope you, as the primary wife, will look after me moving forward." Zhong Wanqing, upon hearing this, could not help but display a hint of delight on her otherwise stoic face. Who does not enjoy being praised? Yet, witnessing Lu Rumei's sudden humility raised a flag of caution within her. She was no fool and could surmise why Lu Rumei had undergone such a drastic change. However, her focus remained solely on Lin Ye. She was Lin Ye's first woman. As long as Lin Ye did not acknowledge Lu Rumei, no one could displace her. Should this woman remain docile, all would be well. But if she caused trouble, Lin Ye's nod would unleash Zhong Wanqing's ruthless side. Thus, a dialogue commenced between Zhong Wanqing and Lu Rumei, filling the vehicle with a lively atmosphere. Lin Ye, glancing at Lu Rumei through the rearview mirror, mused that she truly embodied the archetype of a manipulative woman, swiftly adapting to circumstances and taking action. In truth, Lu Rumei was exceptionally well-suited to the harsh realities of the apocalypse, adept at capturing a man's heart. Provided her luck held, she might navigate through this world quite effectively. Should she awaken a powerful ability, it would only amplify her potential. With these thoughts, Lin Ye could not help but chuckle inwardly, finding the entire situation increasingly intriguing. The vehicle soon rolled into the garage of Jia Yuan community, and the three of them exited, finally returning to room 1602. Upon entering, Zhong Wanqing promptly fetched slippers for Lin Ye and assisted in removing his rudimentary protective gear. Observing her gentle actions warmed Lin Ye's heart. With such a wife, what more could one desire? Meanwhile, Lu Rumei, noticing the scene, rushed to offer her assistance. Lin Ye chuckled at her flustered demeanor, realizing how opportunistic she could be. After a day filled with rigorous activity, Lin Ye had worked up quite a sweat. "Let us take a shower first. I'll prepare a feast afterward," he suggested. Just then his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Song Xinyan. He had planned to shower and eat before seeking her out, but she had called him sooner than expected. He answered the voice call, immediately hearing Song Xinyan's urgent plea for help. "Hello, is this the trustworthy person? I'm Song Xinyan, the one who contacted you this morning. Please, you must come and save me. Someone is breaking down my door. I'll agree to all your conditions. Just please hurry." Lin Ye asked, "Where do you live?" "I'm in Building 9, room 1601. The door 1T hold much longer." "All right, I'm on my way." "Don't be afraid," he assured her before hanging up and preparing to leave. Zhong Wanqing stood up, ready to accompany him. Lin Ye smiled. "It's just a minor issue. I'll handle it alone. You both take a shower and start cooking afterward." With that, he retrieved a number of fresh clothes and ingredients from his spatial storage to hand to Zhong Wanqing. At that moment, he heard the familiar sound of the system's notifications in his mind. Then, Lin Ye exited the room. Inside room 1601 of Building 9, Song Xinyan huddled in a corner, terrified to make a sound as she listened to the banging on her door. She recognized that the assailants were members of a group led by someone named Hu Ge. The chilling images from the video shared by Chun Hu earlier that day replayed in her mind, intensifying her fear. She fervently prayed for Lin Ye to arrive swiftly. Chapter 31. The Chaos in the Community. Song Xinyan in danger since Chun Hu sent out a message in the group earlier that morning. Along with his subordinates Wang Peng and Zhou Tao, had begun collecting supplies from the first floor. They encountered and dispatched the zombies within the building without incident. However, when they started gathering supplies, the residents were uncooperative. They either claimed to have no supplies or remained silent, pretending no one was home, resolutely refusing to open the door. Chun Hu was swiftly infuriated and began threatening them in the group chat. Building 9, room 0902, Hu Ge, everyone. If you think I'm bluffing by not opening the door, just wait. You'll soon regret it. They somehow acquired various tools to break down doors and targeted the door of Unit 101 on the first floor. Initially clumsy, it took them a considerable time, but they eventually managed to break it down. Upon entering the room, they found a young couple inside. Before the man could plead for mercy, Chun Hu struck him with a blunt object, causing him to collapse instantly. Chun Hu then ordered his two subordinates to continue the assault while he recorded the scene on his phone. In no time, the man lay lifeless on the floor, devoid of any movement. Chun Hu, upon witnessing the situation, seized the woman by her hair and, disregarding her struggles, strode directly towards the bedroom. Shortly thereafter, two videos emerged in the community's property group, eliciting an uproar among the residents. As they clicked to view the content, a flurry of messages condemned Chun Hu and his accomplices. At that moment, a message from Chun Hu appeared. Building 9, Unit 902. Xiaoxiwa Hu Ge. Attention everyone in Building 9, prepare your supplies at home immediately for collection. Otherwise, the occupants of Unit 101 will face dire consequences. Do not think that hiding behind your doors will spare you. Additionally, I am recruiting followers. Join me and you shall have food, drink, and women. To those from other buildings, silence yourselves. I have noted everyone who insulted me. Once I take over Building 9 today, I shall pay you a visit tomorrow. Upon hearing this proclamation, the group fell into a hushed silence, fully aware of Chun Hu's notorious brutality. Many residents of Building 9 were utterly terrified, and his ferocity quelled any thoughts of resistance. As a result, they hurriedly prepared their supplies for his impending collection. A number of individuals opted to join him, privately messaging Chun Hu to pledge their allegiance. He accepted all requests, instructing them to gather on the first floor to assist with the supply collection. Given the presence of zombies in many units, opening doors posed significant risks, thus requiring expendable manpower. Before long, Chun Hu was surrounded by a dozen followers, greatly enhancing their efficiency in breaking down doors. However, what Chun Hu did not anticipate was that his actions served as a clarion call. Residents from other buildings quickly followed suit, sending messages threatening their neighbors to prepare supplies for collection. Just as Lin Ye returned to the community, Chun Hu and his crew had already taken control of the 15th floor. Noticing the time, Chun Hu turned to his subordinate Wang Peng, instructing him to take 2 men to the 16th floor to continue the collection while he and the others returned for a meal, promising to send replacements shortly. Wang Peng nodded in agreement. Understood. Hu Ge, you head back. I will handle things here. Subsequently, Chun Hu and his remaining subordinates, Xing Ge and Kai Lai, triumphantly carried the collected supplies back. Chun Hu's spirits soared. Today had indeed been a bountiful harvest. Despite the residents lamenting their poverty in the group chat, he had uncovered several hidden treasures within this building, discovering a plethora of supplies in their homes. Some residents attempted to resist, but they were swiftly overpowered by the increasing number of Chun Hu's followers. The men were eliminated, while the women were taken back. Among the captives was a strikingly beautiful female owner, igniting Chun Hu's desire. Upon reaching the 16th floor, Wang Peng began knocking on the door of Unit 1601. Inside, Song Xinyan, upon hearing the commotion outside, became alarmed, having not anticipated Chun Hu's swift arrival. She hesitated to open the door, knowing that many residents had run out of food. Consequently, Chun Hu had sent a message threatening that any household lacking supplies would have to surrender women, with those daring to resist facing dire consequences. Thus, any woman of notable beauty in this building was at risk of being taken by Chun Hu. With no response from inside, Wang Peng began to forcefully break down the door. Moments later, the door gave way, and Lin Ye had not yet arrived. Song Xinyan was plunged into despair as Wang Peng entered, spotting her in a wheelchair, his face lighting up with delight. Isn't this the popular streamer, Yin Yishao? What a surprise to find you residing in this community. He leered, advancing towards her. Did you not see the orders issued by our Hu Ge in the group? Are you being disrespectful by not opening the door? As Wang Peng approached, Song Xinyan's fear intensified. Big brother, I still have some food at home. Please help yourself. Just don't harm me. Hearing this, Wang Peng replied with a mocking tone. Why would we harm such a prominent streamer like you? We would cherish you instead, wouldn't we? Brothers? The 2 subordinates nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with avarice. Yes, we know how to treat a lady well. Let's take good care of you. They had been displeased at having to continue breaking down doors while others returned for meals, but now they found an unexpected reward. Wang Peng was elated. Recalling the attractive female resident he encountered at noon, he lamented that such a prize would likely elude him due to his leader's nature. Yet now, fate had favored him with an even better opportunity. As for any physical imperfections, he deemed them inconsequential. Once in bed, all would be the same. It felt as though the heavens had finally smiled upon him, granting him the chance to indulge. In Chapter 32, Rescue of Song Xinyan, Lin Ye's choice unfolds. Song Xinyan maneuvered her wheelchair, attempting to escape outside. However, Wang Peng and his companions quickly surrounded her, leaving her with no chance. Thinking quickly, she decided to stall by mentioning Lin Ye. If you wish to live, release me immediately. I have already called for help, and they will arrive shortly. Wang Peng erupted in laughter. Oh, you dare to threaten us? Do you know who we are? In Building 9, we abide by Hu Ge's rules. I am curious to see who dares to disrupt our domain. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them. Is that so? Then allow me to test that today. Wang Peng and his companion spun around to see a tall, striking figure appear at the doorway. Wang Peng scowled. He could not abide anyone more handsome than himself. "Who the hell are you? Do you want a medal here? Are you seeking death?" Behind him, Song Xinyan's eyes lit up with recognition. "Is it really you, the person of integrity?" Wang Peng paused, momentarily taken aback. Could this man be the one referred to in the group? A glance at Song Xinyan clarified the situation, and a smile spread across his face. This individual was likely the savior she had summoned. To his delight, the man had come alone, essentially walking into a trap. An idea struck Wang Peng. If he could seize a large cache of supplies, he could recruit followers and establish his own faction. With a glint of greed in his eyes, he threatened Lin Ye. "You are the person of integrity? Speak quickly. Where are your supplies? If you comply, I will grant you a swift end. If you dare to play tricks, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Lin Ye had not anticipated Chun Hu's rapid actions, having plundered Building 9 up to the 16th floor in less than a day. Had he not come today, Chun Hu likely would have taken over the entire building. Observing Lin Ye's silence, Wang Peng assumed he had cowered and signaled to his companions, "Let us go. This kid has plenty of supplies. Once we take him down, we'll divide the spoils." The two accomplices instantly revealed their greedy intentions and charged at Lin Ye, weapons drawn. However, Wang Peng deliberately lagged behind, not following immediately. Lin Ye noticed this and smirked coldly. This man was rather cunning. Suddenly, two knives appeared out of thin air beside Lin Ye, soaring towards the two attackers. Before they could react, the blades pierced their skulls. Wang Peng was left in a daze at the sight of his comrades collapsing, bewildered by the inexplicable turn of events. Wang Peng was about to speak when Lin Ye, sitting across from him, made a fist with his right hand. Suddenly, Wang Peng felt an invisible grip tightening around his neck, rendering him speechless. Breathing became increasingly difficult, and he frantically clawed at his throat, desperate to dislodge that unseen force. Alas, all his efforts were in vain. Gradually, his complexion shifted from a flushed red to a deepening purple, his eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets. His tongue elongated, and his face contorted, resembling that of a hanged man. The intense sensation of suffocation led him to question his own sanity. It felt as though his feet had lifted off the ground, suspended in midair. Just as his consciousness began to fade, the constricting force around his neck vanished. Wang Peng collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air. Lin Ye glanced at his energy levels, feeling satisfied with the results of his newly developed psychic abilities. The technique was indeed impressive, albeit somewhat taxing. He approached Wang Peng, who was now regaining his strength, and was met with a look of horror. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please consider my previous words as mere folly and spare me." Wang Peng pleaded. "I still have plenty of resources to offer you. Please, grant me mercy." Lin Ye drew a knife and smiled. "Do not be alarmed. I have a few questions for you." Soon enough, Wang Peng divulged all the details regarding Chun Hu. Observing that Wang Peng had become utterly worthless, Lin Ye swiftly cut his throat, chuckling as he remarked, "Alas, I am too kind-hearted. You have committed numerous heinous acts, yet I did not torture you. I simply granted you a swift end. Rest easy, no need to thank me." Lin Ye then disregarded the still struggling Wang Peng and turned to face Song Xinyan in her wheelchair. Frowning, he said, "You deceived me." Song Xinyan, observing Lin Ye's expression, felt her worst fears materialize. Lin Ye's earlier demeanor had far exceeded her expectations. From their brief interaction, she sensed his youth, strength, mystery, and ruthlessness, qualities essential for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. She hastily pleaded, "I apologize, master. It was not my intention. I had no other choice but to resort to such desperate measures. Though I am disabled, I am capable of many tasks, cooking, cleaning, and I am also a streamer with a modest following. Rest assured, I have never had a boyfriend. If you take me in and provide me with food, I will do whatever you ask." As Lin Ye observed Song Xinyan's fervent self-promotion, he couldn't help but admire her resilience. She may be young, but her emotional intelligence was remarkable. From her gaze, he could see a determination that would not be crushed by adversity. He approached her and gently touched her legs, relieved to find they were not prosthetics. This made her worthy of shelter. Song Xinyan blushed as Lin Ye's hand brushed against her. having never been touched by a strange man before. She gazed at him with longing, hoping he would accept her. Lin Ye sighed and nodded, asking, "Is there anything you need to take with you?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's agreement, Song Xinyan's face lit up with joy. "Master, everything is packed and in the house. I will retrieve it." Lin Ye followed her to her room, and upon entering, he was greeted by a subtle fragrance. To her astonishment, Lin Ye immediately stored her suitcase within his space. They then reached the doorway, and Song Xinyan took one last look at her former home, knowing she would never return. As she sat in her wheelchair, Lin Ye effortlessly swept her into his arms, then stored the wheelchair away. Song Xinyan's face flushed crimson as she felt his masculine presence envelop her. Stealing glances at Lin Ye's handsome visage, she found it hard to reconcile this with the ruthlessness he had just displayed in killing Wang Peng. This man would be her master, binding her fate to his. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Lin Ye paused for a moment, contemplating before descending once more. He had initially intended to eliminate Chun Hu, but reconsidered. Such a minor figure could be dispatched at any time. However, Chun Hu still served a purpose. He required someone like him to stir chaos within the community, facilitating his future endeavors. In Chapter 33, Lin Ye swiftly returned to room 1602 of Building 8, carrying Song Xinyan. After showering, Zhong Wanqing and Lu Rubai opened the door to welcome him. Upon seeing Song Xinyan in Lin Ye's arms, Zhong Wanqing remained calm, while Lu Rubai was visibly unsettled. Isn't she the streamer Yin Yin from that platform? Could she be the woman who cried for help earlier? How did this seemingly flirtatious woman end up in Lin Ye's embrace so intimately? Alarm bells rang in Lu Rubai's mind as she felt her status severely threatened. If Zhong Wanqing was already a challenge, the arrival of this new woman posed an even greater threat. Lin Ye regarded Zhong Wanqing and Lu Rubai with a detached demeanor, stating, "This is Song Xinyan, our new maid. She has difficulty walking, so I trust you both will get along well." As he spoke, Lin Ye produced a wheelchair and placed Song Xinyan in it. Lu Rubai breathed a sigh of relief, realizing Song Xinyan was merely a disabled person. However, Lin Ye's choice bewildered her. This woman seemed like a burden rather than an asset. Though she presented herself well, Lu Rubai couldn't help but see her as a waste of resources. Still, she maintained a welcoming smile, saying, "Oh, welcome, Sister Song. This is Sister Zhong. I am Lu Rubai, your master's college girlfriend." "Hello, Sister Zhong." "Hello, Sister Lu. I am new here and unfamiliar with many rules, so I hope you will guide me." Song Xinyan replied eagerly, "Please feel free to assign me any tasks." Zhong Wanqing observed Song Xinyan's subservient demeanor with satisfaction, replying, "As long as you heed my husband's words, everything will be fine. However, if you harbor any inappropriate thoughts, do not blame me for being unkind." Song Xinyan repeatedly insisted she would not dare. Lu Rubai grew suspicious of Song Xinyan's demeanor, sensing she was not as simple as she appeared. Lin Ye noted the reactions of the three women, but chose not to elaborate further, simply inquiring, "Has dinner been prepared?" Zhong Wanqing, appearing apologetic, replied, "My apologies, husband. Lu and I just finished showering and were about to cook when you returned." Lin Ye waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. You and Lu prepare a large meal. I have had a long day and would like a feast. Song Xinyan and I will wash up first." Zhong Wanqing and Lu Rubai hurriedly agreed, "Understood, husband." "Yes, master." Lin Ye then carried Song Xinyan into the bathroom and set her on a stool. At this moment, Song Xinyan felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Although she had prepared herself mentally before this encounter, the reality still made her nervous. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and began to help Lin Ye remove his clothing. Upon glimpsing his sculpted physique, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. The two soon finished cleaning up, and Lin Ye lifted Song Xinyan into the bedroom. Observing her lie on the bed, he noted that her figure was not lacking. Yet, why had the system rated her only an 88? Was it due to her disability that points were deducted? Song Xinyan, bashfully meeting his gaze, whispered, "Master, this is my first time." Lin Ye looked at her in surprise. This young lady is not a streamer, is she? It is not that Lin Ye harbors prejudice against the streaming profession, but rather that those who understand, understand. Little did he know, Song Xinyan is one of the few in the streaming circle who maintains her integrity. Numerous benefactors have attempted to win her over, both openly and covertly. But she has firmly rejected their advances, incurring the ire of many. Not long after, a voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound with the goddess. Name: Song Xinyan. Age: 20 figures. 88 appearance. 94 overall. 91 loyalty. 80 ding. The current goddess, Song Xinyan, has exceeded 80 loyalty, and the system grants rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Mastery of Cold Weapons. Lin Ye gazed at the Song Xinyan in his arms, astonished. He had not anticipated her loyalty to soar directly to 80 points. He examined the newly acquired skill, Mastery of Cold Weapons, proficient in the use of cold weapons, including swords, daggers, and axes. Lin Ye felt a surge of joy. This skill was excellent, enhancing his efficiency whether in combat or battling zombies. He glanced at Song Xinyan, finding her quite remarkable. Lin Ye retrieved a set of clothing from his space and handed it to Song Xinyan. Upon receiving it, the system promptly chimed. Ding! The host has gifted the goddess Song Xinyan a set of Victoria's Secret lingerie, triggering a system return. The system returns 105 sets of Victoria's Secret lingerie. The items have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check. Ding! The host has gifted the goddess Song Xinyan a prototype, triggering a system return. The system returns 105 prototypes. The items have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check. Song Xinyan discovered that the clothes in her hands were all from renowned international brands. Her expression one of shock as she looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye smiled and said, Wear them. As long as you obey, I shall not treat those loyal to me poorly. If you perform well, there will be rewards beyond your imagination. Upon hearing this, Song Xinyan immediately promised, Yes, master, I will always remain loyal to you. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Goddess Song Xinyan, loyalty 2. Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. The two quickly donned their clothing, and Lin Ye carried Song Xinyan outside once more. The dining table in the living room was laden with a sumptuous feast. Upon seeing Lin Ye and Song Xinyan finally emerge, Zhong Wanqing's gaze was tinged with melancholy. Although she had long prepared herself to share Lin Ye with other women, the reality of the situation still left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, she quickly donned a smile, inviting Song Xinyan to sit beside her, exuding the demeanor of a legitimate wife. Lu Rubai, although wearing a cheerful expression, had already deemed Song Xinyan her primary rival. I arrived first. How did this flirtatious woman get ahead of me? No, I cannot remain passive. I must take action soon and secure Lin Ye for myself. Chapter 34. Lu Rubai's tactics. Lin Ye retrieved a bottle of Romanicani from his space and handed it to Zhong Wanqing, stating, Everyone has worked hard today. Let's enjoy a drink together. After the 4 clinked glasses, the 3 women turned to Lin Ye. Lin Ye chuckled and said, Don't look at me. Eat up. Only then did the 3 women pick up their chopsticks and begin to devour the food ravenously. Zhong Wanqing was fine. She had simply exerted herself more today and was merely hungry. However, Lu Rubai and Song Xinyan had not tasted such luxuries in days. If outsiders were to witness this, they would surely go mad. Indeed, following Lin Ye was a wise choice. Lin Ye picked up his chopsticks to sample the dishes, discovering them to be surprisingly delightful. He inquired, Wanqing, did you prepare these? They taste wonderful. Zhong Wanqing shook her head, replying, These were all made by Sister Lu. I merely assisted. Lu Rubai quickly interjected. It was Sister Zhong who helped well. Master, I am pleased you enjoy it. Please eat more. As she spoke, she continuously placed food into Lin Ye's bowl. The other 2 women, seeing this, promptly followed suit. Lin Ye chuckled, It's all right, I can serve myself. You all eat and enjoy. He took the opportunity to compliment Lu Rubai, saying, Rubai, I didn't expect you to have such culinary skills. Keep it up. Lu Rubai beamed with happiness, responding, Yes, master. Thank you for the praise. Upon hearing Lin Ye's compliment, Lu Rubai felt she had finally gained some ground. Lin Ye looked at Lu Rubai, somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated she possessed such skills. Little did he know, before the apocalypse, Lu Rubai had been preparing for her future marriage into a wealthy family. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Lu Rubai had taken this to heart and practiced diligently. The four quickly polished off the meal. While the three women tidied up, Lin Ye stored all the existing furniture, such as cabinets and beds, into his space. He then arranged the new furniture he had scavenged that day. Lin Ye realized the house was still too small. The only habitable spaces were a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, and a study. The study and secondary bedroom were roughly the same size. Thus, Lin Ye placed 3 beds, perfectly accommodating the 3 women. Simultaneously, Lin Ye planned to relocate as soon as possible. The current location of this community was not suitable for future development. He was still contemplating which location would serve as their future base. After the 3 women finished tidying up, they approached Lin Ye. He stated, "Wanqing, you will sleep in the master bedroom. The secondary bedroom and study are similar in size, and I have replaced all the beds, bedding, and furnishings in every room. Rubai, Xinyan, you may choose any of the remaining rooms." Ultimately, Song Xinyan opted for the study, while Lu Rubai took the secondary bedroom. The 4 engaged in conversation in the living room for a while, and as the hour grew late, they prepared to retire for the night. Lin Ye first laid Song Xinyan down in bed, then entered the master bedroom with Zhong Wanqing. Lu Rubai stood frozen, bewildered. What is happening? I haven't even boarded the train yet. However, upon seeing the master bedroom's closed door, she could only return to the secondary bedroom in frustration. As Lin Ye lay down, preparing to rest, he noticed Zhong Wanqing, who had been yawning outside, suddenly became spirited. She lay beside Lin Ye, propping her head up with her right hand while gently caressing her silky hair with her left. Softly, she said, "Darling, are you feeling inadequate?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ye could hardly contain himself and prepared to teach Zhong Wanqing a lesson. As midnight approached, he rose to use the restroom. Just as he exited, he was suddenly pulled into the secondary bedroom by a hand. Upon raising his gaze, he saw it was Lu Rubai. He was about to speak when he noticed Lu Rubai gazing at him with a sorrowful expression. "Rubai, why are you still awake?" Lu Rubai immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, saying, "Master, do you truly dislike Rubai so much?" Lin Ye gently caressed her smooth cheek, asking, "What is the matter? Why do you say that?" Lu Rubai replied, "Then why doesn't the master come to find me?" Lin Ye responded, "It's too late today. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Lu Rubai pouted, "No, I want it now." With the conversation having reached this point, Lin Ye could no longer refuse. At that moment, Lu Rubai felt a twinge of nervousness. As she watched Lin Ye lean down, she whispered, "Master, this is my first time." Lin Ye was taken aback at her words. How could this woman still be a novice at this point? During her university years, she must have had countless suitors. Noticing Lin Ye's expression, Lu Rubai quickly clarified, "Master, although I made many friends in university, I truly am innocent. Now that I have encountered the master, my first time is to be given to you. I hope you will treat me well in the future." Lu Rubai's words were a mix of truth and deception. During her university days, with her exceptional skills, she had the boys around her utterly captivated. Although she had not given away her first time, she was waiting for the right price, preparing to reel in a genuine, wealthy husband after graduation, aiming to marry into an elite family. If not for the apocalypse that had arrived, who was Lin Ye to her? Just a stranger, indeed. Yet in her heart, she knew Lin Ye could almost guess her thoughts. However, knowing that Lu Rumei had given her first time to him did stir some complex feelings. Thus, he looked down at Lu Rumei with a serious expression and said, "Rumei, as long as you obey me and never betray me, I will ensure you are well rewarded. You will receive returns beyond your imagination. Furthermore, I am fully aware of your loyalty towards me." Lin Ye concluded his words, leaving it to Lu Rumei to decide how much she would take to heart. Chapter 35. Healing Song Xinyan afterward. A voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound with the goddess." Name: Lu Rumei. Age: 22. Figure: 92. Appearance: 94 overall, 93. Loyalty: 62. Perhaps Lin Ye's previous remarks had made an impact. Perhaps women have a lasting impression of the man who takes their virginity. Lin Ye had initially thought, given Lu Rumei's character, her loyalty would barely reach 40 or 50 points. To his surprise, her loyalty was just above passing. After sharing a tender moment with her, Lin Ye rose. Lu Rumei immediately embraced him, sweetly saying, "Master, let's sleep here tonight." Lin Ye planted a gentle kiss on her forehead and caressed her hair, reassuring her, "Be good, Rumei. It's getting late. Since today is your first time, you should rest early." Reluctant to part, Lu Rumei watched Lin Ye leave. Her emotions were quite complex at that moment. She had genuinely felt a stir of affection, especially since she had given her first time to Lin Ye. He was tall, handsome, strong, and abundantly supplied, making him the best choice in the apocalypse. Although Lin Ye spoke sternly, she sensed that if she remained loyal and sincere, he would truly cherish her. Zhong Wanqing was a living testament to this. After giving him her first time, he could swiftly return to Zhong Wanqing's side without hesitation. However, deep down, she could not accept the presence of other women around Lin Ye. Upon returning to the master bedroom, Lin Ye lay down, and Zhong Wanqing immediately cuddled up to him. Lin Ye inquired, "Aren't you asleep yet?" Zhong Wanqing shot him a look. "That shameless woman, making such a racket. How could I possibly sleep?" Lin Ye chuckled. "Are you jealous?" Zhong Wanqing nodded a bit. "But husband, as long as you hold me in your heart, I don't care about anything else." Lin Ye replied earnestly, "Vanwing, you will always be the most special person in my heart." It wasn't until afternoon the next day that Lin Ye finally awoke. He ventured into the living room and noticed the three women bore faint dark circles under their eyes. It seemed they had not rested well the previous night. The three had prepared a sumptuous lunch, and after a quick wash, Lin Ye took his seat at the dining table. Once he began to eat, the three ladies followed suit. Zhong Wanqing chimed in, "Husband, come try this. These dishes were made by Lin Ye. How do they taste?" Lin Ye sampled the food and found it quite delightful. He looked at Song Xinyan in astonishment. "I didn't expect you to cook so well, despite your difficulties." "Xinyan, you did splendidly." Song Xinyan beamed with joy at his praise. "Master, I'm glad you like it. Please eat more." Lu Rumei promptly offered Lin Ye some of her dishes, saying, "Master, this is made by me. You should try it too." After tasting it, Lin Ye smiled. Rumei's is also quite good." Hearing his compliment, Lu Rumei finally felt at ease. After finishing lunch, Lin Ye handed a zombie crystal core he had collected the previous day to Zhong Wanqing. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding! Host has given Goddess Zhong Wanqing 1 zombie crystal core, level 1. Triggering system return." The system returned 10,000 zombie crystal cores, level 1. "The resources have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check." Then, he consumed one for himself, strengthening it with his psychic ability through the system. Lin Ye checked his information. Host: Lin Ye. Physique: 35. Normal human is 10, encompassing strength, agility, resistance, recovery. And overall ability: Psychic, level 1, 110. Perception, level 1, 010. Energy, 25. Ability energy. Next, Lin Ye looked at Song Xinyan and said, "Xinyan, come with me." Song Xinyan immediately pushed her wheelchair to the study with Lin Ye. Inside, Lin Ye looked at Song Xinyan earnestly and declared, "Xinyan, I can help you stand again." Song Xinyan gazed at Lin Ye in disbelief, her voice trembling. "Master, is that true?" She was astonished by Lin Ye's words. Before the apocalypse, she had traveled to renowned orthopedic hospitals across the country seeking treatment for her legs, only to be met with the same response. They were beyond healing. Her heart had shifted from hope to despair. Yet now, Lin Ye claimed he could heal her legs. How could this not send her into a frenzy of excitement? Lin Ye nodded, then produced the zombie crystal core. This is it. The zombie crystal core can be generated from the brains of zombies, and when consumed by a human, it can enhance the body. It should help in healing your legs, and there's a chance you'll awaken a special ability upon first use. Song Xinyan's eyes lit up with excitement. "Master, is it like the ability you used to kill Wang Peng yesterday?" Lin Ye affirmed, "Yes, but the awakened ability is random." Hearing about the extraordinary potential of the zombie crystal core, Song Xinyan hesitated before saying, "Master, such a precious item should be invaluable. You should consume it instead." Lin Ye chuckled, "Ruflink herheur. Don't worry, I have plenty of these. I promised that anyone loyal to me will not be treated poorly." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Song Xinyan trembled as she accepted the zombie crystal core from him. At that moment, the system's voice echoed again. "Goddess Song Xinyan, loyalty 5. Ding! Host has given Goddess Song Xinyan 1 zombie crystal core, level 1. Triggering system return. The system returned 710 zombie crystal cores, level 1. The resources have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check. Lin Ye continued, after consumption, your body will strengthen, but the process will be painful. You must endure it. Song Xinyan nodded vigorously. Subsequently, she swallowed the crystal core whole. Lin Ye deliberated before deciding to give the crystal core to Song Xinyan. Unlike Lu Rume, who had just been bound with a loyalty level that reached 80 points, indicating a very low chance of betrayal, Song Xinyan's loyalty had now risen to 87 points. This demonstrated that she was a woman who values gratitude and is worth cultivating. Additionally, her disability would indeed impede future actions. If he could successfully heal her legs, her loyalty might exceed 90 points, ensuring she would never betray him. At that moment, Song Xinyan appeared as if she had just emerged from the water, completely drenched. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her face contorted in pain. Yet, she gritted her teeth, not uttering a single sound of suffering. Soon, black filth appeared on her skin, emanating a foul odor. After half an hour, her expression gradually relaxed, and she slowly opened her eyes, looking at Lin Ye with astonishment. Chapter 36. The Awakening of Song Xinyan and her request. Lin Ye smiled and inquired Xinyan, "How do you feel?" Song Xinyan immediately responded with excitement. "Master, it seems that I can feel my legs again. I can sense their presence." Lin Ye stepped forward, taking the hand of Song Xinyan, who was seated in her wheelchair, and encouraged her. "Xinyan, come, try to stand up." Nodding in agreement, Song Xinyan pressed her hand against the wheelchair, gripped Lin Ye's hand tightly, and exerted force with her legs, slowly rising to her feet. With Lin Ye's assistance, she stepped down from the wheelchair. In disbelief, Song Xinyan gazed at her standing legs, tears of joy streaming down her face. She looked at Lin Ye with immense gratitude and then collapsed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably, her words tumbling out. "Master, thank you so much. You have given Xinyan a second chance at life. Thank you, thank you." At that moment, the system's voice echoed, "Goddess Song Xinyan, loyalty 5. Lin Ye paid no mind to the unpleasant odor emanating from Song Xinyan. He gently stroked her back, soothing her, fully aware of her emotional state. Through the system, Lin Ye checked Song Xinyan's information. Goddess Song Xinyan, physique 16, with a normal human standard is 10, encompassing strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and overall capabilities. Ability, invisibility, level 1, 0-10, energy, 10 ability energy. Lin Ye was overjoyed, not expecting Song Xinyan to awaken her ability, which was remarkably powerful, excelling in reconnaissance, theft, and assassination. However, her initial physique was somewhat low, likely due to the need to heal her legs. Once Song Xinyan had calmed down, Lin Ye said to her, "Xinyan, give it a try and see if there are any more pleasant surprises." Upon hearing this, Song Xinyan nodded and began to experiment. Suddenly, she vanished from sight. Lin Ye could sense her presence, but could not see her. After a few seconds, Song Xinyan reappeared, her expression one of astonishment. "Master, have I really awakened an ability?" Lin Ye nodded in affirmation. "Yes, you have awakened the ability of invisibility." Song Xinyan was elated beyond measure. Once she regained her composure, she noticed a foul smell on her and the dirt she had gotten on Lin Ye. Observing her embarrassment, Lin Ye nonchalantly said, "It's all right, Xinyan. Let's go wash up." They exited the study together. Outside, Zhong Wanqing and Lu Ruby, who had been waiting, were taken aback upon seeing Song Xinyan emerge. Zhong Wanqing was somewhat composed, recognizing the black filth on Song Xinyan, realizing she had consumed a zombie crystal core and healed her legs, though she was uncertain if she had awakened an ability. Lu Ruby, however, was less calm. She had assumed that Lin Ye and Song Xinyan had been mysteriously occupied for over half an hour, thinking they were engaged in inappropriate activities. After waiting in vain for any sounds from inside, she was astonished to see Song Xinyan walk out. What on earth? Is this some kind of ghostly event in broad daylight? She looked at Zhong Wanqing with confusion and asked, "Sister Wanqing, what is going on with Song Xinyan? Why did she suddenly stand up?" Zhong Wanqing cast a glance at Lu Ruby and replied coolly, "I cannot say. You can ask my husband when he comes out. Hearing the coldness in Zhong Wanqing's tone, Lu Ruby inwardly cursed her, but simply replied with an acknowledgement, refraining from further questioning. In the restroom, Song Xinyan first helped Lin Ye clean himself before attending to her own cleanliness. While washing, thoughts of her twin sister, Song Xinyue, flooded her mind. During their conversation the previous night, she learned that her sister was trapped in the dormitory building at school and in dire straits. The food she had was exhausted 2 days prior, and the school was overrun with zombies, while the remaining survivors had descended into chaos. Remembering her sister's desperate pleas, Song Xinyan felt a pang of anguish. Overwhelmed, she knelt on the floor and implored Lin Ye, "Master, could you please rescue my twin sister? I know my request is excessive, but her situation is extremely perilous. If you can save her, we will dedicate our lives to serving you in gratitude." Lin Ye, seeing Song Xinyan kneeling before him, felt a surge of delight. This presented a perfect opportunity to boost her loyalty. He wondered if rescuing her sister would elevate her loyalty to 100 points, and since she was a twin, her looks should not be lacking. He promptly helped her to her feet and comforted her. "Stand up. Where's your sister? Let us go now." Song Xinyan was taken aback by Lin Ye's prompt agreement and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, master. My sister is at Jiangnan University." Lin Ye was momentarily stunned, realizing that Song Xinyan's sister was his fellow alumnus. At that instant, the system's voice chimed in, "Goddess Song Xinyan, loyalty 3. Soon, Lin Ye and Song Xinyan finished washing up and exited. Lu Ruby, who had been waiting outside, approached Lin Ye, ready to inquire about Song Xinyan's legs. However, Lin Ye addressed Zhong Wanqing directly. "Wanqing, Xinyan and I are going out to rescue your sister. We may be back late. There's plenty of food in the fridge for you both. I noticed from the community group information that the situation is not great. Stay safe at home, and if anyone dares to threaten you, deal with them decisively. If things get dire, call me, and I will return immediately." Zhong Wanqing nodded promptly. "Understood, husband." After saying this, Lin Ye led Song Xinyan toward the underground garage. Lu Ruby stood frozen in place, contemplating the implications of Lin Ye helping Song Xinyan find her sister. Did this mean another woman would soon arrive? "Lin Ye, you scoundrel, let's see if you survive the night." Initially, Lin Ye had intended to go alone, but he reconsidered and decided it was better to take Song Xinyan along. This way, she could reunite with her sister, and he could also introduce her to the realities of combat. Now that her legs had healed and she had awakened her ability, it was only fitting that she practice by taking down zombies. Lin Ye had no intention of harboring useless individuals. As for Zhong Wanqing and Lu Ruby's safety, he was completely untroubled. As long as there were no firearms in the community, Zhong Wanqing could handle any threats with ease. Before long, Lin Ye and Song Xinyan arrived at the garage, finding it empty. Lin Ye quickly retrieved the coveted armored vehicle, filling it with fuel. Song Xinyan watched in astonishment, wondering just how many resources and secrets Lin Ye possessed, even possessing an armored vehicle. After fueling up, Lin Ye eagerly called Song Xinyan to get in the vehicle. Seated in the driver's seat, he rubbed his hands together in excitement, reminiscent of a child with a cherished toy. He skillfully maneuvered the controls, and with a roar of the engine, the armored vehicle roared to life. With a swift press of the accelerator, the vehicle charged towards the community's exit like a wild stallion. Inside the armored vehicle, Lin Ye checked the map. The distance from the community to Jiangnan University was approximately several dozen kilometers, not far at all. As he drove recklessly down the road, the vehicle's immense power crushed any zombies in their path. However, to Lin Ye's astonishment, shortly after he departed with Song Xinyan, chaos erupted within the community. Chapter 37. The onset of chaos in the community. The chain of events can be traced back to the previous day. Lu Yuan from Building 7, having witnessed the numerous corpses of zombies in the garage, contemplated the situation and ultimately decided to venture outside the community to a supermarket in search of supplies. Upon their cautious arrival at the supermarket, however, they found no sign of the formidable individuals from Building 8 they had anticipated. At that moment, a sense of secret delight filled their hearts. However, upon scrutinizing the situation within the supermarket, their spirits quickly deflated. Approximately 20 to 30 zombies were aimlessly wandering inside. Had there been only a few, they might have managed to cope, but with so many undead present, they dared not charge in recklessly. A mere brush with a zombie could lead to their transformation into one of them within minutes. Seeing the hesitation among the group, Lu Yuan stepped forward decisively. He proposed that the best course of action would be for two individuals to lure the zombies away, allowing the others to scavenge for supplies. Since you all trust me, allow me to lead. I shall be one of those who distracts the zombies, he declared. However, we must agree on the terms. Regardless of how much we gather, it will all be shared equally upon our return. My companion and I will take an extra share of the supplies. Are there any objections? The others, upon hearing this, voiced their agreement. Very well. Who among you is willing to join? Lu Yuan inquired. The group exchanged glances, but no one spoke up. They all understood that although the prospect of an extra share was enticing, a single misstep could cost them their lives. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Lin Ye finally stepped forward. Brother Yuan, I have a large family to feed. Allow me to go. Lu Yuan patted Lin Ye's shoulder and replied, All right, Lin Ye, I will enter first. Stay close behind me to cover my back and ensure we are not surrounded by the zombies. Lin Ye assured him, Rest easy, Brother Yuan. I will handle the rear. With that, Lu Yuan led the way into the supermarket, closely followed by Lin Ye. As they made noise to attract attention, the zombies within the supermarket turned their focus toward them. The rest of the group swiftly entered to begin scavenging for supplies. The entire operation proceeded with a mix of tension and danger. Just as the zombies were about to encircle Lu Yuan and Lin Ye, the others who had finished gathering supplies signaled for them to retreat. After dispatching two zombies blocking their path, the duo quickly made their escape. They all rushed back to Lu Yuan's home in building number 7, shutting the door behind them with a collective sigh of relief. The scavengers promptly displayed their gathered supplies, and according to their prior agreement, they divided everything equally. As they surveyed their shares, joy spread among the group, and they prepared to return to their respective homes. At that moment, Lu Yuan addressed everyone. We must keep the news of the cleared zombies in the underground garage to ourselves. No one else is aware, and we must not speak of it. When we left, the zombies were mostly congregated at the supermarket entrance, making it impossible to return for supplies in the near future. We shall wait a few days until they disperse before we attempt another search. In the meantime, let's all keep a low profile. Do not mention our scavenging efforts. If others learn of it, we risk losing our hard-earned supplies. The other buildings in our community have already descended into chaos, especially building number 9 with Chunhu, who is not to be trifled with. The group nodded in understanding, assuring Lu Yuan they would keep silent. Lu Yuan's foresight was commendable, yet he was hindered by a foolish teammate. Zhao Heng, filled with excitement over his supplies, returned home and quickly concealed the food. As a single man, he thought he could indulge without worry. The bounty he had acquired would last him several days. However, the saying goes, a full stomach leads to lustful thoughts. Gazing at the hidden food, he recalled Lu Yin from across the hall. Lu Yin worked at a nightclub and possessed a fair amount of beauty. Without makeup, she might score a modest 70, but with it, she could easily reach 80. A few days prior, her family had run out of food, prompting her to seek help in the community group. Yet, no one was foolish enough to share their supplies in this apocalyptic world. Consequently, Lu Yin began to add single men in the neighborhood as friends, sending them private videos in a bid to entice them, offering her body in exchange for food. Zhao Heng was one such man who fell prey to her allure. However, he had little food left himself and could only watch helplessly. Moreover, living so close, Lu Yin was well aware of Zhao Heng's background. Before the apocalypse, she had looked down upon him, often mocking his meager salary of 2,800. Now that she had ample supplies, Zhao Heng schemed to teach her a lesson for her past disdain. He messaged Lu Yin, claiming he had food to trade. Shortly after, there was a knock at his door. He opened it to welcome Lu Yin inside. Upon seeing her beautifully adorned, Zhao Heng's eyes sparkled with desire, and he eagerly attempted to pull her into his room. However, Lu Yin was not one to reveal her cards easily. She insisted that he present the food first. Zhao Heng, overwhelmed by lust, hastily displayed his hidden supplies. Surprised at the quantity he possessed, Lu Yinyan's mind began to devise a plan. Instantly, her demeanor became warm and inviting, employing the charm she had used to placate her nightclub boss, addressing him as Brother Zhao with feigned intimacy. Quickly, she had Zhao Hang entranced. They proceeded to his bedroom, where Lu Yinyan skillfully extracted information about the garage and supermarket events from him. Before long, they emerged from the room. Zhao Hang miscalculated, believing that with supplies in hand, he could easily dominate Lu Yinyan. He brazenly had the previously agreed price of 2 bags of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water. Lu Yinyan objected, but faced with Zhao Hang's overpowering presence, she begrudgingly accepted, leaving with a single bag of noodles and 1 bottle of water. Upon returning home, Lu Yinyan spent the night brooding over the events, her anger simmering. In her mind, she vowed never to endure such humiliation again. The next day, she resolved to sell information about the garage and supermarket to procure supplies. Chapter 38. The Hidden Talents and Information Leak. Lu Yinyan and Zhao Hang were indeed a pair of hidden talents. Lu Yinyan was slightly more astute than Zhao Hang, but not by much. She reached out to several building leaders in the community, aiming to maximize her profits from the information she possessed. After a day of networking, most buildings in the community had formed alliances. Some, like Chun Hu from Building Number 9, had taken control of their respective towers, dictating terms with their subordinates. These buildings displayed considerable strength, while others banded together for mutual protection, lacking unified leadership and thus remaining disorganized. Lu Yinyan first contacted Chao Bo, the leader of Building No. 3, revealing that she knew of a location teeming with supplies. Intrigued, Chao Bo eagerly awaited further details. Lu Yinyan then made a bold demand, stating that she would exchange this information for 10 boxes of instant noodles. Chao Bo, taken aback, retorted, "Do you think I'm a fool? You offer nothing and demand 10 boxes of noodles." Seeing Chao Bo unwilling to negotiate, Lu Yinyan decided to drop a hint. "The zombies in the underground garage have been cleared," she declared. Upon hearing this, Chao Bo immediately dispatched his men to investigate. Not long after, the younger brother returned with a report that the underground parking lot was indeed free of zombies. Chao Bo imediatan contestet Luzanian. After much negotiation, they settled on a deal for 1 box of instant noodles and 5 bottles of mineral water. Chao Bo specifically instructed Lu Yinyan not to disclose this information to other buildings. However, Lu Yinyan was not concerned about such matters. While awaiting Chao Bo's arrival, she contacted the owners of other buildings to negotiate. Ultimately, she sold the information for 13 boxes of instant noodles along with other supplies. Lu Yinyan managed her time well, arranging for the building owners to come one by one to trade. Little did she know that upon hearing the news of abundant supplies, the other building owners could hardly sit still. They immediately gathered their younger brothers and rushed to Building 7. Soon, several groups encountered each other in the parking lot. Since each building had just completed its consolidation, they were unaware of the circumstances regarding the others. Upon meeting, the building owners did not clash. Instead, they greeted each other, each harboring ulterior motives as they proceeded towards Building 7. However, as they walked, they began to realize something was amiss. Why was everyone heading for Building 7? At that moment, Chao Bo suddenly spoke up, stating, "Gentlemen of the buildings, are you all here to find a woman named Lu Yinyan?" Upon hearing this, the other building owners understood the situation. Indeed, they were looking for her. She had claimed to know of a location with a large stockpile of supplies and had asked for 1 box of instant noodles and 8 bottles of pure water. Why did she ask me for 2 boxes of instant noodles? Damn it, she asked me for 3 boxes. I specifically instructed her not to tell anyone else. After hearing this, the building owners were filled with rage. "Lu Yinyan, you wretched woman, dare to play us for fools? You dare to eat from both sides, not fearing for your teeth." They quickly reached a consensus to confront Lu Yinyan and demand the location of the supplies. Arriving at her door, they began to knock. Lu Yinyan, peering through the peephole and seeing so many people outside, was instantly dumbfounded. Realizing she had messed up, she was too frightened to open the door. Lu Yinyan, a remarkable individual in her own right, failed to recognize the danger. In this apocalyptic world, she, a vulnerable woman without support, dared to negotiate with the ruthless individuals outside. Those outside were not afraid of her, a mere woman. The building owners had not brought any supplies for trade. If Lin Ye had been wise enough to confess upon their arrival, it would have fared better for her. Otherwise, she would face their wrath. Seeing Lin Ye feigning ignorance and refusing to open the door, the building owners instructed their younger brothers to break it down. Before long, the door was smashed open, and the intruders rushed inside. Lin Ye trembled in fear. Before the building owners could speak, she divulged the information. At that moment, Xiao Bo asked, "How did you know this?" Lin Ye immediately sold out, Zhao Hang from across the way. The building owners exchanged glances and quickly made their way to Zhao Hang's door, knocking urgently. Meanwhile, Zhao Hang had just finished his lunch and was feeling rather bored. Remembering Lin Ye's alluring presence from the day before, he was suddenly filled with desire. He picked up his phone, intending to invite Lin Ye out. Just then, a loud knocking interrupted him. "Damn it, who is it at this hour?" As Zhao Hang opened the door slightly, the crowd surged in, knocking him to the ground. Before he could recover, he was surrounded by a throng of people. A few of them yanked Zhao Hang up, and as he prepared to resist, fists began to rain down upon him. Zhao Hang immediately begged for mercy, shouting, "Please, spare me. Please, spare me." Xiao Bo stepped forward and demanded, "Are you Zhao Hang?" Zhao Hang hurriedly nodded. "Yes, I am Zhao Hang. What do you want with me?" Wang Chong, the owner of Building 12, spoke sharply. "What do you mean, what do we want? So many people are here looking for you, and you still don't know? Speak up, or you'll regret it." Zhao Hang, confused, muttered, "I really have no idea what you want to ask. Could you please give me a hint?" "All right," said Zhou Jiaxuan, the owner of Building 5 with a cold smirk. "Here's your hint. Parking garage, supermarket." Zhao Hang's face changed drastically, but he quickly feigned ignorance, saying, "Did you make a mistake? I have no idea what you're talking about." Xiao Bo sneered. "You're trying to play games with me, huh? Get him." His younger brothers immediately surged forward, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Soon, Zhao Hang divulged everything clearly. Subsequently, the younger brothers uncovered the food Zhao Hang had hidden. Upon seeing this undeniable evidence, Xiao Bo turned to the other building owners, stating, "Gentlemen, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to in Building 3, so I must take my leave." With that, he led his younger brothers out of Zhao Hang's home. As soon as they stepped outside, he instructed his men to quickly notify the remaining younger brothers in Building 3 to head to the underground parking garage. The other building owners, not to be outdone, swiftly exited with their respective younger brothers towards the garage. Due to the multitude of people and the ensuing commotion, news of the situation quickly spread throughout the community group. In no time, nearly everyone in the neighborhood was aware. Almost all residents rushed towards the underground parking garage, preparing to raid the supermarket for supplies. Shortly after Lin Ye and Song Xinyan departed, several building owners, accompanied by their younger brothers, were the first to arrive at the underground parking garage. Chapter 39. Chunhu's wrath and the confrontation in the garage. Due to Chunhu from Building 9's extremely ruthless methods, Lin Ye had refrained from contacting him, leaving Chunhu still unaware of the situation at the supermarket. At that moment, Chunhu was seething with anger. The previous day had gone smoothly, and by the time dinner was served, he had essentially taken control of Building 9, with only the top 3 floors remaining. He had gone to dinner, intending to enjoy the company of the women under his control, leaving Wang Peng to continue breaking down doors with 2 newly recruited younger brothers. Unexpectedly, shortly after his departure, an incident occurred. After finishing his meal, he sent other younger brothers to replace Wang Peng, only to soon receive news that Wang Peng had been killed. Enraged, Chunhu immediately rushed to room 1601. Upon seeing the bodies of Wang Peng and the others, he was both shocked and furious. The wounds indicated that Wang Peng and his companions were killed instantly by a swift and merciless attacker, leaving no opportunity for resistance. Chunhu promptly ordered his younger brothers to break down the doors of the remaining households and gather everyone there. Seeing Chunhu's furious demeanor, the younger brothers were anxious to avoid his wrath, working especially hard to bring the survivors from the upper floors and opposite door to face Chunhu. After some interrogation, Chunhu learned that the owner of room 1601 was a somewhat famous female streamer on a certain platform, named Yin Xiao, but she was disabled and had difficulty moving. regarding the deaths of Wang Peng and his companions. They claimed it was not their doing and that they had no knowledge of who was responsible. Upon hearing that the owner of room 1601 was Yin Ye Xiao, Chunhu's fury intensified. Being a frequent user of the platform, Chunhu was well aware of Yin Ye Xiao's striking beauty. Before the apocalypse, he had even sent her gifts, only to discover she lived in his own building. He quickly pieced together the likely scenario. Upon seeing his aggressive takeover, Song Xinyan had panicked and sought help from other buildings. Taking advantage of Chunhu's absence during dinner, they had eliminated Wang Peng and his companions and rescued Song Xinyan. With this thought, Chunhu's rage boiled over. A stunning internet celebrity like Song Xinyan had nearly fallen into his hands, only to be snatched away at the last moment, along with the loss of 3 younger brothers. The more he looked at Wang Peng's lifeless body on the ground, the angrier he became, and he kicked it in frustration. Chunhu seethed with rage, cursing the fate that had snatched away the beauty that rightfully belonged to him. He silently vowed that if he discovered the identities of those responsible, he would exact a gruesome vengeance. Without hesitation, he commanded his subordinates to capture all the attractive women from upstairs and eliminate the rest. Confronting the owner of room 1801, who had previously insulted him in the group chat, Chunhu unleashed his fury, mercilessly killing him in a fit of rage. The loss of the enchanting live streamer from the previous night gnawed at his heart, intensifying his ire. Just then, a subordinate knocked at the door, prompting Chunhu to draw his knife, ready to strike. The subordinate quickly knelt, informing him that the zombies in the underground garage had been cleared, and they could now raid the supermarket for supplies. Upon hearing this, Chunhu disregarded the women in the room and the kneeling subordinate, urgently summoning the others to rush towards the garage. When they arrived, they found a crowd gathered. The remaining survivors congregated in the garage. The leaders of various buildings had formed a circle in the middle, engaged in discussions, while others lingered at the periphery, observing and biding their time. Chunhu paid no heed to the assembly and made his way toward the garage exit, but other factions quickly blocked his path. What's the meaning of this? My brothers? Chunhu demanded angrily. Chao Bo, the leader of Building 3, sneered. What's your intention? Can't you see so many people are gathered here? Wang Chong, the leader of Building 12, chimed in. You barged in without a word, trying to hoard the supplies in the supermarket for yourself. As the first leader of the community, Chunhu had never endured such disrespect and retorted sharply. You cowardly lot. If you fear the zombies in the supermarket, step aside. My people from Building 3 aren't afraid. Clear the way, or I won't hesitate to act. Pang Xiaodong, the leader of Building 18, rebuked him. Enough, Chunhu. Don't act tough here. This is a matter concerning zombies. Does anyone among us consider the zombies in the supermarket a threat? Shuetsong, the leader of Building 15, echoed exactly. We held back from fighting because we're discussing how to divide the supplies in the supermarket. You, on the other hand, want to rush in alone. What's your plan to monopolize everything? In truth, everyone desired to hoard the supplies from the supermarket, as their own resources had been mostly depleted. Though they had scavenged a fair amount, the weight of maintaining authority over their respective households, each with a cadre of subordinates to feed, was a pressing concern. Now, the prospect of monopolizing the supermarket's resources presented a chance to alleviate their burdens and amass power. However, no one wanted to be the first to take the plunge, so the leaders continued to deliberate on how to distribute the supplies. Observing the indecisiveness of the assembly, Chunhu scoffed. Have you reached a conclusion yet? I'd like to hear it. The other leaders exchanged awkward smiles, having made no progress in their discussions, each wanting to gain more while sending fewer of their men. At that moment, Zhou Jiaxuan, the leader of Building 5, stepped forward, attempting to mediate. Chief Chun, everyone is discussing right now, and since you're here, your input would be valuable. Chunhu dismissed him with a cold smile. Discussing? What is there to discuss? In this apocalypse, strength speaks volumes. The supplies in the supermarket belong to whoever seizes them. I, Chunhu, declare that I will lead my men to the supermarket. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will face dire consequences. If you have the guts, come along. The outcome will reveal itself in our actions. The other leaders, witnessing Chunhu's reckless determination, hesitated to confront him, not wishing to benefit another by engaging in conflict. Moreover, Chun-Hu's argument held some truth. After deliberating without resolution, it would be more prudent to raid together rather than waste time. They understood that trouble was inevitable, but they could later instruct their subordinates to be wary of those from other buildings. Thus, they reached a consensus and proceeded toward the supermarket at the garage exit. As they approached the supermarket, they relied on their numbers to dispatch the scattered zombies drawn by the commotion. Observant individuals would note that the zombies had grown stronger today, particularly in speed. Yet, the allure of the supplies inside the supermarket captivated their attention, and no one noticed the change. They stood outside the supermarket, exchanging glances, each hesitant to take the lead. Seeing the awkwardness, Chow Bo from Building 3 smirked at Chun-Hu. "Chief Chun, you were so bold in the garage. Why the silence now? With so many brothers watching, why not lead by example?" Wang Chong from Building 12 quickly added, "Indeed, Chief Chun, as a prominent leader, your words must hold weight." Provoked by the taunts of the other leaders, Chun-Hu snickered internally, realizing their intent to push him forward as the sacrificial pawn. He feigned noble intent, saying, "Very well, since my brothers are present, I, Chun-Hu, always keep my promises. I shall demonstrate for you." With that, he whispered instructions to his subordinate, Zhou Tao. Zhou's eyes lit up, and he promptly rallied a group of 10 or so subordinates toward the supermarket entrance. The other leaders watched, their contempt for Chun-Hu growing. They had overestimated his capability to lead. As soon as Chun-Hu's men reached the door, the other leaders quickly signaled their subordinates. When Chun-Hu's men opened the door, they surged forward, forcing them into the supermarket to face the zombies, while the others prepared to reap the benefits. Chun-Hu observed the unfolding chaos with a cold smile, seemingly unaffected by the danger his men faced. Zhou Jiaxuan from Building 5 became suspicious of Chun-Hu's indifference to the lives of his subordinates, wondering if there was a hidden agenda. In this harsh world, caution was paramount. He discreetly instructed his subordinates to hold back, trailing behind. As Chun-Hu's men neared the supermarket entrance, they suddenly split into 3 groups. 2 teams raced toward the sides of the entrance, holding their breath and remaining still, while the center group opened the supermarket door and retreated to the main group, making noise as they ran. The zombies inside, freed from the door's barrier, poured out, drawn by the sound and lunging at the crowd. The other leaders were left in shock. This Chun-Hu is truly treacherous. They barely had time to confront him when they realized he had already stealthily led the remaining subordinates outside the supermarket. At this moment, the zombies had already arrived before them, causing the frontline minions to panic immediately. Everyone wished to retreat, allowing others to take the lead. If only they could unite and exert their strength, they could easily overcome the few zombies before them with minimal cost. However, each individual thought of their own safety, unwilling to risk their lives for others. As the zombies from the supermarket began to emerge in droves, Chun-Hu glanced back at the crowd and smirked coldly. "How dare you challenge me? You worthless lot are not worthy." He then signaled his subordinates to hurry into the supermarket to scavenge for supplies. Observing the situation from the back, Zhou Jiaxuan, the leader of Building 5, sensed something was amiss. He quickly led his subordinates to flank the supermarket entrance, entering to join the others in their looting efforts. Seeing this, the leaders from behind hurriedly called their own minions to follow suit and retreat. This left the leaders and their subordinates who had been at the front facing the oncoming zombies. Shuetsong Xiao, the leader of Building 15, watched as his minions fell one by one to the zombies. His eyes reddened with fury. "If we are to die, let's all perish together. If I am to suffer, you shall not fare better." He rallied his subordinates, instructing them to ignore the zombies and charge into the supermarket. Witnessing this, others outside followed suit, rushing into the supermarket. Inside, chaos erupted. Moments earlier, Chun-Hu and his minions had been the first to enter, eliminating the remaining zombies and starting their scavenging. Soon, they had stripped the supermarket of its prime resources. Just as they were about to withdraw, Zhou Jiaxuan and his group burst in. The supermarket was in disarray, with remnants of Chun-Hu's looting scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, Chun-Hu's minions were heavily laden with supplies. Seeing this, Zhou Jiaxuan's eyes blazed with jealousy and anger. If I hadn't been astute enough to perceive the danger and retreat, I would have been in dire straits. "Damn you, Chun-Hu, how dare you hoard the supplies?" He He waved his hand, commanding his minions, "Go. Seize all the supplies." Chunhu, taken aback, found it puzzling. How could the zombies outside have been dispatched so quickly? Before he could voice his thoughts, Zhou Jiaxuan's minions charged in. His own minions, burdened with supplies, were hindered in their movements. In a swift encounter, several were knocked down. In a fit of rage, Chunhu shouted, "How dare you, Zhou Jiaxuan, challenge me? I will end you. Brothers, follow me." With that, he drew his knife and aimed it at Zhou Jiaxuan, igniting a fierce battle within the supermarket. At that moment, several other leaders and their minions entered the supermarket, intending to take advantage of the chaos between Chunhu and Zhou Jiaxuan to snatch supplies. However, once inside, the unfolding situation was beyond their control. In the fray, Chunhu's and Zhou Jiaxuan's minions did not care which building you belonged to. If you were not from their building and attempted to seize supplies, they would strike without hesitation. Soon, the newcomers found themselves ensnared in the melee. As the fighting intensified, Shuet Songxiao, the leader of Building 15, finally led the last of the outside group into the supermarket, fueled by a pent-up rage and attacking indiscriminately. While the chaos erupted within the supermarket, the zombies outside had also reached the entrance. The onlookers shouted in alarm, "The zombies are here." The other individuals inside the supermarket halted their actions, turning in unison to face the entrance. Outside, a dense throng of zombies surrounded the door, their numbers seemingly increasing rather than dwindling. These were the newly transformed zombies from the minions bitten earlier. Fortunately, the supermarket's entrance was not very wide, allowing only a couple of zombies to enter at a time. Chunhu, seizing the moment, shouted, "Block the door. Do not let the zombies in." The other leaders understood the urgency of the situation. Now was not the time for infighting. If the zombies fully breached the supermarket, there would be nowhere to escape. Together, they dispatched the few zombies that had entered and barricaded the entrance once more. With the door secured, the individuals inside finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, their relief quickly turned to dread, as they realized they were completely trapped. If they did not escape, they would inevitably perish. As several leaders pondered their next move, Zhou Jiaxuan summoned his remaining minions, taking the looted supplies to the farthest corner from the supermarket entrance. He instructed his followers, "Those who wish to survive, break the glass." The supermarket's street-side wall was primarily made of laminated tempered glass, with only a few support pillars. Upon hearing Zhou Jiaxuan's command, his minions were invigorated. Understanding the gravity of the situation, they began to smash the glass wall with fervor. Seeing Zhou Jiaxuan's actions, the other leaders were filled with hope and quickly followed suit, each finding a spot to join in the effort. The noise attracted some of the zombies outside, who were drawn to the sound. United in their strength, Zhou Jiaxuan's minions soon shattered the glass wall. Zhou Jiaxuan led his minions in a rush, leaving behind those who had fallen during the earlier melee. The fallen minions cried out for help, "Brother Xian, save me!" Zhou Jiaxuan and his fleeing minions turned a deaf ear, knowing that if they did not escape now, they would all perish. Furthermore, the injured ones would not survive, merely wasting precious resources. With supplies in hand, who would fear not attracting new followers? As everyone focused on breaking the glass wall, the zombies dispersed, drawn by the various sounds. The number of zombies before Zhou Jiaxuan was manageable. They dispatched the few blocking their path and fled toward the underground parking garage. Soon, more and more glass walls were shattered, and those still able to move within the supermarket escaped without concern for the fallen minions. Witnessing their former leaders, friends, and neighbors flee, the remaining individuals sank into despair. Their cries for help transformed into venomous curses as they realized their abandonment. Those who escaped wished they had wings to fly faster, racing toward the underground garage, even neglecting the supplies that fell from their arms. Finally reaching the underground garage, they dared not pause for a moment and hurriedly ascended to their respective homes. Meanwhile, the residents of the other buildings, who had been hiding and waiting for their chance, gazed longingly at the scattered supplies, their mouths watering. Once the leaders had retreated to their own buildings, one bold resident dashed out, stuffing food into his mouth. His actions resembled the starting gun of a race. Others hiding followed suit, rushing out to snatch the scattered food. In the scramble for the meager rations, countless individuals clashed. Just then, A few lingering zombies stumbled into the underground garage, observing the chaotic scene of people fighting over food. A voice rang out, "Zombies! The zombies are here." The owners who were previously engaged in a scuffle, upon hearing the commotion, scattered like frightened birds. Aside from a few unfortunate souls at the outermost layer who fell victim to the zombies, the rest hurried back to their respective buildings. Chun-Hu, accompanied by his followers, raced back home in one breath. As he finally caught his breath, he began to account for the number of his returning subordinates. After tallying the results, Chun-Hu was filled with irritation. Damn it, they had set out with over 20 followers, and now half had returned, most of them injured. That scoundrel Zhou Jiaxuan. Just wait until I regroup. I will be the first to annihilate you. In fact, Chun-Hu's situation was relatively fortunate. His subordinates had largely avoided direct encounters with zombies. They had only been caught off guard by Zhou Jiaxuan in the supermarket and had lost a few men during the ensuing melee. If one accounted for the subordinates who lay on the ground but were still alive, the losses were not too severe. The most unfortunate was Shui Songchao, the owner of Building 15, whose remaining followers were less than one-third of those who had set out. Nevertheless, upon observing the spoils of this expedition, Chun-Hu felt a slight sense of balance in his heart. Instant noodles, compressed biscuits, mineral water, canned goods, and bread. These were all premium provisions, both filling and long-lasting. There were enough supplies to last him for quite some time. Looking at his weary subordinates, Chun-Hu promptly declared, "Today, brothers, you have all worked hard. Let us prepare a meal and enjoy a hearty feast together. Moreover, the women in the house tonight are available for your enjoyment." The previously discontented subordinates, upon hearing this, erupted with excitement. Long live Brother Hu! Brother Hu, mighty and fierce! After retrieving the food they would consume, Chun-Hu instructed his subordinates to bring all remaining supplies into his quarters. As he gazed at the provisions on the ground, Chun-Hu pondered for a moment. The owners who had ventured to the supermarket today had all suffered significant losses. Whether it was defending against the incursions of other owners or launching their own offensives, a substantial number of subordinates would be necessary. Now that he had ample resources at his disposal, he needed to quickly recruit more followers to prepare for the eventual unification of the community. With this thought in mind, he promptly took a few photographs of the supplies and sent out a recruitment message in the community group. Building 9, Apartment 0902, Social Circle of Brother Hu. Attention everyone. I am Chun-Hu, the owner of Building 9, currently recruiting brave brothers who are willing to fight and follow my orders. Anyone in the community can apply. Once accepted, food will be plentiful, and women are at your leisure. Limited spots available. First come, first served. Interested parties can message me privately or come to Building 9 to find me. As soon as Chun-Hu sent out the message, the group chat erupted. Many residents were stirred by the images of food and women that Chun-Hu had shared. Especially the single men, upon seeing the photos of naked women, were filled with eagerness. They had not anticipated that Chun-Hu had managed to procure such an abundance of supplies. In no time, numerous individuals began messaging him privately. At that moment, other owners, upon seeing Chun-Hu's recruitment notice, could no longer remain passive. Chapter 42, Arrival at Jiangnan University. Song Xinyan's initial encounter with zombies in the community's property group, various recruitment messages began to appear. Everyone was not naive. They were well aware of Chun-Hu's intentions. Furthermore, he was not the only one with resources and women. Those who had visited the supermarket today had all, to some extent, gathered a good amount of supplies. The community property group buzzed with activity. At this time, Lin Ye had brought Song Xinyan to the outskirts of Jiangnan University. Gazing at his alma mater, Lin Ye felt a surge of emotions. Little did he expect that so soon after graduating, everything would have changed so drastically. Due to the large student population and the fact that the apocalypse broke out on a regular weekday, many faculty and students remained on campus. As a result, zombies now roamed freely throughout the school. Areas such as dormitories, with their numerous compartments, provided ample hiding spots, allowing many survivors to endure. However, in larger, crowded spaces like cafeterias and classrooms, hardly any survivors remained. Lin Ye drove the armored vehicle toward the girls' dormitory. As they passed by, survivors spotted the armored vehicle and mistakenly believed it was an official rescue. They pressed against windows and balconies, desperately shouting for help. However, Lin Ye did not spare them a glance. He parked the vehicle in a concealed spot near the back door of the girls' dormitory. After exiting the vehicle, Lin Ye stored the armored vehicle in a pocket dimension. Beside him, Song Xinyan appeared extremely anxious. On their way here, she had lost contact with her sister, Song Xinyao. Her sister, who had been responding to her messages, suddenly went silent. Lin Ye forcefully kicked open the back door of the first floor of the girls' dormitory and, alongside Song Xinyan, rushed inside. Once inside, Lin Ye took out a chain and locked the door again to prevent zombies from entering. Then, he handed a fire axe to Song Xinyan. Upon receiving the axe, Song Xinyan faced the approaching zombies and swung it decisively. Facing the terrifying visage of the zombies for the first time, it was impossible not to feel fear. Yet at that moment, Song Xinyan was consumed with thoughts of her sister's safety. As the eldest sister, her concern for her sister left no room for hesitation in the face of zombies. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction from the side. Although Song Xinyan had awakened and her body had been enhanced, her courage in confronting zombies for the first time was indeed commendable. She was far superior to Zhong Wanqing during her initial encounter with zombies. However, as it was Song Xinyan's first time dealing with zombies, her technique was still quite unrefined. Following Lin Ye's earlier instructions in the vehicle, she aimed her axe at the zombie's neck. Unfortunately, due to an improper angle of force, she failed to sever the zombie's neck in one strike, resulting in the axe getting stuck. Just as she attempted to retract the axe, a nearby zombie lunged at her. Seeing the gaping maw of the zombie coming for her, Song Xinyan's face turned pale, and she felt as though she would meet her end today. In that critical moment, a flash of cold light appeared. A kitchen knife suddenly struck the zombie's head, causing it to collapse. Lin Ye stepped forward, swiftly dispatching all the zombies that had charged from the corridor on the first floor. At that moment, some color returned to Song Xinyan's face. She anxiously looked at Lin Ye and trembled. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." "Master, was I too useless just now?" Lin Ye embraced her and comforted her. "You performed quite well just now. You simply need to practice your movements. It's all right. Just practice more in the future. Also, maintaining a calm mindset in the face of enemies is vital. Panic leads to mistakes." Lin Ye then briefly explained a few techniques for dealing with zombies, and Song Xinyan listened attentively. Subsequently, Lin Ye made his way to the stairwell, heading directly toward the fourth floor where Song Xinyao was located. Song Xinyan took a deep breath and followed closely behind. A few scattered zombies in the stairwell were dispatched with Lin Ye's assistance, and this time, Song Xinyan's performance was markedly improved. Lin Ye was quite pleased. This girl was learning quickly. Soon, they arrived on the fourth floor. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Lin Ye sensed something unusual. The corridor was devoid of any living zombies, but a few zombie corpses lay on the ground. Lin Ye frowned and approached the door of room 406, where Song Xinyao was supposed to be. Song Xinyan knocked on the door, and a woman's voice responded from within. Coming, why is it you again?" The door opened to reveal an exceedingly plump girl standing before Lin Ye. Upon seeing Song Xinyan at the door, the girl was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, "Song Xinyao, weren't you just taken away? How did you return so quickly?" She then realized her mistake and corrected herself. The woman before her, although strikingly similar to Song Xinyao, was clad in entirely different attire and exuded a remarkable vitality. Song Xinyan's face was etched with anxiety, yet her complexion was exceptionally smooth and radiant, her hair pristine and her clothing well kept, far from the appearance of someone who had gone days without sustenance. Upon spotting Lin Ye beside her, her eyes lit up. What a handsome young man he was, tall and robust, though his gaze towards her was somewhat aloof. Realizing he was a stranger, she hastily covered her mouth, preparing to shut the door. However, Lin Ye stepped forward and held the door ajar. Song Xinyan quickly inquired, "Hello, classmate. We are here to find Song Xinyao. Is she here? I am her sister." Upon hearing this, the plump woman's eyes sparkled with interest. She opened the door wide, smiling as she said, "Ah, so you are Xinyao's sister. No wonder you are both so beautiful. Sister, please come in and take a seat." Once Lin Ye and Song Xinyan entered, the plump girl promptly locked the door behind them. Lin Ye cast a sidelong glance at her, a playful smile creeping onto his lips, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. Upon entering, Song Xinyan discovered that her sister Song Xinyao was not present in the dormitory. She turned to the plump girl, her worry evident as she asked, "Classmate, my name is Song Xinyan. Do you know where my sister has gone?" The plump girl replied with a grin, "My name is Fong Hui. Don't worry, Xinyao was just called upstairs by some classmates for a matter. She'll be down shortly." Then she shifted the topic, asking, "Sister, it's so dangerous outside with all the zombies. How did you manage to get here?" At that moment, filled with urgency, Song Xinyan was about to explain that Lin Ye had driven an armored vehicle to bring her, but she quickly recalled herself and prepared to give a vague response. However, before she could speak, Lin Ye interjected, "I drove the armored vehicle to bring her here." Song Xinyan looked at him in surprise, unsure why he had disclosed that information, yet she remained silent. Fong Hui's eyes brightened with excitement as she exclaimed, "Is it the armored vehicle that someone spotted in the school group earlier? You are quite impressive, big brother." She gazed at Lin Ye with admiration. Lin Ye chuckled softly, yet a hint of coldness lingered in his eyes as he continued to observe Fong Hui. Although she appeared to converse amiably, her hands remained concealed within her clothing, and he sensed a persistent aura of hostility emanating from her since their first encounter. As Fong Hui subtly probed into Lin Ye and Song Xinyan's backgrounds, a knock echoed through the air. With surprising agility for someone of her stature, Fong Hui rushed to the door and swung it open. 5 or 6 men stood there, and the leader strode in with an air of arrogance. Upon seeing Song Xinyan's visage, his eyes gleamed with greed. Fong Hui, wearing a sycophantic expression, approached the leading man and said, "How about that, Chu Xiao? I told you I wasn't lying. This woman is Song Xinyao's sister. They are twins. She worked quite hard to keep them here, as we discussed regarding the supplies." Chu Xiao, upon entering, had fixated his gaze on Song Xinyan. Hearing Fong Hui's words, he glanced at her with disdain but replied, "Rest assured, I, Chu Jiahao, always keep my word. The terms we previously agreed upon will not be shortchanged." He gestured to one of his underlings, who promptly tossed a bag to Fong Hui. As she opened the bag to find it filled with food and water, her spirits soared. The quantity exceeded what she had previously negotiated with Chu Jiahao. Overjoyed, she lavished him with praise, exclaiming, "Thank you, Chu Xiao. You are so generous." After glancing at the provisions, she added, "By the way, are you interested in our department's counselor, Nanji Wei?" Upon hearing this, Chu Jiahao turned his attention to Fong Hui. Nanji Wei was renowned for her beauty at Jiangnan University and remained unmarried, with suitors aplenty. Unfortunately for them, none had successfully captured her heart. The reasons were clear. Her family background was impressive, with both parents holding significant positions in the local government, and her standards were exceedingly high. Chu Jiahao had long desired Nanji Wei, but had faced rejection time and again. Although his family's influence surpassed hers, he was wary of incurring unnecessary enmity with the authorities. After several attempts, he had decided to abandon that pursuit and focus on other campus beauties. He immediately queried, "Do you know where she is now?" Fong Hui patted her chest confidently, saying, "Chu Xiao, Counselor Nan contacted me earlier. She seems to be hiding in our dormitory building. I will reach out to find out her whereabouts and let you know." Chu Jiahao was highly pleased with Fong Hui's enthusiasm and resolved to reward her for her betrayal of her classmates and teacher. "Very well. If you can find out where Nanji Wei is hiding, I will reward you handsomely. Also, you did well today. Afterward, you can collect additional supplies upstairs." Fong Hui beamed with delight, thanking Chu Jiahao repeatedly. At that moment, he turned his gaze back to Song Xinyan, noting the striking resemblance between the sisters. They were indeed like 2 peas in a pod. Chu Jiahao's heart raced with desire. Before the apocalypse, he had successfully courted 3 of the 4 campus beauties. Only Song Xinyao remained elusive. He had been prepared to resort to forceful measures, but the onset of the apocalypse changed everything. Now, with the official structures in disarray, many survivors, like Chu Jiahao, were emboldened by the chaos. He had also learned that Nanji Wei's parents had succumbed to the outbreak 2 days prior, leaving her vulnerable and easily swayed. As for Song Xinyao, she had no background to protect her. What Chu Jiahao did not anticipate was that just as he was about to take Song Xinyao upstairs, he received news from Fong Huihue. Initially skeptical that Song Xinyao's twin sister would simply present herself, he was shocked to find it was indeed true. He gestured to his underlings, grinning wickedly. "Bring this woman upstairs." As his men prepared to seize Song Xinyan, Lin Ye stepped forward and pulled her protectively behind him. It was only then that Chu Jiahao and his companions noticed Lin Ye, who had been standing beside Song Xinyan all along. Throughout their encounter, they had dismissed him entirely, thinking him inconsequential despite his imposing stature. In Chu Jiahao's eyes, Lin Ye was of no account. In the world they inhabited, power and influence were paramount, and few dared to defy the Chu family within Jiangnan City. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, amidst the significant decline of official power, the Chu family has become increasingly audacious and unruly. A leading thug threatened, "Kid, your girlfriend has caught the eye of our young Master Chu. Be wise and step aside quickly, or you will find yourself drenched in blood." He continued, "Do you know who our young Master Chu is? Just speaking his name would terrify you." From the earlier conversation between Chu Jiahui and Fong Huihui, Lin Ye had discerned the identity of the intruders. Recalling some events from his previous life regarding the Chu family, he smiled and said, "The Jiangnan Chu family, before the apocalypse, who in Jiangnan City was unaware of them." The thug, brimming with pride, replied, "It's good that you know. Our young master Chu has taken a fancy to your girlfriend, which is quite an honor for you." At this moment, Chu Jiahui also wore an arrogant expression and said, "I am a kind-hearted person. Considering you delivered your girlfriend to us, I might spare you some supplies later. No need to thank me. I will take good care of your girlfriend." He emphasized the words "take care" with palpable intent. The surrounding thugs appeared accustomed to such behavior, suggesting that this was not the first time for Chu Jiahui. Observing Chu Jiahui's self-satisfied demeanor, Lin Ye deliberately teased, "I know the Jiangnan Chu family, but I have never heard of anyone named Chu Jiahui. I wonder if your name is inscribed in the family lineage?" Chu Jiahui was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly darkened. How did this brat know about that matter? Such knowledge was reserved for the elite of Jiangnan City. He scrutinized Lin Ye carefully, finding him entirely unfamiliar. However, out of caution, he probed, "What do we call you, friend? How did you come here?" Before Lin Ye could respond, Fong Huihui interjected, "Young Master Chu, I know. They arrived in an armored vehicle, just like the one that appeared in the group chat earlier." Chu Jiahui's countenance changed instantly. This man had come in an armored vehicle. Could he be military personnel? That shouldn't be possible. The information he had received indicated that the station troops in Jiangnan City suffered heavy losses during the zombie outbreak. Very few remained. Moreover, this fellow was not in military attire and did not bear the demeanor of a soldier. Perhaps he had secretly acquired an armored vehicle from near a military camp? Before Chu Jiahui could continue his probing, Lin Ye revealed his identity with a smile. "I am Lin Ye. Before the apocalypse, I was merely an inconsequential nobody to the so-called young Master Chu." He placed particular emphasis on so-called young Master Chu. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiahui's fury ignited. That matter was his Achilles heel. Anyone who touched it would face dire consequences. Lin Ye had the audacity to repeatedly mention it in his presence, displaying a blatant disregard for his life. Even if this person was military, what did it matter? In the apocalypse, power reigned supreme. Chu Jiahui gritted his teeth and hissed, "You're courting death. Regardless of how you learned of that matter, you will not leave this place today, not even if the heavens intervene." The thugs accompanying Chu Jiahui, witnessing his anger, lunged toward Lin Ye. Before Lin Ye could react, Song Xinyan drew a fire axe and struck at the foremost thug. She had clearly heard that this scoundrel was responsible for abducting her sister. Anyone who dared harm her sister would not be spared. The thug, startled by Song Xinyan's swift action, quickly regained his composure. A mere girl with an axe posed little threat. Had it not been for young Master Chu's orders not to harm her, he had several methods to eliminate her. He drew a watermelon knife, preparing to block her axe. However, as the axe met the watermelon knife, the thug realized too late the peril he was in. The axe cleaved through the knife effortlessly and struck his shoulder. He let out a horrified scream as blood gushed forth. Song Xinyan withdrew her axe and followed up with another strike aimed at the thug's head. Other thugs rushed forward to assist, but Lin Ye was quicker. 2 watermelon knives appeared in his hands, and with a flash of cold light, he darted between the thugs, leveraging his extraordinary physique and mastery of cold weapons. Upon returning to his original position, he spun the knives elegantly. At that moment, the throats of the remaining thugs bore deep lacerations, and blood erupted from them like a burst water pipe. Simultaneously, Song Xinyan's axe descended upon the thug's head, delivering a blow fueled by her rage that split his skull open, brain matter splattering everywhere. In mere seconds, all of Chu Jiahui's thugs lay on the ground, convulsing. The scene left Chu Jiahui and Fang Huihui in shock. Lin Ye approached them, holding a watermelon knife. As he advanced, Fang Huihui immediately knelt in supplication, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, I was wrong. I was coerced. It was all young Master Chu. No, it was that scoundrel Chu Jiahui who forced me. I know where Xin Yao is. I will take you to her right away." She was terrified, having not anticipated Lin Ye's ferocity. Chu Jiahui's thugs had fallen effortlessly in just one encounter. Before Lin Ye could respond, Chu Jiahui snapped back to reality and cursed, "Damn it, you filthy bitch. Wasn't you who contacted me first to sell Song Xin Yao? Now that my thugs are incapacitated, are you planning to betray me? Don't think that's all I'm capable of. Just wait, you'll see." He then suddenly drew a handgun from behind him, aiming it at Lin Ye. Fang Huihui's face paled, and she scrambled to Chu Jiahui's side, simpering, "Young master, she was just joking with you. This pretty boy is no match for you. One look at him shows that you can easily handle him. I will contact Counselor Nan Jiwei to find out where she is." Chu Jiahui kicked Fang Huihui away, cursing, "Get the hell out of my way. Once I deal with this brat, if you can't get me Nan Jiwei's address, I will kill you on the spot." Fang Huihui, hearing the threat, quickly retreated, pulling out her phone to contact Nan Jiwei. Chu Jiahui resumed his previous arrogance, glaring fiercely at Lin Ye. "Damn it, you think you're tough? Let us see whose weapon is faster, your knife or my gun. You're lucky I fancy your girlfriend. You dare to incapacitate so many of my thugs? Now, let your girlfriend strip." Song Xinyan froze, not expecting that Chu Jiahui possessed a firearm. Any rational person would fear such a weapon. Overcome with trepidation, she momentarily lost her composure. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Fine, I will undress, but please do not harm my master." Seeing Song Xinyan preparing to disrobe, Chu Jiahui laughed uproariously, taunting, "Lin Ye, you were so arrogant just now, yet it turns out you were just a coward willing to sacrifice your girlfriend." Lin Ye, witnessing Song Xinyan's predicament, felt a mixture of anger and tenderness. He swiftly pulled her behind him and scolded, "When did it become your place to make decisions for your master? Are you out of your mind? What do you think your newly awakened abilities are for? It's just a broken gun. Do you lack confidence in your master's strength?" He then turned his gaze to Chu Jiahui and declared loudly, "My woman is not to be commanded or manipulated by anyone but me." Song Xinyan, grasping Lin Ye's towering figure behind her, felt tears of gratitude welling up in her eyes. Although she had been scolded by Lin Ye, her heart was profoundly touched. This was the responsibility a man ought to possess. Indeed, she had not followed the wrong person. Once she had regained her composure, Song Xinyan inwardly berated herself. Her master was right. She truly had the intellect of a pig. Having awakened her invisibility ability, she could have effortlessly dealt with Chu Jiahao had she activated her powers earlier. Seeing her opportunity thwarted by Lin Ye, Chu Jiahao was furious. "Dam Lin Ye, if you want to die, I shall facilitate it." With that, he prepared to pull the trigger of his gun. Lin Ye regarded Chu Jiahao with calm indifference and simply stated, "I wager that your hand cannot pull the trigger." Chapter 45. Secrets of the Chu family. Chu Jiahao looked at Lin Ye as if he were a fool. "Damn it, you must be watching too much television. I will shoot right now." Saying this, he pressed his index finger against the trigger. However, he immediately sensed something was amiss. It felt as if the trigger of the gun was welded shut. No matter how hard he tried, it would not budge. Subsequently, he grasped the gun with both hands, exerting tremendous force on the trigger, yet to no avail. His face contorted in horror as he gazed at Lin Ye, exclaiming in terror, "Is this your doing?" Lin Ye chuckled and replied, "I told you, I wager that your hand cannot pull the trigger." Then, with a subtle motion of his right hand, Chu Jiahao experienced the same fate as Wang Peng. A formless force constricted around his neck. As Lin Ye's mastery of his telekinetic ability grew, he effortlessly lifted Chu Jiahao into the air. Chu Jiahao struggled desperately, but all was in vain. Beside them, Fang Huihui was paralyzed with fear at this bizarre scene. Dropping her phone, which clattered to the ground, Lin Ye cast a glance at her and said to Song Xinyan behind him, "Xinyan, I leave her to you." Upon hearing this, Song Xinyan immediately responded, "Understood, master." She then approached Fang Huihui with an axe, exuding an aura of menace. Seeing this, Fang Huihui fell to her knees, pleading for mercy. "Sister Song, I was wrong. Please spare me. It was all Chu Jiahao's doing." With a face full of hatred, Song Xinyan shouted, "Wretched woman, tell me, where is my sister?" Fang Huihui's eyes darted as she attempted to bargain. "Sister Song, if you let me go, I will take you to find Xinyao." Song Xinyan sneered coldly. This wretched woman had orchestrated everything from the beginning. Not only had she betrayed her own sister, but she had also attempted to sell out Song Xinyan herself. Now, she dared to negotiate terms. In a swift motion, Song Xinyan brought the axe down, severing all 5 fingers of Fang Huihui's right hand. Fang Huihui's screams were heart-wrenching. In no time, she divulged all the details of the situation. Meanwhile, Chu Jiahao, suspended in midair, felt his consciousness fading. Overwhelmed by a fierce sensation of suffocation, he ceased to struggle, and the gun slipped from his grasp. With a flick of Lin Ye's left hand, the handgun floated effortlessly to his side. As Chu Jiahao neared his limit, Lin Ye finally released his grip. Taking hold of the firearm, Chu Jiahao collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Lin Ye toyed with the gun while walking towards him. Human beings instinctively feel fear towards the unknown. At that moment, as Chu Jiahao beheld Lin Ye advancing, terror etched across his face. Lin Ye's actions had far exceeded his imagination. He recoiled, shouting, "Stay back, don't kill me. I no longer want this woman. I haven't harmed her sister. There are many beautiful women and resources above. I will give them all to you." Seeing Lin Ye remain unperturbed as he approached, Chu Jiahao, with nowhere to retreat, pleaded and threatened simultaneously. "If you spare me, I can promise you anything. By the way, in a few days, my family will arrange a helicopter to come for me. If you let me go, I can take you with us. I am a member of the Chu family. If you kill me, the Chu family will not let you off." Lin Ye looked at Chu Jiahao and asked with a smile, "Ah, you still dare to threaten me at this point? If I kill you, I am uncertain whether the rest of the Chu family will let me go. However, your so-called brothers and sisters will surely be grateful to me. Wouldn't you agree, young Master Chu?" Chu Jiahao gazed at Lin Ye as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Ye laughed and remarked, "Do not look at me with such an expression. I am aware of some matters within the Chu family. Now, let me ask you a few questions." Before Lin Ye could employ any methods, it did not take long for Chu Jiahao to disclose everything Lin Ye wished to know. The tale of Chu Jiahao's origins was quite melodramatic. The current head of the Chu family is Chu Longyun, who is over 70 years old. Chu Jiahao's father, Chu Shaotian, belongs to the main branch of the Chu family. Although Chu Jiahao shares the surname Chu, he is not recognized as part of the family, being regarded as an illegitimate child. In his youth, Chu Shaotian indulged in a life of excess, surrounded by beautiful women. However, a fateful encounter introduced him to his true love, who happened to be Chu Jiahao's mother. At that time, the Chu family was not as prominent as it is now. Chu Longyun had arranged an early marriage for Chu Shaotian with a family whose influence surpassed that of the Chu family, aiming to elevate their power through this union. Nonetheless, Chu Shaotian was deeply infatuated with Chu Jiahao's mother and insisted on marrying her. Due to the vast disparity in their statuses, this was met with fierce opposition from other family members. Chu Longyun even threatened that if Chu Shaotian dared to bring that wild woman home, he would expel him from the family. Ultimately, succumbing to familial pressure, Chu Shaotian chose to compromise. However, a few years later, Chu Jiahao's mother fell gravely ill. Before her passing, she entrusted her young son, Chu Jiahao, to Chu Shaotian. Faced with the dying wish of his beloved, Chu Shaotian, despite immense pressure, resolutely brought Chu Jiahao into the family. Feeling a sense of indebtedness to his beloved, Chu Shaotian lavished Chu Jiahao with affection, granting him whatever he desired. This, in turn, led to discontent among Chu Xiaoyan's legitimate wife and other children, who harbored intense animosity towards the illegitimate child. With no choice, and for the sake of Chu Jiahao's safety, Chu Xiaotian purchased a villa outside and arranged for servants to care for him. Due to a lack of discipline and excessive pampering from Chu Xiaotian, Chu Jiahao developed an exceedingly arrogant demeanor from a young age. As time passed, and he grew older, he gradually learned about his mother and his origins, realizing why others in the family referred to him as an illegitimate child. Yet, this understanding was something that his arrogant nature could not accept. He was a legitimate heir of the Chu family, destined to inherit its vast enterprises. How could he possibly be an outsider? He constantly engaged in self-hypnosis, convincing himself that these were merely rumors spread by his siblings to compete for the position of head of the family. To prepare for this eventuality, Chu Jiahao acquired numerous firearms and ammunition from the black market and secretly cultivated a group of followers. This matter became a sore point for him. Anyone who dared to mention it would meet with dire consequences. However, Chu Jiahao's internal denial proved futile. The current family head, Chu Longyan, although having tacitly accepted Chu Jiahao into the family, had never included his name in the family tree, clearly indicating his refusal to acknowledge this illegitimate grandson. Now, during the apocalypse, Chu Jiahao remained trapped in the university, yet to be rescued, a testament to his status. Chapter 46. Eliminating Chu Jiahao. The moment the apocalyptic blood rain descended, Chu Xiaotian sought to dispatch a helicopter to rescue Chu Jiahao. However, his legitimate wife, Zheng Peiyun, vehemently opposed this notion upon discovering his intentions. At that juncture, retrieving Chu Jiahao, a child born out of wedlock, was merely a ploy to contend for the family fortune. A fierce argument ensued between her and Chu Xiaotian. Realizing his steadfastness, Zheng Peiyun escalated the matter to her father-in-law, Chu Longyan. Aware through various channels that the apocalypse had indeed arrived, Chu Longyan understood the necessity of securing familial alliances for the future prosperity of the Chu clan. How could they offend the Zheng family over an illegitimate child? He chastised Chu Xiaotian harshly, resolutely refusing to send a helicopter for Chu Jiahao. It was presumed that matters would end there, leaving Chu Jiahao to fend for himself at Jiangnan University. Yet unexpectedly, a sudden turn of events emerged 3 days prior when a zombie outbreak erupted, leading to Chu Longyan's unfortunate infection and transformation into a zombie. Many high-ranking members of the Chu family also succumbed to infection, plunging the clan into chaos. In this critical moment, Chu Xiaotian took decisive action. Assuming the role of family head, he forcefully suppressed dissent within the family. After several days of maneuvering, he managed to stabilize the Chu family, promptly contacting Chu Jiahao to inform him that a helicopter would be sent for him in 2 days. Through continued interrogation of Chu Jiahao, Lin Ye learned that the present-day Chu family mirrored that of his previous life. The surviving high-ranking members had relocated from the city center to the upscale Yiping Xinju community, a prestigious neighborhood in Jiangnan City developed by the Chu family. Upon entering Yiping Xinju, Chu Xiaotian immediately organized his subordinates to eradicate all zombies within the community. Thanks to the clandestine stockpiling of firearms by the family, the progress in eliminating the zombies was swift, and it was anticipated that the entire community would soon be secured. Furthermore, Chu Xiaotian dispatched all available resources and personnel to Yiping Xinju in preparation for future expansion. Listening to this, Lin Ye could not help but marvel. Indeed, none of these prominent families were to be underestimated. In Xia country, private ownership of firearms and other lethal weapons was strictly prohibited. However, families like the Chus had ample means to acquire such contraband. Moreover, even in the face of an apocalypse, as long as such prominent families were not completely annihilated in one fell swoop, they stood a far greater chance of survival than ordinary citizens. In his previous life, the Chu family had leveraged their deep-rooted foundations to be the first to rise in Jiangnan City, scavenging resources, recruiting survivors, and expanding rapidly. Through the brutal exploitation of lower-tier survivors, several powerful high-level supernatural beings emerged within the family. However, just as the Chu family basked in its zenith, an unexpected internal division erupted, leading to a swift decline. Whispers of discord circulated within the family, many of which pertained to the current Chu Jiahao. A sudden scream pierced the air, prompting Lin Ye and Chu Jiahao to turn their heads. They beheld Fong Huihui lying motionless on the ground with an axe embedded in her round head. Song Xinyan removed the axe and approached Lin Ye. Her attire splattered with blood, exuding an ominous allure. Lin Ye inquired, "Have you gleaned the necessary information?" Song Xinyan nodded, replying, "Yes, master. Xin Yao is in room 509 upstairs." Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face as he gazed at Chu Jiahao. Sensing the latent malice behind Lin Ye's feigned smile, Chu Jiahao hastily pleaded for mercy, saying, "Lin Ye, release me, and we can collaborate. With your strength and my identity, we can return to Yiping Xinju in a couple of days and take over the Chu group. You desire women, do you not?" Yiping Xinju is home to many stars and internet influencers, as well as numerous mistresses of wealthy and powerful individuals. I can deliver these beauties to you. Before Chu Jiahao could finish his entreaty, Lin Ye swiftly slashed his throat. Chu Jiahao looked at Lin Ye in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Lin Ye would truly kill him. As he clutched his neck, gasping for breath, Lin Ye scoffed, "Collaborate? You, an unacknowledged, illegitimate child of the Chu family, dare to propose such a thing? What I desire requires no one's permission. From the moment I wished for it, it was destined to be mine." Listening to Lin Ye's derision, an expression of deep resentment and bitterness flickered in Chu Jiahao's eyes. Yet, soon after, he fell silent. Lin Ye chuckled coldly to himself. Having crossed this line, there was no way he would let Chu Jiahao go. In the apocalypse, one must act decisively, eliminating threats at the root. As for potential repercussions from the Chu family, Lin Ye was utterly unconcerned. These so-called aristocratic powers were mere obstacles on his path. Furthermore, he had already gleaned considerable intelligence on the inner workings of the Chu family from Chu Jiahao's confession. He had ample means to deal with the Chus should they dare retaliate, showing no hesitation in ensuring their complete eradication. After resolving the matters with Chu Jiahao and Fong Huihui, Lin Ye and Song Xinyan promptly proceeded to room 509. Inside, Lu Piapiao, one of the campus beauties, gazed enviously at Song Xinyao, who was bound to the bed. Before the apocalypse, she had been notorious at Jiangnan University for her materialistic tendencies and was the first of the 4 campus beauties to be entangled with Chu Jiahao. However, as the saying goes, a wife cannot compare to a concubine cannot compare to a prostitute, and a prostitute cannot compare to a thief. Things that are too easily obtained are seldom cherished, especially by someone so lacking in self-respect. Before long, she had been discarded by Chu Jiahao after he grew bored of her. Believing she would never have any further interactions with Chu Jiahao, she was taken aback when, after the outbreak, he fortuitously arrived at the female dormitory, bringing with him a throng of supporters and supplies. Seeing Chu Jiahao's newfound power and resources, Lu Piapiao quickly reached out to him, once again throwing herself into his arms. However, it did not take long for Chu Jiahao to tire of her. Just that day, he had learned from Fong Huihui about Song Xinyao, whom he had long desired but had never managed to possess. He planned to pass Lu Piapiao to his subordinates as a reward. Lu Piapiao seethed with resentment. What made Song Xinyao deserving of such attention when she was no different from herself? Yet, she dared not confront Chu Jiahao directly. Seizing the opportunity while he was away, she snuck into room 509 to vent her frustrations on Song Xinyao. Upon seeing Song Xinyao bound to the bed, Lu Piapiao felt an exhilarating rush. She taunted, "Isn't this our school, Song de Xiaohua? What a transformation you've undergone. Where has that frigid demeanor of yours vanished to?" Song Xinyao glared at Lu Piapiao, but with her mouth gagged, could only emit muffled sounds. The more Lu Piapiao observed Song Xinyao's expression, the more satisfaction she felt. She kicked Song Xinyao in the stomach and spat, "You shameless wretch, even at this juncture, you still pretend before me. Just seeing your usual deadpan expression makes me want to vomit. Just wait and see how Chu Xiao plays with you, you worthless piece of trash." Just as Lu Piapiao was reveling her tirade, a sound from outside caught her attention as the doorknob turned. Chapter 47. Capturing Song Xinyao. Earlier, to avoid detection, Lu Piapiao had locked the door upon entering. Hearing the noise, she assumed it was Chu Jiahao returning and instantly reverted to her previous flirtatious demeanor. Approaching the door, she sweetly called, "Welcome back, Chu Xiao." However, upon opening the door, she was startled to find Lin Ye and Song Xinyan standing at the threshold. At that moment outside, Song Xinyan forcefully pushed Lu Piapiao aside and rushed inside. Upon seeing her sister bound to the bed, tears immediately streamed down her cheeks. Song Xinyao looked at her sister in disbelief, never expecting Song Xinyan to truly come to her rescue. Just moments ago, her heart had been filled with despair, as she feared she would meet the same fate as the other girls taken by Chu Jiahao, used and discarded after he grew weary of them, relegated to toys for his subordinates. Song Xinyan hurriedly approached and untied the ropes binding her sister. The two sisters exchanged a glance before collapsing into each other's arms, weeping. Meanwhile, Lu Piapiao, standing at the door, snapped back to reality and shouted at Lin Ye, demanding to know who they were and instructing them to leave, as this dormitory belonged to young Master Chu. After entering, Lin Ye locked the door behind him, a playful expression on his face as he regarded Lu Piapiao. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in the room. Name, Lu Piapiao. Age, 20. Figure, 91. Appearance, 92. Comprehensive, 91. Meets system standards. With a smile, Lin Ye remarked, "Chu Jiahao has already been dealt with. Would you like to accompany him below?" Lu Piapiao stared at Lin Ye in disbelief. Impossible. Young Master Chu has several subordinates. How could you have killed him? Without further ado, Lin Ye drew Chu Jiahao's handgun and aimed it at Lu Piapiao, whose face turned pale at the sight. Instantly, she changed her demeanor, adopting a pitiful expression. "This handsome guy, you must be here to rescue Xinyao, right? That's wonderful. Both Xinyao and I, along with several girls from next door, were forcibly brought here by that scoundrel Chu Jiahao." Lin Ye smiled, quietly observing Lu Piapiao's performance. At this moment, Song Xinyan and Song Xinyao ceased their sobbing. It was then that Song Xinyao noticed her sister had not entered in a wheelchair, but had walked in. She gazed at Song Xinyan in astonishment. "Sister, your legs? And how did you come here?" Song Xinyan looked at her sister before directing her gaze toward Lin Ye. "It was our master who healed my legs, and it was he who brought me here to save you." Song Xinyao regarded her sister with incredulity. Master? She had assumed the man at the door was her sister's boyfriend, only to discover he was her sister's master. Aware that her sister might struggle to accept this revelation, Song Xinyan spoke earnestly. "Xinyao, I understand what you're thinking. However, the world has changed. The apocalypse has arrived. Do you comprehend the chaos outside? Murder, rape, and robbery have become the norm. People will go to any lengths for a morsel of food. To survive, we must find a man we can depend on, and Master Lin Ye is that man. He not only saved my life in our time of peril, but also healed my legs and awakened my abilities. Most importantly, he risked his life to come and save you upon hearing my plea. For us, that is more than enough. Now, not only do I acknowledge him as my master, but you too must recognize him as such. He is our savior, and no matter what happens in the future, we cannot betray him." Xinyao, do you understand? Since their parents' demise, Song Xinyan had become more than just an elder sister to Song Xinyao. She was like a mother. From her sister's words, Song Xinyao could sense the hardships Song Xinyan had faced in recent days. It was this man who had altered both their fates. She nodded earnestly. "All right, sister, I understand." Then, Song Xinyan took Song Xinyao by the hand and led her to Lin Ye, where they both knelt before him, with tears of gratitude in her eyes. Song Xinyan looked at Lin Ye and said, "Master, thank you. Thank you for saving Xinyao. Your immense kindness will never be forgotten by us sisters. In our next life, I would gladly serve you as a loyal servant, repaying your grace with my life." At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Goddess Song Xinyan, loyalty level 3. Ding. Current goddess. Song Xinyan loyalty level 100, system rewards issued. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a special item, Shelter Core." Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Ye felt a twinge of disappointment. It was not the ability slot he had hoped for. Had his earlier assumptions been incorrect? With no time to examine the special item, Lin Ye helped Song Xinyan to her feet, smiling as he said, "Rise, Xinyan, you are my woman." I have promised that as long as you remain loyal to me, I will never treat you poorly." Beside them, Song Xinyao quickly added, "Master, I am incredibly grateful for your rescue of both my sister and me. Please take us in." At that moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Name: Song Xinyao. Age: 20. Figure: 93. Appearance: 94. Comprehensive: 93. Meets system standards. Lin Ye glanced at Song Xinyao, then looked at Song Xinyan with mild surprise. This young lady had swiftly secured her sister's allegiance. Indeed, she was clever. Song Xinyan blushed under Lin Ye's gaze and earnestly said, "Master, please take in my sister. I assure you she will never betray you." Lin Ye nodded with a smile. "All right, it is getting late. We shall return soon." Lu Piapiao, overhearing this, recognized that this man was extraordinary. Not only was he remarkably handsome, but his skills were also formidable. He had slain Chu Jiahao and his subordinates, who were armed, and had traveled a considerable distance to rescue Song Xinyao. Most importantly, both he and Song Xinyan appeared healthy and untainted, indicating that he lacked for nothing in terms of supplies. She immediately resolved to approach him, sweetly saying, "This handsome guy, may I also acknowledge you as my master? If you take me in, I will never betray you." Before Lin Ye could respond, Song Xinyao exposed Lu Piapiao's true nature. In recent days, Lu Piapiao had participated in numerous misdeeds alongside Chu Jiahao. After he grew tired of her, she feared being abandoned and thus incited Chu Jiahao to target other girls in the building. She had actively gathered information, telling him which dormitories housed girls of interest, and even lured them to open their doors for him and his henchmen to commit violence against them. Just before Lin Ye and the others arrived, she had been preparing to humiliate and assault Song Xinyao. Upon hearing this, Song Xinyan glared fiercely at Lu Piapiao. Lin Ye, after listening, turned to Song Xinyan and said calmly, "Xinyan, this is your responsibility. While Lu Piapiao meets the system's beauty standards, I do not accept just anyone. Setting aside her sordid past, she is far inferior to a refined individual like Song Xinyao. Bringing her back would only create discomfort for both you and your sister. Moreover, upon entering, I sensed a faint odor emanating from her." Chapter 48. New goal. Song Xinyan's decision. Song Xinyan seized Lu Piapiao by the hair and dragged her into the dormitory's restroom. Confronted with the wretch who had just bullied her sister, Song Xinyan raised her weapon. Lu Piapiao immediately emitted a pained scream. While Song Xinyan dealt with Lu Piapiao, Lin Ye handed Song Xinyao a bottle of water and a bag of bread, advising her to eat something. He then examined the system rewards he had just acquired. Shelter Core, a core designed by the system for the host's post-apocalyptic refuge. When installed in a separate building, it activates the shelter. The shelter boasts comprehensive living facilities and robust external defenses, capable of withstanding nuclear attacks. Once the core is installed, it is not easily retrieved, so the host should choose the installation site wisely. For detailed information about the shelter's interior, the host may review it after properly placing the core. Note: this item is classified as special and cannot be returned through the system. After reading the system's introduction, Lin Ye felt a surge of joy within him. It was truly a stroke of luck. He could finally possess a genuine home. However, the location for installation required careful consideration. According to the system, the core could be retrieved after installation, but it would likely come at a significant cost. Noticing that Song Xinyan had yet to emerge, Lin Ye gathered all the supplies scavenged by Chu Jiahao within the dormitory into a space. The wails of Lu Piapiao in the bathroom grew fainter, eventually ceasing altogether. At that moment, Song Xinyan approached Lin Ye, wielding an axe. "Master, it's done," she reported. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Well done, Xinyan." Upon hearing Lin Ye's praise, Song Xinyan's face brightened. Suddenly recalling something, she spoke to Lin Ye, "Master, while I was interrogating Fong Hui downstairs, I learned that Chu Jiahao mentioned the beautiful counselor Nan Jiwei is also in this building. She is currently in room 207 on the second floor. Would you like to go and recruit her?" Hearing the name Nan Jiwei, a striking figure instantly appeared in Lin Ye's mind. As a recent graduate from Jiangnan University, he had long heard of this enchanting counselor. Not only was she extraordinarily beautiful, but her parents were also high-ranking officials in Jiangnan City. Even someone as stunning as Lu Rumei would seem less impressive in her presence. Before the apocalypse, she was the true goddess in the hearts of countless single men at Jiangnan University. A man of modest means who could win her affection would find himself saving 30 years of struggle, if not an entire lifetime. Unfortunately, many men who considered themselves capable had met with disastrous failures in their pursuits of her. Reflecting on this, Lin Ye nodded. Yes, we can take a look. Since Nanjiwei is on the second floor, it won't take much time. If she is willing to become my maid, I shall take her with me. If she resists, I will not force her. In Lin Ye's view, aside from her prestigious background, Nanjiwei now possessed only her looks and figure. In this apocalypse, beautiful women were plentiful. For Lin Ye, loyalty was paramount. Thus, he and Song Xinyan ascended to the second floor. As for the other girls in the adjacent dormitory who had been plundered by Chu Jiahao and his lackeys, Lin Ye couldn't be bothered to glance at them. Song Xinyan followed closely behind Lin Ye, protecting her sister Song Xinyao. The trio soon reached the second floor of the girls' dormitory, where they encountered a swarm of over 20 zombies wandering the corridor. No wonder Chu Jiahao had not managed to take over the entire women's dormitory. With only a few lackeys and a gun, he was ill-equipped to handle such a horde. At that moment, the zombies, alerted by the noise, lunged toward Lin Ye and his companions. Song Xinyao's face turned pale with fear. Lin Ye instructed Song Xinyan, protect your sister. Immediately, Song Xinyan shielded Song Xinyao behind her and replied, understood, master. Please be safe. After speaking, Lin Ye brandished his axe and charged toward the approaching horde. In a flash, heads rolled as the zombies fell. Utilizing his abilities in conjunction with his weapon, Lin Ye swiftly reduced the number of standing zombies to 3. He returned to Song Xinyan's side and said, Xinyan, the last 3 zombies are yours. You need to practice more. The zombies will only grow stronger and harder to deal with. Remember the techniques I taught you for handling them. This time, I will not intervene. It is entirely up to you. Song Xinyan, meeting Lin Ye's expectant gaze, nodded resolutely. Yes, master. I will not disappoint you. With that, she released her sister's grip and, clutching the axe tightly, charged forward. She recalled the combat techniques Lin Ye had imparted to her and swung at the first zombie. Interestingly, Song Xinyan's awakened invisibility ability was effective against humans, but it proved somewhat ineffective against zombies. Zombies relied on sound and smell to locate humans, rendering sight unnecessary. Consequently, Song Xinyan had to rely solely on her newly enhanced physical strength to confront the zombies. She wondered if her abilities would strengthen in dealing with zombies as her level progressed. Soon, she successfully dispatched the 3 zombies without incident. Lin Ye nodded in approval, encouraging her, Xinyan, well done. Keep up the good work. Meanwhile, Song Xinyao, watching her sister defeat the zombies, felt a mix of shock and delight. Suppressing her nausea from the sight of dismembered limbs scattered across the floor, she ran to her sister. Sister, you were amazing. You scare me half to death. Song Xinyan comforted her. It's all right. It's all thanks to master. Then, Song Xinyan did something unexpected even to Lin Ye. She handed the bloodied axe to Song Xinyao, her expression serious. Xinyao, go and chop off the heads of the zombies on the ground. On their way here, Lin Ye had mentioned to Song Xinyan how to obtain zombie cores by decapitating them. He had considered asking Song Xinyao to do the same, but given that she had just been rescued and was still recovering, he refrained from issuing such an order. To his surprise, Song Xinyan forced her sister to take action. Lin Ye couldn't help but admire Song Xinyan's determination as an older sister. It was no easy task for her. Song Xinyao, astonished, looked at her sister, confused about her reasoning. Gazing at the grotesque, foul-smelling heads of the zombies on the ground, she felt her stomach churn. However, under Song Xinyan's increasingly stern gaze, she trembled as she took the bloodied axe from her sister's hands. Seeing that Song Xinyao hesitated, Song Xinyan shouted, "Hurry, do it!" Upon hearing this, Song Xinyao shut her eyes and swung the axe down. With a resounding thud, the axe struck a zombie's head but got stuck. Opening her eyes, she saw the gruesome mixture of brain matter and black blood oozing from the wound, followed by an overwhelming stench. She could no longer control her stomach and vomited the food she had just eaten. Chapter 49. Recruiting another beauty, preparing to return to the community. Song Xinyan approached and patted her sister's back. After a moment, Song Xinyao regained her composure, turning to her sister with a look of grievance. Seeing her sister's distressed expression, Song Xinyan sighed inwardly. She did not wish to pressure her sister like this, but she felt it was necessary. They were now in a post-apocalyptic world. Although she and her sister had joined Lin Ye, she had come to understand him somewhat over the past 2 days. Firstly, Lin Ye had indeed fulfilled his promise, providing them with ample food and safety. In return, she had pledged her loyalty to him. However, considering the impending arrival of Nanjiwei, Lin Ye was already surrounded by 5 women. As time progressed, the number of women around him would only increase. If she and her sister wished to secure their place in Lin Ye's heart, they needed to demonstrate their worth. Relying solely on their beauty would not suffice in the long run. If they failed to prove their value, they would inevitably be marginalized over time. This was a scenario she wished to avoid. To put it plainly, if they were to be cast aside by Lin Ye in the future, they needed to be capable of surviving on their own in this harsh world. Thus, she had to be a little ruthless with her sister, urging her to adapt quickly. Today was merely an introduction to bloodshed, a simple experience. In the future, she would have to confront living zombies, just as she had done. Subsequently, under Song Xinyan's insistence, Song Xinyao once again wielded her axe, cleaving the zombie's skull in twain. At that moment, a crystal core emerged. Ignoring her disgust, Song Xinyan swiftly picked up the crystal core, intending to hand it to Lin Ye. Witnessing this, Lin Ye immediately stepped forward and embraced Song Xinyan. Accepting the crystal core she offered, he gazed at the beauty in his arms and sighed. "Xinyan, I understand your feelings, but you need not go to such lengths. I have assured you that as long as you remain forever loyal to me, I shall never abandon you, and you have already proven that. As for Xinyao, I will grant her time to adjust." He then led her to Song Xinyao's side and, with a serious expression, addressed her. "Xinyao, do not blame your sister. All she has done is for your benefit. In this apocalyptic world, nothing is more valuable than the strength one possesses." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Song Xinyan looked deeply moved as she regarded him, realizing that this man truly understood her. Song Xinyao, observing her sister and Lin Ye, suddenly comprehended her sister's good intentions. Thus, she resumed her task, continuing to chop the zombies' heads. Lin Ye retrieved a new axe from his space and handed it to Song Xinyan, gesturing for her to assist her sister. The two sisters swiftly dispatched all the zombies, uncovering yet another zombie crystal core. Lin Ye, observing this, contemplated the increasing likelihood of zombies producing crystal cores over time. He surmised that in a day or two, others would inevitably notice this phenomenon. The trio soon arrived at the door of room 207. Song Xinyao knocked and inquired, "Is anyone there?" A frail, yet excited voice responded from within, "Yes." "Is help finally here?" The door opened, revealing Nanjiwei. However, compared to her previous captivating appearance, she now looked haggard and exuded an unpleasant odor. At this moment, the system's voice announced, "Name, Nanjiwei. Age, 25. Physique, 96. Appearance, 95. Overall, 95. Meets system standards." Nanjiwei stared at Song Xinyao at the door, momentarily taken aback. "Song Xinyao, how did you end up here?" Song Xinyao pointed to Lin Ye and Song Xinyan, stating, "Counselor Nan, this is my sister Song Xinyan, and this is my master Lin Ye. They have come to rescue me. I received news that you're trapped in the girls' dormitory. I wanted to ask if you wish to leave." Upon hearing this, Nanjiwei immediately grew wary. "Master? Xinyan, did he force you?" Song Xinyan quickly shook her head. "No." "Counselor Nan, you misunderstand. I am here of my own volition." Just as Nanjiwei was about to speak, Lin Ye, uninterested in engaging in further discussion, interrupted. "Nanjiwei, I am Lin Ye, a recent graduate from Jiangnan University. The official rescue you hoped for will not arrive. If you wish to leave, you must become my maid. Everything you possess will belong to me, but in return, I can provide you with ample food and safety. You have 1 minute to consider your decision to follow me. Rest assured, if you decline, I will leave without coercion. Lastly, He added, "Your parents perished in the zombie outbreak a few days ago." Nan Jiwei's heart sank, and her previous ominous premonition resurfaced. Yet, she stubbornly retorted, "Impossible. How do you know my parents are dead?" Lin Ye replied coolly, "It was conveyed by Chu Jiahua upstairs. You must have suspected as much." Nan Jiwei felt as though struck by lightning. During the blood rain outside, she had been in contact with her parents, who assured her that help would arrive soon. She had not expected to lose contact with them right after the outbreak. During these 2 days, she had seen various chaotic reports online about the zombie outbreak. Regaining her composure, she noticed the multitude of zombie corpses littering the hallway. Nan Jiwei inquired, "Was the armored vehicle that appeared in the group chat sent by you? And did you kill all these zombies?" Lin Ye nodded. "Indeed, that was all me." "Have you made your decision?" Looking at the sisters, Nan Jiwei gritted her teeth and said, "Very well, I agree to become your maid. I hope you will keep your word." She understood that without her parents' protection, she had no leverage to negotiate with Lin Ye. The situation outside was chaotic, and the school had already descended into disorder. The misdeeds of Chu Jiahua had circulated in the school group, yet no one could take action against him. Numerous violent incidents had erupted in other buildings, with no authority to intervene. Moreover, she had not eaten for 2 days. If she remained trapped here, she would surely die, whether from starvation, a zombie bite, or another fate. Rather than await her demise, she resolved to take a chance. Lin Ye, who risked his life to save Song Xinyao, seemed to be a man of merit. Seeing Nan Jiwei's agreement, Lin Ye promptly led the 3 women to the exterior of the girls' dormitory. After clearing the zombies at the entrance, he positioned the armored vehicle on the ground. Except for Song Xinyan, the other 2 women appeared utterly astonished. Lin Ye urged them to board the vehicle swiftly. Once all 3 were inside, he pressed the accelerator and drove toward the school exit. Chapter 50. Returning to the community. The women meet upon exiting Jiangnan University. Lin Ye glanced at the still astonished Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei in the back seat. He retrieved an ample supply of snacks and water from his space, handing them to Song Xinyan in the passenger seat, saying, "Xinyan, please distribute these provisions among them to tide them over until we can enjoy a feast later." Song Xinyan accepted the food and water, nodding, "Understood, master." At that moment, the system's voice chimed, "Ding." The host has provided Goddess Song Xinyan with 1 bottle of mineral water, triggering a system return. The system returns 10,000 bottles of mineral water. Supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check. Ding. The host has provided Goddess Song Xinyan with 1 sausage, triggering a system return. The system returns 10,000 sausages. Supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check. As Song Xinyan distributed the food and water, Song Xinyao, who had already eaten earlier, felt somewhat relieved, having only recently expelled her meal. Conversely, Nan Jiwei's eyes sparkled with hunger as she had not eaten for 2 days. She disregarded her usual demeanor and began to devour the food ravenously. While eating, Song Xinyao quietly asked her sister, "Sister, how did Master suddenly produce an armored vehicle?" Song Xinyan glanced at Lin Ye, but remained silent. Lin Ye then reassured her, "It's all right, Xinyan. Feel free to explain it to them." Thus, Song Xinyan began recounting to her sister about Lin Ye's mastery of spatial abilities. Meanwhile, Nan Jiwei, who was consuming food voraciously, also perked up her ears to listen. As they absorbed Song Xinyan's account, both Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei's eyes shone with excitement. Especially Nan Jiwei, whose gaze toward Lin Ye had noticeably shifted. Finally, before nightfall, Lin Ye drove back to Jia Yuan community. Ignoring the newly emerged zombies in the underground garage, the 4 returned to room 1602 of Building 8. As soon as they opened the door, Zhong Wanqing rushed forward, exclaiming, "Darling, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Lin Ye gently patted Zhong Wanqing's back and inquired, "How's your day been? Did anyone come to cause trouble?" Son Banqing replied, "No, darling." In the community, a few self-proclaimed leaders led a group to scavenge supplies from the nearby supermarket, resulting in considerable loss. Lin Ye nodded in agreement, expressing relief that no one had come to cause trouble. As for those leaders, he believed their days of revelry were numbered. He then pointed to the newcomers, Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei, and addressed Zhong Wanqing and Lu Rubai. stating that these two were their new sisters and that they should get along well. On the way here, Song Xinyao had already heard from her sister that Lin Ye's household included two beautiful women. She quickly stepped forward to greet them. "Hello, Sister Zhong, Sister Lu. I am Song Xinya's younger sister. I hope you'll take good care of me." Nan Jiwei also stepped forward and said softly, "Hello. I'm a counselor at the university. I look forward to your guidance." Zhong Wanqing responded with grace, "Hello, my dear sisters. From now on, we are all the wives of our husband. As long as we remain loyal to him, everything will be easy to discuss." At that moment, Lu Rubai looked at Nan Jiwei with surprise. "Counselor Nan, you are here too?" Nan Jiwei recognized Lu Rubai, but could not recall her name immediately. "Who are you?" Lu Rubai quickly replied, "I am Lu Rubai from the Financial Management Department, just graduated. Don't you remember?" Upon hearing the name, Nan Jiwei immediately recalled that Lu Rubai was the former belle of Jiangnan University. She was astonished to encounter her here and hastened to greet her. Finally finding a familiar face, Lu Rubai gazed at Nan Jiwei with astonishment, realizing her background was quite remarkable and wondering why she had not been rescued by the authorities. Noticing her disheveled appearance, it was evident that she had endured significant hardship. Inwardly, she cursed Lin Ye, thinking that rascal said he was going to rescue Song Xinya's sister. Yet he brought back another stunning beauty. Let's see if he can survive the night. Lin Ye then asked Zhong Wanqing, "Have you prepared dinner?" Zhong Wanqing replied, "Yes. My love, it's almost ready. However, since there are so many people, should I add a few more dishes?" Lin Ye instructed Alrit. "You and Lu Rubai prepare a few more dishes. Xinya, you take Xinyao and Jiwei to shower." He then retrieved new toiletries and changes of clothes from his storage space and handed them to Song Xinya. Upon hearing that they could take a shower, Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei both displayed delight. After receiving the items, Song Xinya nodded and led Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei into the bathroom. Lin Yi settled on the sofa in the living room, perusing messages from the community property group. In the bathroom, as they felt the warm water from the showerhead, Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei experienced a sense of rebirth. They had gone 10 days without a proper wash, and recalling their harrowing experiences during that time felt like reliving a nightmare. Now, the nightmare had finally come to an end. At that moment, Song Xinyao curiously asked her sister, "Sister, why can Sister Zhong call her husband hubby? Is she the official wife?" Song Xinyao explained, "Sister Zhong is our husband's first woman. She was his superior before. However, shortly after the apocalypse began, they became a couple. Sister Zhong is extremely loyal to him, which is why he allows her to call him hubby. Therefore, we should try not to conflict with her in the future, as her status in our husband's heart is different from ours." Song Xinyao immediately nodded, replying, "All right, sister, I understand." Nan Jiwei, overhearing Song Xinya's words, silently committed them to memory. Before long, the three women finished washing up and exited the bathroom. The dining table was now lavishly set with an array of dishes: lobster, abalone, grilled steak, boiled meat slices, braised lion's head meatballs, corn and rib soup, and red wine. Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei gazed at the food on the table, feeling as though they had returned to a time before the apocalypse. Despite having eaten plenty of snacks during the car ride, they found themselves salivating at the sight of the steaming dishes. Once everyone was seated, the five women turned their attention to Lin Ye. He smiled and said, "Don't look at me, just eat." As soon as Lin Ye began to eat, the five women followed suit. Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei gazed at the hot food in their bowls, their hearts filled with emotion. After 10 long days, they finally tasted something warm. The group devoured the meal with fervor, leaving nothing behind, and Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei even felt their stomachs swell. After dinner, Lin Yi headed for a shower, while Zhong Wanqing directed the four women to tidy the table and kitchen. Shortly after, as Lin Yi was cleaning himself, Zhong Wanqing entered wrapped in a towel. Upon seeing her, Lin Yi smiled. "Is everything cleaned up outside?" Zhong Wanqing replied with a seductive smile. "With them around, that's sufficient. I'm here to help you get cleaned up." She brought a stool for Lin Yi to sit on and began washing him with the shower head. Lin Yi closed his eyes and said, "Wanqing, you are my first woman, holding a most special place in my heart. In the future, let them handle household matters. Xinya is a clever woman who knows how to navigate social situations." She is now 100% loyal to me, so you can grow closer to her. As for her sister, Xin Yao, she should be promising as well. Lu Rubai and Ji Wei still have many thoughts on their minds, so pay attention to them. As for how things unfold later, it depends on their future behavior. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanqing immediately adopted a commanding tone. Understood, my love. I will ensure this household is well managed. Ever since she experienced intimacy with Lin Ye, Zhong Wanqing had become enamored and yearned to be by his side daily. This afternoon, with Lin Ye absent, she felt an emptiness in her heart. Lin Ye gazed at the alluring Zhong Wanqing and said with a smile, "Be good, take a shower first. We'll tend to you in the bedroom later." Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanqing initially felt a tinge of melancholy, but quickly turned delighted. "All right, my love. But my love, won't you go check on the two new sisters tonight?" Lin Ye chuckled. "There's no rush. In a few days, we will leave this community and find a suitable place to create a true home for ourselves. As for the newcomers, Xin Yao and Ji Wei, we will truly welcome them once we are settled." Zhong Wanqing nodded in agreement. "All right, my love, I will follow your lead." After seeing Lin Ye clean up, she took the opportunity to wash herself as well. Before long, the two emerged from the bathroom. The other four women had also tidied everything up. Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing entered the living room and sat on the sofa. He retrieved various entertainment devices, fruits, beverages, and alcohol from his storage space and offered them to Zhong Wanqing. Soon after, a notification from the system announced a return of supplies. Since the women were still getting to know each other, the atmosphere in the living room was somewhat subdued. It was then that Lu Rubai and Song Xinya took action. One was a top-tier green tea, and the other a popular internet streamer, quickly enlivening the atmosphere. The women transitioned from their initial shyness to becoming increasingly relaxed. During this time, they played games, with the losers facing drinking penalties. Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing formed one team, while Song Xinya and Song Xinyao paired up, and Lu Rubai and Nan Jiwei teamed up. At first, Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing worked well together, consistently winning, while the other two teams kept losing and were penalized with drinks. However, Lu Rubai and Nan Jiwei decided to join forces with Song Xinya and Song Xinyao to challenge Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing. Lin Ye paid no mind to their rule-breaking antics. As Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing struggled against the united front of the four women, they faced relentless drinking penalties. Yet, Lin Ye remained unfazed, welcoming the challenge. Prior to the apocalypse, he had a commendable tolerance for alcohol, and now, with his enhanced physique, his capacity had become truly astonishing. As Lin Ye continued to consume one glass after another without displaying any signs of inebriation, the women around him expressed their astonishment. Eventually, even Zhong Wanqing succumbed, aligning herself with his camp. At that moment, they ceased their games, and the five women formed a circle to take turns competing and drinking with Lin Ye, eager to discover the limits of his capacity. Before long, a multitude of empty bottles, white beer, red, accumulated before him, and the atmosphere in the living room reached a crescendo. Unbeknownst to them, the bond between Lin Ye and the women deepened with each passing moment. As the clock struck 11, realizing the hour was late, Lin Ye finally rose to conclude the gathering. Remarkably, he exhibited no signs of drunkenness, though he had made several trips to the restroom throughout the evening. Zhong Wanqing and Song Xinyan fared relatively well, their faces slightly flushed, while the remaining three women appeared more affected, their cheeks crimson and their gazes hazy. After a brief freshening up, Song Xinyan and Song Xinyao retreated to the study, while Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei occupied the guest bedroom. Lin Ye and Zhong Wanqing proceeded to the master bedroom, prompting a sigh of relief from Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei as they observed Lin Ye's entry. In contrast, Song Xinyan and Lu Rumei wore expressions tinged with melancholy, as the former yearned for Lin Ye's affection, while the latter was more inclined towards vying for his attention. Inside the master bedroom, Zhong Wanqing swiftly donned a seductive red silk nightgown and applied a light touch of makeup. After a while, Lin Ye suddenly recalled something and waved his right hand, conjuring a handgun into existence. The sudden appearance of the firearm startled Zhong Wanqing, who gasped in shock. "A gun? Where did you get that, darling?" Her astonishment was understandable. For the average citizen of Xia country, The mere presence of such an object was immensely intimidating. A stark reminder of an unyielding reality, one that most would never encounter in their lifetimes. With a smile, Lin Ye recounted the events of the day at Jiangnan University. When Zhong Wanqing learned of his confrontation with the Jiangnan Song family, her expression revealed no hint of concern. At that moment, she harbored an unwavering confidence in Lin Ye, offering him unconditional support for every decision he made. Lin Ye handed the handgun to Zhong Wanqing. "Wanqing, here, take a look." Upon receiving it, the system promptly chimed in. Ding! The host bestows upon the goddess Zhong Wanqing one Glock 19 handgun, triggering system reimbursement. System reimburses 10,000 Glock 19 handguns. Supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check. Curious, Zhong Wanqing toyed with the handgun for a moment before returning it to Lin Ye. "Darling, let's keep it with you for now. When I need it, you can give it to me." Lin Ye nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, we shall practice marksmanship together later. This weapon will prove quite useful in the early stages." Noticing the late hour, he suggested they retire for the night. With that, he stored the handgun away, and Zhong Wanqing nestled into his embrace, drifting off to sleep. The next day arrived swiftly, and Lin Ye did not awaken until after 10 in the morning. Discovering he was alone, he rose and made his way to the living room, where a sumptuous breakfast awaited him on the dining table. The women were already seated, eagerly anticipating his arrival. Lin Ye cast a glance at them, noting that apart from Zhong Wanqing, the other four appeared rather lackluster, with Lu Rumei and Song Xinyan gazing at him with a hint of grievance. Understanding the reason behind their demeanor, he chuckled lightly. "You all go ahead and eat. Just save me a little for later. I will freshen up first." With that, he headed to the bathroom. Seeing this, Zhong Wanqing immediately urged the other four women, "Let's listen to my husband and eat first." They picked up their chopsticks and began to indulge in what seemed to an outsider a lavish breakfast. In the bathroom, Lin Ye sat on the toilet, scrolling through messages in the community property group. Following a night of chaotic events, the number of subordinates under various building leaders had increased rather than diminished. Notably, the leader of Building 15, Shui Zhaochao, had attracted a significant number of high-quality subordinates. To expedite recruitment, the major building leaders initially shared job postings alongside images of food and women in the group. However, as many residents contemplated their similar conditions, Shui Zhaochao, taking advice from his subordinates, opted for a more audacious approach. Having suffered substantial losses during the previous day's supermarket raid, Shui Zhaochao sought to boost the morale and loyalty of his subordinates while swiftly recruiting new ones. He prepared a lavish feast with plenty of food and drinks for an evening gathering with his subordinates. He instructed them to form a large circle, placing the food and drinks in the center, while young women taken from Building 15 were compelled to stand in the middle, forced to wear revealing attire and dance. Those who dared to resist faced severe punishment, while compliance was rewarded with a morsel of food. The best performers would be granted a hearty meal at the end of the night. Under the threat of Shui Zhaochao and his subordinates, the women had no choice but to submit. He then appointed a silver-tongued subordinate, previously a live streamer, to initiate a broadcast within the group. The gathering commenced with lively music, yet the women hesitated to move, exchanging glances of uncertainty. Observing their reluctance, Shui Zhaochao's expression darkened, and he shouted, "Damn it! You bunch of filthy whores, do you want to die? Get up and dance." As he prepared to unleash his wrath, one woman began to sway her hips, prompting the others to follow suit. However, the outermost woman remained defiant, refusing to budge. Shui Zhaochao, seeing this, was infuriated. After already being enraged by the earlier supermarket incident, he could not tolerate anyone disrespecting him within Building 15. He approached the defiant woman, seized her hair, and dragged her aside, delivering a brutal beating that elicited her screams. Before long, her cries subsided, and as she lay still on the ground, Shui Zhaochao returned to his position. The women dancing in the center were now terrified and danced with renewed fervor. Yet Shui Zhaochao remained unsatisfied. "What the hell is with those long faces? Smile. Anyone who doesn't smile, I'll make you wish you hadn't been born." Hearing his command, the women forced smiles that were more grotesque than tears. Finally satisfied, Shui Zhaochao signaled the streaming subordinate to begin the broadcast. As the live stream commenced, others in the community immediately witnessed the spectacle of their gathering. The outermost subordinates began to devour the food ravenously, their eyes fixated on the women dancing in the center. The streaming subordinate, speaking into the camera, shouted, "Brothers of Jiaha Iyuan, are you still lamenting the lack of food? Are you still suffering from the absence of women?" Brother Chow of Building 15 is now inviting all brave brothers to join us. Join now, and food and women will be at your fingertips. He concluded by panning the camera over the bountiful spread before zooming in on the women in the center. At this moment, the surrounding lackeys had already consumed a considerable amount of food. Under the influence of the drinks, their gazes towards the woman in the circle were ablaze with desire. In unison, they turned their attention to Shui Songchao. The live-streaming assistant promptly directed the camera towards him. Upon noticing this, Shui Songchao laughed heartily, proclaiming that today, all his brothers had worked hard. He, Shui Songchao, has always been a man of his word, sharing both blessings and hardships. As long as one remains loyal to him, he never hesitates to reward his brothers generously. With a grand gesture, he signaled to the crowd, who immediately erupted in cheers, chanting "Long live Brother Chow." Brother Chow is mighty and powerful. We pledge our loyalty to Brother Chow. As they spoke, the crowd surged into the circle. Shui Songchao then addressed the camera, stating that the apocalypse had arrived, and with dangers lurking outside, unity was essential to overcome the challenges ahead. He extended another invitation to the brothers in the community, assuring them that as long as they remained loyal, he would never shortchange them. He invited them to register in room 1002 of Building 15, emphasizing that only 20 spots were available on a first-come, first-served basis. After finishing his speech, he indicated for the live-streaming assistant to focus on the center. The content of Shui Songchao's broadcast immediately stirred a tremendous wave within the community. Chapter 53. The live stream continues, and reactions from other building owners from the outset of the live stream. The number of viewers steadily increased. By the time Shui Songchao concluded his remarks, nearly all the survivors in the community had joined the broadcast. Witnessing the abundance of food, the live stream erupted with excitement. Male residents, particularly those who had already exhausted their supplies and were single, watched the scenes on their screens with racing hearts and flushed minds. At the start of the live stream, some began to privately message Shui Songchao. By the end, when they learned that he was only accepting 20 applicants, many eager male residents could no longer contain themselves. Ignoring the few lingering zombies in the underground parking lot, they rushed towards room 1002 of Building 15. Even several female residents, seeing the dancing women in the live stream and taking advantage to eat, felt drawn to the scene. In no time, many female residents contacted Shui Songchao, expressing their willingness to dance for food. Before long, a crowd of male residents gathered outside room 1002, eager to apply. Shui Songchao began organizing people at the entrance to maintain order before conducting interviews. As more and more applicants arrived, he promptly raised the hiring standards, seeking strong and obedient male residents aged 20 to 30. The first successful applicant was quickly brought into the room. Upon entering, he immediately grabbed food from the floor and began stuffing his mouth until he could no longer eat. The live-streaming assistant, a true talent, swiftly focused the camera on the new arrival, exclaiming, "Brothers of Jiaha Iyuan community, our new brother has joined us. Those still hesitating should act quickly. Actions speak louder than words. The sooner you arrive, the sooner you will enjoy." He then urged the newcomer, "Brother, quickly say a few words to the camera." The new applicant understood immediately, greeting, "Hello everyone, I'm a resident of Building 6, and I just passed Brother Chow's interview." "Thank you, Brother Chow. Long live Brother Chow." The live-streaming assistant then turned the camera back, stating, "Brothers, this opportunity is fleeting. Once it's gone, it's gone. Our Brother Chow is a man of his word, and the number of applicants is rising. Hurry over. It's first come, first served." Seeing that Shui Songchao had kept his promise, providing food and women for those who passed the interview, most of the remaining male residents could hardly sit still. The majority of single male residents rushed over. Meanwhile, other building owners received alerts from their assistants and entered the live stream. Witnessing Shui Songchao's brazen tactics, they were infuriated. They had also posted recruitment information in their groups, but the response was lackluster. Only Chun Hu had sent his message first, managed to attract a few lackeys, albeit of mixed quality. Since the conditions offered by the building owners were quite similar, many interested residents were observing, waiting to see if these owners would offer better incentives. Several married male residents had privately messaged these owners, inquiring if they could bring their families. However, these owners were not foolish. Regardless of how grand the recruitment promises sounded, such as once you join, you're a brother, or food and women are plentiful, they were well aware that these promises were merely a facade. To put it bluntly, they were merely recruiting cannon fodder. As cannon fodder, how high could their expectations be? Being given food was already considered generous. Bringing families along? They were not a charitable organization. Why would they want such burdens? These owners initially planned to lure people in before reneging on the promised food and women, knowing that once inside, they could manipulate them at will. Even if a few later expressed regrets, it wouldn't stir much trouble. Though the owners had considered forcibly recruiting lackeys, they ultimately dismissed the idea. First, most of the lackeys they could recruit from their buildings had already been taken, and to seize new lackeys would require time and effort. Second, even if they managed to steal some away, loyalty would be a significant concern. If another owner incited dissent, it could lead to a disastrous outcome. It was better to recruit openly, fostering a mutual agreement. However, they never anticipated that Xue Tsongchao, in his shamelessness, would resort to live streaming. The photos they had shared in their groups paled in comparison to the explosive effect of his live broadcast. Moreover, Xue Tsongchao, in his quest to recruit high-quality lackeys, actually provided an abundance of food and women during the stream, enticing even the more miserly owners, whose current lackeys began to waver. Witnessing the throngs of applicants outside Xue Tsongchao's door, the other building owners felt their own lackeys' loyalty faltering. At this point, the owners from other buildings could no longer remain calm. If Xue Tsongchao managed to recruit all the remaining residents in the community, any one of them would be helpless against his advance. They quickly dispatched their own lackeys into Xue Tsongchao's livestream to create chaos. Following suit, they also showcased an abundance of food and women in their own live broadcasts. Fortunately, due to Xue Tsongchao's high hiring standards, many male residents have been turned away. Those rejected by Xue Tsongchao, despite their frustrations, could do nothing but endure. Just as they were preparing to return home, one of them exclaimed, "Look, the owner of Building 3, Chaobo, has also started a live stream for recruitment." Upon hearing this, the group immediately joined Chaobo's broadcast, where they encountered the same scenes and tactics. One of Chaobo's assistants was energetically relaying the recruitment information, and soon the remaining building owners began their own live streams as well. Chapter 54. Song Xinyao takes the initiative and unlocks a new skill upon noticing the significant reduction in the queue. Xue Tsongchao quickly approached to investigate the cause. Upon learning that other buildings had also adopted his live-streaming recruitment strategy, he inwardly cursed the other building owners, especially Chun Hu from Building 9. He remembered how he had been severely taken advantage of by Chun Hu during the supermarket raid, and now he was attempting to poach his recruits. "Just wait, Chun Hu. I will bring my men to eliminate you in a few days." With no other choice, Xue Tsongchao decided to lower his recruitment standards to attract more lackeys. In a mere night, the various leaders, equipped with resources and clever tactics, revived with vigor and recruited numerous followers. Lin Ye observed the discussions in the group regarding these leaders' antics from the previous night, finding himself both amused and perplexed. Before the apocalypse, society in Xiagua was already highly competitive. It was unexpected that even after the cataclysm, the competition continued unabated. After freshening up, he exited the bathroom to find that the women had already finished their breakfast. Upon seeing Lin Ye, Zhong Wanqing promptly instructed Lu Rubai and Nan Jiwei to bring the leftover breakfast to him. Lin Ye picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Meanwhile, Song Xinyan, seated on the sofa, whispered a few words to her sister, Song Xinyao, who, upon hearing, blushed and occasionally stole glances at Lin Ye. As Lin Ye savored his meal, Zhong Wanqing approached him, whispering playfully in his ear, "Darling, hurry and eat. There's a surprise awaiting you." Lin Ye, smiling, turned to her and inquired, "Oh, what surprise?" With a grin, Zhong Wanqing replied, "Darling, if I reveal the surprise, it will lose its charm." Amused by her teasing expression, Lin Ye quickly finished his breakfast. At that moment, Song Xinyan rushed forward to clear Lin Ye's table, taking the dishes to the kitchen to wash. Song Xinyao also moved to Lin Ye's side, her face even redder, nervously asking, "Master, may I request your presence in the study? Xinyao has something to discuss with you." Noticing her demeanor, Lin Yi surmised what the surprise might be. He glanced at Zhong Wanqing and Song Xinyan, observing Zhong Wanqing nodding at him with a playful expression, while Song Xinyan, with a serious demeanor, focused on her task, but occasionally cast anxious glances at Lin Yi. With a gentle smile, Lin Yi took Song Xinyao's hand and led her into the study. Seeing this, Song Xinyan exhaled a sigh of relief. She quickly tidied up the kitchen and approached Zhong Wanqing, expressing her gratitude. "Sister Zhong, thank you." Zhong Wanqing grasped Song Xinyan's hand and said with a smile, "Sister Xinyan, I am aware of your loyalty to Darling. Now we are all family, united as one. We must work together harmoniously and share the burdens for Darling. By the way, Darling mentioned to me last night that you have earned his recognition and are qualified to be his true woman. Henceforth, you need not call him master." Taken aback by this unexpected revelation, Song Xinyan gazed at Zhong Wanqing in shock, her words stumbling. "Sister Zhong, then what should I call master?" Zhong Wanqing replied with a smile, "Of course, you should call him the same as I do." Tears welled in Song Xinyan's eyes as she tightly grasped Zhong Wanqing's hand, exclaiming, "Sister Zhong, thank you. From now on, aside from Darling, both my sister and I will heed your commands." Zhong Wanqing handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. "Sister Xinyan, we are family. As long as it is for Darling's benefit, we could discuss everything." Observing Song Xinyan's constant expressions of gratitude, Zhong Wanqing felt a deep sense of appreciation. Darling was right. Song Xinyan truly understood the nuances of relationships. Although she had only been with them for a couple of days, she interacted politely with everyone and was particularly deferential toward Zhong Wanqing. After hearing Lin Ye recount her experiences, Zhong Wanqing admired her resilience. This morning, upon waking, she had seen Song Xinyan and her sister already up and preparing breakfast. When she emerged, Song Xinyan approached her, displaying a humble demeanor, expressing a desire to speak with Lin Ye about wanting her sister. At that moment, Zhong Wanqing sensed that this woman was exceptional. With Lin Ye's growing strength, the number of women around him would inevitably increase. It was crucial to firmly grasp Lin Ye's favor as soon as possible. Having spent the most time with him, Zhong Wanqing understood that while he appeared decisive and ruthless to outsiders, he was deeply loyal and sentimental towards those who remained faithful to him. The sooner one aligned with him, the more secure their standing would be in his heart. In contrast, Liu Rubai and Nan Jue served as prime examples of what not to do. One was insufficiently loyal despite being on board, and the other was proud and passive, leaving them unaware of significant matters such as the zombie crystal cores and awakening abilities. In the study, Song Xinyao looked at Lin Ye, feeling so shy she wished to disappear into the ground. However, recalling her sister's earnest guidance from the previous night and the whispered advice before entering, she took a deep breath to compose herself. Gazing at the man so near, her heart raced, and her face flushed like a ripe apple. "Master, please take Xinyao." Lin Yi smiled and asked, "Xinyao, did your sister encourage you to do this, or is it your own desire?" Song Xinyao replied, "Master, this is both what my sister wishes and what I desire. I trust my sister's judgment and my own." Just then, the system's voice chimed in. "Name, Song Xinyao. Age, 20 build, 93 appearance, 94 overall, 93 loyalty, 90. Ding. Current goddess. Song Xinyao's loyalty exceeds 80. The system grants a reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Mastery of Firearms." Lin Ye's heart soared at the system's information. He had previously sensed Song Xinyao's deep green aura, indicating her loyalty was undoubtedly high. He was pleasantly surprised to find her loyalty had reached 90 points, ensuring her allegiance. These sisters were indeed worthy of nurturing. Moreover, unlocking their loyalty at 80 earned him intriguing rewards, one for cold weapon mastery and another for firearms mastery. Lin Yi promptly examined this skill. Mastery of Firearms. enables proficient use of firearms, encompassing various guns, artillery, and tank cannons. He had just acquired a handgun, making this skill particularly useful. Lin Ye retrieved a zombie crystal from his space and handed it to Song Xinyao. Xinyao, here, consume this. Song Xinyao gazed at the zombie crystal with excitement. Having learned from her sister about the crystal's body enhancement and abilities, she trembled as she accepted the crystal, expressing her gratitude fervently. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Goddess Song Xinyao, Loyalty 5. Ding. Host grants Goddess Song Xinyao 1 level 1 zombie crystal, triggering system return. System returns 50-60 level 1 zombie crystals. The resources have been stored in the host's infinite space. Please check. Lin Ye smiled. Xinyao, this is what you deserve. Go ahead and eat. Sister Xinyan has informed you about the precautions for consuming crystals, hasn't she? Song Xinyao nodded earnestly, replying, Yes, Master. My sister has told me everything. She then positioned herself properly and placed the zombie crystal in her mouth. Lin Ye also stood and donned his clothes, consuming a crystal from his space. Through the system, he enhanced this crystal to augment his telekinetic powers. Before long, Lin Ye checked his information. Host, Lin Ye physique, 40, normal human, 10, encompassing strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Psychic ability, telekinesis, level 1, 210, perception, level 1, 010, vitality, 30, ability energy. At this moment, Lin Ye felt a stirring within his heart. Since he had awakened 2 abilities and could enhance them through the system, did that not imply that he could consume another crystal core and select to strengthen a different ability? However, recalling the tales of numerous individuals from his previous life who perished from consuming 2 crystal cores within a single day, he hesitated. After contemplating for a while, Lin Ye resolved to take the risk. After all, he had already experienced death once. What was there to fear? If successful, the acceleration of his strength would be significantly enhanced. Without further ado, Lin Ye took out another crystal core and consumed it. Shortly thereafter, the system's notification chimed. Ding! The system detected that the host had consumed a zombie crystal core, level 1. Please select an ability for enhancement. Lin Ye decisively chose to enhance his perception ability. Immediately, a warm current coursed through him, further fortifying his body. Success! Lin Ye released a deep sigh of relief. That fleeting moment had been the most tense since his rebirth. He quickly checked his status again. Host, Lin Ye physique, 45, normal human, 10, encompassing strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and overall capability. Abilities, telekinesis, level 1, 210, perception, level 1, 110, vitality, 35, ability energy. Lin Ye activated his perception ability, feeling his range of awareness expand, though everything else remained unchanged. At this juncture, Song Xinyao, who had been seated on the bed, opened her eyes. Her once fair skin was now marred by black filth, exuding a foul odor. Yet, she felt an unprecedented lightness in her body, as if she had undergone a complete transformation. Lin Ye checked Song Xinyao's information through the system. Goddess, Song Xinyao physique, 19, normal human, 10, encompassing strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and overall capability. Ability, awakening. Failed. Lin Ye sighed softly. To his dismay, Song Xinyao had indeed failed her awakening. However, upon further reflection, he found this to be reasonable. In his previous life, the probability of awakening was inherently low. Yet, now he, Zhong Wanqing, and Song Xinyan had all awakened consecutively. In the context of his past life, such an occurrence would have been utterly absurd. Now, it merely returned to a state of normalcy. A failed awakening was inconsequential. With Song Xinyao's unwavering loyalty, he would not lack for crystal cores in the future. Even without an ability, she could still bolster her combat prowess through continuous physical enhancement. Perhaps the system would offer some solution later on. Initially, Song Xinyao gazed at Lin Ye with surprise. Following her sister's previous teachings, she attempted to sense her ability. However, after a prolonged effort, there was no response. A foreboding sensation arose within her. She looked anxiously at Lin Ye and asked nervously, "Master, did I awaken?" Unperturbed by the filth on Song Xinyao, Lin Ye embraced her. "I regret to inform you, Xinyao, that your awakening has failed." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Song Xinyao immediately burst into tears. "Master, I am so useless. I am sorry, and I have let down both you and my sister." Lin Ye comforted her, saying, "Xinyao, it is of no consequence. The ability to awaken is purely a matter of luck. The probability of awakening is already very low, and failure is the norm. Do not take it to heart. Even without an ability, you can still enhance your combat effectiveness in other ways. Most importantly, as long as you remain loyal to me, I will never abandon you, even in failure." Hearing Lin Ye's comforting words, Song Xinyao gradually ceased her weeping. She earnestly declared, "Master, I will strive even harder in the future to ensure that I do not disappoint you." Lin Ye smiled and replied, "I look forward to your performance. Now, go wash up." Only then did Song Xinyao become aware of the grime on her body and the mess she had made of Lin Ye. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "I am sorry, Master. I will clean this up for you right away." With that, Lin Ye and Song Xinyao exited the study and proceeded to the bathroom to cleanse themselves. Just as Lin Ye was about to embrace Song Xinyao, after a night of rest and expansion, the various building leaders began to extend their hands toward the nearby unoccupied buildings. Chapter 56. The resurgence of conflict threat from Chunhu around 10 a.m. Shui Chongqiao, the leader of Building 15, awoke. He immediately rose and stepped outside. Observing his subordinates sleeping soundly, none of them keeping watch, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Had someone launched a stealth attack in the dead of night, he would have likely perished without knowing how. In reality, he had overly worried. Last night, the other building leaders had followed suit, live-streaming their recruitment efforts. After recruiting, they indulged in a spree of revelry. Following their enjoyment, the subordinates had collapsed in exhaustion, with no one contemplating an ambush. Shui Chongqiao kicked each of his still dormant subordinates and shouted, "Wake up, you lazy fools. It's time to get to work." The subordinates sprang to their feet upon hearing the commotion. Shui Chongqiao first arranged for an inventory check of the supplies consumed last night. Shortly thereafter, a subordinate reported, "We consumed nearly a quarter of our supplies in one go last night." Upon hearing this, Shui Chongqiao was taken aback. To expedite the recruitment of subordinates, he had prepared for significant expenditure. However, he had not anticipated such a considerable consumption. At this rate, they would be left starving in 4 to 5 days. He failed to consider that he had initially intended to recruit only 20 subordinates, but upon seeing others competing for recruits, he had expanded the number to 30. Within the building, several new women had also been recruited. These individuals, having endured hunger for days, immediately seized food from the floor and devoured it ravenously until they could eat no more. At this moment, the gathered subordinates were ready and standing before Shui Chongqiao. He gazed at the multitude of subordinates, feeling a mix of love and resentment. With so many mouths to feed, they needed to gather resources quickly. They could not afford to become complacent. Clearing his throat, he addressed them. "Brothers, I trust you all had a fantastic time last night." The subordinates erupted in laughter. Someone shouted, "Brother Chow is generous. Long live Brother Chow." Last night had marked their most joyous occasion since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Shui Chongqiao waved his hand and continued, "I, Shui Chongqiao, am a man of my word. I have upheld the promises made to you last night. However, we cannot simply sit idly and consume our resources. If we wish to continue enjoying ourselves like last night, we must seize from others. Building 15 is now under our control. We will split into 2 teams and raid the neighboring buildings 14 and 16. Those who dare to resist will be dealt with decisively. I want to see how each of you performs today. I declare that those who excel will be rewarded, while those who do not should not blame me for being ruthless. Is that understood?" The subordinates, seeing Shui Chongqiao's serious expression, immediately shouted in unison, "Understood, Brother Chow." Satisfied, Shui Chongqiao nodded and addressed his longtime subordinate, Peng Junwei. "Junwei, keep a few subordinates here guard the base, then split into 2 teams. I will lead one team to Building 16, and you will take the other to Building 14. Regardless of whether there are zombies or living beings inside, we will break down every door." Those who dare to resist will be eliminated. Finally, bring back all the resources we gather. Peng Junwei thumped his chest and replied, "Rest assured, Brother Chow, you can count on me." With that, he began making arrangements. Seizing the moment, Shuet Songchao edited a message and sent it to the community property group. Building 15, Apartment 1002, Shuet Songchao. Everyone, I am Shuet Songchao, the owner of Building 15. Residents of Buildings 14 and 16, listen closely. Shortly, I will send my subordinates to collect supplies. If you cooperate by opening your doors and preparing the supplies, I assure you, I, Shuet Songchao, will not harm the innocent. However, should anyone dare to resist, do not blame me for my ruthless nature and lack of mercy. At that moment, Peng Junwei approached Shuet Songchao and said, "Brother Chow, everything is arranged." Seeing this, Shuet Songchao waved his hand decisively. "Excellent. Let us move out." Subsequently, a large group of individuals marched boldly towards the underground garage. Shuet Songchao's message served as a clarion call for assault. The other building owners, upon witnessing this, promptly mobilized, sharing similar messages with the residents of their respective buildings. They quickly gathered their subordinates in the garage, preparing for the impending attack. Meanwhile, the homeowners in the designated buildings were utterly terrified. They had merely formed a rudimentary alliance, and some buildings had not even organized themselves, resembling a disjointed assembly. In the face of the impending onslaught, the reactions varied among the buildings. Some were more organized, their residents displaying considerable courage. They swiftly elected a leader and formed a resistance team, with households quickly sending individuals to prepare for a confrontation against the subordinates led by the building owners. Determined to resist to the end, they understood that yielding meant certain death. The assurances from the building owners in the group, claiming that no harm would come to the innocent as long as supplies were surrendered, rang hollow. If they relinquished all their supplies, would they still survive? Furthermore, many among them had female companions, and to these building owners, even a woman of modest beauty was considered a valuable asset. Conversely, numerous buildings opted for non-resistance. Firstly, after so many days of the apocalypse, their food supplies had long been exhausted. Secondly, there was no organized leadership, even if a few wished to resist. Their numbers were scant. The owner of Building 9, Chun-Hu, set his sights on the adjacent buildings 8 and 10. Mimicking Shuet Songchao, he sent a message in the group. He copied Shuet Songchao's message, merely changing the building number before dispatching it. The only distinction was a specific mention of Lin Ye at the end. Building 9, Apartment 0902, in the Society of Brother Who, a person of integrity. You were quite arrogant before, weren't you? You said to wait for me in 1602. I'm coming to find you at Building 8. You better be ready. Chun-Hu vividly recalled that just 2 days prior, this so-called person of integrity had flaunted food and sought beautiful women in the group. At that time, lacking sufficient strength, he had even attempted to win over this individual, proposing to make him the owner of Building 8 if he surrendered half his supplies. To his astonishment, this person had rudely dismissed him, brazenly stating he would wait for Chun-Hu at 1602. Chun-Hu, who had never endured such humiliation, harbored this grievance in his heart. Once he seized Building 9, he would ensure that this person of integrity faced dire consequences. After the operations of the previous night, his number of subordinates had surged to nearly 60. He wondered if anyone in the community could rival his force. However, just as Chun-Hu was gathering his subordinates and preparing to split into 2 groups to raid Buildings 8 and 10, a new subordinate interrupted his plans. Chapter 57. Chun-Hu's decision. This newly recruited subordinate was Zhao Hang from Building 7, who had previously exposed supermarket information. Yesterday, Zhao Hang had been coerced by the building owners, led by Chao Bo, demanding information about the supermarket. Not only had they seized his newly acquired supplies, but he had also received a beating. After they left, Zhao Hang immediately approached Lu Yinyan's door, intending to confront the woman who had betrayed him. Lu Yinyan, however, denied him entry, locking her door without hesitation. Left without any tools to gain entry, Zhao Hang could only seethe with impotent rage outside before begrudgingly returning home. Upon entering his ransacked residence, devoid of food, Zhao Heng shamelessly resolved to seek assistance from Lu Yuan and others, who had scavenged supplies from the supermarket. Yet, news of the supermarket incident had already spread like wildfire in the group, and his companions were well aware that he was the one who leaked the information. They harbored a deep resentment towards Zhao Heng and had no intention of lending him any food. When they parted ways after their scavenging, Lu Yuan had repeatedly warned them to keep the secret. They barely lasted a day before it became common knowledge. Had he been more discreet and safeguarded the secret, they might have been able to return to the supermarket for another haul. Now, all the supplies had been seized by those building owners, leaving them with no further chances. However, Zhao Heng did not share the same sentiment. Witnessing his former companion's refusal to assist him only fueled his animosity towards them. He vowed to make Lu Yuan and his group pay. Initially, he had felt anger towards them without a chance for retribution. However, that night, as Shuet Songqiao began live streaming to recruit subordinates, Zhao Heng, being a solitary individual, was instantly captivated by the sight of an abundance of food and beautiful women displayed in the broadcast. Although he had some reservations, he was tempted but did not dare to apply. After all, Shuet Songqiao was one of the building owners who had previously pressured him for information. If he went to apply, he would surely be recognized. While he was caught up in his thoughts, the other building owners also commenced their own recruitment live streams. Zhao Heng quickly set his sights on Chun Hu from Building 9, reasoning that since he had not approached him at noon, Chun Hu likely did not recognize him. He could easily assume an alias during his application. Resolute, Zhao Heng swiftly found Chun Hu and successfully passed the application. By the following morning, Chun Hu summoned all his subordinates and began addressing them. Zhao Heng stood among them, reminiscing about the previous night's excitement. Upon hearing Chun Hu state that good performance would be generously rewarded, Zhao Heng's thoughts turned to Lu Yuan and his companions, who possessed considerable supplies. Moreover, since they had refused to assist him in his time of need, he felt justified in turning against them. After Chun Hu finished his address and prepared to depart, Zhao Heng hurriedly approached him, saying, Brother Hu, I have something important to report." Chun Hu frowned and turned to Zhou Tao beside him. "Who is this kid?" Before Zhou Tao could respond, Zhao Heng interjected, "Brother Hu, I am Zhao Mo from Building 7, and I just joined your ranks last night." At that moment, Chun Hu was focused solely on raiding Buildings 8 and 10 and had no time for idle chatter. He impatiently replied, "Spit it out." Seeing Chun Hu's displeasure, Zhao Heng decided against holding back. He disclosed the information regarding Lu Yuan and others in Building 7 possessing a significant amount of supplies, suggesting that Chun Hu forego Building 10 and target Building 7 instead. Chun Hu's face lit up with excitement at the revelation, but he still regarded Zhao Heng with some suspicion. "Are you telling the truth?" Zhao Heng, sensing Chun Hu's doubt, swore an oath. "Brother Hu, I swear by heaven that what I just said is absolutely true. If there is the slightest falsehood, may lightning strike me." Observing Zhao Heng's fervent vow, Chun Hu became significantly more convinced. He clapped Zhao Heng on the shoulder and said, "All right, if what you say is true, once this is accomplished, I will reward you handsomely." At that moment, Zhao Heng recalled Lu Yin, the woman he despised, and promptly said to Chun Hu, "Brother Hu, once the task is completed, I seek no other reward, but I implore you to hand over a woman named Lu Yin from Building 7 to me. I have a score to settle with that vile woman." Chun Hu contemplated that it was merely a wretched woman and nodded, saying, "Indeed, it is acceptable." He then turned to Zhou Tao beside him and instructed Tao, "Take a team of brothers and head to Building 7. First, seize the places mentioned by Brother Zhao Mo, and then plunder the other residents." Zhou Tao immediately assured him, "Rest assured, Tiger Brother, just watch." Subsequently, Chun Hu directed his gaze toward Zhao Heng, who promptly stated, "Tiger Brother, I will lead the way ahead." Chun Hu nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, signaling, "Let's depart." When Chun Hu and his subordinates arrived at the underground parking garage, the other leaders had also appeared with their men. As they chose their targets for the impending assault, they deliberately avoided overlapping with one another. Thus, there had been no further conflicts for the moment, though everyone understood that this was merely temporary. The groups exchanged cold glances before heading toward their respective targets. Chun Hu and his entourage of over 20 arrived at the first floor of Building 8. The frontmost subordinate immediately advanced and knocked on the door of room 101. When there was no response after a prolonged silence, Chun-Hu coldly smiled. Regardless of whether there were zombies or living beings inside, he waved his hand and commanded, "Break the door down." Upon hearing Chun-Hu's order, the frontmost subordinate seized a tool for breaking the door and began to batter it. In no time, the door was smashed open. The subordinate who had been knocking quickly retreated, clearing a buffer zone around the entrance. At that moment, two zombies suddenly lunged out from within, poised to pounce on the group. The few subordinates armed with makeshift long weapons quickly formed a circle to restrain the attacking zombies. However, after several days of evolution, the zombies had become swift and ferocious. Utilizing their extraordinary strength, they began to contort the long weapons. Just as it appeared the zombies would break free, Chun-Hu shouted, "Quickly, bind the zombies with chains." Two subordinates promptly produced a long iron chain, and through a series of handovers, they finally ensnared the zombies completely. With the zombies' arms bound, the gathered individuals collectively sighed in relief. Two subordinates approached, wielding long axes, and struck at the zombies' necks and heads, swiftly silencing them. With the situation under control, Chun-Hu beckoned his subordinates to enter the room and scavenge for supplies. It was said that the probability of finding resources in zombie-infested dwellings was significantly higher than in those inhabited by humans. In a short while, room 101 yielded a considerable amount of supplies. Observing this, Chun-Hu instructed a small leader, "Take 10 men and continue to scour each floor. If you encounter zombies, follow the same strategy as before." The small leader quickly replied, "Understood, Tiger Brother." Afterward, Chun-Hu led the remaining 10 subordinates to room 1602, where Lin Ye was located. Inside room 1602, Lin Ye and Song Xinyao had just finished cleaning up and emerged. Song Xinyan, who had been anxiously waiting outside, sighed in relief upon seeing Lin Ye and her sister exit the bathroom. Song Xinyao ran up to Song Xinyan, her face filled with trepidation as she said, "Sister, I'm so sorry. Xinyao is utterly useless. The master gave me a zombie crystal core, but I was unable to awaken any abilities." Upon hearing this, Song Xinyan felt a pang of regret in her heart, yet consoled her sister, saying, "It's all right, Xinyao. The fact that your husband gave you a zombie crystal core indicates he has truly accepted you, and that is sufficient. Although you have not awakened any powers, your body has been enhanced and is already far stronger than that of an ordinary person. Therefore, you must work even harder to become your husband's most capable assistant." Listening to Song Xinyan's comforting words, Song Xinyao nodded resolutely. "All right, sister, I will remember." Soon after, Song Xinyan began to share her insights from battling zombies over the past 2 days. Song Xinyao listened intently. Just as Lin Ye settled onto the sofa, Zhong Wanqing approached him, handing over her phone with a teasing expression. "Husband, while you were busy preparing a surprise, the leaders in the community began their outward expansion. Our Building 8 has caught the attention of Chun-Hu from Building 9, and he specifically mentioned in the group that you should clean your neck and await him." Lin Ye playfully patted Zhong Wanqing on the rear, pulling her into his embrace, and asked with a smile, "Wanqing, the enemy is about to knock on our door. Yet you seem somewhat excited." Zhong Wanqing pouted, "Husband, I was bored to death at home yesterday. Today, with someone coming to stir up trouble, it's just a bit of fun." Lin Ye shot her an incredulous glance. Ever since this girl awakened her powers, her audacity had grown immensely. Lin Ye took the phone, reviewing the messages exchanged among the leaders in the group. Upon seeing Chun-Hu's arrogant remarks, he chuckled. He held these leaders in utter disregard. Initially, Lin Ye had hoped for conflicts to arise among them, but he realized they were quite cautious. Chun-Hu's thirst for revenge was indeed profound. Lin Ye had intended to let him live a bit longer to create more chaos within the community, but since he was so eager to seek his own demise, Lin Ye would oblige him. Lin Ye then retrieved 2 zombie crystal cores, handing one to Zhong Wanqing and tossing the other to Song Xinyan. The 2 women promptly consumed the cores, followed by the system notification regarding the return of the cores. Observing from the side for quite some time, Lu Rumei immediately leaped into Lin Ye's embrace, playfully asking, "Master, what did you just give to Sister Zhong? Can I have one too?" Ever since Song Xinyan's legs were healed the previous day, this question had taken root in her mind. She had attempted to subtly inquire from Zhong Wanqing, but the latter refused to divulge any information, compelling Lu Rumei to directly ask Lin Ye. During the conversation between Song Xinyan and her sister, she had overheard terms like awakening powers and enhancement, leading her to suspect it was related to the crystals Lin Ye had just produced. Seeing Lu Rumei's eager expression, Lin Ye retrieved another zombie crystal core from his space. He then succinctly explained the nature of the crystal cores. The more Lu Rumei listened, the brighter her eyes shone. Even Nan Juwei, who had remained at a distance, approached. Their gazes were fixated on the crystal cores in Lin Ye's hand. In this apocalyptic world, nothing surpassed the value of these items. Observing the two women's expressions of desire and longing, Lin Ye once again stored the crystal cores away. The instant the cores vanished from his grasp, the two women immediately protested. They crowded into Lin Ye's embrace, showering him with affection and flattery. Lin Ye chuckled. I still have plenty of crystal cores, but it depends on your future conduct. As long as you remain sufficiently loyal to me, I will bestow them upon you. Lu Rumei feigned a pitiful expression, saying, Master, I've already given you my body. Is that not enough? Lin Ye pinchet herche genti, rippling, Rumei. I am well aware of your loyalty to me. I see through your little schemes. You cannot deceive me. Take a look at Xinyan and Xinyao. They arrived later than you, yet I have given them crystal cores. Why is that? Because they are more loyal to me than you are. I will never shortchange those who are exceedingly loyal to me. They receive a crystal core daily to enhance themselves. After Lin Ye's revelation, Lu Rumei's face flushed with embarrassment. She indeed had her fair share of ulterior motives, which was quite normal, not only in the apocalypse but even prior to it. Who among us can truly achieve absolute loyalty to another? Yet, she is an astute woman who understands that Lin Ye prefers sincerity over tricks. He desires genuine affection. Realizing this, Lu Ruby reflects on her previous misconceptions and recognizes the necessity to alter her strategy, embracing Lin Ye wholeheartedly and falling in love with him. With utmost seriousness, she addresses Lin Ye, stating, Master, Ruby understands now. Please observe my performance from here on. At this moment, the system's voice resonates. Goddess Lu Ruby, loyalty level 10. Lin Ye nods with satisfaction and then turns to Nan Jiwei. Jiwei, you too. Nan Jiwei solemnly assures Lin Ye of her loyalty, although he is yet to claim her, rendering her specific loyalty level unobservable. Lin Ye perceives through his abilities that the hue surrounding her is deepening from light green. Just then, a loud knocking echoes from outside, accompanied by shouts. Open up, you honest man. Brother who is here, open the door now, or you'll die swiftly later. Without a doubt, Lin Ye knows who is outside. Before he can rise, Zhong Wanqing, brimming with excitement, declares, Darling, don't move. I'll open the door. Outside, Chun-Hu and a dozen of his subordinates encircle the entrance. Noting the silence within, Chun-Hu prepares to have his men break the door down. At that moment, the door swings open, revealing a stunning beauty to all present. The subordinates, including Chun-Hu, are momentarily stunned by Zhong Wanqing's extraordinary figure and unparalleled beauty. She is simply breathtaking. Over the past few days, Chun-Hu has pursued every attractive woman in Building 9. Yet none can compare to Zhong Wanqing's allure. Her hair is clean and smooth, her attire neat, her complexion rosy, and she exudes a subtle fragrance, unmistakably indicating her lack of hardship. She then feigns innocence, asking, Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? Chapter 59. Chun-Hu's arrival turns fatal. The women's first shooting experience. Upon hearing Zhong Wanqing's melodious voice, Chun-Hu straightens his posture, stepping forward past his subordinates. With an air of authority, he introduces himself, Beauty, I am Chun-Hu, the Lord of Building 9. I presume you have heard of me. I am here searching for a man known as the Honest One in the community group. Zhong Wanqing dismissively replies, Chun-Hu, I haven't heard of you. Furthermore, there is no man by the name of the Honest One here. As she speaks, she attempts to close the door. Chun-Hu, seeing this, quickly blocks the door, refusing to let her shut it. After all, even if he has mistaken the person, how could he let such a stunning beauty slip away? It seems she possesses considerable resources. Eager for both wealth and beauty, Chun-Hu leers, Beauty, don't be hasty. The world is perilous in these apocalyptic times. I am the Lord of Building 9 with many subordinates. If you join me, I will cherish and protect you. Just as Zhong Wanqing feigns vulnerability to toy with Chun Hu, Lin Ye strides to the door with the four women closely following. Upon seeing Lin Ye, Chun Hu's attention shifts immediately to him, and he notices the four women behind Lin Ye. He and his subordinates are once again awestruck by the beauty of the women present. Has he stumbled upon a treasure trove of beauty today? Each woman in the room is stunning, possessing remarkable figures. Suddenly, Chun Hu spots Song Xinyan, the very streamer he has long desired. What's she doing here? Zhong Wanqing, noticing Lin Ye's arrival, playfully says, "Darling, don't come out yet. Let me tease him a little longer. I can handle him by myself." Lin Ye chuckles, patting Zhong Wanqing's pert backside, and replies, "Wanqing, darling, stop playing. I need to step out and take care of this." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Zhong Wanqing sobers up and gazes coldly at Chun Hu. Chun Hu, after a moment's contemplation, regards Lin Ye with hostility. "You're the honest one?" Lin Ye nods with a smile. "Indeed, I'm the honest one in the group." Chun Hu's expression darkens further as he points at Song Xinyan. "This streamer, Yin Yi Xiao, belongs to my Building 9. Did you rescue her? Did you kill 3 of my subordinates?" Lin Ye continues to nod affirmatively. "Yes, that was indeed me." Hearing Lin Ye's confirmation, Chun Hu bursts into a furious laugh. He, known for his arrogance, is taken aback by Lin Ye's audacity. He has a dozen subordinates, while Lin Ye stands with only 1 man and 5 women. Yet he dares to converse with him in such a manner. Chun Hu angrily exclaims, "Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. Everyone attack. Kill this man and take all these women back. I will reward you handsomely." Lin Ye, uninterested in further dialogue, swiftly retrieves a handgun from his space and aims it at the head of the foremost subordinate, pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, a gaping hole appears in the subordinate's head, the bullet piercing through due to the close range and striking another subordinate behind him, splattering brain matter and blood everywhere. The once eager subordinates, ready to capture Lin Ye, are now enveloped in a chilling silence. One of them suddenly screams, "A gun? It's a real gun. Run!" The crowd snaps back to reality and rushes for the stairs, their leader, Chun Hu, already sprinting ahead in a bid to escape. As soon as the gunfire erupted, he recognized the seriousness of the situation. Realizing the danger, he hastily attempts to flee, but Lin Ye is unwilling to grant him that chance. With the skill of marksmanship at his disposal, Lin Ye takes aim and fires 2 shots at Chun Hu's legs, causing him to collapse. Before he can rise, his panicked subordinates trample over him, escaping in disarray. In no time, they vanish from sight. Lin Ye, indifferent to these minor characters, approaches Chun Hu, taunting, "Brother Hu, do you still wish to kill me?" Faced with the realization that his life is in Lin Ye's hands, Chun Hu's bravado crumbles. He quickly pleads, "Big brother, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare me. I have plenty of resources to offer." He continues, "I will be your most loyal subordinate. I will do whatever you ask." Disgusted by Chun Hu's pitiful display of desperation, Lin Ye loses interest. He retrieves a new gun from his space, handing it to Zhong Wanqing, and instructs the women, "This gun contains 15 bullets. Each of you will fire 3 shots to practice. Wanqing, you go first." Hearing Lin Ye's command, the fallen Chun Hu's heart sinks. "No, my friend, even if you kill me, can you at least make it quick? What does it mean for them to practice shooting with me?" Lin Ye disregards Chun Hu's protests and begins to explain the basics of handling and shooting a gun to the women. With excitement, Zhong Wanqing accepts the handgun, recalling Chun Hu's misdeeds and her past experiences. Aiming at Chun Hu's groin, she fires 3 shots in quick succession, causing him unbearable agony as he writhes on the ground in pain. Next is Song Xinyan's turn. After receiving the handgun, she recalls Lin Ye's earlier instructions and adopts a standard shooting stance, aiming for non-vital areas on Chun Hu before firing. As it was her first time firing a gun, Song Xinyan felt a wave of tension coursing through her, causing her hands to tremble and her aim to falter. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her posture and fired twice, this time achieving remarkable accuracy, striking precisely where she intended. She then passed the gun to her younger sister, Song Xinyao, who was not only handling a firearm for the first time, but also facing the grim reality of taking a life. Anxiety gripped her heart, and her hands shook even more violently. Fortunately, her sister Song Xinyan was by her side, offering continual support, enabling her to successfully fire 3 shots. Next was Liu Rumei. Lin Ye had anticipated that her performance would mirror that of Song Xinyao, given that it was her inaugural experience with gunfire. However, he was taken aback to observe a flicker of excitement in her eyes, despite her hands shaking uncontrollably. The exhilaration became more pronounced after she fired her first shot. At that moment, the system's voice declared, "Goddess Liu Rumei, loyalty level 3. Lin Ye could only chuckle at the absurdity of the situation, though he quickly acknowledged that aligned perfectly with Liu Rumei's character. After firing 3 shots, she reluctantly handed the gun over to Nan Jiwei. Upon receiving the firearm, Nan Jiwei instinctively displayed resistance on her face. Yet, under Lin Ye's piercing gaze, she gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and unleashed a flurry of shots at Chenhu. She understood that defiance would lead to dire consequences. Lin Ye would not hesitate to cast her aside. Remarkably, amidst her chaotic barrage, a bullet struck Chenhu in the head, ending the reign of the notorious building boss who had terrorized the post-apocalyptic world for merely a few days. Witnessing Chenhu's demise at the hands of Nan Jiwei, Lin Ye unceremoniously disposed of his and another henchman's bodies through the window. He then instructed the women to cleanse the bloodstains on the ground at the entrance. At this juncture, he turned to Zhong Wanqing and said, "Wanqing, I need to head to the hospital to procure some medical supplies." Before he could finish, Zhong Wanqing interjected, "Darling, I want to accompany you." The other 4 women, upon hearing Lin Ye's intentions, stepped forward to express their desire to join him as well. Lin Ye scrutinized their expressions. Song Xinyan and Song Xinyao were undoubtedly earnest in their wish to assist him. In contrast, Liu Rumei and Nan Jiwei seemed more inclined to make a show of solidarity. While Liu Rumei had demonstrated some capability during Chenhu's encounter, it was likely that a horde of zombies would instill sheer terror in her. Nan Jiwei, on the other hand, had only acted under pressure from Lin Ye's stern gaze. Nevertheless, he appreciated the sentiment behind their willingness to accompany him. He raised a hand and continued, "The hospital we are headed to is unlike any other location. During the blood rain, it became a refuge for many afflicted individuals. Now, with the outbreak of the zombie virus, it has transformed into a veritable hotspot for the undead. While there may still be some survivors in other areas, the likelihood of finding any in a hospital is virtually zero. Given the sheer number of zombies and their recent evolution, it is highly probable that second-tier zombies have emerged. Therefore, the hospital is exceedingly perilous." Upon hearing Lin Ye's assessment of the hospital's dangers, Zhong Wanqing and the Song sisters felt an even stronger urge to assist him. Eager to share the risks, "Darling, since the hospital is so perilous, we must go to help you," they insisted. Lin Ye smiled and replied, "Wanqing, although you awakened your abilities first and possessed the most experience confronting zombies, this household requires your presence while I am away. As for Xinyan and Xinyao, your experience in facing hordes of zombies is still lacking. I may need to divert my attention to ensure your safety. Liu Rumei and Nan Jiwei, you have no experience whatsoever in such encounters. Moreover, I do not intend to venture deep into the hospital. I only need to gather some medical supplies from the back. The more of us there are, the greater the risk of attracting a large group of zombies. I suspect the journey to the hospital will be fraught with challenges." After calming the women, Lin Ye retrieved 2 new handguns from his storage space and handed them to Zhong Wanqing and Song Xinyan. "Wanqing, Xinyan, take these guns. Although Chenhu is dead, we cannot guarantee that other troublemakers will not appear. If anyone does, shoot to kill." Zhong Wanqing and Song Xinyan assured him, "Understood, darling. Leave everything to us. Please be careful on your journey and avoid confrontation at all costs." Lin Ye nodded and, under the concerned gazes of the 5 women, made his way to the underground garage. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the garage and, as he summoned the armored vehicle from his storage, a commotion erupted from the stairway of building number 7, filled with shouts and the sounds of a struggle. Initially dismissive, he intended to fuel the vehicle and depart. But the escalating noise from the stairway soon caught his attention. Moments later, 2 disheveled figures burst forth from the stairway, one visibly injured and being supported by the other, both desperately pushing forward. The uninjured individual bore a backpack that had been slashed open, causing its contents to spill onto the ground as they ran. A group of individuals wielding makeshift weapons soon emerged, quickly surrounding the two. The leader of the gang boasted, "You two think you can escape? Where do you think you're going?" Another man beside him chimed in, "Come on, you and why go through all this? If you hand over your supplies and Liu Jie and kneel down, our boss Tao will not make things difficult for you." The two trapped individuals were none other than Liu Yuan and Liu Jie, who had previously raided a supermarket for supplies. Liu Jie was gravely injured, blood dripping from his clothes onto the ground, while Liu Yuan clutched a knife in one hand and supported Liu Jie with the other. Upon hearing Zhao Hong's taunts, Liu Yuan erupted in anger. "You wretched Zhao Hong, stop pretending to be innocent. You are the one who led them here. I was blind to have brought such an ungrateful dog along to raid supplies." In response to Liu Yuan's accusations, Zhao Hong discarded his facade and retorted, "To hell with you. Just because I called you brother doesn't mean you can treat me like a fool. I was ungrateful when I asked to borrow supplies yesterday. None of you lent me a single thing. And you, Liu Jie, not only refused to help, but also insulted me. How dare you?" Liu Yuan shot back. "You still have the audacity to bring that up. You brought this upon yourself. I warned you to keep a low profile, yet the very next day, everyone in the community knew what you were up to." Zhao Hong, feeling exposed, seethed with rage. However, he recognized Liu Yuan's combat prowess. Pushing him too hard could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, he attempted to negotiate. "Liu Yuan, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the food and Liu Jie, and kneel down and surrender, or you won't live to see another day." Just as Liu Yuan was about to retaliate verbally, Liu Jie, clutching his hand, weakly interjected, "Brother, before the apocalypse, we all worked at the same company. You know, I have a large family to support, and I've relied solely on my income. You've taken care of me in the past, ensuring I had food to bring home. Without your help, my family would have perished. Now, it is time for me to repay that kindness. Yuan Gu, I shall risk my life to hold them off. You take this opportunity to escape and seek refuge with other leaders, striving to avenge me and my family in the future." Upon hearing Li Jie's words, Liu Yuan's eyes widened in shock, and tears brimmed in his eyes. "Do not speak like this, brother. If it weren't for your desperate warning earlier, I would have been trapped at home by these scoundrels and met my demise. Brother, if we are to die today, let us die together. I, Liu Yuan, am not one to fear death." Li Jie shook his head, gripping Liu Yuan's hand tightly. "Yuan Gu, I am already injured, given the current circumstances. Even if I charge out, I would not survive for long. It is better to sacrifice myself and see if I can help you escape. If there is a chance for you and my family to take revenge, I could die with my eyes closed." Liu Yuan looked into Li Jie's sincere eyes and managed a wry smile. "Do not say such things, brother. On the road to the underworld, having a brother like you by my side, I, Liu Yuan, have no regrets in this life." Witnessing Liu Yuan and Li Jie toasting to their fate, the leader, Zhou Tao, glared at Li Jie with seething hatred and shouted, "You bastards, attack! Kill these two wretches." Just then, a cough echoed from the side. Chapter 61. Accepting Liu Yuan and Li Jie, everyone present was startled, even the henchmen preparing to close and paused in their tracks. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound. A tall and handsome man emerged from the shadows, revealing himself to be Lin Ye, who had been silently observing the scene. Through their conversation, Lin Ye gathered an understanding of the unfolding events. Upon witnessing the bravery of Liu Yuan and Li Jie, Lin Ye became intrigued. In this apocalyptic world, the majority of people are selfish and ruthless, willing to resort to any means to survive. This behavior is quite normal, as it is human nature. However, there exists a portion of individuals who choose to face death for the sake of family, friends, and loyalty. Such individuals are precisely what Lin Ye seeks. While he himself may not embody these traits, he requires his subordinates to possess them. Currently, Liu Yuan and Li Jie fit this criterion. Of course, circumstances are not immutable. Being suitable now does not guarantee future compliance. Nevertheless, with his ability to sense intentions, he need not overly worry. Should either of them harbor ulterior motives, he would be aware in an instant. Observing Lin Ye approaching alone, Zhou Tao immediately stepped forward, demanding, "Who the hell are you?" Lin Ye smiled and replied, "I am Lin Ye, merely passing by." "Passing by? You must think I'm a fool." Zhou Tao threatened, "Get lost, or you'll regret it." Lu Yuan and Li Jie exchanged glances, sighing internally. Initially, they felt a surge of hope upon Lin Ye's arrival. Anyone bold enough to appear in the garage was likely associated with one of the major leaders. However, upon realizing that Lin Ye was alone, their spirits sank. Had Lin Ye been accompanied by even one other person, they would have eagerly sought his aid. But as it stood, Lin Ye was on his own, and they could not possibly withstand the 20 or more henchmen surrounding Zhou Tao. Lu Yuan sighed but kindly advised, "Young man, this is not a place for you. You should head home quickly." Lin Ye was taken aback by Lu Yuan's words. This Lu Yuan is quite interesting. Even while facing imminent death, he still finds the inclination to warn others. Lin Ye glanced at Lu Yuan, smiled, and remained silent. At that moment, Zhao Heng noticed the armored vehicle not far behind Lin Ye. He immediately pointed towards it and exclaimed, "Tao, go look. There's an armored vehicle over there." Zhou Tao, following Zhao Heng's direction, indeed spotted the armored vehicle, his eyes widening in surprise. This is something no man could resist. However, he was puzzled as to when an armored vehicle had appeared in the underground garage. Could it belong to this kid? Yet, with his simplistic mind, he did not ponder further. His gaze reflected unmasked greed. With this, wouldn't they be able to scavenge resources from even farther away? He directly inquired, "Kid, is that armored vehicle yours?" Lin Ye smiled and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is mine." Upon hearing Lin Ye's confirmation, Lu Yuan regarded him with newfound respect. This Lin Ye must possess an extraordinary identity. Meanwhile, Zhou Tao arrogantly declared, "Kid, that vehicle has been requisitioned by our brother, who from Building 9. Hand over the keys, and you can leave. If you dare utter even a single word of protest, I'll make you regret it." Bang! Before Zhou Tao could finish his sentence, a bullet pierced through his head, leaving a gory hole. His face retained its arrogant expression before he collapsed heavily to the ground. The crowd was stunned by this sudden turn of events, frozen in place. They witnessed Lin Ye produce a handgun seemingly out of thin air and fire it. Lin Ye then addressed the crowd with a chuckle. "If I had known you were with Chun Hu, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. Moreover, are Chun Hu subordinates all fools? Knowing I drive an armored vehicle, how could you still act so arrogantly?" It was only then that Chun Hu's other henchmen began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Their minds had been clouded by greed. Anyone capable of driving an armored vehicle must undoubtedly be affiliated with the military. Could it be that someone from the government had come to their rescue? However, Lin Ye did not seem like a military personnel. Everyone was aware of how the military operated. They would never resort to shooting ordinary civilians without cause. Yet, as Lin Ye had stated, in the apocalypse, anyone who could operate an armored vehicle was not to be trifled with. Furthermore, Lin Ye's tone clearly indicated he held a grudge against Chun Hu. With this realization, the henchmen began to reconsider their options. Although Lin Ye stood before them alone, armed with just a gun, none of them dared to make a move. It was absurd. They had followed Chun Hu merely for a meal. With their leader Zhou Tao now dead, what was the point in risking their lives? At that moment, the farthest henchman from Lin Ye immediately fled towards the staircase with all his might. Seeing him escape successfully, and noting that Lin Ye did not pursue, the others followed suit, scattering in all directions. Observing the fleeing henchmen, Lin Ye did not waste any bullets. To him, these individuals were akin to ants. As for Zhao Heng, who had betrayed Lu Yuan, Lin Ye cast a glance at him, and a thought formed in his mind. In no time, the garage was left with only Lin Ye, Lu Yuan, and Li Jie. Lu Yuan supported Li Jie and approached Lin Ye, kneeling before him. Together they spoke, "Esteemed sir, we will never forget your life-saving grace." Lu Yuan, Li Jie. Lin Ye waved his hand dismissively. "I mentioned before, I'm merely passing by." As Lin Ye turned to leave, Lu Yuan, glancing at the weakening Li Jie, grew anxious and hurriedly grabbed Lin Ye's pant leg, pleading, "Esteemed sir, your status is clearly extraordinary. My brother Li Jie is injured. Please, save him. If you can save him, I will give you all my food." Even my life will be yours. Beside him, Li Ye, recognizing Lin Ye's exceptional nature, quickly added, Yuan Gu, please do not say such things. I am already injured. Just leave me here to fend for myself. Esteemed sir, my brother Yuan Gu is loyal and skilled. I implore you to take him in. Observing the two before him, Lin Ye utilized his sensing ability and noted they were both of a suitable disposition. He then instructed Lu Yuan remove his clothing. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan promptly began to strip Li Jie of his shirt. Li Jie was covered in bruises from blunt force trauma, with several visible knife wounds, one of which was so deep it exposed bone and was bleeding profusely. Upon witnessing Li Jie's dire condition, Lu Yuan's eyes turned red with emotion. Lin Ye, in front of both men, directly retrieved gauze and disinfectant from his spatial storage to clean the wounds. Chapter 62. The first test for Lu Yuan and Li Jie. Heading to the hospital, Lin Ye handed the supplies to Lu Yuan and instructed him to first disinfect the wounds and then bandage them. He mentioned he did not have any anti-inflammatory medication on hand. Lu Yuan was to take Li Jie to Building 8, Room 1602, to find a woman named Zhong Wanqing. She was Lin Ye's partner, and he asked her to see if she had any anti-inflammatory drugs. If not, Li Jie would have to endure the pain for the time being. Lin Ye intended to go out to search for supplies, hoping to find the necessary medications. However, whether Li Jie would survive depended on his own fortune. Lu Yuan and Li Jie looked at the gauze and disinfectant that had seemingly appeared out of thin air in Lin Ye's hands, their faces reflecting disbelief. How had he conjured these items? But Lu Yuan quickly regained his composure. Just as Li Jie was about to speak, Lu Yuan pressed his head to the ground. He accepted the items from Lin Ye and knelt, exclaiming, Thank you, esteemed one. I, Lu Yuan, vow to remain loyal to you from now on. Should I have any other intentions, may I meet a terrible fate. Li Jie quickly followed suit, swearing his loyalty. Lin Ye gazed at Lu Yuan with satisfaction. This man was intelligent. Conversing with someone clever required little elaboration. He then turned and departed without further ado. Lu Yuan hurried after him, inquiring, Esteemed one, is it dangerous outside? Do you need me to accompany you? Lin Ye patted Lu Yuan's shoulder, smiling as he replied, No need, just take care of him. After reaching the armored vehicle, Lin Ye swiftly started it and drove out of the underground garage. Once Lin Ye had completely left, Lu Yuan returned to Li Jie's side. He took out the disinfectant and began to clean Li Jie's wounds, urging him, Brother, bear with it. Li Ye responded, It's fine, Yuan Gu, I can endure. However, when the disinfectant touched the wound, Li Jie couldn't suppress a grunt of pain. As Lu Yuan meticulously cleaned the wound, Li Jie couldn't help but ask, Yuan Gu, how did the esteemed one suddenly produce those items? Did you see how he did it? Lu Yuan halted his actions, his expression serious as he replied, Brother, we are now under the esteemed one's command. Some matters are better discussed privately. Do not inquire in front of him. If he wishes for us to know, he will tell us. If not, it is best to remain silent. Do you understand? Li nodded vigorously, understood, Yuan Ye. He then continued, Do you think the esteemed one possesses superpowers? Before the apocalypse, I often read novels about it on Zhangxi, many of which describe such abilities. Lu Yuan resumed cleaning the wounds, stating, The apocalypse has already arrived. What is there that is impossible? You only need to know that our esteemed one is formidable and enigmatic. It is not solely because he wields a gun. Those who dare to venture out alone to scavenge for supplies are truly ruthless. Did you notice his expression when he shot Zhou Tao? Li Jie pondered for a moment. Scratching his head, Yuan Gu, it seemed like the esteemed one had no expression at all. Lu Yuan began to bandage Li Jie's wounds, responding, No expression is precisely the point. To the esteemed one, Zhou Tao was not even a person. Shooting him was akin to killing a chicken. What does that signify? You should contemplate it. Li Jie felt a jolt of realization and stammered, Yuan Gu this. Seeing that Li Jie was somewhat taken aback, Lu Yuan chuckled to reassure him. Isn't this a good thing? In this apocalypse, following such a formidable leader is the only way forward. From our earlier encounter, I sense that as long as we remain loyal to the esteemed one and diligently carry out our tasks, we shall undoubtedly benefit. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Li Jie felt somewhat reassured. Yuan Gu, I tend to be straightforward and clumsy with words. I will need your guidance and care as we work under the esteemed one. Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Do we need to say such things among brothers? From now on, as we follow the esteemed one, we will support each other and progress together. Once Lu Yuan had finished bandaging Li Jie's wounds, he helped him up, and they made their way to Building 8. Room 1602. Not long after Lin Ye left the community, he called Zhong Wanqing. Upon answering, she asked, Darling, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Ye briefly explained the situation regarding Lu Yuan and Li Jie. He continued, Wanqing, they will come to see you shortly. When they arrive, make sure to display some supplies prominently in the living room, so they can see them as soon as they enter. Do not reveal your abilities or show your gun. Just act like an ordinary person and observe their reactions. Zhong Wanqing understood this was Lin Ye's way of testing them. I understand, darling. If they harbor any ill intentions, I will deal with them directly. Lin Ye nodded, teasing, Indeed, Wanqing, you are becoming increasingly astute. Zhong Wanqing, slightly pouting, retorted, Darling, I have always been clever. Only in front of you do I appear foolish. Lin Ye laughed, I know, my Wanqing is the smartest. Hearing Lin Ye's praise, Zhong Wanqing chuckled. Lin Ye continued, Wanqing, if they behave normally, check if there are any anti-inflammatory drugs at home and provide them if available. If not, we shall wait until I return. Then, arrange for them to stay in the adjacent room. I notice no one is living there, but there's a zombie inside. Give Lu Yuan an axe to handle it. Zhong Wanqing replied, Understood, darling. Lin Ye then provided a few more instructions before ending the call. This was Lin Ye's first test for Lu Yuan and Li Jie, a rather simple trial to see if they could withstand temptation. Lin Ye had contemplated this test briefly before deciding. He had a hunch that it would likely not be very effective, as he had already gauged from their earlier interaction that Lu Yuan and Li Jie would probably pass, especially Lu Yuan, who was clearly intelligent. However, even if it turned out to be ineffective, it mattered little. The unfolding events transpired as Lin Ye had anticipated. His earlier display of conjuring items with a gun had instilled profound respect in Lu Yuan and Li Jie, preventing any thoughts of betrayal from arising. However, the situation began to exceed Lin Ye's expectations. Chapter 63. Lu Yuan's reaction. Passing the security station, Lu Yuan and Li Jie finally arrived at the door of room 1602. Lu Yuan knocked, and upon hearing the sound, Zhong Wanqing recognized that the individuals Lin Ye had mentioned had arrived. She rose and opened the door. Upon seeing Zhong Wanqing, Lu Yuan and Li Jie immediately widened their eyes in astonishment. Wow, this woman is incredibly beautiful. No wonder she is with the esteemed one. They soon noticed the coffee table in the living room behind Zhong Wanqing was laden with fruits, beverages, snacks, and a plethora of food. Lu Yuan and Li Jie swallowed hard, exchanging glances that conveyed their shared shock. Wow, the esteemed one is truly powerful. Others cannot even find instant noodles to eat. To his astonishment, the room was filled with fresh fruits and fine wines. The other four ladies, upon hearing the knock at the door, initially thought someone was causing trouble again. They all rose and made their way to the entrance, where they encountered four stunning women. Lu Yuan and Li Jie were left speechless. Could this truly be the end of the world? Were they truly in the same realm as these prominent figures? 5 extraordinary beauties. Among them, 2 were clearly sisters. At that moment, Song Xinyan inquired, Sister Zhong, is it another unwelcome visitor? Zhong Wanqing chuckled and replied, Not this time. Little Xinyan, it was my husband who met someone in the garage and arranged for them to come. Observing the stunned silence of Lu Yuan and Li Jie, Zhong Wanqing felt a wave of confusion. This scenario differed from what her husband had described. The 2 men, visibly shocked, seemed to be grappling with a profound self-doubt, devoid of any malicious intent. Noticing their silence, Zhong Wanqing asked, Did my husband send you here? Lu Yuan was the first to regain his composure upon hearing her question. He gazed at the 5 women, uncertain of who was the main wife or the lesser wives of the powerful figure. Fearing to offend, he took a deep breath, lowered his posture, and spoke, Good day, madam. It was Master Lin Ye who sent us. He instructed us to seek a lady with the surname Zhong and to heed her guidance. Zhong Wanqing smiled upon hearing this. You must be Lu Yuan, quite perceptive indeed. I am Zhong Wanqing. My husband has briefed me on your matters. Here are some anti-inflammatory medications for you. He has arranged for you to temporarily reside in 1601 nearby. However, there's a zombie inside. Whether you can stay there depends on your capability. As she spoke, Zhong Wanqing handed Lu Yuan the medication along with a fire axe. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan accepted and declared, "Very well, madam, I shall go deal with that zombie right away." At this moment, under her sister's instruction, Song Xinyao entered the room and retrieved a bottle of mineral water, which she offered to Li Jie. Gratefully, Li Jie accepted and expressed his thanks. "Thank you, madam." "Thank you." Upon hearing herself addressed as madam, Song Xinyao's cheeks flushed crimson. After taking the medication, Li Jie turned to Lu Yuan and said, "Brother Yuan, I will go with you." Lu Yuan contemplated for a moment and responded, "All right, brother, you can provide support from behind." With that, Lu Yuan grasped the fire axe while Li Jie wielded the previously used machete. Approaching the entrance of 1601, facing the tightly locked door, they found themselves at an impasse. With just their tools, it seemed challenging to open the door. Meanwhile, Zhong Wanqing observed their earlier reactions with satisfaction, recognizing that they had passed this test. She understood that Lin Ye intended to recruit subordinates and was preparing to establish a faction. Thus, she decided to assist them. Approaching the door of 1601, she placed her hand on the doorknob and activated her ice abilities. In no time, the lock became brittle with frost. A gentle force from Zhong Wanqing was all it took to unlock the door. Lu Yuan and Li Jie were taken aback by this display. They had only felt the temperature drop suddenly before witnessing the once impenetrable lock being effortlessly twisted open by Zhong Wanqing. Were they truly human? How could even the women associated with such a powerful figure be so formidable? A wave of relief washed over them. They were fortunate not to have harbored any ill intentions. Had they revealed even a hint of malice, they likely would have collapsed on the spot. Zhong Wanqing smiled and asked, "Are you ready?" Lu Yuan swallowed hard and nodded, "I am ready, madam." Subsequently, Zhong Wanqing opened the door. Just then, the zombie inside, alerted by the noise, lunged forward. The zombie's approach was swift and urgent. Even with his mental preparation, Lu Yuan was startled by its reaction. Compared to the initial outbreak, the zombie's speed had become comparable to that of a normal human, yet its strength surpassed that of an average person, impervious to pain and fear of death. With the powerful woman watching him, Lu Yuan steeled himself and advanced. The entire encounter was fraught with tension, yet managed to remain within the bounds of safety. Finally, with Li Jie's assistance, they succeeded in dispatching the zombie. Observing this, Zhong Wanqing remarked, "Well done. You two should dispose of the zombie's remains and then reside here temporarily. Later, we will fetch some food. We can discuss the rest when my husband returns." Lu Yuan promptly replied, "Understood, madam." Afterward, Lu Yuan and Li Jie worked together to dispose of the zombie's body downstairs. Meanwhile, on his way to the hospital, Lin Ye passed a police station. After a brief moment of contemplation, he parked the armored vehicle at the station's entrance and swiftly exited. Lin Ye stored the vehicle in his space and dashed into the building. Inside the lobby, he encountered a dozen wandering zombies, most of them clad in police uniforms. Upon hearing the commotion, they immediately lunged at Lin Ye. Fearing that gunfire would attract even more zombies, he brandished 2 axes and charged forward. These zombies, which had become somewhat daunting for ordinary people, were no match for Lin Ye. In mere moments, he cleared them out. He then set about searching for the equipment management room within the station, intending to acquire weapons and ammunition before making his escape. The presence of survivors within the station was of no concern to him. After a thorough search, Lin Ye finally located the equipment management room at the end of hallway. After dispatching the zombies that attempted to attack him along the way, he arrived at the entrance of the management room. Unlike the doors of other offices, the door to the equipment room was a thick iron barrier. Faced with this door, without a key, others might find themselves at a loss. Even if they could open it, it would require considerable effort. However, for Lin Ye, this iron door was virtually inconsequential. He first used his perception abilities to ascertain the internal lock mechanism, then activated his telekinetic powers to turn the lock, swiftly unlocking the door. Upon entering, Lin Ye's face lit up with sheer joy at the sight within. Chapter 64, A Bountiful Harvest. Survivors of the hospital room was meticulously stocked with a plethora of law enforcement equipment. Given that Jiangnan City was a major urban center, consistently ranking among the top 3 in the economy of Xia country before the end of the world. Even a police station here boasted weaponry that exceeded both in quantity and quality compared to others. Lin Ye hurried inside, eager to scavenge. As he counted the items, he stored them all in his space. After a while, Lin Ye had collected every piece of equipment in the room. A rough inventory revealed 1093 style 9mm pistols, 696 style 58mm automatic rifles, for 98 style 184mm shotguns, and 30 boxes of various ammunition. Other gear included riot shields, bulletproof vests, helmets, batons, handcuffs, tear gas canisters, powerful flashlights, standard police knives, water bottles, first aid kits, multi-functional belts, cut-resistant gloves, walkie-talkies, stab-resistant clothing, and numerous other items. Lin Ye immediately donned a bulletproof vest, equipped himself with a helmet, and put on cut-resistant gloves. As for the weapons, he stored them in his space, finding it far more convenient to access them with a mere thought than to carry them on his person. Having completed these preparations, Lin Ye was ready to leave the police station. On his way back, he methodically decapitated the zombies he had previously slain, ultimately discovering a single zombie crystal core. Exiting the police station, Lin Ye retrieved the armored vehicle, quickly getting inside and driving towards the hospital. However, after just 20 minutes, he found it necessary to disembark. Unlike the more secluded location of Jiangnan University he had visited the day before, the First People's Hospital of Jiangnan City is situated quite close to the city center. Abandoned vehicles obstructed the thoroughfare severely, while Lin Ye observed the approaching horde of zombies, drawn by the noise. With no other options, he retrieved his more nimble motorcycle. Fortunately, he had not brought along Zhong Wanqing and the others. Otherwise, faced with such circumstances, they would have had no choice but to retreat. Mounting the motorcycle, Lin Ye, unencumbered by Zhong Wanqing's presence, unleashed his skills in vehicle operation. He performed an array of intricate maneuvers, deftly weaving through the abandoned cars and the zombies, carving out a path. After more than half an hour of skillful navigation, Lin Ye finally arrived at the hospital entrance. At that moment, a multitude of zombies congregated at the entrance, prompting Lin Ye to steer his motorcycle into the underground parking garage. Upon entering, he found there were significantly fewer zombies compared to above. He parked near the stairwell and quickly dismounted, effortlessly dispatching a few nearby zombies before stowing his motorcycle in his spatial storage. He then ascended the stairs to the first floor of the outpatient department. Once there, he refrained from rushing outside, peering through the glass window of the corridor door. Within the lobby, at least 200 or 300 zombies wandered about. Scanning the area, Lin Ye spotted the pharmacy approximately 50 meters away. Thankfully, it was not too distant, allowing him to conserve his energy and stamina by avoiding a complete clearance of the lobby. Gently opening the door, Lin Ye retrieved a can of soda from his spatial storage and vigorously shook it. He then hurled it in the opposite direction of the pharmacy. The can flew far before crashing against the wall, exploding with a loud bang. Instantly, the zombies in the lobby were drawn towards the sound. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye dashed towards the pharmacy. In the blink of an eye, he covered the 50 meters, arriving at the pharmacy entrance. Upon opening the door, he swiftly entered and locked it behind him. Inside, a dozen zombies were meandering, and after a brief skirmish, Lin Ye eliminated them with ease. Transforming into a diligent worker bee, he began to scavenge. After more than 20 minutes, Lin Ye had collected all the medical supplies from the pharmacy. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as the top hospital in Jiangnan City, with an extensive and astonishingly large stock of various medications. After finishing his scavenging, Lin Ye checked the time and, seeing that it was still early, resolved to explore other areas, hoping to find a living doctor. Exiting the pharmacy while the zombies in the lobby remained distracted, he ventured deeper into the corridor. Soon, Lin Ye reached a corner of the corridor and paused, peeking around. There were not many zombies in the adjoining hallway, perhaps around 20. Drawing his axe, he charged in. After a flurry of bloodshed, the floor was littered with the corpses of the undead. With their skulls cleaved open, Lin Ye discovered a zombie crystal core. Subsequently, He activated his perception ability to scan the examination rooms along the corridor. After a thorough search, he found most to be empty, with only one or two indicating the presence of zombies, but no living souls. Having completed his exploration of the first floor, Lin Ye ascended to the second floor. Here, the number of zombies in the corridor was noticeably higher, tallying around 30 to 40. Undeterred, Lin Ye wielded his axe and, employing his abilities, swiftly dispatched them all. Continuing his use of perception, he searched for survivors. His perseverance bore fruit when he finally detected signs of life at the entrance to the internal medicine outpatient room. Forcefully, he opened the door and found a female doctor cowering in the corner, trembling. However, upon seeing Lin Ye in his security officer attire, she sprang to her feet in excitement. "Officer, hello." She began, but before she could finish her sentence, the exhaustion from days without food caused her to faint. Observing this, Lin Ye locked the door and approached her. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Name, Chen Shi, age, 27, build, 92, appearance, 93, overall, 92, meets system standards. To Lin Ye's surprise, she was indeed a beautiful doctor. He quickly lifted her and placed her on the table, producing a bottle of mineral water and gently pouring it into her cracked lips. Before long, Chen Shi stirred awake, her gaze landing on Lin Ye's tall and handsome visage. Seeing her regain consciousness, Lin Ye put away his phone and spoke calmly. "You're awake?" Perhaps it was the culmination of her fear and hunger over the past few days, or the thrill of encountering a rescue officer. But Chen Shi, visibly excited, inquired, "Officer, are you from the official rescue team? Have the zombies outside been eradicated?" Noting her fervent questions, Lin Ye raised a hand to silence her. "Doctor, I must apologize. I am neither a security officer nor part of the official rescue team. The zombies outside have not all been exterminated. If you wish to survive, you must answer a few questions." Chen Shi was taken aback by Lin Ye's words. "You're not a security officer? Then why are you dressed like one?" She retorted, suspicion etched on her face. Lin Ye chuckled softly. "Who says only security officers can wear this attire?" Immediately, Chen Shi grew wary. Having been holed up in her room for days, she was aware of the chaos unfolding outside through her phone. The world had descended into turmoil, with rampant criminal activities leading to the collapse of societal order. She regarded Lin Ye with apprehension, recalling the criminals outside. "Unfazet, Lin Ye pide sid on. Are there any other survivors in the hospital?" Chen Shi remained silent, her expression hostile as she regarded Lin Ye. Amused by her stubbornness, Lin Ye decided to tease her. Curious to see how long she could endure, he reached into his backpack and retrieved a bag of bread, casually eating it in front of her. Chen Shi's eyes widened at the sight of the bread. She had not eaten in days. Although Lin Ye had given her some water earlier, it only intensified her hunger. The aroma of the bread wafted through the air, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. As Lin Ye continued to ignore her, Chen Shi could not help but think, what a thoughtless man, devoid of any gentlemanly manners. After finishing the bread, Lin Ye produced a self-heating hot pot. While it cooked, he took out an apple and began to eat. Chen Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. This man seemed to possess an abundance of food, an extravagant display in such dire circumstances. Suddenly, her stomach betrayed her, growling audibly. Unable to bear Lin Ye's indifference any longer, she spoke up, "Excuse me, could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten in several days." Lin Ye glanced at her, but remained silent. Chen Shi, feeling frustrated, added, "How can you be so rude? I was just speaking to you." Lin Ye replied, "Rude?" It seems I was speaking to someone who was equally impolite. As Chen Shi felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment from his mockery, she stammered. Lin Ye, uninterested in further banter, interjected loudly. "Why are you being so evasive? If you wish to eat, please answer my questions honestly." Chen Shi was startled by Lin Ye's sudden shout. Observing the unkind expression on Lin Ye's face, she felt deflated and nodded obediently. Lin Ye then inquired, "Are there any other survivors in this hospital?" With a pained expression, Chen Shi replied, "I am unaware of the situation in other departments, but in my department, I am the sole survivor." Lin Ye recalled that the sign outside the examination room indicated it was the cardiovascular department and asked, "Are you an internist?" She shook her head. "No, I am a surgeon. Lin Ye was somewhat surprised to learn that this beautiful woman was a surgeon, as the sight of patients in surgery often elicits discomfort. Lin Ye asked, "How did you end up in this office?" Recalling the scene when a zombie outbreak first erupted, Chun-Shi still felt a shiver of fear. When the blood rain first began, the hospital's emergency hotline was overwhelmed. Initially, the doctors, adhering to their principles of healing, ventured into the blood rain to treat patients. However, they did not anticipate that even with extensive protective measures, it would be futile. Doctors who returned from rescue missions began showing symptoms of infection within a day. This forced the hospital administration to decide to cease external patient treatment. At first, the military intervened, bringing many patients to the hospital. Yet, similarly, anyone who entered the blood rain would become infected, leading to a significant number of soldiers also falling victim. Consequently, official rescue operations were abandoned. The hospital then shifted its focus entirely to treating the infected. Given that Jiangnan City's First People's Hospital was not only the best in the city, but also one of the top infectious disease research centers in the nation, it had been inundated with patients even before the apocalypse. After the outbreak of blood rain, the hospital was overcrowded. The inpatient wards were filled to capacity, with patients spilling into the corridors. As the number of infections rose and conditions worsened, the ghastly sights of the infected, combined with their anguished cries, created an atmosphere reminiscent of hell on earth. With the hospital's population burgeoning, vast amounts of resources were consumed daily. To ensure the hospital could swiftly develop a cure for the virus, the authorities organized military personnel into death squads to deliver supplies to the hospital. Even knowing they were likely heading to their deaths, soldiers volunteered daily. Thus, in the early days, the hospital's resources were not critically scarce, allowing Chun-Shi and her colleagues to survive the blood rain phase relatively unscathed. However, after 7 days had passed, despite the doctor's best efforts, the virus remained insurmountable. Many lives were lost during this time, and the morgue was overflowing with bodies. After 7 days, the blood rain ceased. Just as people began to celebrate the end of the disaster, the zombie virus erupted. Due to the multitude of infected individuals, the hospital was soon inundated with zombies. The inpatient department fell almost instantaneously, with only a few fortunate individuals managing to hide. Countless zombies rapidly spread outward, and the survivors in the hospital fled in panic. Chun-Shi was somewhat fortunate. When the zombie outbreak commenced, she had just finished her shift and was not in the inpatient department, having not contacted her family for days. She went to a secluded area on the second floor of the outpatient building to make a phone call. Just as she exchanged a few words with her mother, the zombie outbreak erupted. Suddenly, her mother's terrified voice came through the phone, followed by the sound of the phone crashing to the ground, and then the horrific screams of her mother. Moments later, the screams ceased, replaced by the sound of gnawing, as she frantically called out for her mother. Panic erupted within the hospital as people scattered to escape. Soon, zombies, drawn by the commotion, began to approach her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly fled, trying the doors of the examination rooms along the second-floor corridor. Due to the outbreak, all the doctors had been summoned to the inpatient department for assistance, and many doors were locked. As the number of zombies closing in on her increased, Chun-Shi began to feel hopeless. In a moment of desperation, she opened the door to the cardiovascular department. Upon entering, she quickly locked the door behind her, narrowly escaping disaster. Observing Chen Jusfidiktenet Demanor, Lin Ye Inwirit. Do you know if there are any other places in the hospital, aside from the pharmacy, where a substantial amount of medical supplies might be stored? Chapter 66. Accepting Chun-Shi, the emergence of Level 2 zombies. Chun-Shi fell silent once more. However, this time it was not an act of defiance. She gazed intently at the steaming, self-heating hot pot before her. Her stomach audibly protested once again. Seeing this, Lin Ye chuckled and pushed the hot pot towards her. Chun-Shi looked at Lin Ye in astonishment, unable to believe that this man was genuinely offering her food. Lin Ye similed Ganti. Go ahead, eat. Realizing he was sincere and not jesting, Chun-Shi promptly opened the hot pot. A fragrant, spicy aroma wafted through the air. Ignoring the heat, she picked up a piece of potato and blew on it vigorously. Watching her, Lin Ye couldn't help but smile inwardly, pleased that she was mindful of the temperature. However, after just a few blows, she eagerly popped the potato in her mouth, only to grimace as the heat made her wince. Nevertheless, she persevered and consumed it. Observing Chun Shi's ravenous demeanor, Lin Ye retrieved a bottle of water and handed it to her. She looked at him in astonishment once more. Through her phone, she had come to understand the immense value of food and water in their current predicament. The food Lin Ye had just provided her was worth its weight in gold to any woman without provisions. Suddenly, she felt she had misjudged this man. Thank you, she exclaimed. In no time, Chun Shi had devoured the hot pot, nearly drinking the broth. Noticing her lingering satisfaction, Lin Ye offered her a packet of instant noodles. Upon seeing the noodles, Chun Shi could no longer contain herself and suddenly burst into tears, embracing Lin Ye. Caught off guard by her sudden display of emotion, Lin Ye was momentarily at a loss. Just moments ago, she had scolded him, yet now she was weeping in his arms. Out of sympathy, Lin Ye gently patted Chun Shi's back. His intentions were purely to comfort the beautiful woman in his embrace. Unbeknownst to him, the past few days of the zombie outbreak had nearly pushed Chun Shi to the brink of collapse. Initially trapped in that room, she had sent out countless distress signals, all of which had gone unanswered. As time wore on, hope gave way to despair. In the WeChat group for her department, she found herself the only survivor. Through her phone, she learned that the outside world had descended into chaos. Hunger, thirst, loneliness, the loss of her parents, and the intermittent roars of zombies outside were gradually driving her to the edge of madness. She realized that no one was coming to rescue her. Thus, she huddled in a corner of the room, waiting slowly for death to arrive. She never anticipated that Lin Ye would appear at that moment. Just moments ago, she had sensed his kindness, causing her to lose control of her long-suppressed emotions. After a long while, Chun Shi regained her composure, feeling the gentle touch on her back. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she gently pushed Lin Ye away. At that moment, her modesty resurfaced. Noticing her reaction, Lin Ye nonchalantly released her. With Lin Ye no longer encroaching on her personal space, Chun Shi felt a sense of relief wash over her. Remembering Lin Ye's earlier question, she hurriedly responded. The handsome gentleman, there exists a central warehouse within the hospital, stocked with an abundance of medical supplies. It is located on the first floor of building number 3, adjacent to here. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye nodded slightly, expressed his gratitude, and prepared to leave. As Lin Ye approached the exit, Chun Shi grew anxious. She hurriedly exclaimed, Handsome, are you leaving? Lin Ye replied, Indeed. Chun Shi inquired, Could you possibly take me with you? Lin Ye regarded Chun Shi with a hint of amusement, stating, The outside world is fraught with danger. Why would I burden myself with you? Chun Shi retorted, But I just informed you about the location of the hospital supplies. Lin Ye pointed at the instant noodles in Chun Shi's hand and remarked, I exchanged food and water for this information. You must understand how precious these items are at this moment. Chun Shi fell silent, her face flushing red, struggling to respond, But, Lin Ye interjected. There are no buts. I'm a person who values fairness above all. If you wish to leave, let us see what you have to offer in exchange. Chun Shi regained her composure. She was not unreasonable. Lin Ye was correct. They were strangers, and he bore no obligation to save her. His previous generosity of food and water already demonstrated his goodwill. What else did she possess to barter with beyond her own body? As Chun Shi's expression fluctuated, Lin Ye smiled and said, If I were to take you with me, it is not out of the question. Upon hearing this, Chun Shi immediately asked, What are your conditions? Lin Ye continued, If you willingly become my maid, I shall assist you in escaping. However, all that you are will belong to me, and you must remain eternally loyal. Should I discover any disloyalty, I will not hesitate to end your life. Rest assured, as long as you accompany me, I shall provide you with ample food and security. Hearing Lin Ye's harsh terms, Chun Shi did not hesitate to agree, surprising Lin Ye somewhat. After enduring days of torment, Chun Shi was determined never to live such a life again. As long as she could escape, she would accept even the most stringent conditions. Lin Ye pondered briefly and instructed Chun Shi, Please wait here while I gather the medical supplies. I shall return to escort you out. Chun Shi considered that Lin Ye had no reason to deceive her and agreed. Lin Ye exited the door, closing it behind him. Given the hordes of zombies outside, he chose not to approach building number 3 directly, but instead retraced his steps to the underground parking lot. From there, he accessed the lower level of building No. 3 and ascended to the first floor via the stairs, dispatching all encountered zombies along the way. Lin Ye opened the large door to the central warehouse. Upon entry, he was astounded by the sight before him. Compared to this central warehouse, the previous pharmacy seemed trivial. The warehouse spanned nearly 2 standard football fields, neatly stocked with various medical supplies. From syringes and scalpels to an array of diagnostic instruments, it contained everything imaginable. More importantly, there was not a single zombie within. Lin Ye was elated and hastily began to store these supplies in his space. Just as he busied himself with the collection, a furious roar erupted from within the inpatient building. A second-tier zombie was born. Chapter 67. First encounter with a second-tier zombie in the evacuation of the hospital not long ago, in a room on the top floor of the inpatient building. A horde of zombies was feasting upon several fresh corpses, the last survivors of the building. After the outbreak, they had found themselves trapped here and lacking food. Their hunger drove them to target one another. They quickly conspired to find an unfortunate soul to kill and consume. However, when they bound this unfortunate individual in preparation for murder, the instinct for survival ignited an astonishing strength within him, coupled with days of starvation. The others were too weak to resist. The unfortunate soul swiftly broke free from his captors. Yet, this sudden burst of energy was fleeting, as he soon found himself exhausted. Witnessing the frenzied approach of the others, he decisively opened the door. If they were determined to end his life, he would ensure that they all perish together. In the midst of the others' panic, the door swung open, and the waiting zombies surged inside. The unfortunate soul offered no resistance as he succumbed to the ravenous bites of the zombies. He gazed at his trembling kin with a twisted smile of satisfaction. Subsequently, the others erupted into cries of anguish and curses. Before long, all survivors in the inpatient building had met their demise. While these zombies indulged in their feast, a zombie clad in a white coat underwent a transformation. Its murky eyes began to tremble violently, the vertebrae in its neck cracking like gears. It seemed as though something was awakening within. Its fingers began to crack, the segments of its digits elongating like stretched springs. The nails split and curled, revealing the blackened keratin beneath. Its raspy breaths escalated to a sharp shriek, the vocal cords tearing and reconstituting, sending shockwaves that caused droplets of blood to hover in the air. The most terrifying transformation occurred within its chest. The previously sunken ribs suddenly expanded outward, the skin tearing like paper to reveal the writhing muscle fibers beneath. The previously pallid tissue reddened at a visible pace, swelling and rolling like boiling tar, enveloping the bones within. As the scapula pierced through the skin, 2 rows of serrated bone spurs erupted, glinting with a metallic sheen. When it lifted its head again, the murky eyes were laced with a net of blood vessels, and the pupils contracted to pinprick size. It rose to its feet, shedding the decayed flesh that had fallen away, revealing fresh, vibrant flesh beneath. Its stature had increased by nearly 1/3, observing its kin competing for fresh flesh. A glimmer of intelligence flickered in its gaze. It swung a fist at a nearby zombie, instantly obliterating its skull. Then it seized the fresh flesh from the ground and devoured it. In no time, it consumed all the bodies within the room. Seemingly unsated, it sniffed the air and swiftly departed the room, heading downstairs. Lin Ye had been occupied in the central warehouse for nearly 2 hours, finally storing all the supplies in a space. Looking at the now barren warehouse, he prepared to return the way he came, intending to reunite with Chun Shi on the 2nd floor of the outpatient department. Shortly thereafter, Lin Ye arrived at the door of Chun Shi's examination room. Inside, Chun Shi had grown impatient, nearly convinced that Lin Ye had abandoned her and left the hospital. Just as she was about to stealthily open the door to assess the situation outside, Lin Ye swung it open. Upon seeing Lin Ye enter, Chun Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Once inside, Lin Ye informed her there are numerous zombies outside, and it is exceedingly perilous. Once we step out, there will be no turning back. Have you made up your mind? Chun Shi inhaled deeply and nodded affirmatively. Yes, I have made my decision. Lin Ye's expression turned serious as he continued. Since you have made your decision, I must lay out some ground rules to prevent any future regrets. When we go out, stay close to me. Regardless of what occurs, keep your mouth shut and make no sound. If your actions attract a horde of zombies, I will not hesitate to abandon you. Do you understand? After a moment of contemplation, Chun-Shi's eyes filled with determination as she replied, Master, I understand. Lin Ye then produced a bulletproof vest and helmet, handing them to Chun-Shi. Once she donned them, Lin Ye led her out of the examination room. Upon exiting, Chun-Shi was met with a sight of countless zombie corpses strewn across the ground. The grotesque and repulsive visages, accompanied by the foul stench, left her legs trembling and her stomach churning. However, Lin Ye showed no signs of stopping, continuing to walk ahead. She understood that Lin Ye was not jesting. He truly might abandon her. Thus, Chun-Shi gritted her teeth, striving to suppress her nauseating fear, and caught up with Lin Ye. Upon arriving at the first-floor hall, the sight of swarming, terrifying zombies made her teeth chatter uncontrollably. To stifle any sound born of her terror, she covered her mouth with her hand. Lin Ye employed the same tactic as before. He produced a can of soda and hurled it forcefully across the staircase. Instantly, the zombies in the hall were drawn toward the noise. At that moment, Lin Ye swiftly lifted Chun-Shi and dashed toward the staircase. In what felt like the blink of an eye, they had reached the staircase entrance. Lin Ye hurriedly shut the door and set Chun-Shi down. She stared at Lin Ye in disbelief. Was he even human? Before the apocalypse, not even Usain Bolt, the world's fastest sprinter, could have matched this speed. While she was still in shock, Lin Ye had already descended the stairs. Seeing this, Chun-Shi quickly followed. The pair finally arrived at the underground parking garage. Once there, Lin Ye retrieved a motorcycle from his spatial storage. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Chun-Shi stood in stunned silence. Lin Ye urged her to hurry and get on. Snapping back to reality, Chun-Shi immediately took her place behind Lin Ye. As the motorcycle roared to life, the surrounding zombies immediately surged toward them. Recognizing the impending danger, Lin Ye drew his handgun. With his left hand gripping the weapon and his right hand steering the motorcycle, he fired at any zombie daring to approach, each bullet striking true to the zombies' heads. Chun-Shi, seated behind Lin Ye, shut her eyes tightly, terrified by the onslaught of zombies. She bit her lip hard, clinging tightly to Lin Ye's waist. Soon, they burst forth from the hospital's underground garage. Just then, a level 2 zombie appeared at the hospital entrance. Upon spotting Lin Ye racing out, it sniffed the air, its eyes filled with an indescribable hunger. It sensed that devouring this man would yield immense benefits and hasten its evolution. Without hesitation, the level 2 zombie gave chase. Lin Ye, too, noticed this formidable creature. He aimed at the zombie's head and fired. However, as the gunshot rang out, the level 2 zombie evaded with remarkable agility. Lin Ye was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the hell, a level 2 zombie?" Chapter 68. Confrontation with the level 2 zombie. Although Lin Ye had sensed the potential emergence of level 2 zombies in the city center before arriving at the hospital, witnessing one in the flesh left him utterly astonished. It was astonishingly fast. The speed at which zombies evolved was beyond comprehension. At this stage, ordinary humans struggled immensely against the increasingly powerful level 1 zombies, let alone a level 2 zombie. Realizing this, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself for his earlier predictions. Faced with this situation, he decisively chose to retreat swiftly. It was not that he feared the level 2 zombie. In a one-on-one encounter, he believed he could contend with it using his current strength and the resources he had on hand. However, he was in the city center, surrounded by zombies, with no allies nearby, and Chun-Shi, a liability, in tow. Even if he could defeat the level 2 zombie, he would soon face hordes of level 1 zombies. Such overwhelming numbers could easily wear him down. Thus, the optimal solution was to evacuate immediately. Once out of the city center, he could seek a less populated area to devise a plan against the level 2 zombie. At that moment, a thought struck Lin Ye. As the zombies outside began to close in, forming a tightening noose, Lin Ye slammed the motorcycle's throttle down. The vehicle roared to life, surging forward like a wild stallion unleashed on the open road. He then began to fire at the level 1 zombies, blocking his path, each bullet finding its mark with deadly precision. Within moments, a gap opened in the encroaching horde of zombies. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye charged through. The level 2 zombie, enraged at the sight of its prey escaping, roared and quickened its pursuit. Along the way, it barreled through any level 1 zombies that dared to obstruct its path. In the back, Chun-Shi, hearing the level 2 zombies roar, couldn't help but glance back. The horrifying scenes reminiscent of video games and movies flashed before her eyes, leaving an indelible impression on her mind. She trembled uncontrollably, nearly losing control of herself. Quickly, she turned her head and shut her eyes tightly. But the terrifying visage of the level 2 zombie lingered in her thoughts. Clinging desperately to Lin Ye's waist, her body pressed against his back, the pressure contorting her form. The scent of a man emanating from Lin Ye provided her with a semblance of safety. At that moment, Lin Ye had no time to dwell on the softness against his back. His entire focus was on driving and shooting. He skillfully managed the speed of the motorcycle, while occasionally firing back to keep the level 2 zombie at bay. As time passed, Lin Ye finally exited the city center. The roads ahead became increasingly devoid of zombies and abandoned vehicles. After several more minutes, Lin Ye arrived at a stretch of road where not a single zombie could be seen. Recognizing the ripe opportunity, he sprang into action. From his spatial storage, he retrieved nearly 10 200-liter barrels of gasoline and rolled them onto the ground. The barrels rolled toward the approaching level 2 zombie, which remained oblivious to the impending danger. Just as it was about to pass the barrels, Lin Ye decisively halted the motorcycle, drew his handgun, and fired several shots. The bullets sliced through the air, accurately striking the gasoline barrels. With a series of deafening explosions, the barrels detonated, sending the nearby level 1 zombies flying. The shockwave knocked down zombies further away. Though Lin Ye was a considerable distance from the explosion's epicenter, he could still feel the intense heat wave washing over him. Flames engulfed everything around the explosion's core. Lin Ye widened his eyes, observing the fate of the level 2 zombie. Moments later, a figure staggered out from the inferno. Lin Ye gasped in shock. The ferocity of the explosion had not obliterated it. This creature was astonishingly resilient. The level 2 zombie now appeared utterly wretched. Its body was char-black, its white lab coat completely incinerated. Parts of its body were still ablaze. Its right arm had been blown off, and its left arm and legs were grotesquely deformed. As a gust of wind swept by, a strange odor of burnt flesh wafted through the air. Just as the gasoline barrels exploded, the level 2 zombie seemed to sense the danger, instinctively dodging aside and using 2 nearby level 1 zombies as shields. It covered its vital areas with its arms, a desperate maneuver that allowed it to survive. The immense force of the explosion obliterated the 2 level 1 zombies before impacting its arms and legs. The level 2 zombie was heavily injured, and the surrounding level 1 zombies were eradicated by the blast, leaving the ones behind trapped by the flames. Lin Ye swiftly lifted Chun-Shi from the ground. With a roar, the motorcycle surged towards the level 2 zombie. Chun-Shi watched Lin Ye charge at the creature, his mind racing in disbelief. Was Lin Ye seeking death? But if he wished to perish, must he drag me along? As Lin Ye barreled forward, the level 2 zombie clawed at the charred flesh of its own body, tearing away the burnt skin and muscle. New flesh writhed and twisted like a mass of wriggling worms, rapidly reconstituting itself into fresh skin and muscle. Lin Ye's heart sank at this astonishing regenerative ability. While navigating the motorcycle, he drew out a Type 96 automatic rifle and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the zombie's head. The creature, its legs deformed from the explosion, found itself severely hindered, unable to dodge effectively. In desperation, it raised its left arm to shield its head. The bullets rained down upon its arm, but failed to penetrate. Soon, Lin Ye found himself face to face with the level 2 zombie, which had nearly recovered from its injuries. Though still towering, it appeared significantly thinner than before. Realizing that shooting from a distance would yield no substantial damage, Lin Ye opted for close combat, wielding dual axes against the zombie. A flash of cold light glinted as he swung his right axe down, aiming for the creature's neck. However, the zombie reacted swiftly, raising its left arm to block the blow. To Lin Ye's astonishment, his current physical strength of 45 points was insufficient to sever the zombie's arm completely. The axe merely sliced through the muscle, inflicting minimal damage to the bone beneath. A surge of alarm coursed through Lin Ye. Indeed, the level 2 zombie possessed remarkable physical prowess. If one were to assign it a numerical value, its strength prior to injury would likely exceed 100 points. Presently, it must have been around 50 or 60 points. Fortunately, the earlier assault with the gasoline barrel had sapped some of its strength. Otherwise, relying solely on physical might would have led to his downfall. At that moment, the level 2 zombie suddenly opened its gaping maw and lunged for Lin Ye's neck. Chapter 69. Slaying the level 2 zombie, first detonation of the level 2 crystal core. Faced with this swift and ferocious strike, Lin Ye immediately activated his telekinetic ability. The zombie's head seemed to freeze in time, its mouth suspended just 10 centimeters from Lin Ye's neck. Yet, after a mere 2 seconds, the zombie regained its mobility and snapped its jaws shut, only to miss. Lin Ye seized that fleeting moment to pull his head back, evading the lethal bite. He realized that his telekinetic ability was still too weak. Against an opponent with superior physicality, he found himself lacking. He could only restrain the creature for a few seconds. Unlike previously when he had easily dispatched Wang Peng and Chu Jiahao, the zombie, frustrated by its failed attempt, prepared to bite Lin Ye once more. But this time, Lin Ye offered it no opportunity. As he had recoiled, he had swiftly stowed his left axe and produced a handgun, firing several shots at the zombie's head. Each bullet struck, causing its head to jerk back repeatedly. Unfortunately, the handgun's bullets lacked sufficient penetration power to breach the skull. Observing this, Lin Ye relinquished his right axe and stepped back. He then stored the handgun and retrieved a shotgun, aiming it at the zombie's head for a single shot. The zombie instinctively withdrew its left hand to shield its head, and the shotgun's pellets struck its arm instead. Yet Lin Ye remained undeterred. A smile crept across his face. It seemed the zombie preferred to guard its head, while continuing to fire and draw the zombie's attention. He stealthily retrieved all his automatic rifles and shotguns from his spatial storage, maneuvering them behind the zombie's head. He then activated his telekinetic ability once more. Within the 2 seconds of the zombie's immobilization, the guns unleashed a torrent of fire. This time, the creature's skull could no longer withstand the onslaught of heavy-caliber bullets and was finally penetrated. At that moment, Lin Ye felt his strength wane entirely. Without the ability to control the guns, they clattered to the ground. Without hesitation, he drew his axe and approached the zombie, summoning all his might to strike its head. With a relentless assault of blows, he cleaved through the zombie's skull after a dozen strikes. At that moment, a crimson zombie crystal core appeared before him. Lin Ye's heart surged with joy as he quickly picked it up. The system's voice echoed, detected zombie crystal core, level 2. Level 2 zombie crystal core can be used to enhance physical strength and abilities. Must reach pinnacle of level 1 in either strength or ability to consume. Observing the now dulled axe in his hand, Lin Ye contemplated briefly before stowing the level 2 zombie's corpse in his spatial storage. Meanwhile, level 1 zombies began to encircle him. Lin Ye hurriedly stored his weapons and motorcycle, then summoned the armored vehicle, climbing aboard. He drove the vehicle next to Chun Shi and urged the still-dazed girl. Again quickly, Chun Shi, awakening from her stupor, scrambled into the armored vehicle. Her legs felt utterly unresponsive. Once inside, her emotions remained tumultuous as she recalled the harrowing events that had transpired. Her feelings oscillated like a roller coaster. Initially, when a level 2 zombie was thwarted by the gasoline explosion, she felt a surge of elation, believing they might escape. However, when the zombie emerged unscathed, her anxiety surged anew, especially when Lin Ye chose not to retreat, but instead charged at the creature. In that moment, she wondered if Lin Ye had lost his mind. Was such reckless behavior even conceivable for a sane person? Yet, the subsequent events defied her expectations as Lin Ye succeeded in vanquishing the terrifying zombie. This outcome transcended her comprehension. The level 2 zombie was undeniably a monstrous entity, but Lin Ye appeared anything but human in that moment. Any ordinary person, upon witnessing the zombie's grotesque size and terrifying visage, would likely succumb to fear even while armed. Yet Lin Ye, with his dual axes, engaged the level 2 zombie head-on. Moreover, the sudden appearance of floating guns that fired autonomously underscored Lin Ye's formidable and mysterious nature. As Chun-Shi observed Lin Ye, who was intensely focused on driving, she felt a surge of inexplicable safety despite her shock. Lin Ye remained oblivious to her psychological transformation, lost in contemplation of the recent battle with the level 2 zombie. He reflected on the risks he had taken. In terms of raw physical strength, the level 2 zombie surpassed even a typical level 2 evolved human. While some evolved humans possessed abilities, the zombie's regenerative capacity was disturbingly potent. Had he not procured an ample supply of firearms from the security office before heading to the hospital, the outcome of the battle could have been uncertain had he relied solely on his physical strength and abilities. Furthermore, the zombie's resilience rendered small-caliber handgun bullets ineffective. What then? Of a level 3 zombie? Even high-caliber sniper rifles might prove futile against such a creature. Nonetheless, the outcome was gratifying. He had acquired a level 2 zombie crystal core, sufficient for himself and a few others. Yet, as he pondered this, a sense of impending danger crept in. The prevalence of level 2 zombies would only increase, particularly in densely populated areas. Upon returning, he resolved to prepare for a move away from the current community. Regarding the direction of development and the establishment of new strongholds, Lin Ye has already set his sights on a target. On his way back, a commotion erupted in the Jia-Yuan residential community due to the death of Chun-Hu. The group of about 10 subordinates who had followed Chun-Hu to Lin Ye's residence in Building 8, upon witnessing Chun-Hu's demise, fled in a panic. As they hurried down the staircase on the second floor, they were spotted by Chun-Hu's remaining subordinates, who were still ransacking for supplies. Observing their disarray, one of the subordinates asked what happened upstairs. Was there thunder? The frightened subordinates from above ignored him, desperately rushing toward the underground parking garage. Ultimately, the last person in line could not restrain himself and shouted, "Run! That honest man upstairs has a gun." The noise we heard earlier was gunfire. Brother who has been downed. He is likely in dire straits. Just then, a series of sharp sounds echoed from above, the unmistakable sound of the women, led by Zhong Wanqing, practicing shooting with Chun-Hu's weapon. The subordinates on the second floor halted their actions, exchanging anxious glances before hastily making their way to the underground garage. They feared that if they delayed any longer, Lin Ye would come down and open fire on them. Chapter 70. The fall of the leader and the dispersal of minions' reactions from all sides when this group of subordinates finally reached the underground garage and saw that Lin Ye had not pursued them. They paused, panting heavily. They exchanged glances, uncertain of their next move. At that moment, one of them inquired, "What will we do now?" The gun fired again. Brother who is likely beyond saving. Another chimed in, "With Brother who gone, why don't we seek refuge with Brother Tao in Building 7? He has been with Brother who the longest." Nearby, another individual, a newcomer who had only joined Chun-Hu the previous night, reacted with disdain. "Zhou Tao, what does he amount to? I came here for Chun-Hu's reputation. That honest man clearly has enmity with Chun-Hu and Zhou Tao. Who knows if he will come after Zhou Tao next? I'm not going to stick around and accompany Zhou Tao to his demise. Now that Chun-Hu is dead, I might as well seek refuge with another leader." With that, he dashed toward Building 9. The others, observing his retreat, understood his intentions but said nothing to deter him, as they felt his reasoning was sound. They had allied with Chun-Hu merely for sustenance. With Chun-Hu now unreliable, having perished after encountering trouble, there was no reason to hesitate. They rushed to seize the spoils Chun-Hu had accumulated, whether for personal use or as an introductory gift to another leader. Coincidentally, Zhou Tao's group was still in Building 7. This would reduce the competition for resources, allowing them to gather more for themselves. Thus, the crowd surged toward Building 9. Soon, they arrived at Chun-Hu's lair. Inside, a few subordinates guarding the premises were perplexed by the swift return of those who had gone to scavenge. Upon entering, those outside rushed straight to Chun-Hu's bedroom. Just as they attempted to block the way, they learned that Chun-Hu had been eliminated. Without a moment's hesitation, they joined in, collectively smashing open the bedroom door and storming inside. Upon seeing the vast cache of supplies hoarded by Chun-Hu, their eyes gleamed with greed. They began to curse Chun-Hu and lunge forward. The front line of individuals seized large bags of supplies and attempted to flee. However, those behind them became incensed. With nearly 30 people present, if a few each took a bag, what would be left for the others? Before the front group could exit the bedroom, they were overwhelmed and brought down by the throng behind them, leading to a chaotic scramble for the supplies. Before long, the bags were torn apart, scattering food and water across the floor. At that moment, someone shouted, "Zhou Tao's group is coming." Panic spread among the crowd. If Zhou Tao and his men caught them, they would surely face dire consequences. Thus, they hastily shed their clothing, disregarding how much they could grab, and wrapped up the scattered food and water before rushing out the door back to their original homes. Meanwhile, the women who had been confined nearby heard the commotion. With the guards now occupied with the ongoing chaos, no one was left to watch over them. The women stealthily made their exit. In a short while, the subordinates in the bedroom had nearly depleted Chun Hu's supplies and fled, leaving behind a scene of utter disarray. Noticing the silence in Chun Hu's room, the women summoned their courage and ventured inside. Upon entering, they found the space deserted, though the floor was littered with crushed food and water. They wasted no time, stuffing the salvaged items into their mouths. In the ensuing frenzy over the food and water, the women began to fight amongst themselves. Just as they were caught up in their struggle, Zhou Tao's group, which had just come from Building 7, arrived. Earlier, after Lin Ye dispatched Zhou Tao in the underground garage, his men scattered, only to regroup, intending to claim Chun Hu's resources for themselves. Unfortunately, they arrived too late. Staring at the empty bedroom, the bewildered group of over 20 men exclaimed, "Where are the supplies?" Through a brief interrogation of the women, they learned of Chun Hu's demise and that his resources had been divided among the group that had gone to Building 8 and the ones who had remained behind. They began to curse the others for their lack of honor. At that moment, Zhao Heng, mingling among the crowd and seeing no resources to claim, set his sights on the women before him. He approached and grabbed a particularly appealing woman, dragging her out. Just as she attempted to resist, he swiftly struck her several times, causing her to comply. Observing this, the other subordinates quickly followed suit, beginning to seize women as well. Since they could not acquire supplies, taking a woman home was a consolation. Having something in hand was certainly better than returning empty-handed. In no time, the women in the room were entirely taken. As the other leaders commenced their resource raids in their designated buildings, they gradually received reports from their subordinates. These reports indicated that Chun Hu's men were arriving with women or supplies seeking refuge. Initially, the leaders were skeptical, questioning whether it was a trick devised by Chun Hu to plant spies among them. However, upon further reflection, they dismissed this notion. Who would willingly announce themselves as a spy? Consequently, the leaders summoned Chun Hu's subordinates for inquiries. Before long, the entire community learned that Chun Hu had gone to Building 8 to confront the so-called honest man, only to find himself outmatched and killed, with his body left beneath Building 8. Subsequently, someone shared a photo of Chun Hu's corpse in the group chat, causing an uproar among the residents. They were astonished that the first self-proclaimed leader in the community had met such a fate. Then, even more shocking news surfaced. The honest man possessed a firearm. Upon hearing this, the other leaders could no longer sit idly. They had not anticipated that such a formidable figure lurked within their community. To Lin Ye, these so-called leaders were merely a swarm of ants. But to the leaders, Lin Ye's emergence had irrevocably disrupted the delicate power balance within the community. In the face of a gun, an undeniable truth of mortal existence, fear gripped everyone. Consequently, the owners of the buildings collectively ceased their plundering of other blocks, retreating to their respective lairs to observe whether Lin Ye would make any further moves. At this juncture, the owner of Building 5, Zhou Jiaxuan, took the initiative to establish a new group, inviting all building owners within the community to join. In Chapter 71, the reactions of the other owners unfolded within the group. Xuezong Xiao from Building 15 exclaimed, "Damn that Chun Hu! If he seeks death, so be it, but to unleash such a merciless individual upon us is intolerable." Wang Chong from Building 12 concurred, "Indeed, Chun Hu is nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. He may have met his end, but he has left us in dire straits." Chao Bo from Building 3 added, "That so-called trustworthy individual has concealed himself remarkably well. Chun, who only struck after knocking on his door. Pang Xiaodong from Building 18 remarked. True, but this so-called trustworthy individual is no easy target. I heard from one of Chun Hu's former underlings that when Chun Hu arrived with a dozen subordinates, this individual opened the door and, without a second thought, eliminated one of Chun Hu's men before shooting Chun Hu in the leg twice. He proceeded to turn Chun Hu into a sieve, all without batting an eye. Clearly, he is not to be trifled with. While Pang Xiaodong's initial assertion was factual, the latter part was embellished by Chun Hu's subordinate. Wang Chong from Building 12 interjected. I have also heard that this trustworthy individual wields a dark hand and is surrounded by stunning women. The beauty who opened the door for Chun Hu was an absolute knockout. After this individual emerged, he was followed by 4 or 5 more beautiful women, all of whom were stars or internet celebrities. Shuet Song Xiao from Building 15 inquired, Is that true? Have you seen them? Wang Chong replied, There's no way it could be false. The popular figure known as Lin Ye Xiao from a certain platform was one of his companions. Shuet Song Xiao exclaimed, Wow, I know Lin Ye Xiao. She is incredibly beautiful. With so many lovely women around, how can this scoundrel withstand it? Sensing the conversation veering off course, group leader Zhou Jiaxuan interjected, Everyone, our foremost priority should be to discuss how to address this trustworthy individual. Shuet Songqiao replied, What can we do? He is armed. Pang Xiaodong added, Moreover, I suspect he has plenty of ammunition. He fired numerous rounds when he took out Chun Hu and later eliminated Zhou Tao, one of Chun Hu's subordinates, in the underground garage. If he didn't have ample bullets, would he dare to act so recklessly? Chao Bo remarked, This is indeed problematic. If he has limited ammunition, we might sacrifice our subordinates to overwhelm him. But if he possesses a significant number of bullets, who would dare to approach him uninvited? Wang Chong cautioned, Brothers, I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but I suspect he may have more than just one handgun. He might possess other weapons as well. Shuet Songqiao exclaimed, No way. Our Xia country is notorious for strict gun control. Having even one handgun is remarkable. How could he possibly have more? Chaobo questioned, So what do we do now? Should we simply surrender? Shuet Songqiao declared, Impossible. I will never surrender. Zhou Jiaxuan reassured. Everyone, it's not as dire as it seems. Shuet Songqiao pressed, Zhou, what do you mean? Zhou Jiaxuan explained, I reviewed the information in the property management group. This trustworthy individual only posted a request for female servants in exchange for food and has remained silent since. It was only after Chun Hu's provocation that he was compelled to retaliate. He had never previously made an appearance or claimed ownership of Building 8. Gaobao in Gui, are you suggesting that as long as we don't provoke him, he won't come after us? Zhou Jiaxuan affirmed, that is one way to look at it. However, to be safe, we should avoid going to Building 8 altogether. If we venture there to plunder resources and inadvertently disturb him, he might retaliate with gunfire, which would be a costly mistake. Pang Xiaodong proposed, since this trustworthy individual does not seem to be the type to instigate trouble, perhaps we should proactively visit him and introduce ourselves. We can promise him that Building 8 will remain his territory, and we won't encroach upon it. Likewise, he cannot intervene in the affairs of other buildings. We can coexist peacefully. Wang Chong agreed. Pang's suggestion holds merit. However, isn't it a bit too risky for us to visit him in person? What if we are ambushed? He suggested sending subordinates instead. Chao Bo countered. Sending our underlings to greet him is hardly better. What if he feels insulted and retaliates? Zhou Jiaxuan noted. Sending a subordinate might indeed lack respect. Shuet Songqiao boldly stated. With so many of us, what is there to fear? Let us bring along more subordinates and confront him together. I refuse to believe that one man with a gun can take us all down. If he is reasonable, that's best. We are not unreasonable people. If he is not, then we shall have no choice but to fight. Chao Bo concurred. Shui is right. It's getting late. Shall we plan to go together tomorrow morning? Pang Xiaodong agreed. I think that's a good idea. Let us gather at the underground garage at 9:30 a.m. and then proceed together. What does everyone think? Wang Chong responded affirmatively. Sounds good. Shuet Songqiao echoed, agreed. Zhou Jiaxuan concluded, All right, since we have reached a consensus, we shall meet in the underground garage tomorrow morning. Thus, the community fell into a brief, eerie silence as each owner retreated to their respective lairs, instructing their subordinates to refrain from wandering. Meanwhile, in room 1601 of Building 8, Lu Yuan and Li Ye, after tidying up their new room, settled on the sofa in the living room to engage in casual conversation. Li Ye turned to Lu Yuan and asked, "Brother Yuan, did you notice the technique that Madame Zhong used when she opened the door? Did you see it clearly?" Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm not entirely sure. I only felt a noticeable drop in temperature when Madame Zhong turned the doorknob. When I touched the handle after closing the door, it felt icy cold, as though it had just been taken from a freezer. I suspect that Madame Zhong, like our boss, possesses some sort of supernatural ability." Li Ye, upon hearing Lu Yuan's analysis, was taken aback. "Wow, how come all the boss's women are so formidable?" He continued, a look of fear crossing his face. "Fortunately, we didn't exhibit any ill intentions toward the boss's wives earlier. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how we perish." Lu Yuan gave Li Ye a knowing look and added, "Do you think the boss is so at ease letting us meet his wives? If these women lack self-defense skills, would the boss leave such stunning beauties in the community while he goes out scavenging alone?" Li Ye, having a moment of clarity, suggested, "Brother Yuan, do you think this could be the boss testing us?" Lu Yuan considered and nodded. "It's possible, but let us not overthink it. In chaotic times, ability is secondary. Loyalty is paramount. As long as we remain loyal and diligent while following such a capable and resourceful boss, we will not fare poorly." Li Ye quickly agreed, "Yes. Brother Yuan, you make a valid point." Earlier, Madame Zhong and the two similarly appearing ladies exhibited commendable character. However, not long after, Li Ye began to feel increasingly unwell. He sensed a gradual onset of fatigue and weakness in his limbs, coupled with a decline in his mental state. The volume of his conversation with Lu Yuan diminished significantly. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan noticed Li Ye's unusual demeanor and inquired, "Brother, what is wrong? Why is your face so pale?" Li Ye waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's nothing. I might have exerted myself a bit too much earlier, and now I'm feeling a bit tired." Lu Yuan, struck by a sudden thought, approached and touched Li Ye's forehead. "You are burning up." A foreboding sensation washed over him. He quickly pulled aside Li Ye's clothing to examine the grievous wound that had penetrated to the bone. The skin around the injury was severely inflamed and swollen, with pus oozing from the site, releasing a foul odor. The infection had intensified. The anti-inflammatory medication previously administered had proven insufficient. Lu Yuan hastily fetched water and more medication for Li Ye, ensuring he swallowed the pills. He then retrieved sterilization supplies to clean the wound once more. After meticulously dressing the injury, he laid Li Ye back on the sofa. Observing the worry etched on Lu Yuan's face, Li Ye smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's nothing. Yuan Yi, I'm just a bit fatigued. A little rest will do me good." Lu Yuan managed a strained smile, urging, "Brother, please refrain from speaking and rest well." Li Ye nodded and closed his eyes. Time passed slowly as Lu Yuan intermittently felt Li Ye's forehead. The situation showed no signs of improvement. Li Ye's body grew increasingly warm. Watching Li Ye's pained expressions in his sleep, Lu Yuan seemed to resolve himself. He strode out of room 1601 and approached room 1602, knocking on the door. When Madame Zhong opened it, Lu Yuan immediately knelt on the ground, pleading, "Madame Zhong, please save Li Ye." Startled by Lu Yuan's actions, Madame Zhong quickly asked, "Get up and speak. What has happened?" Lu Yuan remained kneeling, briefly explaining Li Ye's deteriorating condition and high fever due to the worsening infection of his wound. After listening, Madame Zhong pondered for a moment and instructed, "Please wait here." She then entered the house and rummaged through the medicine cabinet, instructing Nanji Wei to bring a large bucket of purified water and several spare towels to the door. Next, she headed to the kitchen, filled a plastic bag with water, and used her ice manipulation ability to freeze it into ice cubes. Finally, she returned to the door, handing Lu Yuan the fever-reducing medication, ice cubes, purified water, and towels, saying, "Take these with you. Once back, give Li Ye the fever medication, and use the ice and water to cool him down physically. There's a kettle over there. Make sure he drinks warm water. For now, This is the best we can do. We'll see what to do when my husband returns. Gratefully accepting the items from Madame Zhong, Lu Yuan exclaimed, Thank you. Thank you, both ladies. I express my gratitude on behalf of Li Jie. There is indeed a kettle. I will return at once. Madame Zhong replied, Go ahead. Lu Yuan hurriedly carried the items back into room 1601 to continue caring for Li Jie. Watching Lu Yuan's departing figure, Madame Zhong sighed. At that moment, she felt she had done all she could. If Li Jie's condition worsened further, they would have to wait for Lin Ye's return. Yet, she regarded Lu Yuan with newfound respect. In this apocalyptic world, the majority of individuals were selfish and self-serving. People would resort to any means necessary to survive. Even familial bonds could be severed in the face of self-interest. To her surprise, Lu Yuan had knelt before her in earnest appeal for Li Jie's sake. Clearly, her husband had an excellent eye for character. Lu Yuan was indeed a subordinate worth nurturing. However, she couldn't help but worry whether Li Jie could endure this ordeal. With that thought, Madame Zhong sighed once more and closed the door. Soon, evening descended upon them. Lin Ye and she finally returned to the underground parking garage of the community. Shortly thereafter, Lin Ye entered Building 8, room 1602. Upon opening the door, he was immediately embraced by Madame Zhong, followed by the other women gathering around him, all wearing expressions of joy. Lin Ye greeted each of the 5 women with a kiss, and then introduced Chun Shi, saying this is Chun Shi, a surgeon from Jiangnan City's First People's Hospital. She will be your new sister. Please treat her well henceforth. Chun Shi promptly stepped forward to greet the women. Hello, sisters, I am Chun Shi. I hope you will take good care of your younger sister. Madame Zhong, now indifferent to who entered their circle, greeted Chun Shi graciously. Sisters Song Xinyan and Song Xinyao, possessing amiable personalities, also welcomed Chun Shi warmly. However, Lu Rubai and Nan Jiwei felt considerable pressure, particularly Nan Jiwei. Although she had only arrived yesterday, she quickly realized that she needed to secure her place by Lin Ye's side. Following him ensured not only ample sustenance and warmth, but also a sense of security. Moreover, Lin Ye possessed the extraordinary zombie crystal that could enhance abilities. Today, she and Lu Rubai had been inquiring about the details regarding Madame Zhong and Song Xinyan, adopting a humble demeanor. Madame Zhong, overwhelmed by their persistent questions, finally relented and, with Lin Ye's consent, shared information about zombies, crystals, abilities, and enhancements. Both women listened intently, and as their understanding deepened, their desire for the zombie crystals intensified. Remembering that even Song Xinyao had consumed a crystal, Nan Jiwei felt an overwhelming sense of regret, wishing she could slap herself for not acting sooner and allowing Song Xinyao to benefit. Now, Lin Ye brought back a stunning beauty, a doctor no less. A sense of unprecedented urgency surged within Nan Jiwei. Recalling Lu Rubai's private suggestion at noon, she, who had previously hesitated, now resolved to act decisively. Chapter 73. Lin Ye returns to treat Li Jie upon entering the room. Lin Ye immediately instructed Chun Shi to freshen up. He then settled onto the sofa to rest. At this moment, Madame Zhong approached Lin Ye and succinctly recounted the recent events that had transpired in the community. Lin Ye, after hearing her account, chuckled disdainfully, harboring an increased contempt for the so-called leaders of the building. Merely exposing his firearm had sent them retreating in fear. Madame Zhong continued, Dear, Lu Yuan and Li Jie have been arranged in the adjacent room. They managed to eliminate the zombie inside. However, Li Jie's condition is quite concerning. Lin Ye inquired, What happened? What's wrong? Madame Zhong informed him of Li Jie's worsening infection and high fever, as well as Lu Yuan's earnest plea for help. After listening, Lin Ye held Lu Yuan in higher regard. He remarked to Madame Zhong, Lu Yuan is quite capable. He is worth nurturing further. Madame Zhong nodded in agreement. Yes, dear. However, I am concerned about Li Jie's current state. Lin Ye reassured her, once Chun Shi finishes freshening up, I will take her over to check on him. As a surgeon, she should be able to handle the situation. Furthermore, we gathered a significant amount of medical supplies at the hospital today. The other women nearby beamed with joy, exclaiming, You are amazing, dear. Thank you for your hard work. Before long, Chun Shi emerged from the bathroom, her eyes slightly reddened. While washing up, The warm water cascading over her body had reminded her of the days filled with fear and hunger she had endured. She couldn't help but burst into tears. She approached Lin Ye's side. Noticing the unusual expression on her face, Lin Ye inquired, "What is wrong?" She looked at Lin Ye, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It's nothing, master. I just had my first hot shower, and I'm a little overwhelmed." Lin Ye nodded and continued, "There's a patient nearby who has suffered a knife wound. Shall I take you to see him?" Chun-Shi immediately nodded, "Of course, master. I will accompany you now." Lin Ye turned to Zhong Wanqing and said, "Wanqing, please have them prepare a few more dishes. We've worked quite hard today." Zhong Wanqing quickly responded, "All right, darling." Then, Lin Ye led Chun-Shi to room 1601. Inside room 1601, Lu Yuan was anxiously watching Li Jie, who was in excruciating pain. Upon returning, Lu Yuan had given Li Jie antipyretics, but his high fever had recurred soon after subsiding, even worse than before. He could only continuously sponge Li Jie with cold water for physical cooling, but the effect was minimal. He contemplated seeking help from Zhong Wanqing again, but he realized she had already exhausted her available medications. Now, he could only wait for Lin Ye to return to see if he had a solution. Just as Lu Yuan was becoming frantic, the door to room 1601 swung open. Seeing Lin Ye at the entrance, he hurriedly welcomed him inside. As Lin Ye entered the living room, Lu Yuan immediately knelt down, desperation etched on his face. "Master, master, please save Li Jie. Please save him." Lin Ye helped him to his feet and asked, "Stand up first. What is Li Jie's current condition?" Lu Yuan quickly briefed Lin Ye on Li Jie's status and the measures he had taken. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye turned to Chun-Shi, who was standing behind him, and asked, "Can he be saved?" At that moment, Lu Yuan noticed Chun-Shi entering the room. Having just finished her shower, she radiated beauty. Lu Yuan glanced at her before quickly diverting his gaze, his heart racing with astonishment. "Wow, I haven't seen such a stunning beauty before. Did the master just bring her back today? He is truly remarkable to find such a gorgeous woman so effortlessly." And from the master's tone, could she be a doctor? With this thought, Lu Yuan felt a glimmer of hope. Chun-Shi stepped forward to carefully examine Li Jie's condition. After a short while, she addressed Lin Ye, "Master, he has developed an infection from his knife wound, resulting in a persistent high fever. I noticed that the wounds have worsened slightly, but it is not too severe. However, if we delay until tomorrow or longer, it could become problematic. We need to thoroughly clean his wounds, administer and drip, and inject antibiotics. Afterward, he must rest and take medication while waiting for the wounds to heal. Unfortunately, I currently lack the necessary medications and equipment." Lin Ye waved his hand. "You need not worry about that. Just tell me what you require." Chun-Shi promptly listed the medical instruments and medications she would need. With a wave of Lin Ye's hand, all the required items appeared on the coffee table. Chun-Shi was once again astonished, as Lin Ye had not disclosed anything about his ability to manipulate space. Thus, she remained oblivious to the source of his powers. Chun-Shi then proceeded to disinfect her hands, donned a white coat, placed a surgical cap on her head, and put on medical gloves. She then began to disinfect and stitch up Li Jie's wounds. Lu Yuan also changed into the same attire and assisted her. Before long, Chun-Shi had completed the cleaning and stitching, and she started the drip for Li Jie. Turning to Lin Ye, she said, "Master, it is all taken care of. Let him finish these 4 bags for today and take the prescribed medications. I estimate that by the time the 4 is finished, his fever should subside. Afterward, he just needs to rest and avoid exertion until his wounds heal." Lin Ye nodded, "All right, thank you for your hard work." He then addressed Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, did you remember everything Chun-Shi said?" Lu Yuan knelt again, filled with gratitude, and exclaimed, "Master, I have memorized everything." "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Madam Chun." Upon hearing Lu Yuan call her Madam, Chun-Shi's face flushed. At that moment, Lin Ye, using his perceptive abilities, noticed that Lu Yuan's aura had shifted from light green to medium green and was progressing to dark green. Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction and helped Lu Yuan to his feet. "Lu Yuan, I leave this to you. Chun-Shi and I will head out first. These provisions should last you for a few days. If any issues arise, seek me out later." As he spoke, Lin Ye retrieved some food from his space and handed it to Lu Yuan, which included essential supplements for the patient. Lu Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears upon seeing this. "Thank you, master. I, Lu Yuan, vow." Lin Ye interrupted Lu Yuan's vow. "In this post-apocalyptic world, I do not place faith in vows. I will assess your future actions instead." "Lu Yuan, you are an intelligent person, and I can see you are loyal and righteous. That is commendable. As long as you remain absolutely loyal to me, I will not treat you unfairly." Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, wore a serious expression and nodded earnestly. "Yes, master. I will strive to prove myself." Chapter 74. The decisions of Lu Rumei and Nanjue. Lin Ye and Chun Shi exited room 1601 under Lu Yuan's respectful escort. Upon returning to the living room of room 1602, they were greeted by an array of sumptuous dishes laid out on the dining table. As soon as Chun Shi entered, she was enveloped by the savory aromas of the food. Witnessing the abundant spread, her eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly the post-apocalyptic world? The ingredients in upscale restaurants before the apocalypse were never this lavish. Lin Ye took his seat at the head of the table, and the ladies followed suit. Once Lin Ye picked up his chopsticks and said, "Let us eat," the women began to indulge. While dining, Lin Ye sensed that Nanjue was stealing glances at him from time to time, as was Lu Rumei. Were these two young ladies plotting? Initially, Chun Shi ate with some restraint, but as the meal progressed, she completely let go and feasted joyfully. Shortly after dinner concluded, while the ladies were tidying up the table, Lin Ye went to the bathroom to wash up. When he finished and exited the bathroom, the ladies had also completed their cleanup and were chatting in the living room. Lin Ye immediately joined them, engaging in playful games. During this time, he was happily surrounded by the ladies. Before long, the clock struck 10, and as the activities came to an end, the ladies began to wash up and return to their rooms. At that moment, Zhong Wanqing turned to Lin Ye and said, "Darling, tonight Chun Shi will sleep with me." Lin Ye chuckled. "Then where shall I sleep tonight?" Zhong Wanqing replied earnestly, "Darling, you can sleep in the guest room tonight. Rumei and Jiwei have been asking me all day. As the first wife, I understand the importance of fairness and balance. Although I would love for you to be with me every night, occupying you every day would indeed be unfair to the other ladies and could hinder future interactions." Seeing how considerate Zhong Wanqing was, Lin Ye felt a surge of emotion. He gently kissed her forehead and said, "My Wanqing truly understands the bigger picture. I can entrust the household affairs to you, and I will rest easy." Hearing Lin Ye's praise, Zhong Wanqing smiled happily and then took Chun Shi by the hand, leading her toward the master bedroom. Lin Ye then walked into the guest room. Inside the guest room, Lu Rumei and Nanjue had changed into beautiful pajamas. Nanjue wore a nervous expression, glancing anxiously at Lu Rumei. Noticing her unease, Lu Rumei quickly stepped in to offer encouragement. "Counselor, do not fret. The master remains ever gentle. Behold, today he has returned with yet another enchanting beauty, and the women surrounding him will only multiply. We must seize the opportunity to serve the master well tonight, striving to earn his recognition and thus receive his favor." Just a few days prior, Lu Rumei could scarcely believe such words would escape her lips. Previously, she held reservations about sharing Lin Ye with other women. Yet as the number of those vying for his attention grew, each equally stunning, her anxiety intensified. In the pre-apocalyptic world, her ability to captivate the men around her was effortless, but now that skill proved futile. Lin Ye's display of strength and mystery captivated her, compelling her to adapt for survival. She even persuaded Nanjue to join her in seeking Lin Ye. At that moment, Lin Ye entered. Lu Rumei immediately approached him. Chapter 75. A unique reward after some time. Lin Ye examined the system's information. Name, Nanjue. Age, 25. Physique, 96. Appearance, 95 overall, 95 loyalty. 75. Lin Ye was taken aback by the system's information. He had not anticipated that Nanjue would unlock such high loyalty on her first attempt, just 5 points shy of the critical threshold of 80. Upon reaching this milestone, not only would new rewards be available, but the likelihood of betrayal would diminish greatly. Subsequently, the following system information caught Lin Ye's attention. Goddess Lu Rumei, loyalty 5. Ding. Current goddess, Lu Rumei's loyalty exceeds 80. System grants reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 plunder crystals. Lin Ye felt a surge of joy. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Rumei's loyalty had precisely reached 80. He proceeded to review the details of the acquired items. Plunder crystal, and use capable of stealing the abilities awakened in other humans. Upon use by unawakened or failed candidates, they will directly acquire abilities. To steal an ability, place the plunder crystal on the forehead of the target. For use, consume as normal. This item is special and cannot be returned to the system. Lin Ye was astounded by the description of the plunder crystal. Such an item existed? It was utterly extraordinary. Just yesterday, he lamented the failed awakening of Song Xinyao, and now the system had rewarded him with this remarkable object. With this, he would no longer need to fear the failure of the women around him in awakening their abilities. Moreover, in a certain sense, the stolen abilities would surpass naturally awakened ones, as the latter were random. Should a useless ability be awakened, it would be a wasted opportunity. In contrast, the stolen abilities were controllable. He would undoubtedly encounter enemies with powerful abilities in the future. As long as he defeated them, he could steal their abilities and bestow them upon his women or loyal subordinates. This meant that each powerful enemy vanquished would result in the acquisition of a formidable ally. The only lament was that this item was unique and could not be returned to the system. However, Lin Ye rationalized that this was reasonable. If it could be returned, chaos would ensue. One could easily plunder a common ability, then return thousands, even tens of thousands through the system, recruiting countless subordinates, all awakened with abilities. Setting aside the issue of loyalty, with such power amidst the apocalypse, Lin Ye could only exclaim, "Who else is there?" Moreover, receiving 10 plunder crystals was more than sufficient for Lin Ye's current and future needs. He pondered whether the system would reward him with such valuable items again. With this in mind, he was eager to reward Lu Rumei, the great contributor. However, seeing Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei already fast asleep, he decided to wait until dawn. Initially, he intended to gift Lu Rumei a zombie crystal as a reward, as her loyalty had just reached 80, meeting his minimum standard for granting such a gift. Thus, he would save this surprise for her in the morning. Chapter 76. Lu Rumei consumes the crystal the next morning, after a night had passed. Lin Ye awoke to find Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei already up. He joined them in the living room, where they had prepared breakfast, eagerly awaiting his arrival. After the meal, Lin Ye called Lu Rumei into the guest room. Upon entering, Lu Rumei leaped towards him. Seeing her eager demeanor, Lin Ye smiled and produced a zombie crystal, presenting it to her. Lu Rumei stared at the crystal for a moment, then uncertainly asked, "Master, is this for me?" Lin Ye nodded. "Rumei, I have witnessed your transformation. I have promised not to mistreat those loyal to me. This crystal is yours, and I trust you understand the precautions for its use." Tears welled in Lu Rumei's eyes as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Master. Thank you." The precautions were explained to me by Sister Wan Qing. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Goddess Lu Rumei, loyalty 5. Lin Ye chuckled and urged, then hastened to consume it. Taking a deep breath, Lu Rumei nodded, "Yes, Master." She placed the crystal in her mouth. Half an hour later, her physical enhancement concluded, and Lin Ye quickly checked her information through the system. Goddess Lu Rumei, physique 19, normal humans rate 10, encompassing strength, agility, resistance, and recovery. Ability, awakening failed. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. The probability of a successful awakening remained dismally low. However, he reconsidered. Lu Rumei's failure to awaken might not be entirely disadvantageous. With the plunder crystal, he might later secure a powerful ability for her, simultaneously enhancing her loyalty, a double benefit. At that moment, Lu Rumei finally grasped the sentiments of Zhong, Wanqing, and the others. She felt an unprecedented lightness coursing through her body. She attempted to activate her ability, but after several attempts with no response, she realized she had, like Song Xinyao, failed to awaken. Anxiously, she looked at Lin Ye and said, "Master, did I fail to awaken?" Lin Ye nodded, reassuring her, "Rumei, do not dwell on it. The odds of awakening are inherently low, with only a small fraction achieving success. Your physique is now capable of surpassing most individuals. Moreover, You will receive a crystal daily, continuously enhancing your body. Hearing Lin Ye's comforting words and promises, Lu Rumei felt considerably better. At that moment, the system announced, Goddess Lu Rumei, Loyalty 5. Lin Ye felt a surge of joy as Lu Rumei's loyalty reached 90 points. She would never betray him. Observing Lu Rumei, now soiled, he instructed, Rumei, go cleanse yourself. Since you did not awaken successfully, you must work harder. I will teach you the use and techniques of both cold and hot weapons. You must study diligently, understand? Lu Rumei eagerly nodded, yes, master. I understand. With that, she exited the guest room to wash up. Meanwhile, in the underground garage, Shuet Songqiao from Building 15 arrived first at the stairway of Building 8, accompanied by his subordinates. Shortly thereafter, the other leaders gradually appeared at the underground garage, exchanging polite yet insincere greetings as they gathered. The master of Building 5, Zhou Jiaxuan, spoke up, now that everyone is here, let's set off. A few masters nodded in agreement and headed towards room 1602. At that moment, Lu Rumei emerged, having tidied herself up. Sisters Zhong Wanqing and Song Xinyan immediately recognized that Lu Rumei had consumed the zombie crystal and were unfazed by it. However, Nanji Wei cast a resentful glance at Lu Rumei, recalling their agreement to serve Lin Ye together the previous night. How was it that Lu Rumei had consumed the crystal first this morning? Noticing the tension, Lu Rumei hurried over to comfort her important ally, Nanji Wei. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Zhong Wanqing assumed it was Lu Yuan from next door and gestured for Chunxi to open it. Chunxi rushed over to comply. Upon opening the door, she was startled to see a crowd gathered outside. The master of Building 15, Shuet Songqiao, was equally surprised to find a stunning beauty at the door. No way, the rumors were true. The home of this honest person even has such a gorgeous beauty opening the door. At that moment, Chunxi inquired, who are you looking for? Shuet Songqiao puffed out his chest and replied, Beauty, we are here to find the honest person. Since she had only just arrived the day before, she was unaware of who the honest person was. Just as she was at a loss, Lin Ye, alerted by the commotion outside, approached. The other women inside followed suit. Lin Ye stepped to the door, pulling Chunxi behind him. Observing the crowd before him, he had a rough idea of their identities and smiled. I'm the honest person. The several masters and their followers were once again taken aback by the beautiful women behind Lin Ye, especially Shuet Songqiao, who gaped in astonishment. What luck this honest person has! How did he acquire so many stunning women? Why have I never encountered such exquisite beauties? At this moment, Zhou Jiaxuan finally regained his composure and stepped forward, asking, May I ask how to address you, esteemed one? Lin Ye, noticing the crowd's reaction, responded, It is simple. I am Lin Ye. Zhou Jiaxuan smiled broadly. So, is you the esteemed Lin I have long admired? I am Zhou Jiaxuan, the master of Building 5. These are my fellow masters, Shuet Songqiao of Building 15 and Chao Bo of Building 3. After introducing the other masters, Lin Ye thought to himself, as expected. He feigned a teasing tone, I was wondering who you were. It turns out you are the renowned masters of Jiahe Yuan community. I wonder what brings such a large entourage to my doorstep today. Chapter 77. Who the hell do you think you are? The masters detected the sarcasm in Lin Ye's tone, and their expressions darkened immediately. Just then, Lu Yuan from room 1601, hearing the commotion, opened the door. Upon seeing the group of masters and their numerous followers blocking Lin Ye's door, he quickly retreated inside, grabbing a watermelon knife and an axe before charging back out. Li Jie, who was resting on the sofa, immediately inquired, Yuan Ge, what is happening? Is there a problem? Lu Yuan replied, Brother, stay put. Someone is blocking the esteemed one's door. I must assist. With that, he dashed out and locked the door behind him. Lu Yuan pushed through the crowd to Lin Ye's side, raised his weapon in front of him, and turned to Lin Ye, saying, Boss, Lu Yuan is here. Shall we take him down? The other master's expressions grew even darker upon hearing Lu Yuan's words. Where did this little punk come from? Does he really think we are a bunch of pushovers? If it weren't for the gun in Lin Ye's hand, we could easily deal with him and his few companions. Lin Ye nodded at Lu Yuan, signaling him to remain calm. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Zhou Jiaxuan quickly intervened, Boss Lin. We few masters have no ill intentions today. We merely wish to pay our respects after hearing of your great reputation. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us." Lin Ye surveyed Zhou Jiaxuan and then replied with a smile. "Speak plainly, what is it you wish?" Zhou Jiaxuan chuckled. "It is like this, Boss Lin. We heard that Chunhu from Building 9 foolishly dared to provoke you at your doorstep yesterday. Thankfully, you dealt with him. That scoundrel had it coming. We, the masters, are grateful for your efforts in ridding the community of such a menace. Wouldn't you all agree?" With that, Zhou Jiaxuan exchanged glances with the other masters, who nodded in agreement. Yes, Zhou is right. That scoundrel Chunhu, the last time we went to the supermarket for supplies, he caused us a lot of trouble. Thankfully, Boss Lin stepped in to ensure the community's safety. Though young, Boss Lin possesses extraordinary skills and is clearly not an ordinary person. How could that Chunhu compare to Boss Lin? Truly seeking his own demise. Watching the masters curse Chunhu while praising themselves, Lin Ye felt a cold sneer within. You fools are hardly deserving to speak ill of Chunhu. The despicable deeds you committed after the zombie outbreak are no less heinous than those of Chunhu. Now, you dare to come before me and pretend to be virtuous. Lin Ye interrupted their tirades with a cold smile. Get to the point. Zhou Jiaxuan sensed Lin Ye's disinterest and felt a weight in his heart. This Lin Ye appeared more formidable than he had anticipated. Earlier, he had noticed Lin Ye was exceptionally young, surrounded by beauties, and spoke audaciously. He had hoped to flatter Lin Ye into submission, as most young men would be easily swayed by flattery. However, Lin Ye was clearly not an ordinary person. Thus, Zhou Jiaxuan decisively altered his strategy. Boss Lin, I have also learned that this Chunhu previously offended you in the property group. His provocation was indeed his own folly. But rest assured, as long as we are here in the community, such incidents will never happen again. Anyone who dares to disturb you will be at odds with us. Moreover, Building 8 will henceforth be your territory. We will ensure that our followers and any other foolish individuals stay away from Building 8. What do you think? As he spoke, the other masters looked at Lin Ye with eager expressions. For them, it was a win-win proposition. If Lin Ye agreed, they could expand recklessly outside while he ruled over Building 8 in peace. Lin Ye regarded the masters and smiled. I feel it is not satisfactory. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the faces of the masters darkened. They stared at Lin Ye with ill intent. At that moment, Chaobo, the master of Building 3, spoke up. Young man, do not be overly prideful. We have come to find you in numbers, which is a sign of respect. Do not be ungrateful. Wang Chong, the master of Building 12, added, Chao is correct. Lin Ye, do you think we have come in such numbers because we fear you? Meanwhile, the hot-tempered master of Building 15, Shuet Songchao, cursed loudly. What the hell? Lin Ye, do you really think you are invincible just because you have a gun? You are overestimating yourself. We have so many people outside. Let's see how many bullets you have. Seeing the boss being insulted, Lu Yuan pointed angrily at Shuet Songchao and retorted, How dare you speak to the boss like that? Clean up your mouth. I will take you down. The sight of a mere punk daring to act so brazenly before him ignited Shuet Songchao's fury even more. Where did this little rascal come from? Daring to flaunt his power before me? Lin Ye, today I shall teach you a lesson. A loud bang echoed as Shuet Songchao had yet to finish his words before being shot in the head. He fell to the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. The crowd witnessed Lin Ye suddenly produce a handgun from his hand, firing a shot directly at Shuet Songchao's head. The atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Those who had just been taunting Lin Ye immediately sealed their lips. Lin Ye blew on the muzzle of the gun, his expression turning icy as he scoffed. Who do you think you are in my presence? Do you truly believe that you so-called leaders hold any significance? At that moment, the other leaders exchanged glances and shrank back behind their subordinates. The negotiations had collapsed. Today's events could not end amicably. Yet, they knew they had to subdue Lin Ye. If they fled without a fight, the news would spread and their hard-earned authority would shatter in an instant. Not only would it become difficult to manage their subordinates, but others in the building would also stop taking them seriously. Lin Ye would become a blade hanging over their heads, capable of claiming their lives at any moment. As several leaders hid behind their men, Wang Chong, the leader of Building 12, immediately shouted, Brothers from Building 12, attack. He has few bullets left. With so many of us, can we not take him down? Whoever can eliminate Lin Ye will receive a hefty reward. Peng Xiaodong, the leader of Building 18, chimed in. Brothers from Building 18, listen closely. Whoever can deal with Lin Ye will have their pick of the beauties around him. Furthermore, I will grant you half of the supplies seized from Lin Ye's home. Chapter 78. Overwhelming pressure at this juncture. The remaining leaders also proposed enticing offers, promising anything to those who could bring down Lin Ye. As the saying goes, great rewards attract brave men. The subordinates gazed at the beauties beside Lin Ye, recalling the pictures of supplies he had shared in the group chat, and their hearts ignited with fervor. More importantly, prior to their arrival, the leaders had assured their subordinates that Lin Ye was armed with only a single gun and one magazine. Having already used a considerable number of bullets to eliminate Chun Hu and his subordinate Zhou Tao, and now having shot Xue Chongqiao, Lin Ye had but a few bullets left in his firearm. In light of the exorbitant promises made by the leaders, all the subordinates felt a surge of courage, thinking that today might be their chance to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. With nearly 100 of them present, they closed in on Lin Ye. Fortune favors the bold. Fear was not an option. The frontline subordinates gazed at Lin Ye with bloodshot eyes, brandishing their makeshift weapons and charging toward him. The others rushed forward as well, anxious that Lin Ye's head might be claimed by the front ranks, leaving them with nothing. As the leader subordinates advanced, Lu Yuan, standing before Lin Ye, seized his weapon and struck the nearest foe with a swift blow. Just then, the door to room 1601 swung open. Li Jie, nursing his injuries and wielding a kitchen knife, launched a surprise attack from behind, striking one of the subordinates in the back of the head. The unfortunate man let out a dreadful scream before collapsing. In that instant, someone shouted, "Damn it, there's an ambush from behind." The subordinates at the back quickly turned to attack Li Jie. Meanwhile, Lin Ye rapidly emptied his gun, and the first wave of charging subordinates fell in droves, each shot finding its mark with deadly precision. The remaining subordinates were struck with terror, realizing how remarkably accurate Lin Ye's shooting was. Fear began to creep into their hearts, and thoughts of retreat surfaced. However, at that moment, the sound of an empty chamber echoed from Lin Ye's gun. Observing Lin Ye's movements closely, Xiao Jiaxuan, the leader of Building 5, shouted now, "Charge while he s out of bullets. Whoever takes down Lin Ye will claim the women behind him." The other leaders, hearing Zhou Jiaxuan's rallying call, echoed his words, enticing their subordinates with promises of riches and rewards. The subordinates, witnessing Lin Ye toss his gun to the ground without drawing another, began to believe their leader's claims. So it was true. He indeed had only one handgun. Now that the bullets were spent, how could he continue to act so arrogantly? With renewed courage, they surged toward Lin Ye once more. Seeing this, Lin Ye chuckled softly. He activated his telekinetic powers, summoning a flurry of steel nails that floated around his right hand. With a swift motion, he pointed his finger, and the nails shot forth like lightning, piercing the heads of the foremost subordinates. Lin Ye noted that the lighter weight of the nails reduced the energy he expended, yet their impact was comparable to small-caliber bullets. At this moment, Zhong, walking beside Lin Ye, also unleashed her powers, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Ice blades materialized out of thin air, swiftly slicing through the throats of the charging subordinates. The sisters Song Xinyan and Song Xinyao were even more ferocious, wielding axes as they charged into the crowd. Meanwhile, Lu Rumei, who had just received physical enhancements, eagerly followed the Song sisters into the fray. Only Nan Jiwei and Chen Shi, who had neither consumed the zombie crystal cores nor possessed weapons, cowered behind Lin Ye, watching the chaos unfold. In a mere moment, swathes of subordinates fell, sending the remaining ones into a panic, their earlier bravado evaporating. The leaders cowering in the back were equally stunned by the scene before them. What was happening? Were Lin Ye and his companions even human? He had only displayed a handgun and a magazine. But how could he manipulate objects from a distance and control steel nails to kill? What about those sudden ice blades? And those three women charging into the fray, wreaking havoc? They watched in disbelief as their subordinates were felled by a single axe strike, none able to withstand it. At that moment, someone screamed, "Monsters! Run! They aren't human!" The crowd reacted, scrambling toward the stairwell, desperate to escape, as if regretting not having been born with 2 extra legs. The surviving leaders exchanged glances, hurriedly attempting to blend into the fleeing masses. However, Lin Ye was not about to grant them such an opportunity. He activated his telekinetic powers once more, instantly locking onto the few leaders. Zhou Jiaxuan, the leader of Building 5, felt a mysterious force seize him just as he prepared to flee. He sensed a tightening around his neck, and suddenly his feet left the ground, leaving him suspended in midair. He flailed and struggled in vain. Desperately, he called out to the fleeing subordinates, "Help me! Someone please help me!" The fleeing subordinates, witnessing Zhou Jiaxuan's futile struggle in the air, were gripped by terror. Faced with such an uncanny scene, who would dare to assist him? They cursed themselves for not having escaped the terrifying place sooner. Zhou Jiaxuan, seeing his subordinates ignoring him, grew frantic and shouted, "Damn it! You worthless fools, come help me now. Whoever doesn't come to my aid will face my wrath later." However, Zhou Jiaxuan's threats fell on deaf ears. His subordinates loathed him for provoking an opponent whose strength they had not understood. Isn't this merely sending them to their doom? If it weren't for the presence of Lin Ye and his companions, they would have decisively turned against him by now, seeking to eliminate the inept and wearying leader, Zhou Jiaxuan. As for Zhou Jiaxuan's threats, no one paid them any heed. Perhaps you should first contend with Lin Ye before speaking further. At that moment, in the corridor, aside from the minions who had lagged behind and were swiftly dispatched by Zhong Wanqing and her allies, the remaining lackeys scattered in disarray. Lin Ye, however, did not permit Zhong Wanqing and the others to pursue them further. Chasing after these minor foes would be a waste of energy. The other surviving leaders, much like Zhou Jiaxuan, were effortlessly drawn towards Lin Ye by his telekinetic abilities. Observing the leaders suspended in the air, writhing in agony before him, Lin Ye's lips curled into a cruel smile. Chapter 79. Who shouted the loudest, just now having been choked and suspended in the air for an extended period. The faces of these leaders turned crimson. Under Lin Ye's control, they were all dragged before him. And as they witnessed the sinister smile playing at the corners of Lin Ye's mouth, their fear reached its zenith. It was not just these leaders. Lu Yuan, Li Jie, Lu Rumei, and Nan Jiwei all gazed at Lin Ye in astonishment. This was the first time they had witnessed Lin Ye's telekinetic prowess. Such a bizarre scene could only be found in the science fiction films of the pre-apocalyptic era. To their shock, this spectacle was now unfolding before their very eyes in the post-apocalyptic world. At that moment, the leader of Building 5, Zhou Jiaxuan, was the first to plead for mercy. Lin Ye, spare me. We shall never dare to defy you again." The other leaders quickly followed suit in their supplications. However, Lin Ye paid them no mind. His gaze fell upon Li Jie, who was now covered in blood, slumped on the ground. Lin Ye turned to Lu Yuan and instructed, "Lu Yuan, go see how Li Jie is faring." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan quickly regained his composure from the shock and hurriedly replied, "Understood, boss." He swiftly navigated through the corpses and the moaning lackeys to reach Li Jie. Upon seeing Li Jie's condition, Lu Yuan immediately inquired, "Brother, how are you?" Li Jie, having snapped out of his daze, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Yuan Ge, I'm fine. I just overexerted myself a bit and feel tired. A short rest will suffice." He then looked at Lu Yuan, who was similarly bloodied, and asked, "Yuan Ge, are you all right?" Lu Yuan casually responded, "Don't worry. I'm fine." In truth, Lu Yuan had sustained no injuries. Just moments ago, he had felled 2 enemies and was preparing to tackle a third when the situation shifted dramatically, falling under Lin Ye's complete control. Thus, despite his bloodied appearance, he had emerged unscathed. Li Jie, however, was in a different predicament. During the recent skirmish, he had been besieged by 2 or 3 opponents, which not only reopened his old wounds, but also inflicted a new stab wound to his chest. Had it not been for Lin Ye's swift intervention, he might well have met his end that day. Lu Yuan did not take Li Jie's reassurances at face value. He stepped closer to inspect his injuries. Soon, he noticed a fresh gash on Li Jie's chest. Lu Yuan quickly informed Lin Ye, "Boss, Li Jie's old wounds have reopened, and he has sustained a new stab wound." Lin Ye was quite pleased with the performance of the 2. Through his perception abilities, he could see that both bore deep green hues, indicating their loyalty levels were likely above 90 points. Thus, he instructed Lu Yuan, "Take Li Jie back to the room to tend to his injuries. I will join you shortly." Lu Yuan nodded vigorously. "All right, boss." He then helped Li Jie into room 1601. As soon as they entered, Lu Yuan said to Li Jie in a serious tone, "Brother, didn't I tell you to stay put? The boss and his wives are immensely powerful. By coming out here, you're just causing more trouble. Later, Madame Chun will attend to your wounds. As the boss's woman, this could reflect poorly on her." Li Jie understood that although Lu Yuan's tone seemed accusatory, it was laced with genuine concern. He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Yuan Ge, I was just observing the situation from behind the door. I hadn't intended to step out, but when I saw those ruffians daring to attack the boss, I couldn't hold back. This morning, you mentioned that had the boss not found those invaluable medical supplies last night and brought Madame Chun to treat me, I might not have survived. Lin Ye, you know my character. Given how the boss has treated us, I would risk everything to repay him." Then, recalling the earlier chaos, Li Jie remarked with a hint of trepidation, "Yuan Ge, the boss and his wives were incredibly fierce. That scene was enough to frighten me greatly." Lu Yuan shared his sentiment, his face reflecting the same fear. He recalled the surge of minions that had rushed at them, falling like stalks of wheat before him, sending a shiver down his spine. His reverence for Lin Ye reached new heights. Indeed, when the boss emptied the bullets from his gun, I was prepared to fight to the death. I never anticipated that he possessed such extraordinary abilities. No wonder he dares to venture out alone in search of supplies. While Lu Yuan was tending to Li Jie's wounds, Lin Ye suspended his telekinetic powers in the corridor. The leaders plummeted to the ground, gasping for air, overwhelmed by the stench of blood. Faced with Lin Ye and the vigilant gazes of several women, all the leaders abandoned any thoughts of escape. At that moment, the leader of Building 8, Pang Xiaodong, had just caught his breath when Lin Ye activated his powers once more, lifting him into the air. Lin Ye regarded Pang Xiaodong with a smile and said, "It seems you were the one who offered me the highest bid and shouted the loudest just now. Wasn't he it?" As he spoke, Lin Ye intensified his telekinetic grip. Pang Xiaodong found it increasingly difficult to breathe and hastily pleaded, "Unjust, unjust. Lin Ye, I certainly wasn't the loudest." The one who shouted the loudest was Wang Chong from Building 12. Hearing Pang Xiaodong deflect blame, Wang Chong, still panting nearby, grew anxious. "Boss Lin, this is slander. You must not listen to that scoundrel Pang Xiaodong. He was the one who shouted the loudest and even attempted to harm your women." At this juncture, Lin Ye turned his gaze to the other leaders, smiling as he inquired, "What say you? Who shouted the loudest just now?" The other leaders, upon meeting Lin Ye's gaze, did not hesitate for a moment, quickly chiming in, "Boss Lin, it was Pang Xiaodong." "Yes, indeed, Boss Lin. I heard it clearly. That scoundrel Pang Xiaodong was the loudest. Without a doubt, Boss Lin. I swear, it was Pang Xiaodong who shouted the most. Pang Xiaodong, you reap what you sow. Don't let me look down upon you." In truth, amidst the earlier chaos, who could tell who had shouted the loudest at Lin Ye? However, since Lin Ye had singled out Pang Xiaodong, there was no escape for him. He would have to make a small sacrifice for the sake of the other's survival. Upon hearing the unanimous condemnation from the other leaders, Pang Xiaodong's composure shattered. "You think you can escape unscathed? Then none of you shall live." He immediately unleashed a torrent of insults towards the other leaders, revealing their dark pasts. The other leaders, upon witnessing this, grew frantic. If Pang Xiaodong continued, they might all be doomed. Thus, they retaliated against him. Just as the leaders were embroiled in heated exchanges, a sudden snap echoed through the air. Pang Xiaodong's neck was twisted at an unnatural angle, his head drooping limply before silence fell. Lin Ye, as if discarding refuse, cast Pang Xiaodong's body aside. Chapter 80. The annihilation of the lords. After the remaining lords witnessed the gruesome scene of Pang Xiaodong's neck being brutally twisted, they were left in a state of shock. Wang Qiang from Building 12 was so terrified that he lost control, yellow liquid streaming down his trousers. Had Lin Ye heeded Pang Xiaodong's words, it would have been him lying lifeless on the ground. At that moment, Lin Ye glanced at the injured subordinate, writhing in agony nearby, his brow furrowed with concern. He then addressed Zhong Wanqing, saying, "Wanqing, provide each of Jiwei and Xier with an axe. Seta vi ixia, grant a swift end to those who still cling to life on the ground. Seeing them suffer disheartens me. Consider it an act of kindness. You two have remained hidden during the battle, and I hold no grudge against you. However, it is time to step forward and confront the bloodshed." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the other lords were rendered speechless, questioning the rationale of his statement. What do you mean by being unable to bear seeing others in pain? If that is the case, why not save them? Killing them outright, what sense does that make? Are we to thank you for this kindness? Meanwhile, the lords began to understand the depth of Lin Ye's ruthlessness. At this moment, Zhong Wanqing handed axes to Nanji Wei and Chen Shi. Observing the fear and hesitation on their faces, she kindly urged, "Sisters, hurry. Do not provoke your husband's anger." Feeling Lin Ye's increasingly menacing gaze upon them, Nanji Wei and Chen Shi timidly approached the gravely injured subordinate. His abdomen had been sliced open during the recent skirmish, intestines and entrails spilling onto the ground. Realizing he was beyond saving, they were met with a hellish sight that churned their stomachs. Yet they fought to suppress their nausea. In that moment, they noticed a glimmer of hope in the subordinate's eyes, a plea that it would be better to end his suffering swiftly rather than languish in agony. Nanji Wei was the first to close her eyes and swung the axe down. The subordinate let out a blood-curdling scream, and shortly after, Chen Shi followed suit with her axe. The splatter of blood on their hands proved too much for them, and they could no longer contain their stomachs, retching uncontrollably. Zhong Wanqing and the other women hurried over to comfort Nanji Wei and Chen Shi, patting their backs. "Sisters, do not blame your husband for his harshness. This is the apocalypse. Consider what would have happened if he had not intervened to protect us." Song Xinyan chimed in. "Sister Zhong is correct. In this world, while we should not seek to bully others, we must respond decisively to any aggression from our foes. Your husband acts for your sake. We have all endured the same trials." Liu Rumei added, "The world will descend further into chaos. To survive, we must adapt quickly. For now, we have the Master's protection, allowing us time to adjust. Just look at how other women in this community are faring." Listening to Zhong Wanqing and the others, Nanji Wei and Chen Shi began to grasp Lin Ye's intentions. They nodded resolutely. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Goddess Nanji Wei, loyalty level 2. With newfound determination, Nanji Wei and Chen Shi picked up their axes and began to assist in the merciful end of the injured lords. Witnessing this sudden transformation, the remaining lords felt a surge of dread. What the hell? Just moments ago, these two were timid and hesitant, and now they've become so violent. Lin Ye truly wields an incredible influence over these women. How harmonious they are together. At this juncture, Lin Ye turned his attention to the Lord of Building 5. "Zhou Jiaxuan, I have heard it was you who orchestrated this scheme, gathering these individuals and leading them here." Zhou Jiaxuan immediately protested. "Lin Dalao, this is a grave misunderstanding. My subordinates had no intention of opposing you. We approached with sincerity. Blame it on Xue Chongqiao. Had it not been for him, we would never have dared to act against you." The other lords quickly chimed in. Yes. It's all Xue Chongqiao's fault. Without him, we wouldn't even have the audacity to confront you, Lin Dalao." Zhou Jiaxuan, seizing the moment, continued, "Lin Dalao, please spare my life. I vow to be a loyal hound by your side. You command the direction, and I shall not stray. From now on, this community will be under your authority. Anyone who dares to defy you, I will be the first to eliminate. Lin Dalao, I have a substantial stockpile of resources that I will gladly offer you." The other lords quickly caught on, swearing their loyalty to Lin Ye. Seeing their displays of fealty only filled Lin Ye with disgust. Without needing to rely on his abilities, he could sense their ulterior motives. Lin Ye smirked inwardly. "You think such scum deserve to follow me? To be my dogs?" At that moment, he deliberately raised his voice. "Since you all are so eager to acknowledge me as your master, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you jump from this 16th floor, and those who survive will be welcomed into my fold." Upon hearing Lin Ye's outrageous ultimatum, the lords' faces flushed with disbelief. Zhou Jiaxuan quickly interjected, "Lin Dalao, please do not jest. Jumping from the 16th floor will certainly lead to death. Lin Ye's expression hardened. Yes, do you think I am jesting? I offer you a chance. And if you lack the courage, do not blame me. Realizing Lin Ye had no intention of letting them go, the lords' faces turned pale. Before they could utter another word, Lin Ye activated his telekinetic powers, and their necks were seized by an invisible grip. With a series of sickening cracks, the lords who had terrorized Jiahe Yuan community for mere days met their demise. Chapter 81. The second trial of Liu Yuan and Li Ye witnessing the lords' lifeless bodies. Lin Ye unceremoniously discarded them from the balcony. He then turned to Zhong Wanqing and the others, saying, "You all may return. I must check on Li Ye." Zhong Wanqing and the others nodded in agreement. Understood, husband. They promptly entered room 1602. Lin Ye proceeded to room 1601, where he found Liu Yuan attending to Li Jie's wounds. Upon noticing Lin Ye's arrival, they quickly rose to their feet. Dalao, Dalao. Lin Ye nodded and gestured for them to sit. Liu Yuan, noticing that Qinshi had not followed, felt anxious, fearing Lin Ye was displeased with Li Jie's earlier impulsiveness. He hurriedly knelt down, saying, "Dalao, I apologize. Li Jie acted rashly and caused you considerable trouble. I take responsibility for his actions and offer my apologies on his behalf. I plead for your forgiveness, and I humbly request that Madame Chen aid once more to heal Li Jie." Seeing Liu Yuan kneeling in atonement, Li Jie also hastily dropped to his knees. "My esteemed leader, all the fault lies with Li Jie. It has nothing to do with Brother Yuan. I implore you not to punish him." Lin Ye gazed at the two individuals before him, who were exchanging blame, with a look of astonishment. "When did I ever say I would punish the two of you?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yuan also appeared bewildered. Could it be that he had misunderstood? Lin Ye chuckled and said, "You must have thought I was angry because I did not bring Shanxi to heal Li Jie, right?" Liu Yuan hastily replied, "I dare not." Lin Ye then produced 2 first-level zombie crystal cores and continued, "Stand up. Take these 2 cores. Each of you shall have one." Liu Yuan and Li Jie quickly rose, receiving the zombie crystal cores with expressions of confusion. Lin Ye then briefly explained the information regarding the crystal cores. Listening to the fact that these cores could enhance their bodies and grant them special abilities, Liu Yuan and Li Jie were once again taken aback. They gazed at the crystals in their hands, their eyes ablaze with fervor. So this was the reason why the esteemed leader and the several ladies were so formidable. However, Liu Yuan quickly regained his composure. "Esteemed leader, such a powerful treasure must be exceedingly precious. What merit do I and Li Jie possess to be worthy of such a gift? I beseech you to take it back." Saying this, he returned the crystal core to Lin Ye. Observing this, Li Jie also hurriedly offered his core back to Lin Ye. Lin Ye burst into hearty laughter, waving his hand. "Take it. I am quite pleased with your performance just now. I have plenty of these in my possession. As long as you remain loyal and dedicated, I shall generously reward you." Seeing Lin Ye's expression genuine, both men were filled with joy and accepted the crystal cores. In unison, they exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed leader. Thank you, esteemed leader." Lin Ye then conveyed the precautions for using the crystal cores to them. After hearing his words, they promptly sought a place to consume them. Half an hour later, Liu Yuan and Li Jie opened their eyes. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the ecstasy reflected in each other's eyes. Especially Li Jie. He felt invigorated, as all his injuries had completely healed. Meanwhile, Lin Ye continued to observe the colors emanating from both men. Bestowing the zombie crystal cores upon Liu Yuan and Li Jie was a decision Lin Ye had made after careful consideration. Firstly, both had consistently exhibited commendable performance and unwavering loyalty. Lin Ye was preparing to leave this community and venture to a new location to establish his influence. Thus, he could not handle every matter personally. Furthermore, the women by his side were not suitable for prolonged exposure to the outside world. This was the time for his subordinates to take action, and he required capable subordinates. Just like today, if he had some strong subordinates to shield him, the small group, led by the building owner, would have posed no threat at all. Regarding their loyalty, providing them with the zombie crystal cores served as a second test. These crystal cores were both a blessing and a poison. Should either of them harbor any ill intentions after consuming the cores, Lin Ye would act decisively. With overwhelming numerical superiority and modern weaponry at his disposal, he was confident he could eliminate them without hesitation. However, Lu Yuan and Li Jie did not disappoint Lin Ye. They successfully passed his test, and at this moment, they harbored no unwarranted thoughts towards him. In Lin Ye's eyes, the green hue surrounding them deepened, nearing that of Zhong Wanqing and Song Xinyan. At this juncture, Lin Ye addressed the two, urging them to ascertain whether they had awakened any special abilities. Lu Yuan and Li Jie immediately began to test their newfound powers. To their astonishment, the skin on Li Jie's body, unmarred by filth, radiated a metallic sheen. Ecstatic, he exclaimed to Lin Ye, esteemed leader, I think I have awakened a special ability. I can metallize my skin to resist external harm. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing this. This was indeed a commendable defensive ability. In future confrontations, whether against zombies or other ability users, Li Jie would serve as an excellent frontline defender. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan struggled for quite some time, yet experienced no reaction. Disappointed, he turned to Lin Ye and said, Esteemed leader, I apologize. I am incompetent. I have not awakened any abilities. Lin Ye, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of regret. Although Lu Yuan and Li Jie were currently very loyal, in terms of personal capability and execution, Li Jie was significantly inferior to Lu Yuan. Truthfully, Lin Ye had hoped for Lu Yuan to awaken an ability. However, after pondering, he decided it was of little consequence. After all, he had the Plunder Crystal Core. If Lu Yuan continued to perform well and remained loyal, he could always bestow a potent ability upon him later. Lin Ye reassured, no need to worry, Lu Yuan. The probability of awakening abilities is inherently low. It is nothing to dwell upon. Lu Yuan nodded appreciatively. Beside them, Li Jie chimed in, Oh, Yuan Ge, had I known earlier, I would have given you the crystal core I just consumed. I regret that you could not awaken an ability. Hearing this, Lu Yuan felt a warmth in his heart, but feigned admonishment. What nonsense are you spouting? Did you not hear what the esteemed leader just said? The awakening is probabilistic and has no relation to which crystal core was consumed. Subsequently, Lin Ye retrieved several large barrels of purified water from his spatial storage and placed them on the ground. He instructed Lu Yuan and Li Jie, clean yourselves with this water first, and then clear away the corpses outside. Afterward, come find me. Lu Yuan and Li Jie promptly replied, Understood, esteemed leader. Understood, esteemed leader. As he departed, Lin Ye patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and said to both him and Li Jie, I have high hopes for both of you, especially you, Lu Yuan. As long as you perform well, there will be surprises ahead. Do not disappoint me. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Lu Yuan and Li Jie immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully offering Lin Ye a grand gesture of gratitude. Thank you, esteemed leader. We vow here that we shall never betray you. Just then, the community's property group erupted once more. Chapter 82. Preparing to leave the community amidst the terrifying zombie tide not long ago, the subordinates of the building owner, frightened and scattered by Lin Ye, returned to the garage. These individuals had not even had the chance to divide the resources and women from each building owner-esque stronghold. They all retreated to their original homes to hide, fearing that Lin Ye would eliminate several building owners and then come to eradicate them as well. Soon after, news of the building owners being wiped out and the casualties among the subordinates who had approached surfaced in the community's property group. The other survivors in the community listened to the descriptions from the returning subordinates, their faces filled with disbelief. A few building owners, accompanied by nearly 100 individuals, were defeated by a single man and a few women. Could it be that Lin Ye wielded a heavy machine gun? They claimed that Lin Ye could control steel nails to kill from a distance, and that his women all possess superpowers. Can you believe what you're saying? Are we in a movie? However, as Lu Yuan and Li Jie cleared the corridors, discarding the bodies at the foot of Building 8, the mounting pile of corpses was soon captured in photographs and video and shared in the group chat. It was only then that the community's residents were compelled to believe. The group chat erupted in a frenzy, showering Lin Ye with praise, hailing him as a savior. Furthermore, the abilities of Lin Ye and the women by his side were embellished to an extraordinary degree. Lin Ye paid little mind to this. At this moment, Many ravenously hungry individuals began plotting to seize the resources left behind by the deceased building owners, stealthily making their way to their strongholds. Within room 1602. Upon returning from room 1601, Lin Ye addressed the women in the living room, urging them to tidy up quickly as we would be leaving this community soon. The women were taken aback by this sudden announcement. Zhong Wanqing inquired. "Darling, where are we headed later?" Lin Ye inquired. "We are going to the Shuiyun Jiangshan community in the suburbs. That will be our future home," Zhong Wanqing replied, her face displaying astonishment. Shuiyun Jiangshan. Isn't that one of the top 3 communities in Jiangnan City before the apocalypse? At that moment, Chunqi's expression shifted unexpectedly. Lin Ye nodded and succinctly explained, "Indeed, that is the place. The community we are currently residing in is still too close to the city center. In a few months, a horde of zombies will emerge in the city center, and this community will be completely submerged by the onslaught. Therefore, we must leave here as soon as possible." The girls listened, their faces filled with confusion. "A horde of zombies? Darling, what is a horde of zombies?" Recalling the zombie horde from his past life, Lin Ye's expression turned grave. Currently, there are already level 2 zombies among the undead. As time progresses, level 3, level 4, and even higher level zombies will appear. With the increase in their ranks, their intelligence will correspondingly rise. They will command the lower level zombies, leading them to attack the surviving humans. Once the survivors in the city center are consumed, they will expand outward, forming a terrifying horde. The most critical point is that the horde will not come just once. Each subsequent wave will be more intense and larger than the last. Upon hearing Lin Ye's description, the girls shuddered in fear. Just the previous night, Lin Ye had recounted his encounter with a level 2 zombie and the fierce battle that ensued on his way back. The mere thought of a level 2 zombie was already terrifying. One could only imagine the horror of level 3 and level 4 zombies. The image of an overwhelming horde sent chills down their spines. The most frightening aspect was that the horde would not strike just once, which filled them with despair. Lin Ye himself felt a sense of trepidation at the memory of the horde he had experienced in his past life. Before the first horde struck, Jiangnan City had formed numerous survivor outposts, mostly in the form of communities or individual buildings. No matter how harsh the rule within these outposts, at least people were able to survive, albeit with great difficulty. However, everything changed after the horde appeared. Countless lower-level zombies, led by higher-level ones, swept through like a plague of locusts, leaving nothing in their wake. Numerous small to medium survivor outposts were instantly reduced to ashes, and even large outposts suffered heavy losses. Only the super-large survivor bases, guarded by high-level abilities, barely withstood the assault of the horde. It is worth noting that the first horde was only initiated by a few level 3 zombies. Subsequent hordes are led by increasingly powerful zombies. After the first horde, apart from survivors in remote areas, all others who survived the horde flocked to the super-large bases seeking refuge. This led to the formation of several super-large survivor bases in Jiangnan City, including the Shuiyun Jiangshan community to which Lin Ye was headed. This community boasts a prime geographical location, situated far from the city center, and thus was not affected by the first horde, allowing its residents ample time to develop. Additionally, being one of the most upscale communities in Jiangnan City, it rivals the Yiping Xinju community where the Song family resides, with abundant resources in the vicinity. This enabled several powerful abilities to emerge within the community, ultimately establishing it as one of Jiangnan City's super-large survivor bases. In his past life, until Lin Ye's demise, humanity could only manage to hold on against the horde in the early stages. It was only later, with more people consuming zombie cores and awakening their abilities, that they finally achieved parity with the zombies, occasionally even launching counterattacks. However, the relationship between human survivors and zombies was thus established. Neither could eradicate the other completely. Observing the terrified expressions of the girls, Lin Ye spoke to reassure them. "You need not worry excessively. The Shuiyun Jiangshan community, due to its distance from the city center, was not affected by the first horde. We will take this opportunity to build and develop there, preparing for the impending second horde. However, do not let your guard down. You must continuously strengthen your own abilities to face the dangers that lie ahead. Is that understood?" Hearing Lin Ye's words, the girls finally breathed a sigh of relief, all responding with serious expressions. Understood, darling. Understood, master. In truth, Lin Ye did not harbor the same fear of the horde in this life as he did in his previous one. He articulated these concerns to provide a preemptive warning to the girls, particularly Nan Jiwei and Chen Shi, urging them to adapt quickly and keep pace with him. Armed with the experience of his reincarnation and the advantages of the system, Lin Ye felt a surge of confidence in facing the hordes to come. Just then, Lu Yuan and Li Jie finished clearing the corpses in the corridor and knocked on the door of room 1602. Chapter 83. Lu Yuan and Li Jie's revenge. Upon opening the door, Lin Ye was greeted by Lu Yuan and Li Jie. Boss, we have cleared the corridor. Please give us your orders. Lin Ye surveyed the corridor and nodded, saying, Lu Yuan, Li Jie, we are leaving this community soon. Go back and pack your things. Then meet us in the underground garage. Lu Yuan and Li Jie were taken aback. By all accounts, Lin Ye had just eliminated several leaders and their numerous subordinates. Now was the time for him to reign supreme. As long as he sent a message in the community management group demanding absolute allegiance, who would dare oppose him? If he chose to stay, he would be the sovereign of the community. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Ye decided to leave this community, seemingly relinquishing something others yearned for. Was this the hallmark of a true leader? However, since the boss had made a decision, all they needed to do was execute it diligently. Lu Yuan and Li Jie steadied themselves and replied in unison, Understood, boss. Lu Yuan then inquired, Boss, we have looted considerable resources from these leaders' homes, and since you personally dealt with them, those resources rightly belong to you. Should we gather all of them? Lin Ye shook his head dismissively. Those meager resources aren't worth the trouble of running back and forth. Lin Ye truly regarded those resources as insignificant. If he had been interested, he would have already cleared out the supermarket outside the community. There wouldn't have been time for these leaders. However, Lu Yuan and Li Jie perceived the situation differently. They gained a more intuitive understanding of Lin Ye's wealth. If they were to gather all the resources from those leaders, it would certainly be enough to feed several families for months. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Ye had amassed a mountain of resources in his spatial storage through the system's returns. And due to their sheer volume, he couldn't be bothered to tally them. Lin Ye pondered for a moment and added, By the way, do either of you know anyone else in this community? If so, bring them along, but they must be loyal, reliable, and capable of fighting. Anyone who is scheming or untrustworthy should be left behind. As long as they focus on their tasks, their future treatment will not be an issue. However, if any significant problems arise later, I will hold you both accountable first. Liu Yuan understood, Lin Ye say intent. The boss was clearly uninterested in the Jiahe Yuan community. It made sense. Such a shallow pond could not contain a true dragon like Lin Ye. The boss was preparing to recruit followers and take them to seize new territories, officially establishing his own power. This thought ignited a fire in Lu Yuan's heart. With Lin Ye's strength and skills, the force he would establish would surely be substantial. As the earliest followers of Lin Ye, he and Li Jie were eager to participate in this new venture. As long as there are no unforeseen circumstances, they're certain to be reused. After all, the two of them ended up taking off with Lin Ye. Lu Yuan pondered briefly before addressing Lin Ye. Boss, I truly know a few decent individuals who understand the rules. I will seek them out immediately. Rest assured, boss, if any of these people dare to act against you, I, Lu Yuan, will be the first to strike them down. Lin Ye nodded and replied, Very well. However, it is imperative to make things clear to them. The journey to the new location is rather long. If any mishap occurs along the way, I shall not stop to wait. If they have the courage to come, then let them. If not, I will not force them. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Understood, boss. As Lin Ye entered the room, he recalled Zhao Heng, who had previously betrayed Lu Yuan and Li Jie. He casually remarked, I don't seem to see Zhao Heng around. Let's not leave any regrets before we depart. With that, Lin Ye returned indoors. Upon hearing Zhao Heng's name, both Lu Yuan and Li Jie clenched their fists, their faces ablaze with fury. Particularly Li Jie, whose family had been slaughtered by Chun Hu's subordinates due to this traitor. It was a grudge that could not be tolerated. Just moments ago, They had contemplated ensuring that the young man would not leave alive before their departure. They were surprised that Lin Ye had remembered this. Their hearts swelled with gratitude towards Lin Ye. Lu Yuan first took out his mobile phone and sent messages to several individuals he intended to recruit, succinctly outlining Lin Ye's conditions and requirements. Then he and Li Jie entered room 1601. They organized the food and water provided by Lin Ye and took everything with them before heading towards Building 7. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Zhao Hang's doorstep. Finding the door locked, Li Jie immediately activated his abilities. His right fist and forearm took on a metallic hue as he struck the door with great force. Zhao Hang, oblivious to the latest news in the community group, was inside his home, harshly instructing the woman he had taken the day before. The sudden thud at the door startled him, causing him to leap from his bed in a fit of rage. Who the hell is it? It's broad daylight. Knocking like that. However, before he could reach the door, it was forcefully smashed open by Li Jie. Seeing Lu Yuan and Li Jie standing at the threshold, Zhao Hang was immediately gripped by fear and dashed towards the bedroom. Lu Yuan swiftly lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick from behind, sending Zhao Hang sprawling to the ground. Realizing he could not escape, Zhao Hang hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. Brother Yuan, Brother Jie, spare me. I was forced to betray you. Please, let this little brother go this time, considering our past together at the supermarket. Li Jie, with fierce eyes reminiscent of a tiger, recalled the tragic fate of his family. There was no room for compassion in his heart. He seized Zhao Hang and unleashed a torrent of blows upon him. With his enhanced physique and awakened abilities, Zhao Hang's small stature stood no chance. Before Lu Yuan could intervene, Zhao Hang was rendered unconscious. Lu Yuan glanced at the time, took a sip of water, and sprayed it onto Zhao Hang's face, rousing him from his stupor. He then handed a knife to Li Jie and said, Brother, your grudge against him is greater than mine. Tears welled in Li Jie's eyes as he nodded at Lu Yuan. Then, under Zhao Hang's horrified gaze, he plunged a knife into him. Zhao Hang's screams echoed, but Li Jie did not cease his assault. He repeatedly withdrew and thrust the blade, soon filling Zhao Hang's abdomen with countless wounds. When Lu Yuan saw that Zhao Hang had drawn his last breath, he grasped Li Jie's hand holding the knife. Brother, he is dead. Let's return and tidy up. The boss is waiting for us. Only then did Li Jie release the knife, and together they exited Zhao Hang's residence. Shortly after their departure, the woman who had been taken by Zhao Hang emerged from the bedroom, drawn by the newfound silence. Upon seeing Zhao Hang's lifeless form sprawled on the floor, a look of intense hatred flickered in her eyes. She then knelt beside him, biting into his arm with ferocity. Chapter 84. Leaving the community meanwhile, in room 1602 of Building 8, as several women busied themselves packing their belongings, Lin Ye suddenly recalled something. He picked up his phone, composed a message, and sent it to the community property group. Honest person, everyone the so-called leaders who came to provoke us have been dealt with. I have decided to leave this community immediately. Those who wish to accompany me should gather in the underground parking garage beneath Building 8 within 20 minutes. Latecomers will be left behind. Given the distance to our new destination, unforeseen events may occur along the way. To ensure the safety of the remaining individuals, I will not provide assistance. Furthermore, I will not take the supplies left by the leaders. Anyone in the community is welcome to scavenge. Whoever obtains it may keep it. The moment the message was sent, it stirred a considerable uproar. The vast majority of survivors in the community focused solely on Lin Ye's last two sentences, flocking towards the buildings where the leaders resided. The earlier content of Lin Ye's message went largely unnoticed, with the world outside in chaos and hordes of zombies lurking. Venturing out now would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, Lin Ye had not promised any form of rescue in the event of danger, further dissuading anyone from following. Lin Ye's actions served a dual purpose: to conduct a final selection and to test the remaining inhabitants of the community. He sought to determine whether anyone possessed the foresight and courage to take a risk. Those who dared to come still held a flicker of hope, while those who chose to hide within the community faced certain doom. Lin Ye was confident that countless individuals within the community were eager for him to leave. While they praised Lin Ye as a savior in the group, many likely felt that his presence would only lead them down the same path as the leaders. Once he departed, it was inevitable that others would rise to take their place. At that moment, Chun-Shi, who had been displaying an unusual demeanor, approached Lin Ye with trepidation. "Master, there is something I have been wanting to tell you," she said anxiously. Lin Ye embraced Chun-Shi gently and urged, "Speak. What is it?" With a nervous expression, Chun-Shi replied, "Master, I live in the Shuiyun Jiangshan community. When a zombie outbreak occurred, I was on the phone with my parents. They may have met with misfortune. Once we reach Shuiyun Jiangshan, may I visit them?" Lin Ye gazed into Chun-Shi's pleading eyes, taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young woman possessed such strength prior to the apocalypse, residing in the Shuiyun Jiangshan community. However, he quickly realized that Chun-Shi, at a young age, was a certified surgeon at Jiangnan City's First People's Hospital, indicating a remarkable background. This revelation was beneficial for him, as it would lend legitimacy to his actions rather than forcing a confrontation. Lin Ye consoled her, Changdi. "Grieve not. This is the apocalypse. Rest assured, once we arrive at Shuiyun Jiangshan, we will go to your home." Chun-Shi's heart swelled with excitement at Lin Ye's words. "Thank you, master. Thank you." At that moment, the other women had finished packing and approached Lin Ye. He stored all their belongings in his space before instructing them. "Let us proceed to the underground parking garage." As they reached the entrance, despite having only spent a few days in the community, a sense of reluctance washed over them. Particularly for Zhong Wanqing, she took a deep breath, casting a lingering glance at the room before locking the door behind her. A group of individuals swiftly arrived at the underground garage, where Lu Yuan and Li Jie were already waiting, accompanied by several unfamiliar faces. Upon seeing Lin Ye and the women, Lu Yuan hurried forward and instructed them to call out, "Quickly greet the boss. Greet the lady." The newcomers immediately complied, exclaiming, "Greetings, boss." "Greetings, lady." Lu Yuan then introduced Lin Ye to the group, saying, "Boss, ladies, this is Pan Guoyang. This is Lu Jianjun." After the introductions, Lin Ye cast a brief glance over the individuals present. There was a couple, 2 single men, and a father-son pair. The newcomers looked visibly anxious, particularly the couple and the father-son duo, fearing that Lin Ye might abandon them due to their burdensome presence. When Lu Yuan had initially messaged them, they hesitated, having seen Lin Ye's warnings in the group chat about potential dangers. However, after Lu Yuan and Li Jie arrived and spoke of Lin Ye's formidable abilities, their apprehensions were alleviated. Lu Yuan assured them of Lin Ye's intentions. Ultimately, after Lu Yuan and Li Jie presented an ample supply of resources, they agreed without further hesitation, viewing Lu Yuan as a loyal older brother. If someone like Lu Yuan acknowledged Lin Ye as the boss, he must be trustworthy. Yet, a new worry arose. Given Lin Ye's immense power, would he regard them as insignificant? After all, in this world, possessing food and resources made one desirable as a subordinate. Lin Ye then employed his perception ability to assess the newcomers. Most radiated a faint green hue, with only the child exhibiting a white aura, indicating no one bore a red hue. Lin Ye nodded in approval, stating that any subsequent matters would be arranged through Lu Yuan, assigning the newcomers to his management. He added, "I shall say no more. Your future performance will determine your worth. If you prove yourselves well, I shall not treat you poorly." Lu Yuan quickly echoed, "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Gradually, the underground garage buzzed with activity as individuals ventured forth to gather resources from the buildings where the group leaders resided. Upon seeing Lin Ye and his entourage, many instinctively kept their distance, aware of his lethal reputation. They understood that crossing him could lead to dire consequences. However, they were convinced of one fact: Lin Ye truly intended to leave the neighborhood. Consequently, someone relayed this information to the community group chat, prompting the previously hesitant survivors to spring into action, rushing towards the buildings where the leaders were located. Lin Ye checked the time and sighed, realizing that aside from Lu Yuan and his companions, no one dared to accompany him. He retrieved the armored vehicle and some fuel, handing it to Lu Yuan and Li Jie to fill their tanks. With so few people leaving, 3 vehicles sufficed. Lin Ye, accompanied by the women, boarded the armored vehicle, while Lu Yuan and Li Jie drove the other 2 vehicles filled with the remaining individuals. Once everyone was aboard, the armored vehicle roared to life, charging out of the underground garage, followed closely by the two off-road vehicles. As someone captured the moment on video and shared it in the group chat, many within the community, upon confirming Lin Ye's departure, began to plot their next moves. Chapter 85. A new era for the community upon reaching their destination. Chaos erupted in the home of the former leader of Building 5, Zhou Jiaxuan, as scavengers clamored for resources. Most of them were survivors from Building 5 and the surrounding structures. "This is mine. You can't have it. Does it have your name on it? I found it first. So back off." The room erupted into a frenzy as individuals fought over the supplies scattered on the floor. Others, having collected some food, found themselves trapped inside as newcomers continuously flooded in. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside as a group of men armed with makeshift weapons charged in, attacking anyone in their path while shouting, "Clear the way. Anyone who wants to live, get lost." The newcomers, witnessing the brutal tactics of this group, quickly fled. Soon, the assailants cleared the area and arrived at Zhou Jiaxuan's doorstep. The occupants, still fighting over the food, froze upon seeing the threatening group outside. The apparent leader of the assailants stepped forward and declared, "Listen up. All resources in this building now belong to the Jia gang. Come out one by one, and those who are wise will place their gathered supplies at the door. Anyone caught hoarding will be dealt with swiftly." Within the room, some began to voice their dissent. "These supplies belong to Boss Lin. He said whoever finds them can keep them." "Exactly. Why should they all go to you?" The leader outside sneered. "Boss Lin has left this community. This building is under the authority of the Jia gang now. If you refuse to comply, you'll regret it. Brothers, let us go." With that, the gang surged into the room, overwhelming the occupants, who quickly fell to their knees, begging for mercy. The leader laughed derisively. "A bunch of cowards. Wasting our time. Now, hand over everything you have." The occupants complied, hastily presenting their gathered supplies. However, a few individuals, hoping to conceal some food, soon regretted their decision. The Jia gang began to search the room, releasing those who posed no threat while detaining the more attractive women. They quickly discovered the few who had attempted to hide supplies, and none escaped unscathed. The gang showed no mercy to their pleas, dragging them outside one by one for execution. The process was filmed and shared in the group chat, concluding with a chilling message. This is the fate of those who dare oppose the Jia gang. Meanwhile, similar events unfolded in the other buildings within the community, mirroring the chaos of Building 5. With the previous leader eliminated by Lin Ye and having departed, new gangs began to form. Most of these gang members were former subordinates of the previous leaders, supplemented by some fresh faces. However, lacking the weighty presence of their predecessors, many of these gangs had yet to elect a leader. Within mere hours, the community had transitioned into an era dominated by gangs. Whether during the era of the former leaders or now in the gang era, one thing remained certain. The community would descend further into chaos, and the governance would grow increasingly ruthless. Observing the formation of these gangs, many lamented their choice not to follow Lin Ye out. As Lin Ye navigated the road towards Shuiyun Jianshan in the armored vehicle, he led the way, occasionally colliding with wandering zombies that were flung aside by the vehicle. However, as they ventured further into the outskirts, the number of zombies diminished significantly, with stretches of road nearly devoid of them. Inside the vehicle, Lin Ye focused intently on driving, utilizing his phone for navigation, maintaining constant communication with Lu Yuan and Li Jie, who were driving behind. I occasionally informed them of the conditions on the road ahead, ensuring they did not fall behind. The group of women in the back, except for Chun Shi, sat in silence. As we drew nearer to home, Chun Shi's expression became increasingly complex, reflecting both the excitement of soon reuniting with her parents and the sorrow of anticipating their demise. Noticing the somber atmosphere within the vehicle, and realizing it was past noon, Lin Ye retrieved a substantial amount of food and water from his space and distributed it among the women in the back. As they began to eat, laughter filled the car, gradually lifting the mood. Even Chun Shi's anxious demeanor softened considerably, while Lin Ye remained focused on driving. The attentive Zhong Wanqing occasionally fed him bites of food. Observing the longing in her eyes, the women in the back playfully teased her. "Sister Wanqing, your gaze seems to imply you might devour your husband. Indeed, Sister Wanqing, I feel a bit superfluous here. How outrageous. Next time, I want to sit next to the master and feed him too. Flushed with embarrassment, Zhong Wanqing turned to Lin Ye for help, but he merely chuckled and shrugged, indicating his inability to assist. Consequently, Zhong Wanqing had no choice but to switch places with the other women. Time passed swiftly, and Lin Ye finally drove everyone to the entrance of Shuiyun Jiangshan Community. Chapter 86. Shuiyun Jiangshan Community. Chun Shi's parents' Shuiyun Jiangshan Community is situated on a hill in the outskirts of Jiangnan City, the highest residential area in the city. When the developers constructed it, they first leveled the summit of the hill entirely before laying a solid foundation. Upon completion, the community caused quite a stir in Jiangnan City. Comprising luxurious, standalone villas, it boasts a prime location and a pleasant environment, making it exceptionally desirable for habitation, resulting in soaring property prices. Before the apocalypse, each villa started at a price of 10 million yuan, and even that was not guaranteed with mere wealth. The properties were fully booked even before they were officially on sale, with buyers primarily consisting of the elite of Jiangnan City, including affluent families, tycoons, and superstars. Three sides of the community are bordered by steep hills, with only a single road leading down to the foot of the mountain. This was one of the reasons Lin Ye chose it as their stronghold, as it would be relatively easy to defend against the impending tide of zombies. Additionally, the residents of the community were predominantly wealthy, leading to a thriving area at the foot of the mountain filled with various amenities and establishments. In later developments, the developers constructed 2 or 3 more upscale communities below. Lin Ye parked the car at the entrance of Shuiyun Jiangshan Community and paused briefly. He noticed the gate was wide open and there was no one in the guardhouse, so he drove straight in. To his surprise, there were not many zombies wandering around the villas at that moment. Occasionally, he spotted the bodies of fallen zombies along the way. When the remaining zombies outside heard the vehicle, they trailed behind Lin Ye's car. He sensed that shortly after they entered the community, countless pairs of eyes were silently watching them from the shadows. However, Lin Ye remained unfazed. Following Chun Shi's guidance, he soon brought the car to her home. Uncertain about the current situation in the community, Lin Ye instructed the women and Lu Yuan and Li Jie not to reveal their true strength for the time being. He had Chun Shi remotely open the gate to the villa's courtyard before driving inside. Lu Yuan and Li Jie, however, did not enter but parked their car outside the villa. Once parked, they ordered the other men to disembark, arming themselves and surrounding the vehicle for security, leaving only the women and children inside. As the zombies began to encroach upon their vehicle, Lu Yuan and his group swiftly moved forward, dispatching the nearest zombies. After ensuring the area around the vehicle was secure, Lu Yuan signaled for the others to bring the women and children out of the car. At this moment, Lin Ye and the women also exited the vehicle. Upon seeing Lin Ye approach, Lu Yuan immediately addressed him. "Boss." Lin Ye pointed toward the adjacent villa, saying, "Lu Yuan, take them to reside in that villa. I noticed there are about 2 or 3 zombies inside, so exercise caution when opening the door. By the way, do you have enough food and water?" Lu Yuan promptly replied, "Yes, boss. The food and water you provided earlier are more than sufficient." Lin Ye nodded. "Good. Everyone has worked hard today. After we settle in, let's have a good meal and rest. If supplies run low, come to me. But be cautious while sleeping tonight. We are new here and must remain vigilant." Lu Yuan acknowledged. "Understood, boss. I will arrange for shifts tonight." Lin Ye continued, "All right. I will contact you if anything arises." Lu Yuan responded, "Understood, boss. I will head over now." Seeing Lin Ye nod, Lu Yuan quickly gathered the others and headed to the nearby villa, leading the way with Li Jie bringing up the rear, the other men forming a protective perimeter around the women and children. Once Lu Yuan and the others departed, Lin Ye signaled to Chun Shi to close the gate. He then approached the entrance of the villa with the women. At that moment, Chun Shi trembled as she prepared to open the door. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. Through his perception abilities, he had already discerned the presence of 2 zombies inside, likely her parents. As the door creaked open, the zombies within immediately lunged forward. Lin Ye activated his telekinetic powers, restraining them. Although their features were grotesquely distorted and horrifying, Chun Shi recognized her parents from their clothing and the outlines of their faces. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she witnessed her beloved parents in such a ghastly state. Her heart breaking, despite having mentally prepared herself for this moment. The reality of it felt like a crushing blow. She collapsed into Lin Ye's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. The other women, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, felt a pang of sorrow, particularly Zhong Wanqing and Nan Jue, both of whom had lost their parents during the apocalypse and could empathize with Chun Shi's anguish. Lin Ye retrieved a watermelon knife from his space, using his telekinesis to pierce through the limbs of Chun Shi's parents, pinning them to the wall. He then comforted Chun Shi in his arms. After a considerable time, she gradually regained her composure. Lin Ye handed her an axe, saying, "Sierra, my condolences. This is the reality of the apocalypse. Take this axe and grant your parents the release they deserve, allowing them to find true peace." Chun Shi accepted the axe, and bolstered by Lin Ye's encouraging gaze, her resolve solidified. She nodded, replying, "Understood, master." With that, she approached her parents, who were thrashing and attempting to break free. Chun Shi silently murmured, "Dad, Mom, please travel safely. I will always remember you." With that, she swung the axe towards her parents' necks. Soon, they fell silent, completely lifeless. Lin Ye activated his telekinesis once more, withdrawing the watermelon knife that had restrained Chun Shi's parents. Then, he retrieved the sheets and plastic bags from the space and addressed Chun Shi. "First, wrap your parents' bodies properly. When the time is right, they can be buried alongside Wanqing's parents." Both Chun Shi and Zhong Wanqing were momentarily taken aback. Zhong Wanqing had not anticipated that Lin Ye would still remember this matter. With tears in their eyes, the two women expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, husband. Thank you, master." Subsequently, Lin Ye, along with the women, assisted in ensuring that Chun Shi's parents were carefully wrapped. They were then stored back in the space. At that moment, due to the arrival of Lin Ye and his companions, the already tense situation in Shuiyun Jiangshan community became even more intricate. Chapter 87. The new ability, user outside the third-floor bedroom of Villa Number 5 in Shuiyun Jiangshan. There was a knock at the door. A burly man rose from his seat, casually donned a nightgown, and opened the door. As the door swung open, one of his subordinates outside immediately caught sight of a stunning woman lying on the bed, clad only in a nightgown. The subordinate's eyes gleamed with greed. Just then, the robust man inquired, "Have you gathered all the information?" Only then did the subordinate snap back to reality, hastily nodding and bowing, "Yes, Boss Biao. I have gathered all the information." Today, 3 vehicles arrived in the community, with around 14 or 15 individuals disembarking. Leading them was an armored vehicle. Boss Biao's expression shifted to one of shock. "An armored vehicle? Are you certain you haven't made a mistake?" The subordinate quickly swore, "Boss Biao, I assure you, it is absolutely correct. They stopped at Villa Number 26. This information was provided by the surrounding homeowners. I saw it clearly and even have videos and photos." As he spoke, the subordinate handed his phone to Boss Biao. Upon receiving the phone, Boss Biao immediately began to review the footage. While Boss Biao was engrossed in the video, the subordinate glanced back into the bedroom, though this time with a hint of disappointment. The woman had gotten off the bed and was now seated at the vanity, facing away, applying her makeup. Meanwhile, Boss Biao was captivated by the content of the video and was oblivious to the subordinate's unusual demeanor. The video depicted Lu Yuan and Li Jie disembarking, dispatching several nearby zombies, and then conversing with Lin Ye before heading toward Villa Number 25, while Lin Ye and the women directly entered Villa Number 26. Upon noticing that none of Lin Ye's entourage were in military uniforms, Boss Biao sighed in relief. Thankfully, they did not appear to be affiliated with any official or military forces. The armored vehicle must have been acquired from an unknown source. At that moment, Boss Biao's attention was drawn to the several women beside Lin Ye, and he was instantly captivated by their beauty. Each woman was more alluring than the last, their looks rivaling those of the most popular celebrities and internet influencers residing in the community. This realization sparked Boss Biao's interest in Lin Ye's group. In his view, the leader, Lin Ye, must have been a wealthy young heir before the apocalypse, always surrounded by 5 or 6 beautiful women. Lu Yuan and Li Jie were likely his bodyguards. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, past wealth and power had become mere illusions. personal strength was of utmost importance. Coincidentally, he had just gained superpowers 2 days prior, making him the strongest in the community. Naturally, the armored vehicle, the women, and the resources Lin Ye possessed were all rightfully his. Boss Biao instructed the subordinate, "Have there been any developments since they entered the villa?" The subordinate quickly withdrew his gaze from the woman in the room and replied hastily, "No, Boss Biao. They have not come out since entering the villa." Boss Biao continued, "Good. Tell the one filming to keep a close watch on that group. If they make any moves, report to me immediately. If they have not exited by tomorrow, there will be a generous reward. If anything goes awry, I will make sure he pays." The subordinate promptly assured him, "Rest assured, boss. I will arrange it right away. I will report to you the moment they make a move." Boss Biao nodded and added, "It's getting late. Let the brothers rest early tonight. The supplies we scavenged a few days ago are nearly depleted. Tomorrow, we will resume our scavenging operations, starting with this new group in the community. We must strive to take complete control of the entire area soon." The subordinate, recalling the events of the previous day, felt a pang of anxiety at the prospect of tomorrow's scavenging mission. "Boss Biao, do you think we might run into Su Chaoyun and his men again? They are armed." He remembered their encounter yesterday, which had resulted in the loss of 2 brothers. The brothers are feeling apprehensive about going out again. Boss Biao bellowed, "What are you afraid of? He has a gun, but I have superpowers. I'm not afraid of anyone. Didn't I take out 2 of them yesterday?" The subordinate muttered under his breath, "You are not afraid because you have superpowers, but we do not. Who isn't scared of a gun? And besides, we were chased back yesterday." Having enhanced his hearing after consuming a zombie crystal core, Boss Biao overheard the subordinates mumbling. Remembering their chaotic retreat, he slapped the subordinate, his anger flaring. "Damn it, yesterday was merely an accident. It all happened too suddenly for me to react. If we encounter Su Chaoyun and his scoundrels again tomorrow, just watch how I will eliminate them all on the spot." The subordinate, having been reprimanded, dared not speak further and quickly showered Boss Biao with flattery. Satisfied, Boss Biao gestured for the subordinate to leave. As he turned to descend the stairs, the subordinate cast one last glance at the woman in the room, feeling a lingering sense of regret. Meanwhile, Boss Biao's anger flared again at the thought of Su Chaoyun. "I have awakened my abilities. I am the fabled child of destiny. Su Chaoyun, do you think you can recruit me with just a gun? You have plenty of resources, don't you? Once I eliminate your lackeys, everything you possess will be mine." As for Lin Ye and his group, Boss Biao regarded them with utter disdain, believing that dispatching them would be a trivial task. Simultaneously, on the other side of the community, within Villa Number 45, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was listening to his subordinates report regarding Lin Ye's group. Chapter 88. Su Chaoyun's ambitions. After the subordinate finished reporting, Su Chaoyun's expression turned grave. He waved his hand, signaling for his subordinate to leave immediately. Su Chaoyun was a notable figure in Jiangnan City before the apocalypse. His Su Corporation was among the top 10 in terms of comprehensive strength in the city. Although it lacked the deep-rooted heritage of long-established families like the Chu family, it was still a presence that ordinary affluent individuals could only look up to. When the blood rain began, he happened to be in the Su Corporation's building. During this period, he utilized his connections to gather information. Realizing the global catastrophe had severely impacted governments worldwide, the authorities were unable to provide rescue or were incapable of executing rescue operations in the face of the blood rain. Thus, he took early measures, arranging for his subordinates to consolidate all resources within the Su Corporation building, ensuring he would be the one to allocate them. Under his management, the atmosphere within the building remained relatively stable during the blood rain phase, without significant upheaval. However, unexpectedly, just as the blood rain subsided, a zombie outbreak occurred, catching him completely off guard. Half of the people in the building were transformed into zombies. Had it not been for the firearm in his possession, coupled with the desperate resistance of his subordinates, he would have nearly met his demise within the confines of the building. After his arduous efforts in seizing a room, he promptly reached out to various acquaintances. A flurry of calls revealed to him the grim reality. The world had descended into chaos. To survive henceforth, he could rely solely on himself. He understood all too well that lingering within the building would lead only to a dead end. It was imperative that he vacate the premises and escape the city center, seeking refuge in areas less infested by the undead. After much contemplation, his gaze settled upon the suburban community of Shuiyun Jiangshan, where not only did he own a property, but where his mistress and illegitimate child resided. Meanwhile, his legitimate wife and son lived abroad, their fates unknown as he could not reach them by phone. Conveniently, atop the Su Corporation's building, his private helicopter was stationed year-round. Thus, after 2 days of relentless effort, he and his subordinates finally ascended to the rooftop. They then piloted the helicopter to Shuiyun Jiangshan. Upon arrival, he began contacting the supervisors responsible for food production and material procurement within his company, instructing them to send essential supplies, such as food and water, to Shuiyun Jiangshan. However, these individuals were either unreachable or utterly dismissive of his pleas. It was ludicrous. The streets were teeming with zombies. Only individuals like Lin Ye, possessing formidable strength and adept at piloting, dared to venture outside. Who else would risk driving to such a distant location to deliver supplies? After all, this was the apocalypse. To the likes of Su Chaoyun, he was nothing more than a mere shadow of his former self. The authorities had crumbled, leaving no one to manage affairs. As the president of a company from the pre-apocalyptic world, he had become inconsequential. The others found it far more appealing to hoard supplies and assert dominance rather than to willingly deliver resources to him and serve as his subordinates. It would be sheer folly to act otherwise. Su Chaoyun had contemplated using his helicopter to confront his former subordinates. Yet he had to weigh the sufficiency of its fuel against the potential effectiveness of such an encounter. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to abandon that course of action. This moment underscored the disparity between Su Chaoyun and the venerable Chu family. In the case of the Chu family, critical positions within their company were typically held by their own kin. In times of disaster, they could swiftly unite as one, fully aware that outside the family, they were nothing. Even if a few dissenters emerged, the collective strength remained unshaken. Simultaneously, after resolving the issue of family succession, Chu Xiaodian was able to swiftly mobilize resources and personnel to his location at Yiping Xianju, as the leaders of various departments were predominantly from a Chu family. In contrast, Su Chaoyun's nascent faction lacked such cohesion. However, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he clarified his thoughts and promptly turned his focus towards Shuiyun Jiangshan and the accompanying structures of the foothills. He had hidden several firearms within his residence at Shuiyun Jiangshan and resolved to consolidate control over the community with the firearms and subordinates at his disposal. He then aimed to recruit followers and advance to the supermarket at the base of the hill. The supermarket was substantial, likely stocked with valuable supplies. Securing that location would enable him to recruit individuals from the surrounding communities as subordinates, thus securing his position of power. Yet to his dismay, the first step of his plan encountered an obstacle. Prior to his arrival, the original head of security, Wang Debiao, had rallied his team and seized control of Villa No. 5. He had brutally eliminated the male owner and claimed his mistress. Subsequently, he announced in the community group that he, Wang Debiao, would henceforth dictate the affairs of the community, proceeding to scour the surrounding villas for resources. Those who dared to resist met with death. The other residents of the community were filled with rage, yet remained silent. Initially, Su Chaoyun paid little heed to this, perceiving Wang Debiao and his followers as mere clowns. What would they possibly do against him armed with firearms? Should they choose to submit, it would be ideal. If they dared to resist, he would eliminate them, setting an example for the other residents. Su Chaoyun had arrived at Shuiyun Jiangshan 2 days prior, and yesterday, he personally led a team to scavenge resources and personnel from the surrounding villas. Ironically, they encountered Wang Debiao's group. Su Chaoyun was taken aback. His villa was quite distant from Villa No. 5. How had these individuals dared to venture so far from their stronghold to scavenge resources? He later learned that Wang Debiao had set his sights on a nearby female celebrity. Observing Wang Debiao's imposing stature and the youthful vigor of his security team, Su Chaoyun felt inclined to recruit them. However, Wang Debiao, brimming with unwarranted confidence, dismissed him outright. Realizing the negotiation had faltered, Su Chaoyun resolved to take decisive action against Wang Debiao to establish dominance before the other residents. He drew his firearm and aimed directly at Wang Debiao, pulling the trigger. Wang Debiao, having enhanced his physical abilities, reacted swiftly, taking cover behind one of his subordinates, who was struck down instantly. Enraged by the loss of his comrade, Wang Debiao unleashed his fiery abilities, launching a massive fireball towards Su Chaoyun and his group. Su Chaoyun's subordinates were caught off guard, resulting in 2 casualties. In that moment, Su Chaoyun and the remaining subordinates realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly sought shelter. While returning fire, Su Chaoyun continuously repositioned himself. Wang Debiao and his men also scrambled for cover, leading to a standoff. However, due to the exertion from slaying zombies on their way, Wang Debiao had already depleted much of his energy. After a few fireballs, he found himself fatigued. Moreover, the commotion had attracted a horde of zombies, forcing him to retreat. Observing Wang Debiao's retreat, Su Chaoyun seized the opportunity to pursue, firing after him. Wang Debiao suffered another casualty among his men and, overwhelmed, fled back to Villa No. 5 in disarray. Su Chaoyun, noticing the increasing number of zombies, refrained from pursuing further and returned to his villa. As he pondered over Wang Debiao's abilities and strategies to counter him, he was startled by the unexpected arrival of Lin Ye and his group of uninvited guests in the community.